known achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Albert Einstein. It's from Douglas
Very
Klein.
dramatic. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail that opened the window on a radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space and time and replacing Newton's formulation for the laws of gravity. I can keep going, dude.
I don't know what you're trying to prove. I agree with all the things you just said.
Cool. So they're two separate things. One replaced the other. So when you come in to defend mass attracting mass and then sneakily, without kind of knowing, but knowing, moving into Einstein, you ipso facto. Fair enough.
Do
So
flat
is mass
generally disagree on how gravity works?
Yeah, for sure. Like, is mass still? I don't know. Is that over with? Mass is not different than matter. Is that a done deal for everybody? There's no difference between matter, material stuff, and mass. More stuff, less stuff. It's still stuff. Or is that still going?
I don't know what you mean or what you're
All
saying.
the stuff.
Yeah.
All the
listen,
stuff.
maybe
All the
explain Rob
matter.
out.
Like, do we want to go into mass energy equivalence? Like, where?
Well, how are you
What are
separating
you
it?
talking? What are you asking?
Mass and matter.
Oh,
Are they
I
separate?
already said so. I was talking about rest mass
Well,
earlier. I
what-
said that mass is a property of some kinds of matter.
Well, how do you take mass away from mass or matter away from matter? How do you do that?
What?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Can you try that again?
Yeah, I know you don't understand a lot. Try listening and learning. How do
That's
you
what I'm
take
trying to do.
mass away from mass or matter away from mass or mass away from matter to figure out what
so-
you're weighing the matter of?
So the way to take rest mass away from
Weight of what?
matter. Hello?
The weight of what, brother?
I didn't say anything about weight.
Yeah, well, how do we get the weight of matter, the matter of the stuff? Because if all matter is matter, how you separate matter from matter is what I'm asking you. How you weigh in the matter?
You asked a bunch of different questions. Are you asking me how do we measure things?
Yeah, they're
or are you
all the
asking
same
me for
word.
a process by which we can remove rest mass from matter.
I want to know how we figure out which one's mass and which one's matter. And if they're not different from each other, how do we weigh different matters of matter? If it's all matter and it's so, like, I got a big container of matter everywhere. It's all matter, whether it's dirt, water, air, electron, it's all matter, right? How do we weigh the matter and say, well, I got this much matter weighing this much, while all the matter is still there?
Well, mostly like smash it in particle colliders and like see what happens to it.
It's all, but the colliders matter too. How
Yeah.
can you take it away from the particle? It's all the matter and the mass. It's all of it.
Why would the fact that the particle accelerator is built of matter prevent you from learning about the particles you're hitting?
Why would the Earth prevent the particle accelerator from working when gravity's supposed to be pulling that little fucking particle to the center and not letting the gravity accelerator do anything with it? But I mean, you tell me how everything overpowers gravity but gravity itself. So gravity can't work anywhere, fucking nowhere, no how. But you want to tell us how gravity works? Isn't that weird? mass and matter.
No idea what you're saying. Just because a
What's
force
gravity
is
do in front of
being
you?
applied, just because a
No.
force is being
What
applied
can
does not
gravity
mean
do?
that other things can't also apply forces.
Show us gravity squish a grape.
Gravity squish a grape? Go to a
Yeah,
planet that's
with all
bigger
the
than the Earth,
pressure,
or
the
massive
mass.
than the Earth.
What is it?
Or
Yeah,
sorry, if you just want to see like anything like that, just dive down deep into the ocean.
So now water is gravity. So now you get a lot of water, and that's how gravity works.
No, because there's a
No,
lot of
not
water
water.
on the surface of the ocean.
So how can
right?
you
But
show
that
the
won't
same
squish a
gravity
grape.
in air? Listen, if gravity's making the water smash a grape, why would it stop? Why wouldn't it just do it on its own anyway? Also, you're not making any fucking sense here.
No,
I don't
that's
even know what you're
exactly
saying.
what happens. If you have a cup of
gravity,
water, that
9.8
water
meters a
won't
second
crush a grape.
squared, bringing
If you have
everything
water
to
down
the
at the bottom of the
center
ocean,
of
it
the
will crush a grape because there's a
and you
bunch of
couldn't
water
do
on
it
the
because
bottom
that's how it doesn't stop
being
talking.
pressed down.
Nothing's being pressed down. I'm asking you to press the grape down with gravity, and you won't.
I literally told you how you can crush a grape with gravity.
No, you do it. Let gravity do it. Don't tell me anything. I don't want to hear your fucking made up stories or your opinion. I want to see
Then
gravity
don't speak.
squishing grapes.
Gravity's.
Then don't speak.
Oh, yeah.
This is a chat room. We cannot do actions here. There's only speech
Yeah,
here.
you can
So if
put
you're not
video in
interested
there.
in other people's speech,
Send
then
it
you
to me
can
in
be
a
quiet.
DM. Send the video in the DM to
Yeah,
me
so you
of
can
what
be
gravity
quiet
can
if you're
squish.
not
How much
interested
does
in
gravity
chatting
weigh?
in the chat room.
What's gravity weigh when it presses down on your scale?
You can be quiet
What does that
if you
even
don't
mean?
want to chat in the chat room.
We're looking for gravity, the force of gravity to be forcing something, to be doing some work. We're looking for gravity to have a fucking physical attribute that you can see or feel or taste or touch. What's gravity doing to stuff right now in front of you? Where's balls being made in front of you with gravity? Where's stuff just smooching together from gravity at 9.8 meters a second squared, live? Not happening? Huh. Wonder where gravity went.
Have you ever heard of the thing called the normal force?
Have you ever heard of a thing called a
Have you ever
demonstration?
had to step out of
Do you
bed?
know what a
Are you
Not just like
demonstration of
standing?
gravity is?
Are
what
you
is this?
sitting on something? Are you
How can
standing
you
up?
see a demonstration of gravity from scratch,
Do you
boys? I got a
weigh
pile of
something?
sand and
Do
a
you have the
vacuum
exert
Hover
cleaner.
force
midair,
Hold
when you
on,
stand up?
Guys, everyone's just over talking now. Everyone's
D-Mark.
spoken.
Yeah, you triggered Hound, bro.
Yeah.
He snapped. You triggered him. So Hound, this normal force, can you show it to me?
Show you what? What do you want to see?
The normal force that you were talking about. Yeah, just show it to me.
Stand up. You're vastly overestimating like how.
What is it?
If you want to use the word powerful, potential, whatever
Hound.
word you want to use for scaling it, like the force of
Hound.
gravity, it's not that strong.
Oh, so the force of gravity is the normal force.
That's why it has almost
terrific. Hound.
no. The normal
Don't freak
force
out, bro.
is the reversal because you're fighting against it. That's just why it's called the normal force. It's normal to surface contact.
Normal force. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an actual force. It's just a name given
it's
to
a pseudo force. Okay, so it's not a real thing.
No.
So you came in here and
it's not a
Have you ever heard of a pseudo force that's not a real thing? Good job.
I mean,
it's a
friction's
great addition to the
force,
conversation.
but it's not an actual force.
Yes,
friction's a force.
And this is where
go
I'd say trying to describe things as real or not. No. We can measure it, therefore it's real. Whether it's like fundamental, that's a different question.
Magnetic forces.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, they don't have a physical presence. Magnetic forces have no physical mechanism of measuring them. You can only measure the effects of a magnetic field on something. So you need.
So now we're talking about magnetics.
I mean, it's a force, magnetic force. I'm just giving you examples.
Yeah, you could probably demonstrate that, but this normal force I'd love to see. Where's this normal force at again?
Stand up. Are you sitting on something?
Yep.
Standing up is normal force?
It's
normal
force on the bottom of your feet.
Do you have any idea how ridiculous you sound right now?
I mean,
basic middle school.
Sorry, it's very easy to demonstrate.
No one's
okay, so standing up is normal force.
No, any kind of contact where you're just stationary
Any
against
kind
the
of
planet,
contact.
the surface of the planet, just a normal force, yeah.
Well, let's not beg the question. What
It's a
planet?
force opposite of the force of gravity you're experiencing right now.
Oh, gravity, great. So gravity is a force. Terrific. We got there. Finally. Okay, so the force of gravity. Can you show that to me?
Well,
What is
by the
gravity?
force of
No one can
gravity,
see
right?
forces.
G,
Go.
yeah, you don't see
What?
forces.
Is it?
F equals ma. F equals mg. Your weight
No,
is
that's
mg. Your mass
That's an
times
equation.
gravity.
I don't need an equation.
Yeah,
I need you to
and
show
it
me
can
the force of
demonstrate how much you
gravity
weigh.
and how it was isolated. Bro. Okay, so
isolated.
isolate you need to isolate gravity and show it to me as a force.
This is very much not making
What do you
sense.
mean
If
by
wanna
show you
understand
as a
normal
force?
forces, if you want to understand normal forces, just
You
take
can
two
easily
fingers and press them
demonstrate
together.
gravity. Just get two giant iron spheres. They don't have to be that big, and just slowly bring them together, and you'll see that they move. Like what's so hard about this?
That you're talking about effects. I need to see the cause.
Yeah, you can't directly observe.
You can't
You can't
directly
observe it. Like it's not a directly observed
gravity
phenomenon.
to observe. Is that what you're telling me? No,
just like
There
magnetic
are no events
forces,
to be
you can't
directly
observe it. You just
I
see
know. I can get magnets, bro. I can get magnets. Okay. I want you to show me the force of gravity.
Same thing works for gravity. Magnetic fields and gravitational fields, you can't directly see them.
Are there gravitational
you just see the
rocks?
effects.
Oh,
What do you
okay.
mean,
So there's
gravitational
no
rocks.
See, I can get magnets, and I can show magnetism.
Oh, yeah?
And a magnetic
Prove
force.
magnetic fields
Can you
exist.
show
Prove
it?
Yeah, you can get two magnets, right? And they attract to one another, or they repel.
Show me where the magnetic field is. How would you?
No, I didn't talk to you about magnetic fields, did I? I talked to you about magnetic force.
Yeah, but
how would you show me
you can also get big iron spheres, and then they will attract in the way he says. If you
so gravitation has to do with iron. Then it's derived from iron.
You can use any element.
Reasonable.
You can use any element.
Any element. Okay, so
whatever. Like it doesn't matter.
You can use any matter.
Two lead bars.
Yeah,
you take two lead bars.
Lead bars will work.
And the lead bars do what?
What do you mean? Masses to them, like all other masses.
Mass attracts mass.
I'm going to go outside and find a random rock.
I'll ask the same question.
I'm going to stick my grandchild's picture, right, on the fridge. I'm just going to go outside and find a rock, right? And it should work, right?
No. Because you have a giant fucking rock underneath you. That's
you need lots of it.
Harder.
You need lots of it. Is that it?
Get a bigger one than the Earth.
Get a bigger one. There's a lot of it.
Right? Get a rock bigger than the Earth, and yeah, it will more than Earth.
Terrific.
Okay, so it's not like magnetism then. So it's not like magnets then.
I mean, like this is talking, but
can I ask
terrific
time, guys.
Like there are plenty of materials that
we got there, Jedi. It's perfect. Humanity. We got to the base of the issue here. No problem. So, we did. Humanity and Hound have figured this out for us. And so they say that we live on a big rock. All we need is measurements of the curvature of this big round rock. Can you guys show us to that so we can go verify the curvature of this big round rock?
First off, when did we conclude that it was round? It doesn't even need to be round. You can have a flat Earth with gravity.
Let's get it measured, son.
You can.
Quit complaining.
So the Earth is not round.
I never made a claim for either of those cases. You didn't
make an either case. So gravity is happening with all things. Yes, everything is going in what direction? Is there an exclusive vector that you're claiming?
Towards the center, towards the center of mass.
What center of mass? Oh, so this is an object that we're on. Does this object have a shape?
I mean, you can conclude it has a shape, because you go just keep going straight. Just keep going straight, and you'll realize that no matter what happens, you'll end up in the same spot. Just keep going straight.
No, that's affirming the consequent. You're kind of silly. So, does this object have a shape?
Just go straight, and you'll end up in the same spot.
It's affirming the consequent.
It's a bunch of liquids and gases.
I mean, what do you think that means? If you go straight and you always end up in the same spot, what do you think that
if you go straight, then you're not going curved, are you?
Oh, how are you going straight?
Well, that depends on what
just walk straight.
Is okay. So then there's no curve then.
Sorry.
Try drawing a straight line on a sphere. Like obviously you never turned, but because of the nature of the geometry you're moving in, you'll end up back where you started.
So you don't turn on this sphere.
No, your body, you just keep walking straight. You'll never really notice it.
Okay. So you've done this. This is something that somebody has done.
I don't need to do it to understand it. I don't know why that's
such you're using it as an example.
I didn't bake my food. I didn't bake a pie.
Wow.
I didn't bake a pie, so that means I don't know how pies are made. I didn't cook a 5-star meal.
No, that's not the thing. You gave me this as an example. Hound.
Yeah, go straight.
You gave me this as an example.
Go outside. Walk around the planet.
Who has done this? Hound. Who has done this? Oh, planet. So it is a sphere. It is a sphere. You did it. Okay, so you're claiming that we live on a big sphere.
I didn't say that, but if you walk
you
straight
said planet. So what is planet?
What does that mean?
Hound.
Planet doesn't
can you define planet for me?
Planet
okay, can you define planet for me?
So
that's fine. Just define planet for me. Can you define planet for me?
Planet. Well, I live on a planet. It's some object.
Okay.
I want to know who's walked in a straight line and ended up where they started from. Who has ever done that? Ever in history?
Nobody.
Walked in a perfectly straight line and ended up where they started from? Who?
Wait. Have you never walked inside one of those big spheres when you were a kid? So you could be a hamster ball kind of deal?
That's not a straight freaking line, dude. I'm talking about
a
straight
line inside a hamster
level line. A straight level line. How do you walk in a straight line where you do not bend? There is no curvature. None. A straight line. And you walk in a straight line and you end up where you started from. Who has ever done that? Who could ever do it?
Well, now you're kind of... When you say there's no curvature, the entire question is whether there's curvature.
I'm talking about a straight fucking line, you moron. A straight line.
Straight line drawn on a sphere.
A straight line does not curve. A straight line is not curved. A straight line is straight. How do you walk in a straight line and end up where you started from without making any turns? How is it possible?
This is basic geometry, right? If you are looking at a geometry like that of a sphere, right, and you draw a straight line.
Not straight. Sorry, it has because it's on a curved surface. A rate of change of slope. A rate of change of slope, deviation from the horizontal. That would be a straight line, horizontal. A curved line is a rate of change of slope, deviation from the horizontal. My God.
I can't believe it. I can't believe we're having this conversation with somebody. Oh yeah, you walk straight on a ball. Oh my gosh, man. It's curved in all axes by definition.
We're back to 2015
has nothing to do with how straight I'm walking
again. It's just nutso. Where are these people coming from out of the woodwork? This is crazy.
If it has nothing to do with straight, then why are you using the term straight line?
If you look at a 90-degree path down to a tennis ball, right? Even if you were to draw a line across that tennis ball, you could still get a straight line.
We don't live on a tennis ball.
We're not talking about what it looks like.
There are no straight lines on the Z-axis.
You are correct.
There are no straight lines on a tennis.
You are correct. You would find a curved axis on the Z-axis, right? But if
you can't have a straight line on a tennis ball. It's curved, you dummy.
Yeah,
There's no straight lines.
We're not talking
impossible.
We're talking about what it looks like from a certain vantage point.
When geometry talks about lines are always straight, and lines...
Hello?
Thank you.
We are not talking about what a line looks like from a certain vantage point. We are talking about whether in reality it is a straight line or a curved line or has some sort of other deviation. Now, on the surface of a sphere, if you were to begin moving from the surface of the sphere in a perfectly straight line, you would be increasing your distance from the surface of the sphere as you move. That is geometry.
Euclidean.
No. The point is not to think about a sphere in, like, embedded in a flat space-time, in a flat geometry space. The point is to think about a curved geometry.
Where does that happen in reality?
That's a different question. But lines don't exist in reality. Lines are mere geometry.
If you go in a straight line, you're going to continue to go straight, and you will end up the total distance that you walked in a straight line away from the point that you first started from. You will not end up back where you started from, because the only way to get back where you started from is if you alter your direction and walk in some kind of a circle to get back there.
Lines do exist in reality. I cut a bunch of them in the 80s.
His nose knows.
You're old.
Railroad tracks, no.
Railroad
Rulers,
tracks
no.
are not lines. They have, like, width.
A horizontal horizon's a line.
Dimensions and
It's a horizontal
geometry.
Is that the proof of the Earth being a globe, that if somebody walked in a straight line that bends on a sphere, they would end up back in the same spot? But it's still just like a mystery. Like, we're like the Greeks. Like, this may or may not occur in reality, but that would be what happens, or we've done it.
No, the question is just what models.
No, that was my fucking
best...
question, Mr. Red Herring. Stop switching everybody's question. That was my question. There's no different question than the one I just asked. Is that something we've done, or is it just begging the question?
The correct question to ask is which model is best at explaining the world?
It's not a model. It's just a question.
Horizontal one.
Question.
Horizontal one, because that's the way it's measured.
Just a question. Anybody done that, or is it just begging the question? Or a bunch of cavemen? I mean, maybe Hound has done it. I think he came in with it. Humanity is just going to change the question to, that's not the true question. The true question is, what is space-time mass? Which is a red herring or non sequitur at any point that anybody makes for the last 20 minutes. He's just had those kind of responses. So maybe, is this something that would happen if we beg the question, or is it something that's happened? Somebody walked in a straight curved line and came back to where they started. Who was this person? Was it a group of people?
I mean, would you believe them, even if they said they did? Would you even believe them? Because you didn't do it yourself? Would you believe them? I don't think you would. I don't think you would.
Again, you're just like Mr. Humanity. You say, well, that's not
you won't believe them because you didn't do it. That's your whole argument. You won't do it. You can't prove it yourself, so why would you believe somebody else when they said it? Like, that's your whole point.
So just like humanity, right? When I ask a question, you say that's not the true question. The true question is, would you believe it? No. The question is still
you wouldn't. You wouldn't though. I mean, you wouldn't. But you wouldn't.
That's not the question.
But you wouldn't though. You wouldn't believe them though.
How did they do it?
Yeah, it seems like it defeats a bit the point.
I mean, you won't believe them no matter like who says they've done something, because you can't prove it because you didn't do it. So
we're not beyond being able to comprehend going around a sphere. Right? The question is, who did it in reality? Who did it and showed that the Earth
so how can you prove it? You didn't do it, so how can you prove it?
Right.
How can you prove the Earth is flat?
Why are you trying to use it as... Why are you trying to use it then as some sort of evidence or proof?
You're right. I'm changing it up. I believe you guys. So, prove to me that the Earth is flat, and, show me what evidence you made to do it. Did you walk around the edge? Where's the edge at? Did you find it? Did you take a picture of it?
Right,
show me the edge. Fly me out to the edge of the map.
Are you trying to talk to us or yourself? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut up, retard.
You need to stop with the scattergunning.
To me ever again.
Dude, you need to stop with the scattergunning. I'm going to mute you if you just keep going on and on.
Like, fuck.
All right, then. I'll answer your question.
Why, you've done it. You wouldn't believe me if I said I did.
So you're doing it again. You can't stop talking.
I can show you fucking pictures of everything.
Somebody answer.
I'm asking you politely to calm down. You keep saying lots of things, and we'll get to the lots of things you keep asking. The claims you keep making. We'll get to them. Fucking slow down. So, we proved that the Earth is flat because that's how we measure it. With regards to you saying we go in a straight line and we're going to end up back where we started from, my question to you then was, how do we navigate if we want to move away from one position to another? If we're going to navigate, go south, for example, go east or west, then what we're going to do is we're going to measure elevation angles to stars. We're going to navigate with the stars. We're also going to navigate from cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Now, we measure all of these things from a horizontal plane. North, south, east, west are horizontal bearings. Longitude and latitude lines across the Earth are horizontal bearings that are measured directly from elevation profiles to things in the sky. That are measured in angles, 45 degrees, 90 degrees, 60 degrees, 0 degrees. Now, all of these angle measurements are taken from the horizontal plane of the Earth. Elevation profiles to the tops of mountains are also taken from mean sea level. All measurements are taken from mean sea level, which is a horizontal plane. So we measure the Earth and we navigate the Earth as if it is a horizontal plane, because that's what it is.
Yeah, but that's just proof of a flat Earth, though. That's not what he wants. He wants to know if you lived on a tennis ball. Who did it? Who did the tennis ball?
I was talking about the tennis ball.
So you can draw a circle, which would be perceptively a straight line, even though it curves around the ball. Perceptively
on the z-axis. On the z-axis, it would be a curve.
Everybody understands this concept. Now, can we apply this concept to reality? So go from one place and then end up coming back to that place. Like I said to my rant just a moment ago, you're going to navigate. Now you can end up in one place. So you can end up where you started if you travel in a circle. This circle is going to be east or west. You can travel east or west, which is a circle around magnetic north, because that's how we navigate. We also navigate with Polaris.
You can also do north and south too.
Maybe I could ask a clarifying question to the Globers. That's it. The guys who are, they believe they live on a globe. Are east and west circles?
What do you mean by circles?
Are they straight lines, or is it a dead?
Define a circle.
Line? Can you tell me? Can you ask me a specific question? Like if I'm going from Argentina to fucking the ice wall, is that a straight line?
All right. So very specifically, if I'm at 40 degrees north latitude and I remain at 40 degrees north latitude, right?
Going east,
and I go east. Yeah. If I go east, is that a circle, or is that me remaining in a straight line in everything but the vertical?
What is a circle? What is a circle?
So it's technically not a straight line, as we've already talked about before, because the z-axis is obviously going to be curved. However,
any other axes?
Any other axes?
Is it just the Z?
So the y-axis, you would be a completely straight line. The x-axis, you would obviously be going up in altitude and then back down in altitude.
Okay, so that is so it's changing in two axes there. So that's not the, just to make sure, I just want to make sure that's not the initial claim that if you walk in a straight line besides the one axis, it would get you back to where you started. That one's definitely a circle.
Well, because
moving in two axes.
Well, I don't.
In your model,
I'm so confused what you mean by a circle. Like, do you mean that like if you walked around the entire planet, it would be a circle? Is that what you mean?
If you throw a balloon on the ground, that's a circle.
You have a dining room table. Hang on, Democ. You got a dining room table in your kitchen, and you walk around it. That's a circle. You walk around your table.
Gotcha. I'm following.
Okay. Back to the conversation.
Okay.
East and west.
Wait, so
40 degrees north latitude, if I just remain going east, does that prove that the Earth is a globe if I end back up in the same spot?
No.
Okay, so even on a globe model, then that's not proof of a globe. Okay, all right. So everybody agrees that that's not even proof of a globe at 40 degrees.
Well, true, yeah. If you well, depending on which model you're going off of, right? Because like I'm assuming that all the people who are going off the globe model are going off the globe model, but I don't know specifically
on a globe
which
model.
Right. I don't know specifically which model you're going off of, right? In your theoretical so like in your theoretical, are you doing the ice wall or the toroidal complex?
No, this is on like the
or
standard
what are we doing?
globe that you're taught in 3rd grade. Yeah.
Well, you put it to the globers, right? So I'm assuming that you're dealing with a different model. So what model are you going?
No model.
Oh,
no model. Even though you would love to have one to straw man, no model.
No, well, the point is that for each model that you present, there's a reason why.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Why don't you present for me the globe model or the heliocentric model in chat, and then we'll have a look at it.
You mean the oblate spheroid?
No, that's just a reification. The oblate spheroid actually comes from flat plane measurements as well. So, do you have a globe model that you can present to us?
You mean a model other than the one that you are unwilling to proffer as your proof?
We didn't give a model, nor did we proffer one. The only thing that's been presented to us so far is a polar coordinate system reified into what you call the globe. That was taken from flat Earth measurements to the celestials, mainly Polaris. Do you have a model of your globe or not?
I'm confused by the question.
Yeah, I want you to show us if you have a model or not, because you're asking us for a model that we didn't even talk about, and yet you keep hoping that somebody will give you one.
Because somebody is proffering what
Who is?
The person who just asked what Globers thought about if you're going the 40-degree angle.
Any money. I got no money.
I'm sorry.
So if we go around in a circle in this 40-degree angle, right? And
not 40-degree angle. Not 40-degree angle. Sorry, you must be confused.
No, we're talking about the 40 degrees and I understand what you're talking about. The longitude, right? The longitude.
No, not longitude at all. Latitude.
Okay, latitude. Whatever.
It is still an angle.
Holy shit!
It is an angle.
Not
the angle that you're explaining.
The whole part of it is when he says that, right? We're dealing off of a model that we have in our heads. So when we're dealing off of that model,
no, that's fine. Hold on a second. I just want to clarify. So you're going off of a model that is based on a flat plane, then. So you're talking about the flat Earth model that you have in your head.
No.
No. So 40 degrees is not an elevation angle to Polaris.
No, 40 degrees is specifically the latitude away from the equator.
Yes, 40 degrees latitude is an elevation angle to Polaris, which is a flat plane, to get that elevation angle. So you are claiming apparently that you're not a globe believer. You actually believe that 40 degrees is a flat Earth measurement.
No, that's not what I said.
Well, then you're going to have to use something other than 40 degrees because that's how that was actually measured.
Something other than, hey, prove your globe Earth model.
No,
and don't present.
You're proving the flat Earth for me. I'm just asking. Yeah, you're proving a flat Earth for me. Did you not realize that today?
No, because I've had 3 people in your chat prove that.
The
globe.
Okay, so the 40 degrees is in relation to what then? Where'd you get that 40 degrees from?
It's 40 degrees off the equator.
What's the equator? Where did you get
Okay, can you get that citation for me?
Yeah, sure, I'll find it.
Yeah, also that.
Where did you get the equator from? What's the equator?
Yeah, it's a circle of equal elevation from Polaris.
The equator is
90 degrees.
Most well-known parallel at 0 degrees latitude. It equally divides the Earth into the northern and southern hemispheres. From the equator, latitude increases as you travel north or south, reaching 90 degrees at each pole. It has nothing to do with any it doesn't have anything. What?
What's the degree?
Of what?
This is your measurement. When you say 90 degrees, what is that? 90 degrees. Where's that?
Yeah. Have you ever
I'm asking you a question.
Have you ever made a triangle? Do you know what an equal of a triangle is?
Yes, I know what a triangle is.
So how it has a 90-degree angle?
Yes.
Like if you were to take a triangle and you were to split the world, whether it's a circle or a globe, it doesn't matter which, right?
It does.
You would literally create 90 degrees.
Listen, can you relax? You just said split the world. Can you let Jedi go ahead, Jedi?
No, go ahead, Jedi.
Thank you, Jonesy. Without begging the question, right? We can split this into a hemisphere model if we want. We're talking about the measurement itself. We're talking about 90 degrees, 0 degrees at the equator, 90 degrees underneath Polaris, and every single degree between the two. 45 degrees, for example.
What do you mean by Polaris? Are you talking about the star?
So these are measured from elevation above the horizontal plane to the star in question. In question at the moment is Polaris. Right? Because
so you're talking about the North Star Polaris, right?
Yes.
So you actually believe stars exist?
We can see them, can't we? We can measure.
Well, that's incredible. That's incredible. We're making so much. We're making so much work here. That's awesome. I'm glad that you are evolving.
I don't understand why you're talking.
Power. Don't divert and don't convolute and don't distract. Continue, Jedi.
When we use a sextant, which is an angle measuring device that we look through referencing the horizon and the star, when we measure our latitude, we do this measuring the angle profile to Polaris. Underneath Polaris, 90 degrees. We understand an angle is the intersection of two straight lines. So 90 degrees, like you pointed out, you know what a triangle is? Yep. In this aspect, an angle. As we move south, still looking north at Polaris, with our sextant, we can measure 80 degrees, 70 degrees, 60 degrees in angles. Angles are intersections of two straight lines. The angle is the elevation above the horizontal plane line. Yeah, this is a measurement of the flat Earth that you're going to need to use to navigate using longitude and latitude.
Except, it's not measured from.
You could prove that, right? Power, like you could like are you in the north? Like, all right, I imagine like you're probably in the.
Well, yeah, you could because this is one of those things. But however, it says it says from the equator. It doesn't say from Polaris.
No. So I'm saying.
So you're not measuring from Polaris unless you're navigating, right?
Right. So you could prove or disprove what Jedi just put forth, right? Because you live in the U.S.
I could.
So you could stand out
like
back.
basically,
Let me tell you how.
So Jedi.
Let me tell you how, real quick, right?
Well, go ahead.
You could stand out back tonight, like when the sun goes away, and you could find Polaris in the sky, hold out a protractor, and then read where the protractor is pointing to with the star, and disprove or prove what he's saying. But you can't hold the protractor any way you want. You got to hold it a specific way.
What about bubble sextants?
Wait, so Jedi, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yep, cool.
So I'm assuming that you're from Europe, right?
Yep.
Okay, so like you're in the northern hemisphere, correct?
Yep.
And if you are using a sextant and you're in the northern hemisphere and you're trying to get to a different place and you know that it's 20 degrees off of you, what latitude are you shooting for?
20.
No, you're shooting for 70.
So sorry. It's 80.
Right. So you can't even do the math. So I don't.
Sorry,
you've been debunked. I'm sorry. It's unfortunate, but
did you still give me the answer in an angle?
What
was it? Still an angle that you gave me the correct answer with? Did you correct me with an angle?
Yeah, I said specifically.
Okay, so that's still the measurement of a
I said
horizontal
specifically,
plane.
if you were shooting for a minus 20 degrees angle from the northern hemisphere from England, and you're trying to shoot for 70 degrees north, you are looking at a minus 20 degrees, right? So you're looking for 70 degrees. You're not looking for 20 degrees because you're measuring from the equator line. You're measuring from the equator line, not from Polaris. Okay, that's the difference. And I don't know why you guys are talking about like Polaris.
How are you measuring from the equator line? How are you doing that?
How are you doing that?
Yeah, how are you measuring?
I don't know. You're the one who knows how to use a sextant, apparently, right?
Yeah. So what are we measuring to?
What do you mean? What are you measuring to?
When we've got our sextant, when we're standing on the floor, maybe a boat at sea, what are we measuring to with our sextant to know our latitude?
I don't know. You're this sextant subject matter expert. So I just asked you a simple question. You didn't get the right answer. So that seems like kind of weird, right? Because you're a subject matter expert.
I misspoke. Like I said, I'm half stoned.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's it. And I will accept that. I will accept that you are stoned and you got the answer wrong. However,
you keep whistling past the point. It doesn't matter what his answer was. You're whistling past the point that he's measuring an angle, and to get to use that angle, you need a flat Earth. It can't be done on your globe Earth. That's what you're missing out.
What are you talking about? A point on the Earth is just as good as a flat point on the Earth.
A point? A dot?
No, it's not if it's curving. What's an angle?
What are you talking about?
What's an angle?
What do you mean, what's an angle?
Yeah, you asked earlier. I know you know what a triangle is.
Are you asking what the degrees are of an angle? Like how much surface area an angle has? Like what are you asking? What is an angle?
Right. So earlier,
is it
a curve? Are you going to keep talking? Are you going to keep talking?
Oh, sorry.
So,
go ahead and answer.
Thank you. So earlier you spoke about a triangle. And we understand that triangle is the intersection of three straight lines meeting at points where you can measure and add the interior angles and they will reach 180 degrees. Right? So an angle is the intersection of two straight lines.
Okay. Yep.
If the surface of the Earth is curved, that's not a straight line. And you're not going to be measuring an angle if one of the lines is curved, especially an elevation angle from upwards, that curved line.
Have you ever placed a pen on a piece of paper?
Yes.
Do you know that that's a point?
Yeah, that's a point on a piece of paper, yes.
Right. Have you ever placed a pen on a basketball?
Yes.
Do you realize that that's a point?
Yes, that's a point too.
Why are you doing that?
Okay. So what is the question from there?
Yeah, what's the point?
Dude, you got contact.
Everyone puts a pen on a basketball.
I tell you what, whilst you hold on, while you got that pen, whilst you got that pen and paper, maybe you could imagine doing this. Draw 90 degrees. Draw a vertical line and a horizontal line.
Correct.
Okay, so that's 90 degrees. Now that horizontal line, curve it downwards. Now, is that 90 degrees?
Wait, which horizontal line?
Which horizontal
line?
Guys.
Are you talking about the x-axis?
There's only two.
Guys.
The horizontal line and the vertical line.
Right, so the x-axis, if you increase it, it becomes an obtuse angle, right? If you decrease it becomes an acute angle.
No. I'm curving the line.
You're curving the line. Okay.
Yeah. So making it no longer straight.
Right. So is it curving towards me or away from me?
Dude, I haven't finished. We've drawn a 90-degree angle.
Okay.
And then with our eraser, we've rubbed the horizontal line and we've drawn a curved line in its place. Mm-hmm. Is it now still 90 degrees?
Guys.
Yeah.
Shut up. It's still 90 degrees even though the line is curved.
Yeah, absolutely.
No. If you were to get your protractor out and put it on this angle, remember the first time you would have been able to measure 90 degrees because of the horizontal line on the protractor and the vertical 90 degrees up. If you were then to put the protractor back onto this little drawing that you've made, you could match up the vertical line but the curved line would no longer be horizontal. With distance away from that point where they meet, it would curve down and away. You couldn't measure 90 degrees, could you, dude?
Protractors don't actually attribute anything to z-axis. They only deal with what you can see down to the surface. Am I wrong?
So, sextant is a glorified protractor. It measures angles.
Right. And if you want to say that you're measuring from a star, then I would totally agree with your point where like you're shooting something out like way out in the distance, right? And you're like protracting that down to a certain point in somewhere. And you're basically saying like, hey, that point plus where I am, I have to get there. If it's a straight line, that doesn't make any sense. That would make sense to me, but that's all you have to say. However, if you're going to say to me that the reason why the world isn't round or isn't like a globe or doesn't have a curvature to it is because you can't shoot a single line of sight down to a single point on a surface, right, that is round, you're wrong. So why not just take the other point?
What are you talking about?
So like if I shine a light at a ball, right? There's going to be a portion of the ball that is lit up way more, right? And if I use like a either a green laser dot or a red laser dot, it's going to be a point on that ball, right? So like even no matter how far out I am away from this ball, I can show you a point on that ball, right? And then from there, if I measure out from there with a protractor, I can get 90 degrees almost anywhere, right? But however, like obviously, like it would be wrapped around the ball, right? But it would be the same amount of 90 degrees. Yes, it would, because like it's not like due to some circumference and stuff, that straight line that arches out into the middle of nowhere actually would be wrapping around it. So like if you had a very fleshy like version of a protractor, you could wrap it around a ball and it would still equal 90 degrees. Right? It that doesn't change. However, now it is going over a curved surface. So like there's no difference there, right? But I just didn't understand why you would be saying like you can't have a point on a ball, because you can.
No, you can't measure an elevation angle. An angle is the intersection of two straight lines. You keep bringing up a point, and you keep putting this point on a curved line.
Two straight lines can't be measured on a ball. Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure like every ball has a diameter and a radius, right? Those are two straight lines.
We're not talking about within. We're talking about from the surface.
We're talking about on the outside, on the surface. Okay, so like a circumference, right? So there's a reason why we created pi.
I'm not standing in the radius. I'm standing on the surface, and that's where we're taking our measurement from.
Well, right, and that's why we created pi, so that we could understand circumference, right?
God's sake!
Wait, is anybody else lost here?
Yeah,
you are.
I mean, maybe. Oh, yeah.
You're so lost.
I'm so lost because, like, you guys can't understand the circumference of a ball.
You're the only glober in here, buddy.
Okay, cool.
You guys are so lost because you can't understand the circumference of the ball I'm begging the question about.
I'm willing to be proven wrong.
You have been.
You guys, you don't understand about begging the question.
You can only make triangles with a flat plane, so you've been on a flat, you've been wrong the whole time, dude.
Are you sure about that?
Yep.
Positive about that.
Are you sure that you cannot use a protractor to find the circumference of a globe?
You cannot make an angle off of the surface of a ball, kid.
Really? Because I'm pretty sure I could find any number of YouTube videos right now that would literally prove you wrong.
Your protractor rests on a ball is not an angle.
Yes, because most protractors are flat and they're plastic and they don't wrap around a ball.
Flat. Yeah, they're flat. That's right. Or they would have made curved protractors.
Yes, true. We would have made curved protractors.
So you've been wrong this whole time.
In the event of a curved Earth, we would have made curved protractors because we were thinking about measuring the fucking circumference of our planet with a protractor. Yeah, you're right.
That's what you're claiming. That's what you're claiming. Hold on a second. That's what you're claiming.
No,
yeah,
that wasn't what I was claiming. What I was claiming was
okay. So how do you measure the circumference of the ball that you live on?
Well, you can do it in many different ways. Would you like me to go through all of them?
And how would that be? Just give
or
me
would you
one,
like me to
and
give
we'll go
you the
verify it.
single most easiest?
No, you just don't gish gallop, bro. You just asked me a question. Yes, I would like you to show me one. Give me one.
Okay, well, have you ever heard of the way that they found out the circumference of the planet before they actually knew the dimensions of it?
I bet.
Please, go for it.
These.
So what they did was they found one place where there was an obelisk in ancient Egypt, and they measured the time of the sun with the size of the shadow.
We've never heard this before, Power. Keep going.
And then they went to a different place in Greece, and they went to a different obelisk, and they
500
measured it there
stadiums
as
away,
well.
right? Yeah. Go on, keep going. Keep going. We never heard this before.
And
Keep
they
going.
were able to figure out the
This going
difference.
to involve angles?
They were able to figure out the difference of these
he's
two
gonna measure
shadows.
angles. It's gonna get so good.
Yep.
And then they
So you measured the flat
extrapolated
Earth
from it,
They-
and they found the
Yeah, they measured a flat Earth.
planet.
No, they measured a flat Earth, bro. You just told us that they measured a flat Earth.
They found the circumference.
Yeah, so the length of the shadows creating a. Hold on a second. They measured the length of shadows from these obelisks, right? Which would be, you would need to do that on a flat plane, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, yeah, great. So they measured a flat Earth using angles and length of shadows as the adjacents, and then the triangle that they formed to the sun.
And then they added pi, and then they found what the circumference of the Earth was.
Oh, so then they added in the curvature later. Oh, I see.
Pi to it, you dumbass. What would make
Yes.
you add pi to it?
Oh my God! There's so many people who didn't go through geometry in here.
So,
anyway,
what they did is they measured.
So what specific model do you guys ascribe to?
And then they arbitrarily added in the curvature afterward. Is that what you're telling me?
Are you guys
why did they do that? Leave pi out of it.
People?
Hey.
No, I want to know what your Earth looks like. Please, I want to know what
out of it.
I want to know what the flat plane looks like. Are you guys the eyeball
leave pi out of it. Leave pi out of it. Why are you using pi?
I just want to know. Oh, here's the gish ball. Here we go.
God power.
Let's listen to everybody talk over each other.
Listen, look. You see that? Do you think you can measure differences between cities like that? Think that works? Pythagorean theorem, just like that. Measure distances like that.
I don't know what you're talking about. You didn't
Look at
tell me
SideChat.
where to look.
Look at SideChat.
What is this?
You're measuring distances between cities using Pythagorean theorem. You think that'll work? Yes or no?
I don't know. What are you trying to accomplish?
So you use lines of latitude and longitude to get, a right triangle, and then you use Pythagorean theorem to find the length of the hypotenuse. Would that work?
Wait, so you're saying that, like, between the long angles, you're saying that there's a difference? Or are you saying
Pythagorean
between the
theorem,
east
basic
and west?
geometry, buddy. Geometry, dude.
Right.
You think this would work?
The only problem is that that's on a flat surface, right? Pythagorean theorem doesn't work on a curved surface.
That's a problem. It's a problem.
Exactly.
Right. So why is
But that's how you've been taught it. It doesn't work on a flat surface. But
So
people
if
do
it
all the
doesn't
time.
work
They
on a
have to be
flat surface, you know for a fact that those two places, right, between fucking where's that?
Somehow it works. It works, man.
Is that Atlanta? And no, it doesn't though, because I can tell you for a fact that, like, if you go across a latitude, you're going farther than you are in a straight line.
Take your time. Go figure it out.
What the hell did he just say?
I have no idea, but I'm choking.
That's funny as fuck.
Basic geometry, dude. Just like you said.
You tripped up when you kind of realised that you can't do this on a curved surface. But we do. This is what we measure. This is how we navigate. All measurements, firstly, including Aristophanes, who was measuring angles to the sun.
Yeah, but why would you even present this as an argument unless you had something else to say?
Angles.
Well, okay, well, like, angles is not what else you want to say, right? There's something else that you want to say. Because if the Earth is flat, then there's something else that you want to say. Like, there's a big fucking conspiracy.
Okay,
there's
I know
some
what it is.
fucking
I know what it
issue
is.
going on.
I know what it is, dude.
Hey, mate.
For you. It's okay. If the Earth is flat, then it's stationary. How's that? That's just something else I wanted to say.
Wait, so the sun goes around us? That'd be cool. But also, like, I'm just trying to figure out what model we're dealing with.
Dude.
I just want to know.
Not moving.
Okay, fine. The flat Earth isn't moving. I believe you. Okay.
Not floating in space.
Okay, it's not floating in space. It's part of a firmament. There's like some globe over it. Whatever. What is the overall end game of this? If the world is flat and all of the other people are literally just pretending that it's round, what is the end game? What is the purpose of knowing? What is the wait? Hold on. What is
going to say?
No. What is the purpose? What is the purpose of knowing?
Got the purpose for
that it's flat?
Ready? The purpose is now I can distinguish lies from truth.
Okay, cool. So you've distinguished lies from truth. How does it change your life?
I know who to believe and who not to believe.
So, like, every time you come across somebody who's had the normal education that has been proffered to them for whatever, if you can't convince them that the world is a flat plane...
I don't try to convince them.
Okay, fine. If you can't... If they don't come to us, then they're not good enough for you?
Yeah, dude, a good example... People come to us. We don't go searching for people. No matter where we go and when we open a room up,
That's
it
wrong.
Looks like this. It's this full.
No, that's wrong. Because there's plenty of people on YouTube that proffer these ideas and they get proven wrong or talked about wrong, right? Whatever you want to call it, right? Because, like, I am acting in good faith here and basically saying that you're completely right. Your models are okay. Like, everything that you've said to me is true and that you're not trying to game over one on me, right? I just want to know what the whole purpose of...
You're just breaking down to the point that you realize that you don't actually have an argument, and now it's like,
no, I'm not willing to put forth my best arguments.
Why would they lie? If you have
put
proof
forth a
of the globe,
couple good arguments, and they've been shot down by Dish Galloping, and that's great. But you guys still aren't putting forth anything that says anything different.
Okay, did you agree to it being measured flat? Did you agree to that?
Let us know what the proof of the globe is, if you have it, please. We're willing to listen. So far, in almost 10 years, nobody has been able to give us proof of the globe. It's all been shot down.
Okay, so you want to know what happens next, right? Is that the big deal? What's the next step after you know the Earth is flat?
Why would they lie? And then he went on to that.
No, the whole point is like, if I accept that the world is flat, right? Then
okay, Power, hold on a second here. I'm trying to parse out your question because like 5 people have tried to answer, but nothing's landed. Okay, so let me try to break it down to its root. Okay.
Okay.
What exactly do you want? Tell me what you want, and I'll see if I can deliver it.
So the first thing I want is the model that you currently believe is the flat plane, or whatever you currently consider to be the correct plane of the world in which you reside, right? So, like, if it's the NWO ice wall around the outside, I don't mind. It's like whatever. Okay, I don't care.
Power. Don't add the extra fluff. I asked you earlier why that's so important by asking you if you could present your model and you didn't have one. So why are models important to you if you don't have one to begin with?
Because specifically, we're talking about the end. We're talking about the end of this argument, right? We're talking about...
No, the end of the argument is there's no curve.
Convinced me.
Sorry to interrupt. Crit was going somewhere. I do apologise, but Crit
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I hate to be rude, dude. I know you're going somewhere.
It's no problem.
He has convinced me, right? Crit has convinced me that the world is not a globe, right? He wants to portray the best version of what the world is to me. Is there a visual model that you guys agree upon? Or is there something that Crit can show me where I can basically look at it and be like, okay, I understand what's going on?
You know what a petri dish is?
Yes.
There you go.
Right, so you're talking about like
the best representation.
So it's like the Antarctica is on the outside, and then it goes like southern hemisphere, and then it goes northern hemisphere towards the center.
No, I wouldn't add any hemispheres in there. I'm saying
okay, fine. Like
a
not
flat,
hemisphere,
like a flat. Okay, describe it as flat, and you've got some organism in there, and they're growing, and it's contained. What more do you need?
So it's like the flat, or it like
a petri dish. Like
right.
But at this point,
there's plenty of other people who have posted this stuff in here before.
Power, listen. At this point now, we've gone off reality, and we're in a model. Okay.
Right. So is it what like
it's a
Cali? Is it what like Cali linked, or is it more what
a petri dish?
Well, yeah, I understand that.
Okay,
I understand that it's flat, but like I want to know where the places are, right? Is Antarctica on the outside, or is the northern pole on the outside? Is it like, you know what I mean?
Okay, so now you want to know where different directions and things are. So you're
not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's just the fact that like if you're like, okay, it's a petri dish. I'm like, okay, I'm in the petri dish. I get it. I'm in the petri dish. What's on the outside? Yeah, what's on the outside of the petri dish? Okay, that's Antarctica. Okay, cool. What's at the center of the petri dish? That's what most people.
All you know is that you're inside a model. You're inside the petri dish.
Yeah, but why can't you be specific? Why can't you agree upon like what it looks like?
It's
I like his explanation. I'm happy with just you're in a petri dish. The end.
Wait, why though? Because like
I don't care. I don't care.
How's
that? I know that.
What if half of the Earth is hanging off the side? Like you don't know.
I know that we're not spinning in a vacuum where any day asteroids are going to smash into Earth and turn dinosaurs fly off of it and people fly off of it doing tumbles through space. I know that's never going to happen, so I don't have to think about that anymore. Isn't that crazy?
Weren't you the arbiter of truth just a moment ago, where you were like, I would be able to understand?
I don't care.
Exactly. So, like, if you're the arbiter of truth, wouldn't you want to know more?
I don't care. I have enough to do during the day.
Okay, so you don't care.
Okay, so
cool.
You're inside the petri dish. What more do you need right now?
I want to know, like, is it the model that people have when they usually are talking about flat Earths, where where Antarctica is on the outside, right? And then you have like the continents kind of like spaced out in a circle, and the North Pole, where you would consider the North Pole to be, would be the center of the petri dish.
That sounds like an azimuthal equidistant north-centered globe projection to me.
Well, what I'm saying is that basically, if you flatten it out, right? If you took the globe, if you were to take the globe and you were to flatten it out from the top down, and it were to fill a piece.
Okay, you're inside the petri dish. You wanted to leave reality and go into a model. We're inside a model right now, a petri dish. What more do you need to know?
I want to know what it looks like.
A petri dish.
Telling me that we live inside of a glass container does not help me.
Okay, maybe you're not. Okay, so what you said you wanted a model,
right?
Okay, and so your version of a model would be sort of a physical representation.
Right. So, like, if I were to build a model of the globe, it would be like one of those globes that you could spin around, right? If I were to If I were to build your model in the petri dish, what would it look like on a table? Where would the continents be? What would it look like?
What did you use
Do
to build
you
that
have
model of this
do
globe
you
you're talking about?
do you have a picture that could accurately
Right
represent
there.
it in some way?
Right here.
So that's literally what it looks like. That's what the Earth looks like. In between some dude's hands wearing,
Like a model.
medium-sized
like a model.
gloves.
We're looking for a model. See, and you can use this model to test reality. See, we could say here is like environmental conditioning. Will organisms thrive or die based on the environment they're in? Yes, that is scientifically proven. You can know that the organisms are contained within the petri dish.
No, this is what I'm looking for. Look at the side chat.
Wait, a disk in space?
So, is this close to what your model is? At least?
No, okay, try again. A petri right here.
Okay, so like, is there a glass bulb around it?
This right here. Yes, a petri dish has.
Well, right, but that doesn't have any of the continents in there. So could you draw them in there for me? To show me like how they're oriented?
You know that the continents are in there. That's all you need to know.
But would it look more like mine, the picture that I showed you?
What would be the purpose of that model? It would be for what?
The purpose of it would to be like, hey, at least these are some things that we actually like know, like what South America looks like, what North America looks like. Like, even if it's in a petri dish, at least we could be like, okay, well, like, obviously Antarctica's on the outside because, like, we don't go there, right? And there's some weird treaty there that we can all, like, agree that is, like, super fucking weird that everybody agreed to it when we can't even agree what's going on in the Middle East or, like, some other place in the world, right?
So
if you were given all of this stuff, if you were given all of this stuff and we gave you all these maps, what would you compare it to find out if it was correct or not?
Wait,
I wouldn't have to because I'm fully bought into it at this point.
Okay, right here. I just Googled. Okay, I just Googled Earth inside the petri dish, and someone did this AI thing. Is that okay? So now are you good?
No.
Now you're still not good. Okay.
No, because like if you were to travel around the world in that petri dish, like it wouldn't make sense because you would run into the wall before you're able to go to the other side.
This isn't used for travel. This is used for one purpose only, to represent reality.
Right, but like it doesn't represent reality.
Yeah, it does. This represents reality perfectly.
Really?
This is the Earth.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure, like North America. Do you see where North America is right there?
This is Earth inside a petri dish.
Right, but do you see where North America?
A model of.
Do you see where North America is in that picture?
Yeah. Do you see
in that picture that you posted? So how would you get to Japan from California?
Yeah, this is so you're looking for something different though. Now you're looking for a map.
No, I'm not looking for a map. I'm looking for something that doesn't break reality, right? But lives.
You're barking up the wrong tree. Models break reality. That's why they're called models. They're not actually reality. You used reality for reality. Models.
You do realize the reason why models are scaled, right? It's because they are scaled to reality. The reason why I have a 1/14th scale model of a plane is because if you were to scale that model up 14 times, it would be almost indistinguishable. It would be.
Yeah, show me on that model how you would fly to Japan. Do you get what's going on here? See, that model is not the plane.
Well, that's the point. That's the question I'm.
Yeah, so your meth field symposium here is that you want a model that's actually reality, but not. It's a contradiction. You've walked yourself into a contradiction that you've got a model plane on your desk or whatever, and you think this model represents the plane and is the plane at exactly the same time. That model represents a small part, a small aspect of the plane. You could say it represents like aerodynamics. I can throw this plane through the air and it will fly aerodynamically the same way. You say this plane represents the color scheme used by Delta or whatever. This model represents whatever you want to do. Okay, so in the petri dish, this model represents the Earth. You are inside a contained system. It is flat. It is stationary. You'll never go anywhere. In this model, perfectly predicts environmental conditioning.
Hey, Crit, I posted the model for you, Crit. I posted a model for you of the petri dish that's not going anywhere, sitting in the corner.
Just like that, yeah. Like basically, if you ever seen Men in Black, at the end they kind of do the whole Milky Way galaxy like in the marble. You like think about that. Like if you want scale, you could scale down. Now, if you want a different model, what you would do is use what data points are you specifically looking at to make the model? What exact data point? What are you looking for?
And you haven't produced that model yet.
Yeah, I did petri dish.
The problem.
A petri dish.
Well, okay, like you produced a petri dish, but what?
Yeah, okay. The environmental conditioning. I'm looking at the Earth as a human environment. Check or hold. Just give me check or hold. Do you get the Earth? Say, do you understand the Earth?
You cannot represent.
Okay, is the Earth the human environment? That's why that's a question I'm looking for. Okay? Does the Earth represent the human environment?
You cannot represent.
Do humans live on the Earth? Is this where you live? Do humans live on the Earth? Poor guy tuckered out, man. You walk yourself into a contradiction. You got to back up. Okay, back up. Take a few steps back. You're like you're in the maze. You're trying to get through the end to the maze. And I'm guiding you all the way through it. Okay, I'm holding your hand. I'm to walk you through it. And you keep going the wrong way. And I'm like Marco Polo. I'm right over here giving you directions on which way to walk. But you got to do it on your own. I'm not going to be able to carry you. Do you understand that humans live on the Earth?
Broke him, Crit.
Yeah, he's like, hey, dude, I want a model. Okay, sure, let's do it.
Yeah, recreate one that fucking actually exists in reality.
I did. I posted that for you. That thing is self-contained, has its own little world going on. It hasn't been opened in 60 years.
So it sounds like you're trying to ask a question that you also think has no answer. So when you're given an answer, you suddenly decide, you've adjudicated that Earth is not the environment that humans live in. You've walked yourself into a contradiction where now you can't know anything at all. You don't even know where you are right now. You don't even know what you're trying to model. No one's muting you, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Were you guys like, or did someone put him on mute for like? I wonder why he was being quiet. I'm like, damn.
That's not like him.
Yeah, I will just say like he's actually giving me space. He asked a question and is now shutting up and listening.
No,
dude, you're not muted. I can see. I just had back in.
Well, now I'm not, but when I was talking before, I was.
So you ask a question and you actually would like model that. Show me a model.
Do you expect me to?
Okay, show me a model where you ask a question, then you wait for an answer. Or show me a model where you can ask a question that you think has no answer. Just ram that model right in the chat there.
So is the retard who's muting me gonna stop? And who is it, by the way, so I know who to report to the admins?
Well, okay.
It doesn't work like that. The admins will laugh at you.
Yeah, that's a ban, dude. Because once you feel victimized, we can't help you anymore. You're gonna have to get feedback from open a ticket. So what you're going to have to do here, okay, the next step, you have to model this now. You're going to have to go to ModMel and adjudicate your victimhood. Then after that, you'll be able to rejoin the conversation. So for your own good, I'm going to have to ban you so you know what to do next. You either decide, are you a victim or are you here of your own free will?
What did I miss?
Hey guys, how are you guys doing?
Hey, it's Peter.
Hey Jedi, I texted you there in the chat. Do you have some time right now? I have maybe an hour. And if there's this one thing that's been bothering me that I wanted to discuss with you, and it's not even to prove the globe. I think it's just a misunderstanding.
You tagged me. Hold on. Okay, give me a second. Levitation angle.
Elevation, sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Elevation.
sure.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not going to try to prove the globe. It's globe agnostic. So I've heard this statement. I think you were grilling some guy called some Quebecois kilometer 99 guy the other day, and you used this argument. Yeah,
Kilometer 99 his name was, and he was dumb as fuck.
Yeah. But I've heard this argument used by many people, not just you. And essentially it's about either elevation angle measurement being a flat earth measurement. I think that's the quote. I've also heard people say you cannot measure an angle to a curve, which is true. And different variations of this. And the claim I'd like to make is that an elevation angle measurement, such as the one used for celestial nav, is agnostic of the shape of the Earth, meaning it can be done on flat or it can be done on globe equally well. That's the statement I want to make. I think it's a misunderstanding to attribute that measurement to any type of Earth. And I would like to discuss it with you using an example. How about that?
Okay. Sounds interesting.
All right. So let's use celestial nav as a scenario, but it works regardless. And let's imagine that you and I were in the golden age of British exploration of Africa, and we're, I don't know, walking up the Nile River to see where it begins. And we're like British explorers in white colonial hats. And obviously we want to know our latitude, right? So we're going to use celestial nav to establish our latitude. Now, let's imagine that the Earth is flat, okay? Doesn't matter. And let's say you and I, Jedi, were standing on a slope of a hill. And you ask me, Peter, we gotta find our latitude, get me an elevation angle. What do I do?
Got a sextant, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Do I need a horizontal plane?
Do you need a horizontal plane?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, because it's the elevation angle from the horizontal plane to, let's say, a star.
Yeah.
But I don't have one. We're standing because we're on a slope.
Okay. We're on a hill because we're on a slope. Okay. I'm interested why the hill's right.
What's your height of eye correction for?
No, can I talk to Jedi just for 10 minutes? It'll be quick, I promise. So, well, because it's hard to find the flat.
I'm sorry to jump in.
It's hard to find the flat piece of land in the middle of Africa when one is trying to explore, the source of Nile, right? Okay. So we're always on some kind of slope, but I don't want to be a bev here and say that nothing is flat. We're like in terrain, in realistic terrain in Africa, right? There's going to be slopes, valleys, whatever. We're standing on one, and you say you're the commander. You're saying, Peter, we need to establish the latitude because I need to take some kind of notes, right? A recording of our position. What do I do? How do I find an elevation angle? Do I go start exploring Africa to find a flat piece of land? Well, that won't do it because I'm no longer in the position we were interested in, right? So how do I do it?
Okay, so to be clear, we've got a sextant. Can we see the horizon?
No.
Well, we're not going to be able to use a sextant.
Well, I'm going to show you how, and you'll tell me if I'm full of it or not.
Okay.
So I would say, Captain Jedi, I will deploy a Plumb bob.
Okay.
All right. Because I can deploy a Plumb bob anywhere, right?
Okay.
Anywhere on Earth.
Like on a boat?
No,
well,
we're
not on a boat.
Africa.
We're not on a boat.
Just to be clear, we're in Africa and we can't see the horizon, but we've got a sextant.
Yes.
Now we're going to use a plumb bob. Is the plumb bob going to be in any way related?
This is starting to sound really ridiculous, Jedi. I'm really sorry.
No,
we're almost there. We're almost there.
Fine. I'm just sorry, Peter. Don't try to interrupt, but I do like to ask, or think I ask relevant questions. This plumb bob, is it associated or relevant in any way to the sextant we've got?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Carry on.
Because our problem is we don't have a horizontal plane to reference, like you said.
Okay.
We're on a slope, and we cannot see the horizon.
Okay.
So I will deploy. I will deploy a plumb bob, and I will establish a vertical plane using a plumb bob.
Yes.
That works really well on a hill as well as on a flat salt lake.
Okay.
Now, I will measure a zenith angle to the star.
Okay.
And you will say, Lieutenant Peter, you're disobeying my orders because I told you to measure an elevation angle. And you are measuring a zenith angle. Okay. And the zenith angle I measured was 30 degrees. And I will say, Captain Jedi, the elevation angle is 60 degrees.
Okay.
And you will say, how come you know this? You didn't measure the elevation angle. And I will say, I just subtracted the zenith angle from 90 because horizontal complements vertical. My point being, by establishing the vertical plane, I immediately establish a horizontal plane because it's perpendicular to vertical.
Cool.
The flat Earth.
Right? So my point is, I'm standing on a slope. I am nowhere near a flat surface, like physically. I can establish a horizontal plane.
Cool.
All right. So now one last, and I'll shut up. I know I appreciate the patience from the audience. What I'm saying is exactly the same method would be used on flat Earth if we're standing on a slope. Exactly the same method would be used on a globe Earth, no matter where we stand.
No, but someone's bubbling in the background.
I wouldn't chance pack a bunch of stuff on top of a box labeled food. Yeah. Right?
If that's Rob,
is that guy picking up for you guys or just for me?
Yeah, you're not coming through real good, Rob.
So while he's figuring out his connectivity issues, Jedi.
The last bit you said, can you repeat the last bit that you said, your conclusion as it was? Rob, I'm going to have to mute you, mate. You're going to have to, he's going to have to mute you.
So did you ask me to repeat the last thing I said? Jedi, was that question to me or to him?
No, it was to him. I was trying to get him to at least establish contact with us so he could either mute up or realise, he's muted up now. Cheers, Bob. Appreciate that, dude. Breaking up. Wasn't coming through clear.
You're breaking up now, Jedi.
I'm really sorry.
It's so good.
So I'm just going to summarize that a horizontal plane can be established as a reference plane both on flat Earth on a flat surface, such as a salt lake, on flat Earth on a slope of a hill, or on a globe Earth under any of those circumstances. And what comes to our right? Mm-hmm.
No, or on a globe Earth under any circumstances.
Well, same circumstances, yes. A flat lake or a slope of a hill. Because we're using a universal mechanism, which is a Plumb, which we both agree establishes in both models a vertical plane. And as our mutual friend, in quotes, Bev would tell you, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. And that's the only thing that he says that makes sense. And we use it to our rescue, both on the flat Earth on the slope of a hill, as well as in the globe Earth under any circumstances, flat, elevation, or a hill, because Plumb is our friend, Uncle Plumb.
Uncle Plumb is our friend. You understand that as soon as we invoke a Plumb and say that we can get a horizontal, and we can do this on a ball, that horizontal is no longer the plane of the Earth. It's a projected line out into space.
Yeah, it's a tangential plane to the location that we're at. We agree.
Okay. So no longer.
We use for cell nav.
Yeah. So no longer to the ground position of the star at 90 degrees, because it's not on the ground anymore.
It's not on the ground anymore.
No.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So the ground position of the star isn't on the Earth if you project your horizontal line out into space. It's not 90 degrees to you anymore. It's not on the Earth.
No, there is a location on Earth where the star is directly above you at 90 degrees to the horizontal plane, yes.
The horizontal plane that all project tangentially out into space. When you say plane, that's not a point. A point isn't a plane.
That's right, but the plane touches the sphere at only one location, geometrically speaking.
Yeah. So these are all tangential lines drawn out from the ground position of the star at 90 degrees. But they can't be at 90 degrees because they're on a curved surface, because you have to project a horizontal tangent line out that extends outwards into space.
That you lost me somewhere there. This I don't understand.
All of your angles are not taken from the surface of the Earth. All of your angles are taken from the projected
They're
line.
just different angle.
It's not an angle if it's from a point.
To establish latitude, I need to get an angle from the horizontal plane at my location to the star from my location, correct?
Yeah, the horizontal line up to the star and the horizontal line between you, the observer, and the ground position of that star.
Why do I need to do that?
Because that's what it is. You say that it can work on a sphere model, then the ground position of the star is no longer on the sphere at 90 degrees. Projected outward into space.
I have very limited understanding of celestial navigation, but from what I know, and if Scott is here, he can back me up, the primary measurement that I take is the elevation angle, or like I just explained, zenith angle, because they're equivalent, from my position to, let's say, the north, the pole star.
Yeah.
Right? And what I'm saying is, to perform that measurement, I'm not even talking about the implications of that measurement. Just to take that measurement, I am able to do it while standing on a slope on a otherwise flat Earth. Because otherwise, it'd be very hard to usefully apply celestial navigation if every time I needed to establish my latitude, I had to run, 100 miles to find some flat land without elevation changes, right? But we all agree that explorers have done celestial navigations on all sorts of terrain features, on the side of a mountain, inside of a crater. Everywhere they went to do cartography, they used celestial navigation, right? In, let's say, 1800s.
They all measured from all places angles. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
And
so
those
when you bring
were
up
nowhere near being flat.
Dude, so when you bring up celestial navigation and then bring up cartography, right, this will also be elevation angles, like when we observe, like we did from boats, coastlines. And the distance of coastlines and the elevation profile of those coastlines above mean sea level. This is triangles, trigonometry, right? Elevations. Now,
yes.
This invokes trigonometry, dude. This isn't done with a sphere. All of this invokes, and I know that we're on the side of a hill and so on, but we're still referencing a horizontal. Even if you're going to be referencing a vertical, we're still going to be referencing a horizontal. Now, with regards to cartography and with celestial navigation, because within celestial navigation, we can use terrestrial objects to figure out our distance from those terrestrial objects, like lighthouses. Now, we can use trigonometry with lighthouses because we know their height above mean sea level. So we've got some values to start our mathematics and trigonometry with. But this is invoking triangles, this is invoking straight lines. There's no curve in here whatsoever.
Exactly, I agree. As you know, I'm a huge fan of trigonometry and Euclidean geometry. That's how I prove the globe. But that's neither here nor there. The point is, we both agree angles are taken between straight lines. And today I didn't want to discuss even celestial navigations, its intricacies, or cartography. I just wanted to say I disagree with a statement that I've heard many times, that an elevation angle measurement in itself is a flat Earth measurement. Because I provided an example on flat Earth where I'm standing in a place where I'm nowhere near a horizontal plane of reference, as in a physical piece of land that is a horizontal plane. I'm on a slope of a hill, which is a very common circumstance, and yet I am able to deliver to you, my commander, Captain Jedi, an elevation angle measurement just by the means of referencing a vertical in a way that's not controversial. Yeah. So I would like to propose that going forward, at least in this VC, which holds itself to a higher standard compared to other flat Earth communities, we never say again that an elevation angle measurement on its own is a flat Earth measurement, because I think that's logically a false statement.
It's true, because you say elevation, so that's in reference to something, right?
To a horizontal plane.
Yeah, plane. So the Earth, not a tangent line out into space.
A geometrical plane.
Pardon?
It's a plane, but it's not horizontal for you on a globe. But anyway, that's digressing. Sorry.
Well, it is. Horizontal plane isn't on the Earth, apart from at one point.
Peter, Matthew Learns got taken through the coals by Nathan Oakley about a week ago or something to do with celestial navigation, and skipping the elevation angle and going straight to the zenith. And he had to give in to the fact that this is not celestial navigation. He said it's not standard celestial navigation. Those were Matthew Learns' words. So this is not celestial navigation, what you are doing. You are doing something very good. You're missing a step. That is great. You're making use of the Plumb bob, but you are not doing celestial navigation. Can we get you to confirm that you are not doing celestial navigation? You're doing something else?
Let's see if we can. I will ask you a question. In the scenario that I gave you, where Jedi and I are standing on a slope of a hill, how would you establish your latitude?
No, fuck that. No. You're going to give a citation for an elevation angle right now.
Hey, guess what? I was thinking about this while I was gone, because they're stuck in the middle of a jungle. Well, in order to get there, they had to get there from the sea. So when they started climbing, they had to get their elevation, so they knew they were accurate when they were looking at the stars. So you were building planes of elevation. So no matter where you stand, you need to know your elevation height above sea level. So
That's going to be a long journey from Cairo to the source of the Nile, Jedi.
Great, Peter, that's terrific. Can you give me a citation for elevation angle, please? The definition of it.
Yes. This is from, I forget which book of Euclid. It's 90 degrees minus zenith angle.
Yeah, just go ahead and post the citation in the chat, please.
I am not able to do so right now.
Okay, well then you don't have a definition for elevation angle. So what you're describing is not an elevation angle until citation is provided. And you're not doing cell nav either.
I have something much better than a citation.
No,
I have
I would just like you to go ahead and post the citation. Go ahead and do that. Otherwise, we're not doing celestial navigation, and you're not using an elevation angle. Period.
Do I also need to cite that 2 + 2 = 4?
Might as well.
Philosophical VC where every single
let me just go
truism needs to be cited.
Plus, like talking shit because you can't provide what I asked for, right, Peter? As soon as I asked you to provide something that you can't provide, we're going to talk about other bullshit, aren't we, Peter? Oh, well then let's go ahead and cite the thing that we're talking about. Do it.
You know, I'm unable to do so.
Well, then we're just going to go ahead and say that you're not doing celestial navigation, and what you're saying is complete bullshit.
Okay. How would you establish latitude in the scenario that I
would you go and cite for me the elevation angle that I asked you to define?
Yes. I will.
Yes, go ahead and do that.
Okay. Horizontal is vertical.
Yes, let's just go and post citation. No, I asked you to go ahead and post the citation and definition of elevation angle. That's all I'm interested in, Peter. If you don't want to do that, we'll go elsewhere. We got plenty of other people in here that can talk.
Okay. Can I just summarize my conclusion?
No, nobody gives a shit. You're making stuff up. Nobody cares. Unless you want to cite for me elevation angle and the definition of it. I'll tell you what, I'll summarize for Peter. He made shit up. He used a hypothetical where, at the end of the day, he's still using a horizontal plane, and he cannot define or cite the definition of elevation angle, so he's not doing celestial navigation, and he's still a loser. That about sums it up.
Disingenuous is what it is.
That was nice, short and concise.
No worries.
Thank you.
I noticed that Scott Mackey ran away. That's the way that he does celestial navigation too, is done by getting the zenith angle first.
Well, they really want to avoid the surface of Earth. Apparently, they don't like the fact that the surface of Earth is horizontal in nature. And if you were to give a citation for the definition of elevation angle, it would talk about the horizontal plane that you're standing on, and that, of course, the GP of the star is also on that same horizontal plane that you're measuring to. So whatever they can do to avoid the horizontal plane or the Earth that they're standing on, that's what they're going to do. Because they're losers. They know they're losers, and they're just going to appeal to anything except for the Earth, which is the thing that they're supposed to be proving is curving. That's why even Peter goes, maybe Mackey's in here that can help me out. He bolted.
Yeah, doesn't matter what they do. Everything goes back to horizontal plane. Everything. They got nothing. And they're starting to get pretty frantic at trying to figure out ways around it. And these things like, vertical. Yeah, I didn't say horizontal. I said vertical. Well, what's it vertical? What in relation to what? What is it in relationship to? It's the same as the horizontal. In relationship to what? There's still going to be a vertical involved at 90 degrees. It's the same thing.
Yeah, how would I know if something was horizontal? What would I compare it to figure out whether or not it was horizontal? Oh, shit. Vertical, yeah. And then vice versa. So the vertical is in relation to a horizontal, and it turns out that the GP of that star is on the same plane, right? The same plane?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure that nobody has ever built anything.
Is the horizontal in the sky or is it on the ground? Is the elevation? What is the definition of elevation angle, Peter? Just give me a citation for that, please.
And yeah, I would love to. I'm looking it up for you now. Do you need a citation for the following claim that I need to make? That horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
No, I need the citation and the definition of elevation angle. Is what I need.
Okay. So do you accept that horizontal is?
You can get that and post it, and then we'll look at it. Until then, you're going to shut up.
Well, still on? Check.
Sounds.
What's up, Larry?
Peter was asked to post a citation for the definition of elevation angle. He's failed to do that, so he stays on mute until he does.
I'm good with that. I just thought that I lost connection.
I'm finding that I'm losing connection all the time. Mind you, I'm using a phone, and I'm not sure what happens, but if I walk away from the phone for 5-10 minutes, I'll get disconnected. And I'm not exactly sure why that happens, and then have to go back and log in again. It's really strange. That's never happened before. Once the call is connected, it would stay connected for, indefinitely. But something's happened over the course of the last week or so.
I think you may have changed your settings or maybe something updated. Go to the app settings or the battery settings, because I had it set like that once when I first got this phone a couple years ago, and I had to go into the settings and change it to where I could run that app in the background without it auto shutting down.
Okay. I will take a look for that. That kind of makes sense.
Be in your app settings.
Something. Yeah, there was a
permissions.
Discord update that took place about 3 weeks ago, and it didn't happen right away. It was delayed by like about half a week, and it started after that. I haven't had a phone update, but I know that Discord updated, so maybe it reset the settings or something. But it's weird that it didn't happen right away.
Yeah, it could be in the battery part of your app. Of your settings. Kind of hard to say where it would be, but you got an Android device?
Take a look. Yeah, Android S22 Ultra.
That's what I got.
Nice, beautiful phone.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm not even tempted by the 23 and 24. This phone is amazing. So let me go into my settings. I hope you guys don't mind if we're doing this right here. So apps, Discord. So there's permissions. Maybe it's in the battery settings. Battery. Background usage limit in your battery might be what's doing it. Never auto sleep apps. Wow, I gotta get some of these off of the never auto sleep. I don't know how these got in here.
Yeah, you might be right there. I found that and it was set to restricted, so I put it to unrestricted. That might be what's causing it. It's really annoying.
So I got.
But strangely enough, if you have Bluetooth on, like if I've got my headset on because I'm going for a walk, it doesn't disconnect. It's only when I leave the phone unattended that it does it, but not if I have Bluetooth on. Anyway, it was set to restricted, so maybe that's what the issue was.
Hope that helps, pal.
Thanks, man. Back to flat Earth, man.
Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
Tune in tomorrow, folks, when Globers claim that elevation angles are measured from the stars.
Are there any Globers in here that have evidence of axial rotation, curvature, or can demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density? When your model is circling the Kuhn cycle and in crisis, just ask a flat earther where their model is. It's not in crisis.
Our model is literally fucking reality. Like you have to imagine everything else.
Can you imagine giving an 18-year-old young man a Porsche and he's like, "Yeah, but where's the model? Where's the model of the Porsche? Like, here's the real Porsche Cayman. Yeah, but where's your model?"
No, but reality lines up pretty good with flat Earth, man.
Yeah, I don't see a globe when I go outside. Does anybody else perceive a globe outside with their phones in the house?
I don't feel it spinning either.
Well, actually, you wouldn't expect to. Because
Whether you would or not, though.
No, I wouldn't expect to.
It's just that's.
And when I look up at the lights and I see them moving, if you want to expect me to believe that they're not moving, but it's me spinning backwards somehow, that's weird.
Did
It's
Peter
the perfect
understand?
model.
Did Peter understand the dip correction yet, or is he still confused?
I don't know. I think he's muted or.
No, he doesn't need dip correction because he's doing it from the vertical, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Let me drop
like-
an imaginary line to the center of the Earth.
All at the top of your head, well, on the hill.
On a cliff, dude. It's so whatever. These guys shoot mountains to mountains and stuff in 30 and 100 kilometers away, whatever.
No, every time I hear a Glober nowadays, I just think of Matt Nuclear's meme that he posted for me one day. It was some cartoon globe with some cartoon character, like the same size, just hugging it, like in love with it. And whenever I see these Globers now, I just think about that meme and I laugh. Like they just can't let go of the cartoon because none of them have ever seen it in real life. It's hilarious.
That was funny as hell when you said that. You made me snort.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did.
Broke up that time. You're all roboted there.
I got a shitty mic. Sorry, guys. Is that any better?
That was good that time, yep.
I was just saying, I laughed that hard the first time I saw it when Matt Nuclear posted that meme. I laughed so hard. I'm glad I was on mute.
Well, me too, because I think I might have made people wonder what the heck was going on. I thought that was just hilarious.
Most of them probably voted for Biden too.
Probably.
Nobody votes for Biden. People just vote against Trump. Be real.
You're telling me, Larry, that Joe Biden didn't receive the most votes in history?
No, votes against Trump equal votes for Biden. So I think the most votes in history were votes against Trump. Nobody actually likes Biden and think he would be the perfect guy to, run the free world, quote unquote.
Yeah, because they all know he ain't actually running it.
No, this is Obama's third term.
Or is it Bush's fifth?
Bush's fifth, is that what you said?
Yeah, Bush's fifth term.
It's interesting. Aren't they cousins, Bush and Biden? I'm sorry, Bush and Obama?
Maybe it's Halliburton's term.
Maybe they're all cousins.
I'm just speculating.
All I know, it's a big party and we're not invited.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Masons is the oldest and largest organization or fraternity.
George Carlin, back in the day of yore, when atheists were the most powerful speakers in America, he straight up said, "Man, it's a conspiracy. They are conspiring against you. Wake the fuck up." And now it's like the atheists of 2020 can't even figure out that government would lie. They can't lie. As government says, don't trust government, only trust God. And the third wave atheist is still confused as to why the government would lie, or if it's even possible. Government can't lie. Only people can lie. Only small number of individuals in government.
Oh, throw the tires in there. Yeah, that can go. And then those tables, I
Hot
guess.
Mike, don't put the
I was
tires in
gonna
there.
leave the lawnmower here tonight because I want to mow it tomorrow, maybe.
Hot Mike.
Yeah, I was tabbed out. I don't know. I couldn't see who it is.
Go ahead and finish, Crit. I wanted to speak up
Oh
next.
yeah, I was gonna say it's interesting if you can ever sort of get an atheist out of their echo chamber and actually have a real conversation with them about why do they have so much faith in government. Like, when did that happen? What year did they switch from a George Carlin to a complete God, what's the term, like was it stool pigeon, like like a prison or a prisoner who just loves their guard?
They just replaced God with government. Real simple.
Yeah, but government never replaced God with God. So they're in this weird contradiction.
But it does for them.
Oh yeah,
for them,
because they're not following the idea to a conclusion. They're like, what does government say? What does government do? When you take an oath, when you work in government, who are you swearing to? It's like a real low. I mean, I've noticed too. It's like an education problem because you ask them to identify government and which parts of government and who's speaking for who. You know, where do these different agencies lie? And they don't really know. I mean, I've had atheists tell me that the police isn't government. It isn't the executive branch. You're like, how? How did that happen? How did you go through public school and they told you the executive branch enforces law? They call police law enforcement agents, and somehow you got to not that. It's not that. It's something else. They're first responders. They're there to save you. Like holy shit.
I just posted like over an hour long video, and to sum it up in like just a minute, they got a bipartisan bill they're trying to pass, and it would take anything that would cause anxiety amongst teenagers off the internet, and it would be the onus would be on the social media company like X or Facebook or whatever to get it off, or they could be sued. Now, what scares teenagers? What causes anxiety amongst teenagers these days? Everything. So, Mr. Paul says, "Hey, you know what? Let's just do an amendment. Let's just make sure that we do an amendment to this bill to where they don't have to worry about anything that talks about religion or society or what was the other thing?
Sports?
So, but no. Basically, the First Amendment, right? They're not going to
Yeah.
limit free speech. So
Oh yeah.
yeah. So they
freedom of the press, freedom of association, freedom of redress to government for
well,
grievances.
I can't remember exactly what he said because I watched it earlier this
Yeah.
morning. But basically, put those amendments in there, and their argument was, we're not trying to stifle people's free speech, but no, we don't want to amend this because we want to stifle people's free speech. And it's just like when I look at the government, it's like, you guys are idiots, man. All of you guys. Because if you look at like psychoanalyst or whatever 101, if you're scared of elevators, what do? Well, you show them pictures of elevators, and then you take them to an elevator, and eventually they ride the elevator, right? You don't just put them in a little bubble and think that they're going to get better, right? You're supposed to face your fears. That's like psychology 101, right? Does anybody disagree?
No, that's called exposure therapy.
Yeah, I do. I disagree. That's not what they do, man.
Oh, okay, so what happens if somebody's scared of
And
clowns?
sometimes it results in a psychotic break, and you just break the person completely if you force them into things that they're truly afraid
No,
of.
it's willingly. I left that part out. You willingly expose them incrementally to the thing that they're afraid of. So are you saying that doesn't happen?
No, that's not the way they handle those situations.
Okay, so what do you do if you're like scared of something? Do you just like lock them in a cage forever when they never face their fears?
Different therapists have different methods, and I don't think there's one that works for everybody.
So is there a thing called exposure therapy? Did I make that up?
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is.
Okay, so you don't just
But it
like
doesn't work for everybody.
lock them in an elevator, right? You slowly expose them to the thing that they're afraid of by starting with just something like a picture. Like, look, guy, this is the picture. This is not going to hurt you. I'm going to hand you this envelope. I want you to willingly open it up and just look at it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And then wait a few minutes, and then how about 3 seconds? And you keep on going till eventually you take them to an elevator, get them to look at the elevator, right? Is that not what you do? Or do you give them
Not
like a
what I'll
little
be.
safe? Do you give them like a little safe space where they never have to worry about elevators ever again, and just don't go outside and
Sometimes,
become a?
yes.
So you
Yes,
just make
sometimes
them an
that's what you have to do.
agoraphobe. That's what you do. Just make what are they called? An agoraphobe? Where they're afraid to go outside?
Agoraphobe.
Agoraphobe. Yeah, thanks. So you just turn them into a little agoraphobe because there might be elevators out there somewhere.
Yeah, some people are fucked up.
Yeah, so you just lock them
And
away,
they
huh?
can't be fixed.
So you think that's a good idea? Just lock them away?
I think that's the only option sometimes. I think it depends on the person, right?
Maybe we should
But
just like
this is all
delete
beside
the
the point,
internet.
right? 'Cause you're talking about Facebook and social media stuff.
Yeah,
That
let's
would be a
just
real
like
point,
delete
right?
the internet so that children don't get scared when they turn on their
Well,
phones.
we'll see if this law ever passes.
Oh, I'm sure it will. The government's fucking stupid.
Okay, we'll see. And then we'll see if you remember if you said it was going to pass when it doesn't.
Well, if it doesn't pass, I'd be glad to be wrong. I'd be happy to. Because what? Go ahead.
Oh, pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I'd be pleasantly surprised. I'd be glad to be wrong.
Like where you're hoping you're wrong.
Because, 70 years ago, teenagers lied about their age to go fight and die in World War II. And nowadays, people get triggered because of an internet meme and want to delete, themselves and other people. So I'm astounded at what, causes anxiety amongst the youth these days.
I think you got to get off social media.
Right? Because people that speak freely should get off social media, right, Scott?
No, because these occurrences are very, very few and far between.
You mean teenagers getting triggered are few and far in between?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't think so. I've been around young people enough. People
Okay, so the young people you're around get triggered all the time?
People in general get triggered all the time. Can't even make a joke these days without everybody trying to cancel you.
Wow. I make jokes all the time. No one ever tries to cancel me.
Well, it's because you self-censor.
I self-censor?
Doesn't
Not really.
everybody?
No, not really.
So you only think good and lovely little thoughts. And those good and lovely little thoughts can only produce good and lovely little sentences that would never trigger anyone. You expect us to believe that, Scott Mackey?
No. That'd be stupid.
Okay, so you do think bad thoughts sometimes.
When I say them.
Huh?
And I say them. I don't censor.
And you don't trigger anybody.
No, not usually. Maybe a few Trump supporters and a few flat earthers, but
all flat earthers are stupid. Remember saying that?
Yeah,
that's a stereotype.
But the point is, the point is whether I self-censored, and I don't. And nobody ever tries to cancel me, except for you guys who mute me and ban me all the time.
Dude, you're here every day. Who banned you?
I've been banned like 40-something times from this place. Talk about cancel culture. You guys are the epitome of cancel culture here. You guys are the biggest snowflakes on the internet. Come on, you see that, right? You understand that. I know, and I've been canceled, and I've been canceled some 40-something times.
But yet you're back every single day.
I know.
So you're complaining about being canceled, but
I'm
you're
not complaining.
here every single
I'm not
day.
complaining
Like it's
at all.
You act like this is your job, bro. You're
I'm not
here every
complaining at all. I'm just pointing out a fact.
Well,
it's a fact. You guys ban people all the time, right? You guys ban people all the time?
I've never been banned.
Scott, a timeout is a little different than being banned indefinitely. You're always
why do you
welcome
time
back.
people out?
I ain't never even been timed out, I don't think. I think I get a hot mic mute once in a while, but I never actually been shut out.
Hold on, time out. The thing about what Scott is saying, I was on the fence for a year and a half. And I was in the original Platter 24/7 Discord. And I didn't agree with everything that those guys said. I mean, I was literally on the fence. I was literally asking them about the Southern Star Trails and Stellanillion eclipses and saying I'm not a flat earther. But I didn't get banned. I wonder why that is.
I have no idea. Why do you think that is?
I don't know, but I wasn't going along with their program. I was there for a year and a half not agreeing with them.
Yeah, I was on that 24/7 server probably about 15 minutes before they banned me, simply because I said the island was not San Clemente Island. It was the other side of Santa Catalina. And some guy jumped on and said, prove it. You got 10 seconds. And he started counting down 10, 9, 8. But it was Catalina. It wasn't San Clemente. But he couldn't handle that. And that's all I said. And he counted down to 0, and then I was banned.
That's meme war. Gave people
whatever
10
it was.
seconds to either approve or retract.
Yep.
Well, it wasn't me.
But somebody was saying basically that, the fact that you could see San Clemente Island from wherever they were. They couldn't have been Santa Barbara. You can't see Catalina, but maybe it was around Newport or Seal Beach somewhere. And he's saying the other island that was just Catalina was San Clemente, which is about 50 miles away. And I said, it's not San Clemente, guys. It's Catalina. And they banned me. Because they are snowflakes.
Who's they?
Whoever banned me. Whoever banned me. I don't know who banned me. It was 4 years ago or 5 years, 4.5 years ago, something like that.
Are the only people talking in the room right now Globers?
Yeah,
Are we all
no,
Globers?
I'm not a Glover.
Oh, okay.
I was just like,
Yeah, gee, like
you seem to be holding a grudge there. Seems weird.
I don't have a grudge. I didn't need to be there.
Well,
Platypus.
It's old news, right?
Like, how long have you been on 24/7 Platypus?
How long have I been on that server?
Yeah.
Just over 6 years.
You ever been banned?
Yes. 17 times.
Well, there you go.
And
I keep a notepad on my desktop. Although the number's kind of loaded. Let me double check here. Like I said, I got a notepad here. 9 of them were within my first month. So that number is kind of skewed.
He was on fire for the globe, in other words.
Yeah, Scott Mackey, you were just on 24/7 the 10th of January at 3:41. So you're full of shit, dude. You joined.
I was where?
What?
You joined the live stream at the 10th of January at 3:41.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me try to back him up on something real quick.
10th of January. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay, I can attest to the fact that if you get banned from the server, it resets your member since date. Because mine only shows April 9th, 2023, which was the last time I got fully banned from the server.
Okay, what's my member sense date on 24/7?
What's your current name over there right now? Because I don't see you.
I assume it's Scott Mackey. It's the only name I have.
I don't see you online under Globe.
It says member since. Yeah, valued Globe Earther. Yeah, 10 January 2024.
Oh, he
Can you
probably
see the-
rage quit the server. It reset him, and then when he rejoined in January, you start over.
Yeah.
Rage quit. You guys
Once
are
you
funny.
rage quit the server, your shit starts over, dude.
You
Because
guys
if
are
we do a
funny.
ban on you, we can unban you, and you're
Uh-huh.
because you're still sent to the void
You know
on
what?
the server.
I think when you talk about if you do banned, the command banned doesn't ban you. It gives you a role called cognitive dissonance that bans you from the live stream.
Well, again, there's something that people do to you on that server that change your date, because I have been a regular on that server for over 6 years, and according to the server, I've only been a member since 17-ish months ago, which is
That's
totally
admin
inaccurate.
stuff. Yeah, that's admin stuff. If they just get rid of you and delete your life, they're up to them.
Okay. Although, Scott, how long are you saying you've been over on that
we
server?
record everything. Don't worry, on there, we've recorded. I can do a search on you and find every period you put in a sentence if I want to. That's how much we record over there.
Can you tell me the very first, what's the oldest thing that you have on me over there? I'm just curious.
I'm not going to do it now.
Yeah,
okay.
I can check.
Don't worry about it. I would be curious. It should be about 6 years. I think it was the summer of 2018.
We have the very first sentence that was typed on the server after it was made, so we start at that point.
Yeah, and it's all backed up too. So
wait a minute. Isn't this not the original server?
yeah, it says you joined on the 5th of September 2019 at 10:35.
Wasn't there a different 24/7 server and we moved to a different? Okay, that explains why my history is not the same.
This is number 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is just a room in the politics server.
No, he's not talking about that.
Yeah.
He's talking about the 24/7 server. There's been 2 of them.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
That's
we're not
fine.
actually in the 24/7 server.
No, but that's what he's talking about.
Yeah,
we're in the annex where we allow people to act like dumbasses.
No, we're in the bug zappers where we are.
Yeah, you were okay. Here, there's another log. So you joined last November. Okay, never mind.
Oh, if there's one person in this room that can attest to how many years I've been here, I think I just heard his voice because that sounded like Jedi.
Yeah, you've been around for years, man.
Yeah, you're the
2019 sounds about right, though.
You're
I'd go with that.
the Submariner who was like, holy shit on Don Patet. Like, it's completely ridiculous what he said. There'd always be a plan, and everyone would know exactly what the plan is.
What are you talking about?
If there's a leak.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You have a leak.
You fucking we do code greens like once every 3 days.
Yeah, so when you said that, I remember you talking about being the Submariner and said that it's absolutely ridiculous. You said every single person would know exactly what to do, exactly where to stand, exactly what action to perform as soon as there's a leak. You wouldn't just be scratching your head like, now what?
Nope. That's personally. If I took nothing else away from the military, it was the
take away these niggers. These
God.
niggers. These.
Yep, that's a server mute. Thank you, whoever did that. But
either.
No.
Don't you love it when they do that when you're hovering right over the target, coming to do shit like that?
Do what?
They think they just proved the globe. That's really what you're looking at. That's the best globe proof you got. And it's a triggering. See, Scott would say that guy got canceled. You're like, dude, I know, Scott,
Yeah.
you want to be racist.
Scott would say that. Now that guy was canceled. Right, Scott.
It's like, look at the flat earthers are such snowflakes. I get it, Scott. You want to drop the N-word wherever, just you want to be that dude at the park and everyone's like, holy shit.
No, come, Scott, or Crit, stop it. Come on. Don't ascribe racism to anyone who hasn't actually explicitly been racist.
No,
that's not fair.
He's been pretty racist to Gregory.
Do it, man.
You can't ask Crit to stop the crazy. You just can't. Who he is.
I can fully understand somebody getting very short with Gregory. He likes to. God, he does that. Scott, tell me if you agree with me.
One more time, he will appear.
You said you keep calling him.
Yeah, if you say it again.
No way.
Say it again.
Gregory.
There you go. He's going to appear. Were you looking in a mirror when you said it?
No.
No, we'll see.
He called Gregory like a blah person, and I'm like,
I wasn't looking at a mirror. I was looking at a looming, refracted, slightly elevated image of myself.
What?
What? He's wearing glasses.
That was a terrible joke.
What was the rate of refraction?
7/6R.
Infinity and beyond. Whatever they need it to be. Just as long as it's still a globe, it has to be.
It's gotta be. It's a mirage.
It has to be. Refraction to infinity and beyond.
It's Photoshop.
Well, light does do crazy stuff, so.
Usually it just, travels in a pretty straight line.
It doesn't
makes things look flat.
Dude, you're the one who just typed in celestial navigation only works on a sphere. So you are like a robot.
No, it does only work on a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
I was going to type this to you. Celestial navigation. If I've got a sextant, how do I figure out my latitude?
Is it daytime or nighttime?
It's nighttime. Let's say we're doing celestial navigation. So at night, let's figure out our latitude.
Where am I roughly with respect, or do I know? Do I know where I am roughly with respect to the equator? No, to the equator.
Just want to figure out the latitude.
Do I know? Hold on. Do I know? Do I know roughly if I'm north or south of the equator? Because I might not be able to see. I might not be able to see the North Star.
Okay. Well, let's say for this instance, we can see the North Star.
Okay, that makes it easy.
We want to figure out our latitude. We've got a sextant. What do we do?
So latitude using the North Star is easy. You measure the angle of elevation of the North Star from where you are, and then you subtract that number from 90. And there you go. Oh no, I think I have that. Hold on. I think I have that back.
What's the 90?
Do you need to
how far away is that?
No. Hold on. No, hold on. I'm wrong. I was using a different object. You don't have to do that with Polaris at all. Its angle of elevation roughly coincides with your latitude.
Okay, so when we measure, say, 45 degrees to Polaris, that's our latitude, 45 degrees. When we measure our angle to Polaris at 60 degrees, that's our latitude, 60 degrees. Do you want me to cite this?
But no, I think we agree with one another. You measure your angle to Polaris, and that's your latitude.
Cool.
Give or take like a degree or two, or a degree.
Yeah, so this is the intersection of two straight lines. right? An angle. As we move south away from underneath Polaris at its ground position with Polaris at our zenith, we're at 90 degrees. As we move south, looking north at Polaris with our sextant, it declines in elevation as we move south. As we measure that angle, we have miles, 60 miles, or is it 69, one of the two, for every degree traversed. So this is
I agree, because like if we have like 69 miles, like there was actually some evidence if you actually look at the tangent line and the correspondence here, I'll drop it in the side chat. But the Earth is actually
you guys are getting all the trolls tonight.
Yeah, exactly. But this is just an elevation angle. The elevation angle is from a horizontal plane. You can measure that the more south you move away from Polaris. It's a flat Earth measurement, dude. You say that it can only be done on
arguments.
You said, sorry, whatever. Platypus, you said, dude, that this can only be done on a sphere. This is a flat Earth measurement done. It is done on a flat Earth. That's how you measure latitude.
Now hold on. If we had a flat Earth and you had, even though it's a flat Earth, and we don't know what the stars are, but we know roughly how they move. If that were the case, and there was a star that sat really close to the point of rotation that we see on the flat Earth, you could work out how to use that star to figure out what your latitude is. Forgetting that latitude lines are completely arbitrary on a flat Earth, you could figure out a way to do that. But here's where you hit a problem. The two big problems, actually. The first problem that you have is that latitude lines are equidistant from one another. Latitude lines are not like longitude lines. No matter where you are on the Earth, if you walk due north or due south, your rate of change in latitude is uniform. And you know that because that's also the change that you see in the angle measurement to Polaris. You move 60 miles, it changes a certain number. And no matter how close you are to the equator or the North Pole, that rate of change is exactly the same. And therein lies problem. And therein lies problem number one. If it was a flat Earth, if it was a flat Earth, your rate of change would be different the further or the closer you moved toward the North Star. Because there is no way that you can measure your angle to, first of all, if it was a flat Earth and Polaris was too far away, you'd never see a rate in change. So it has to be at least some kind of distance from us that's reasonable. Otherwise, you'd never see a rate of change. But the closer you put it, no, if you imagined a flat Earth, and let's just, for shits and giggles, let's say on a flat Earth, Polaris was 85 billion miles away.
Right.
Over the relatively small distance that you would traverse north and south on a flat Earth, given the size that we know the Earth to be, you wouldn't see the rate in change that you do.
That's lovely. However, we measure our latitude with elevation angles to Polaris. An angle is described as the intersection as two straight lines. The horizontal plane the observer is standing on in reference to the ground position of the star where it meets the Earth at 90 degrees, a vertical line down from the star where it intersects the horizontal plane of the Earth. That's how we measure latitude lines.
So then explain. Hold on. So your problem is assuming that the shape of the object you're standing on factors into this in any way.
Well, we're using the horizontal plane. That's how we're measuring angles.
No, you're not.
There's no assumption here. Your assumption is the globe comes after the flat Earth measurements. But
no, you're right. There is no
measuring elevation angles to things. Go on, get it out.
No. I told you to go on. I accidentally stepped over you. I thought you had stopped. Go ahead.
I'm just telling you the practical way that we do it.
That's not the way you do it, though, Jedi.
It is. Because
It's not.
we have to reference a horizontal plane.
Yes,
it is because
you do.
that's what the Excuse me. You told me to carry on, and every single time I say 3 words, you say no. No, I don't. When I actually haven't finished my point, because we're talking about celestial navigation. We're talking about using. You understand that you're going to be. You understand that first of all, you're going to reference the horizon.
Oh no, you didn't.
You're then going to reference a star. And using the handle underneath, bring the star down to the horizon. Depending on how much you've moved that handle underneath the sextant, it will show you an amount in degrees. This is the angle of elevation above that horizon. After between the observer you've done this, you'll make a correction for your height of other height. To take in this case,
Hey, Jedi, you're roboting. Jedi, you're roboting. And Flatsy, you're hot micing.
That was really weird. He went Micro Machine Man, and then he started lagging. Usually it's lag first, then Micro Machine Man.
Yeah. Jedi, you're lagging.
That was
Can't
weird,
understand
right?
anything you're saying.
He knows.
Okay.
Equal altitude around that ground position.
I don't know. Does he?
Yeah, it stopped. Jedi, can you?
Giving you your latitude system.
I think he did stop. It's just creeping in very, very slowly.
Jedi, can you try again?
Oh, I think I lost.
Yeah, I think we're lagging for him now. Jedi, would you like to try again?
Uh-oh.
Jedi, would you like to try again?
Can somebody other than me and Larry say something real quick? Test.
Yeah, is Rob? Rob's here. If you can hear me, and I'm not breaking up.
Yeah,
I'm off mute.
We got you good.
I'm just driving.
Who's the monkey? Was that Plumb Bob?
No, it was Neil.
Oh, okay. I think Jedi's sorting his stuff out. That's fine.
Well, I'll kill some time here. Funny story. I used to work in a warehouse, and whenever the managers would come in, one person would be like, "Ooh," and then like another aisle down, so it'd be like, "Ah!" And then like all of a sudden it'd be like 4 monkeys just like screaming at the top of their lungs.
I got a quick video to show you because the place that I work right now does the exact same thing, and we picked it up from this video here.
Too bad I'm driving. I can't watch no video.
Oh, you can't click it in the voice?
I can't click nothing. You guys are just a little earbud in my ear.
I'll bring it up later. It's a video of a guy who walks out into a like a big garage with like 12 car lifts, all bunch of guys working, and he just goes, and every guy working in the shop starts chiming in like a chimpanzee. There's like fucking 20 of them doing it. It's hilarious. So now we do it.
That's bizarre.
I think I know a shop where you guys would fit in up the street from me. They do shit like that.
I think I heard Jedi.
Try again,
Yeah,
Jedi.
am I still roboting? Or am I
No, you're good.
Yeah, sorry
It's
about
really
that.
quiet. Oh no, there you go. There you go.
Hey, just out of curiosity, did you stop talking when we started telling you? And because it sounded like you didn't for almost a minute, and I figured that was just everything you said creeping in real slow.
Yeah, no, I was talking about how we practically use a sextant with regards to celestial navigation and what the process of what we actually do.
Yes.
You said that this can only work on a sphere where the process of using a sextant references the horizontal plane. That's what it does. Now,
you make a plane. I'm sorry.
No, the plane exists between the ground position of the star and the observer making the measurement. You have to reference the horizontal plane. You basically have to make a correction for your height of eye above the mean sea level. This is what you have to do. And on that mean sea level, which is a horizontal datum, the plane of the Earth, 0, everything below that is a depth, everything above it is an altitude. Everything horizontally across it is a horizontal bearing, either in longitude or latitude or east, north, west and south, which are also horizontal bearings. All of these things are taken from the surface of the Earth between and always between the observer and the ground position of the star. Because there's angles involved in these measurements. And the two angles we've got, and we can infer the other one, is at the 90-degree ground position underneath Polaris that you draw circles of equal elevation around. These circles of equal elevation around Polaris, its ground position at 90 degrees, is our latitude system. And we measure it with angles. Every time we measure an angle to Polaris, doesn't matter what the angle is, that's our latitude.
That's not where we get our latitude lines from, though.
It is.
It's not. The Earth is the Earth is a sphere. It's carved.
Why don't you
up.
show me these lines?
Hold on. It's carved up that way because that's the easiest way to carve up something that has circles going around it. Great circles. That's why
circles of equal altitude, right?
Circles of equal latitude. Yes, that's the only. That's why they work out that way, Jedi.
Yeah, and they're all horizontal. It's along a horizontal plane. That's how you measure it.
They're not. No.
They are, because between the ground position of Polaris, doesn't matter where you are, you measure an elevation angle up to Polaris. It's an angle. They're circles around a central point, the central point being Polaris. You can't measure them from a curved surface. In actual fact, that's not what we do with regards to celestial navigation, which is why I pointed it out. We take ourselves down to a sea level reading with our height of eye correction.
Yeah, it's called dip correction.
For measuring with the stars. Okay, so hold on. So is what you're telling me that I can't do celestial navigation at night when I'm standing on Mount Everest?
Why would you even go so ridiculous to... Never mind.
That's not ridiculous. But by what you're implying is that celestial navigation only works if you're really close to sea level.
No, you have to take a dip correction or know your altitude to correct for a sea level reading. So if you're at Mount Everest and you're referencing a horizon, there will be an angle of declination below your horizontal. This is your dip correction. Calculating for this dip, you then place yourself down on the horizontal sea level reading, which would be the base of Everest at 90 degrees.
I don't care where the surface of the Earth is at all when I'm doing celestial navigation with the stars, Jedi. I only care about the angle of elevation to the star. That's it.
No, I've just pointed out that you do, because that's what the corrections are for. You said you don't care about the surface of the Earth, but you do when you do celestial navigation.
Okay, do I have a different... do I do different amounts of corrections based on my elevation?
Yes, because
you just factor it in.
Every single time you'll subtract...
you have to have a value.
You'll subtract your altitude above 0. Elevation profiles?
There is no change in elevation that you can achieve on Earth that will affect your angle of view to the stars so dramatically that it's going to prevent you from getting your fix.
He never said that.
You don't have to account for that. You don't.
You do when you do
then you're not
celestial
doing it.
navigation.
Absolutely not. Celestial navigation is figuring out where you are at a specific time at night based on what your angle of elevation is to different stars. You do not have to factor the surface of the Earth into that in any way.
Can you define an angle for me, sir?
It's the remember the words here.
Google it real quick. If you need help.
No, I try not to go to Google if I don't have to. It's the degrees of,
call it inclination or declination of one straight line to another.
There you go.
The vertex.
And it's measured. Yeah, it's measured in degrees. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's two. So that is two lines, right?
That's two lines. One of your lines, you and I agree on. That's the line pointed directly at the star that you're observing.
Okay.
So you just want to redefine an angle.
Now the second line. What's that?
So the second line is a projected line. The second line is a imaginary line perpendicular to the downward vector of gravity on the surface of the Earth.
No,
it is, and I can prove it to you. I can prove it to you definitively, Jedi, if you give me 30 seconds.
When we use a sextant, because we're using celestial navigation, what are we referencing with the mirror?
What mirror are you talking about?
The horizon mirror.
Have you ever held a sextant, bro? You ever put one in your hands?
Are we talking about shooting an angle to the sun during the day, or are we talking about looking at the stars at night?
It doesn't matter. I'm asking you, with the sextant, what are we referencing with the horizon mirror?
Why would you be using a horizon mirror at night? So now what you're telling me is I have to be able to physically see the horizon in order to shoot an angle to a star?
Yes, and you can see.
No, absolutely not. And I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you in 30 seconds, Jedi. Have you ever heard? Have you ever heard of a
Jedi? He said you're using a sextant.
Have you ever heard of a bubble sextant?
Yeah, we're not using a bubble sextant.
No, negative, Ghost Rider. How does a bubble sextant work?
We should have clarified that from the beginning, then, I guess.
No, all you have to do is say the words bubble sextant, and this conversation immediately does anything. You'll never talk about a bubble sextant, ever, no matter how much I ask, no matter how much I try and bring it up. You will never talk about how a bubble sextant works.
Sorry, Platypus. Do you understand how we're not using a bubble sextant? But
do you understand that a bubble sextant works? Does a bubble sextant work? When you can't see the horizon, can you use a bubble sextant?
Yes.
Okay, so we've established that the horizon that you can see in the distance has nothing to do with being able to successfully navigate using the stars at night, because you don't have to be able. Excuse me. We've just established that you don't have to see the horizon to do it.
So you don't have to. It doesn't disprove the fact that we do when we use the horizon mirror on the sextant. You're now bringing something else up. Not necessarily talking about what we're talking about when we're doing celestial navigation, but I'll give you your bubble sextant and you'll still have to do a height of eye correction above sea level.
Correct.
And how do you do it with a bubble sextant? Remember, you can't see the horizon.
You have to know how high you are already.
You don't. Not when you're using the stars. Are you kidding me? The distance that you change on. Show me anywhere that you can show. Hold on. No, show me any change in elevation.
Stop. Listen.
You keep making these random accusations like you can't. We do. That's what a horizon mirror is for. That's what we're talking about. referencing the elevation angle above the horizon. You brought
Which
up
you
a
don't
bubble
have to
section.
physically see. You
don't
don't
have
actually
to.
have to
The
see
height
it.
of eye correction,
again,
the height of eye correction is done before you leave the dock. You figure it out before you leave the dock. That's when you figure out your height of eye correction.
Again,
Then
you're
you're
going to
off
cherry pick. No. You're going to cherry pick a situation where you know on the surface of the ocean, you're always going to have a direction that you can look to see the physical horizon, or at least see where it should be, either day or night. You're cherry picking that, and you're ignoring the fact that you can
No,
do
I didn't say
celestial
anything about the
navigation.
horizon.
Hey,
Did you hear me say anything about the horizon? I said you before you leave the dock, you're going to figure out how high you are off the water. That's what you're going to do before you leave the dock.
really, when the oceans are all level, so there's
you're
never
always
any
going to be
change.
always going to be at sea level.
You
When you're in
don't
your
need a dip correction with the bubble sextant. You just don't.
So you just do if we're going to be navigating the seas.
You don't. I'm sorry, man. You're wrong.
You don't. You do not need to do a correction when you're using a bubble sextant. You don't even need to do a correction when you're using a regular sextant. Your elevation has nothing to do with being able to navigate with the stars. Nothing.
Dude, you say we don't have to, then we say nothing. You've said it like about 5 times and you don't realise the contradiction. We don't have to means there is something that we can do, and I'm pointing out what we do. You're saying nothing like it don't exist. You're an idiot.
You don't make a height correction when you're using a sextant. It doesn't happen.
It's called a height of eye correction. It's called a dip correction. I can cite this. In actual fact, I'm going to. You say this doesn't happen when it does. What the very fuck? You have to take yourself down to a sea level reading. Let's find this quote.
Scott, maybe I'm all fucked up here. Can you explain to me why you would have to correct for your elevation?
You wouldn't.
Is there
You're
any
wrong.
any appreciable different
Why are you asking
distance that you can?
Scott? He's never done any celestial navigation in his life.
I just wanted to know.
Why are you asking him then?
Because he just spoke. I'm including him in the conversation.
He does not know. We've asked him before. He doesn't know how to do it.
Oh, I'd love you to show me that you know exactly how to do it, Radwin.
Yeah, you need your height above sea level.
Why?
So you can do your height correction. Bring you down to 0, so your angle's correct.
Your angle down to 0. What angle? Down to what? Down to 0.
Sea level 0. Mean sea level 0.
I don't know how many I've got here, but I'll start reading through them. So therefore, you're going to talk because you say this isn't happening. Both you and Scott say this is not what we do. So therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to a sea level reading. This is called a dip or an adjustment for your height of eye. So you correct your dip or your height to take you down to a sea level reading. You understand that, right? And where does this come from?
I'd like you to show me.
Yeah,
can you post it?
Yeah, I will do.
Thank you.
So this comes from Astrolabe Sailing. Cited it, and it comes from the reference. Give me 2 seconds.
Is this some kind of an authority on celestial navigation?
They're not talking about a bubble section. They're talking about the horizon sextant.
We wasn't until Platypus brought it up.
Sorry.
What we was talking about was a sextant with a horizon mirror that's utilizing the horizon. It was only until he brought it up another way that we can do this. We can use a bubble sextant. No, we're measuring with with
bubble
the horizon.
sextants work.
That's lovely, but you're still going to be referencing a horizontal.
Yes, and that horizontal is artificial. just like it is when you do regular celestial navigation.
That horizontal is in reference to the plane of the Earth.
The Earth being a
Shush.
Yeah, thank you. I love that you say shush every time you do that.
Actually, I'm muting the people as they come in and act like retards.
Oh, I thought Jedi was pulling the trigger on all this.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I'm reading.
No, he's dealing with your mental incapabilities right now.
Quick side note: maybe we should all have like our own little catchphrase when we mute somebody as mods. That way, we know who's muting, and it kind of makes it funny.
Someone's going to steal that one. Respect.
All right, so I got another one. So, dip, a correction to be applied to a sextant's altitudes to compensate for the height of eye above sea level. A correction to compensate for your height of eye above sea level. We don't do this.
Why would you have to do a correction on a flat Earth? I thought the horizon was always at eye level.
No, again, no, it's not. And we understand that your eye level is at altitude, but horizontal to the plane of the Earth. These lines don't actually meet. Now, two horizontal lines, right? The Earth and your eyesight above it.
Okay, right off the bat, I'm a little concerned that this site that you're linking me to, the opening paragraph is the person stating that this is a one-man blog.
Well, that's lovely. I've got loads more, dude. I'm kind of waiting to read them out.
So you can use a bubble, you can use a laser level, anything you want, but you're going to be using a horizontal plane off zero.
Yeah, and if you do it with a bubble sextant, it's an artificial plane.
Up zero.
It's artificial.
Up zero. Yeah, you have to make it go to zero.
Did you read the link I posted to the U.S. Naval Institute saying since bubble sextant observations are not subject to dip?
Scott, I got this, man. I'm good.
Okay.
No, that's cool. I'll look through that. That's no problem. I don't mind if they're not corrected for dip, if they're not corrected for a height of eye, but they are referencing a horizontal.
Yes, and it's an imaginary one. It's an artificial one, which it also would be on your. If you're
come on,
okay.
Platypus. It is if we're talking about your height of eye above the Earth, then yes, this is just a fucking straight line, an imaginary one that's projected horizontally out from your eye line. Okay.
Yes.
It's still horizontal, dude.
Yeah, but it's completely divorced from the shape of the Earth, and it would be if the Earth was flat or globe.
Until you put your bubbles fucking level sextant on the floor, which is what the height of eye correction does with a sextant. Utilizes the horizon. It puts the sextant on the floor.
Are you telling me that if I shoot an angle to a star while standing up and then shoot an angle to that star while prone on the ground, that I'm going to get a different reading?
No, not really.
So then what am I correcting for, Jedi?
Dude, this is what we do. I'm pointing out what we do. Now, I'm not saying that there is a measurable difference between you standing at the beach and you standing at the top of Mount Everest, but this is what we do. We
Can I ask a question?
No.
Let me know because
Oh, that was Peter? I recognize that name. Was he gonna troll?
Yeah, he's not involved in this conversation.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you.
I'm just pointing out what we do. But in either way, we're going to be getting horizontals, aren't we?
You're going to be making one, yes. And then your other line to make your angle.
Okay. I'm with you. So if we're at the top of Everest, let's say that we're down at sea level and we put the bubble sextant or the sextant, marine sextants with a lovely horizon mirror on the surface and we make corrections to put them mathematically on the surface. This horizontal line, is it the surface of the Earth?
No.
Okay. See, this is where you get devoid from what's actually happening. Because even if it's a bubble sextant, you're referencing a horizontal, even if it's a marine sextant with a horizon mirror, you're going to be correcting for the Earth. You're going to be taking yourself down to a sea level reading with that. And that line is horizontal on the Earth. It's the horizontal plane, and I quote, that the observer is standing on. A plane is not a point, a tangent point to a sphere. As soon as you say that this divergent line that you've got from your device is not on the surface of the Earth, then you're kind of screwed, dude.
No, not really. At all. It has no appreciable change in the angle that you're viewing the stars at. None. You know why it doesn't? Because the stars, Jedi, it doesn't, because the stars are so incredibly far away.
I conceded to that.
Okay, then why are you still talking? Why are you still trying to bring the surface of the Earth into the conversation at all? It has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Because you
don't
keep
have
saying
to
that.
know.
Because you keep saying it's got nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, and I keep pointing out what a dip correction is.
If you blindfolded me, threw me in a box,
is that something?
Is what something?
What I keep telling you about dip correction, is that something?
It's not something you have to do for celestial navigation, no.
It's in celestial navigation. It's the process of what we do when we reference the horizon. These words and terms are specific to celestial navigation. Dip correction and height of eye, you're a fucking moron.
You do not have to do that. Not for celestial navigation. No, you don't.
Again, you do it again. This is like the 7th or 8th time. You do
Jedi,
not
the whole purpose.
Shut up, you fucking idiot. You said we do not have to, declaring that there's something that we can do. But you said before that, it's got nothing to do with it. You're a fucking idiot.
I said the surface of the Earth has nothing to do with it.
It does, because we take our height of eye correction down to a sea level reading. That sea, that's the surface of the Earth, you fucking fool.
You just agreed with me, openly said that you agreed with me, that you don't see an appreciable or detectable change in the angle depending on your elevation.
Are we talking about celestial navigation?
Yes.
Good. So in celestial navigation, do we correct for a height of eye?
No.
Yes, we do. I've just been reading citations out about it, you fucking idiot.
Got the fucking almanac in front of me with the correction tables, first page.
Show me. I want to see what this is.
You want me to go on camera and show you that I have the book in front of me?
The only corrections that I know that you have to do is if you're using the sun, the closer the sun gets to the horizon, you do have to make a correction because of refraction.
Awesome.
That's the only correction that I know of.
Okay. So now we're going to get right deep into it, and I'm glad my man brought it back up. What's an almanac? What's it show us? Within the almanac, it tells us our dip correction. This dip correction is to take you down to a sea level reading. You say that we don't do this. Here's the almanac. Here's the chart and the table. And here's the correction. You need to choose your words better, mate.
I'm trying to... Where do I find the Farmer's Almanac? Where do I get a goddamn almanac online?
Same place you get everything else. Google. Not using Plumb bobs out to sea.
No, the Nautical Almanac, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Am I losing any appreciable knowledge or information if I choose the compact version versus the full version? I don't know what the difference is.
Just type in navigation, celestial almanac, or however you want to phrase it. Dip correction. Table. There you go.
Ooh, correction tables. Okay, let's see what's real. Let's see what's going on here. I've never read this part of the almanac.
That's why you don't know how to do celestial navigation. That's why you don't know how to do it and have never done it before. You just realize there's correction tables in the book. There's the book.
Bradman, record me a video of you going out into your backyard at night with the almanac or whatever you want to use and show me that you can shoot your own latitude and longitude with the stars.
Why
if you can't do it, don't knock me for not being able to do it.
Why do I have to do that for you?
Can you do it?
Yes.
I would love you to show me that you can do it.
Why?
Because I don't believe you.
What? Maybe say please?
You don't think I know how to get an angle to Polaris?
No.
Oh.
Maybe ask him nicely.
No, seriously, show me how would
no,
you
but
even do
just
that?
try. Just try asking him nicely.
Dude, I have to do it every time I set up my sky tracker. I need my exact angle to Polaris so I'm set up correctly. It's on my sky tracker, which is on my tripod right now.
When you shoot your angle to Polaris, do you have to make a height of eye correction?
No, I have an app that knows how high I am already when I'm standing with my app, and it does a calculation for me.
Does it actually break like
I can
math
give you the
down?
model of the sky tracker I'm using, I guess, if you want to play with the app.
Okay. When you open up Sky, for the record, when you
it knows that it knows I'm 1,200 feet above sea level when I do it. It always tells me.
Cool. Does it let you? Can you view the entire like celestial sphere? Can you pan around and see that?
Can I move my sky tracker to any star that's visible? Yeah.
Will it let you try to move to a star that's below the
I
horizon?
have to be zeroed in on Polaris before I do any of this, or my thing doesn't work at all. It just goes wherever it wants.
Well, okay. After you zero in on Polaris, will it let you try to look at a star that's not visible?
How would I be able to see a star that's not visible? That sounds
No, that's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is if you try to make the equipment look at a star that do you ever try to make it look at a star that you can't see in the sky and it like points down below the horizon?
No, I don't. No. I only point to stars that I can see in the sky so that I'm not wasting my time.
Are there stars you can't see?
Maybe I can ask Platypus's question a little bit different. Oh, sorry, ask Platypus's question a little bit different. When you track a star, what happens to the tracker when the star goes beyond the horizon or below 0 degrees? What does the tracker do?
Well, unfortunately, I only have 3 hours of time lapse that I can do, or my camera will do that for. I haven't been able to do like a whole 16-hour track, so I don't know.
Okay,
oh, you don't need to. You don't need to do that. Just start the night picking a star that's really close to the horizon, off to the east. No,
yeah,
west.
It'll track it for until it runs out. Yes. From the east, it'll track it rising in the sky. It tracks planets too. It sets a different rate for those. You can hear the motors changing.
I meant west. Pick one that's close to the horizon to the west and start recording for 3 hours. I would like to know what your aperture does for trying to continue viewing that star. Because I have a hunch.
I know what it does.
There's a reason it does that.
No, it's not because the Earth is a sphere. It's just resetting to where it comes time.
Never.
It's based on the celestial sphere model, which is a horizontal plane within the celestial sphere.
Or you could go the other way with it. You could try and focus on a star to the east that's not quite above the horizon yet, and then it'll follow it, and then all of a sudden, right as it appears on the horizon, your aperture will just so happen to be pointing at the exact same spot.
Get your equipment out and do it for us.
I want that equipment. I really want that equipment.
Yeah, lucky
I'm going to buy it.
that. I buy the stuff so that I can prove to myself how this shit works. So you guys that don't own any of this stuff and come on here and try to debunk people that own the equipment, it sounds retarded to me.
Hey, Radwin, is it okay to use that stuff in the city there, like with all the light and everything? You still get a good picture?
I'm not in a city actually, but yeah, Cleveland is to the north of me, so that's why that one time lapse of Polaris, you see that flash. That's actually the city lights coming on in the morning, like all around.
But at nighttime, no problem, even with the lights from the city, eh?
Yeah, I can see Polaris all the time, as long as there's no clouds.
Cool.
First time
you know Polaris isn't the sun.
First
right?
time I ever shot Polaris was I looked up its degrees. I forget what I used to get my angle. It was just using I can't remember then. I didn't have a sky tracker. Anyway, I got close, took my camera, and I was like, all right, that star right there, I'm just going to center it and do a time lapse on it because I'm not going to stand there for 3 hours and make sure that's it. So I got it centered, exactly centered once I picked it. I knew the angle. I knew which way I had to point, and I got lucky on the first time. Then I bought a sky tracker so I can do the fun shit.
What can you do with the sky tracker?
Oh, I remember what I used. I used theodolite in my phone, and I got so close with just doing that.
Wait, so Radwin, if someone owns a piece of equipment, they speak with authority on that equipment and its capabilities, correct? And someone who doesn't own that equipment is less accredited to speak on such a subject?
Yeah, so like I own an oscilloscope, and if you don't own one, you're not going to tell me how to use mine.
Okay.
I own two. Old-fashioned one with the vacuum tube in it, which I love. The nice green screen that leaves the imprint on it. I have one of those, and I've got a nice digital 4-channel. It's beautiful looking. I can look at 4 signals at the same time. Love it.
Do you want a rocket?
Those, you can't tell me how to use that one because I know you don't know anything about that.
Right, but do you want a rocket?
Why would I need a rocket?
This is where this was going. Awesome.
Well, I mean, I've heard of a couple people who.
Why do I need a rocket?
Well, I'm pretty sure I heard you try to speak about rockets before.
I buy things that I need. I don't buy things I don't need. What do I need a rocket
I need a rocket.
Go build one. Not that hard.
Okay.
Put some fins and a cone on a tube and put a rocket engine in it and stick it on a launch pad and hit the little igniter. It'll fly up in the air.
Now, your opinion about rockets compared to, I don't know, maybe someone that owns a rocket.
Built rockets before, so why do I need another one? I built them. It used to be a planet head.
How big was the one? How big was the one you made?
Star Trek, Star Wars guy, just like you. All that stuff's been forgotten about.
How big was the rocket you made?
About 5 foot something.
Oh wow!
It was taller than me at the time.
You could you have fit in it, or is it pretty slim?
All right, I'm gonna get rid of you for 2 days. How's that?
Oh, that's not very nice.
Bye, Rich.
Good. Bye, guys. I hope you guys have.
See ya.
All right, who's next?
Now he's threatening us for now, he says.
All he had was to ask me if I own a rocket. These guys get mad when you own the equipment and actually use it. They get mad at you for it. Ash thinks we're fooling around in here.
Every one of these altitude correction tables that I'm looking at in the almanac appears to be the correction appears to be for refraction, not with any kind of respect to like where the horizon would be. Which would make sense. The refractive index of the atmosphere would change with your altitude. Jedi doesn't think I take him seriously, but if he tells me to read something, I read something. Hence my silence. You know what? If it wasn't cloudy tonight, I would go out and put my money where my mouth is and try and determine my longitude and latitude with the stars. I'm absolutely going to do that tomorrow. I got a protractor upstairs.
Nerd.
Yeah, very. I was a nerd back before it was cool.
You'll be proving a flat Earth if you do that.
No, I won't.
Sure you will. You got a flat edge on the bottom of that protractor, right?
You don't use the flat edge.
How do you reference the protractor, dude? What is it in reference to?
It's first of all, it's a half circle with a bunch of angles on the side of it. That's what you're looking at.
So what do you reference it to, man? How do you know it's straight?
It has a straight side to it.
Really?
I don't really understand what you're asking me there.
I get it, man. I know you don't understand.
Okay.
Let's say you get 45 degrees. 45 degrees to what, I think is what he's trying to ask.
I live in Montreal. Polaris is 45 degrees.
Is it 45 degrees to a curve?
And then it's a straight line on the ground from your point to the ground position of Polaris. I think it's 3,112 miles is what they said the distance from Montreal to the North Pole would be. The ground position of Polaris. So 45 degrees, that kind of hangs up your all stars are different heights theory, since that comes out to be 3,112 miles high when you do it that way in a triangle.
What?
You're the one who said you don't know how to do triangles.
Why are we talking? Are you telling me I can't? Hold on.
A 90 degrees hypotenuse and then a 45-degree angle gives you what?
You can't measure angles without a triangle?
Those two legs are the same length.
I don't need a
Bottom
third
is
leg.
the same length as the leg going up on a triangle, isn't it?
What's the third leg that you're talking about to make this a triangle? You don't need this doesn't have to be a triangle.
Ground position of Polaris, the line between you and the ground position at your feet, and then from your feet up to Polaris. There's your triangle.
You don't need that third leg at all. That's not involved in this in any way.
Well, Matthew Learns did that. With the sun, he got the sun at 3,400 miles away. And if you do Polaris, you get 3,112 miles from Montreal. That mean all the stars are 3,112 miles high then?
What is that? I don't understand why you're.
I know. I know it's the I don't understand thing. We hear it every day.
It's so ridiculous. I don't have to know how high, or I don't have to know how far away I am from an object or know how tall that object is to measure the angle of elevation to the top of that object.
I was just giving you, using triangulation from Montreal, how high the star would actually have to be using triangulation.
You have to have a third point in order to do triangulation.
So, celestial navigation, you're getting the ground position of those stars is where you're sailing to. If you're picking a point, you're sailing to the ground position underneath the star. Get it? Ground position, it's where your feet are. And if you walked 1,000 miles, it's still where your feet are.
Where does that factor into celestial navigation?
Oh my goodness. Right, I'll read it.
Take it away, Jedi.
There's loads of them. You say that we don't do this, or you personally don't have to. If we're doing celestial navigation with this nautical sextant, this is what we do. The correction is referred to as dip. A must, this is a good word, must always be subtracted from the observer's altitude. Altitude is taken from a horizontal plane, right? 10 foot, 20 foot, 100 foot. So altitude. In order to find the value of dip, the nautical table, because I'm looking at production tables for dip, so this is where this comes from. I'll tell you in a second. The nautical tables must be entered with the height of eye of the observer above the sea surface. Once applied, the observer's altitude becomes the apparent altitude. So this comes from Maritime ESA, dip and apparent altitude, nautical science grade 11. This is what we do. I don't care whether you say that you don't have to, but when we do this process, we always have to subtract for the observer's altitude.
Okay, so I can't do celestial navigation to determine my latitude and longitude unless I know my altitude?
That's what you subtract for when you use the horizon mirror and calculate the angle. The dip below your horizontal, that's going to be known as your height of eye, which you know before you leave the harbour. You're going to want to take on some goods, some things that you want to trade, and that's going to weigh the ship down, so your crow's nest is going to be sitting a little bit lower above mean sea level. So when you take your measurement from there, you're going to correct for that height of eye given in feet or meters, depending which way you're going to use the equation. Imperial or metric, you're going to correct for your height of eye above the sea surface. Now, as I conceded earlier, dude, right, this is the thing about celestial navigation and the phenomena of the stars. It doesn't really matter if you're at sea level or 32,000 fucking feet. The angle isn't any appreciable difference. But when we use the sextant, we have to correct. It's because when you turn around and say, like, I don't have to, if but I can still say use a Plumb bob or a bubble sextant to reference this perpendicular angle framework, measure an angle up from it, and it doesn't matter my altitude. Yeah, you can do that. It might not necessarily be so fucking accurate because there's other things that you're going to need to do to be really, really, really accurate.
So a better way of wording this then would be you can still make it work, it's just not as accurate.
You can still make it work. You're still going to be measuring angles. You're still going to be referencing horizontal. You can say that this horizontal isn't the surface of the Earth if you want, but every single measurement you take is taken from the surface of the Earth and is in reference to the surface of the Earth. Mean sea level.
And if you don't do it the way of celestial navigation, you're not doing celestial navigation. You're doing something else.
Non-standard celestial navigation, as Matthew Learns likes to call it.
He brought
Yeah,
up the
exactly.
protractor, man.
The non-standard kind.
The protractor explains it pretty simply, dude. Fucking, it's degrees above that horizontal line, man. That's how you measure degrees on an angle, right? You don't measure it off a curve. You measure it from a straight line, man. Has to.
I'm going to go ahead and post for him how to do land navigation that he's actually talking about. There you go.
Yeah, when you do it like you did in third grade, when you use a
Complete guide to
protractor.
land navigation.
Okay.
That's the complete guide on how to do land navigation. Because you don't want to talk about celestial navigation anymore. For some reason, you want to go into land. So there you go.
MGRS. Yeah, you're speaking my language. MGRS. Now we're talking
Showing
something
how
I've
it's
actually
done.
put hands on.
Yeah, you never put your hands on a ball Earth, that's for sure.
I've put my hands on a whole bunch of MGRS maps, though.
With square grids, right?
And a nice square grid you got.
I love the first thing you see when you open. I don't even need to open up the website. When you post the link in the chat, the very first thing that it shows you is in a series of 4 photos how the system breaks a globe down into flat maps. That's
Except
all
when
it
you
is.
read through that site, it says not a sphere.
Oh, dude, I did this to Gregory the other night. Show me where it says that, Radwin. I want to see if you fall into the exact same pit hole that Gregory did. I will rip you to part on this.
Irregardless of what it shows you, dude, you're still using a square grid system, right?
Do you think that this website is accurate?
I'm asking you a question. You said you use this all the time, right?
I used this.
So does it use a square grid system or doesn't it?
It uses a, how do you describe this? Every one of those maps has 2 grids on it.
So one's a curved grid?
Yes, the latitude and longitude grid. The other grid on the charts. Which, funny enough, don't ever line up with the other grid.
Imagine that.
Yeah, you know why they don't line up?
Why?
Because you can't accurately depict a curved surface on a flat one.
Really?
That's why they came up with the MGRS in the first place.
I think it's the other way around, but whatever. You go with your answer.
Well, the arrows on that little picture don't point in the opposite directions. They only point in one direction. We start with the globe, and then we break it down into a grid system, and then we break it down into manageable maps.
You say so, dude.
We start with a globe. No. What we do is we start with a flat Earth. We measure the elevation angles to Polaris. We measure the Earth as horizontal. And then you can turn this into whatever projection that you want with your circles around Polaris. Yep, that's what you get with a polar-centric coordinate system. And other coordinate systems, you can just turn them into a ball, but your first process would be a flat Earth.
Sure. Does Polaris sit exactly at 90 degrees north latitude?
But when you're directly underneath Polaris...
Be careful.
Polaris wiggles around a little bit.
Yes, it does.
I think it's less than like 0.2 of a degree or something like that.
No, it is actually 0.84, which means over the course of 24 hours, depending on when you look at it, it can be up to 1.5 degrees off.
So it's 89 degrees then, right?
Awesome.
89, it fluctuates anywhere. Well, it's always, technically, it would always be 89, like 89.4 or something like that, but it dances its little star circle around.
Yeah, do we have to do a correction for this?
If you want to be hyper accurate, you do have to.
Awesome. So we can do that. This will be the star, and we'll still be measuring elevation angles up to it. Getting our latitude system.
Explain to me how Polaris itself can be the reference if, by definition, a reference needs to be constant.
Because it is more or less, apart from this little wiggling around that it does, it's more or less in the same position.
No, that's not good enough, Jedi, and you know it.
Well, I haven't finished.
Okay. Go ahead.
This is how we have a polar coordinate system, dude. We reference this because it's more or less in the same place, like I said, but other things move around this as well in a predictable like matter. So this sky is projected down onto the floor.
It's not how we have a polar. It's not how we have a polar navigation system, Jedi.
What do you mean it's not how we have a polar navigation system?
The only reason that it goes from 0 to 90 degrees is because you're breaking down a great circle from pole to pole in 360 degrees. That's all it is.
Circle. Circle's a horizontal plane. You see, your next step is to make these circles on a sphere. This is why I jumped into the conversation, because you'll first be doing flat Earth measurements and then you'll turn it into a sphere.
The surface of the Earth has nothing to do with celestial navigation, Jedi.
Do you want me to do this again? I've been going through this and I've been reading out citations. I've gone into almanacs and pulled out the reference when we're talking about the correction that we physically have to do for a height of eye above mean sea level, the surface of the sea. Now, I've cited this and you say that it's got nothing to do with celestial navigation, yet I keep pulling it out of celestial fucking navigation. You're a fool.
He's saying latitude lines aren't accurate.
Latitude lines are accurate, and they're also equidistant.
Did they take the 89 degrees in, or the 88 point whatever?
They don't. That's because they're not based on Polaris.
They are. Circles of equal altitude around the ground position of this star, Polaris.
When Polaris does its little dancey dance in the sky and makes a circle, the center of that circle, that's your reference. That's your 90 degrees.
I know, that's the correction you have to make to, yes, that's why I asked that question, yes.
Okay, so it's not based on Polaris.
Still made.
So now it's 90.
Still make this point. It's still 90 degrees, and the circles are around the ground position of Polaris.
That's ridiculous. You could say the same thing about any star then, Jedi. Any star circle, the center of that star circle is the exact same spot as the one on Polaris in the northern hemisphere.
This is what we can do with projection maps, yes. But I'm not saying that that's what the Earth is. I'm pointing out the process you keep turning around and saying that dip correction or height of eye has got nothing to do with celestial navigation.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep doing this, dude. Oh, I've got two people. I got one person who acknowledges that a bubble sextant works and then maintains that you have to invoke the surface of the Earth in order to do celestial navigation. And then I got another guy that sends me to the website for MGRS, which is literally a system for breaking down a globe onto manageable 2D maps. That's what I'm dealing with tonight.
Okay, that's awesome. I, however, are pulling out citation after citation from reference and reference talking about this practical application of dip and height of eye correction. And you keep saying it's got nothing to do with it because you keep bringing up a bubble sextant, but that's not what we're doing with a nautical sextant. We're referencing the horizon with the horizon mirror and measuring elevations above that horizontal.
Son, I didn't post you celestial navigation. For some reason, you wanted to reject it and travel on land, so I gave you a way to do it on land. That's all. Don't say that I gave you something conflicting.
Well, you gave me something that's based on a globe.
Run away. You're trying to run away from Jedi with celestial navigation. You've lost this one.
They haven't lost anything. In fact, I wanted to keep talking to Jedi. You're now Plumbot's going to jump in. Okay.
Of course I'm going to jump in because this is just crap, man. This is how this stuff is done. This is how your maps were made. And you guys are just denying it. And it's bizarre. We're trying to wake you up to the fact that this is what's happened to your worldview. It's been distorted. And you just can't see it. So it's on you. You guys have this problem, not us.
If there was something to see, I would see it. I am open-minded enough to see something if it's actually put in front of me.
Awesome. Well, I've been putting in front of you for the past hour height of eye correction and dip correction to the horizon, and you keep saying this has got nothing to do with the surface of the Earth with regards to celestial navigation.
Yeah, but Jedi, you're simultaneously, Jedi, you're telling me that you concede that there's no, like you can still do it without doing that stuff.
Not conceding anything. He did not concede anything.
That is what he said.
Again, you keep using bad language, dude. I don't understand it. When you turn around and say that we don't need to do this here, I've got another way, you're declaring that there is another way, but you said earlier, and I repeat, that this has got nothing to do with celestial navigation. But you keep pointing out another way. It'd be the only fucking way, you fool.
You want to join the Matthew Loons crowd?
What's the Matthew Learns crowd? What, the band crowd?
Well, he got ripped a new asshole for trying to do celestial navigation the non-standard way, and he conceded. Well, it's not the way that you actually do it, but it could be done this way, is what he said. It could be done this way. It's not the way it's done, but it could be done.
I will say that there is a possibility that I am not understanding what's happening here.
Maybe you need to go away and come back. Maybe you need to go away and come back when you understand, because you have wasted a whole bunch of hours tonight with stuff that you apparently don't understand.
I've been here for an hour and 14 minutes. Don't inflate it.
That's long enough. An hour and 14 minutes. That's an hour and 14 minutes too long as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so when you do this, when you measure the angle to a star, for example, your angle is going to be off by the difference between the imaginary plane and where the physical horizon is? And that's what you're subtracting?
Physical horizon? What's that? Is that where the plane of the Earth intersects the sky?
Well, since these are visual observations, I'm assuming that's the one that they're talking about for this.
Yes. So this horizontal plane, yes, this is what we're referencing, yeah.
Okay. Now, everywhere that I'm looking, including the almanac, they have little notes under the charts saying that if you're using a bubble sextant, you do not have to make that correction.
Awesome.
Because you're already doing that by making artificial, like the correction is essentially to just make and establish your artificial horizon, your artificial plane.
Yes, because of your height of eye above the plane below your feet, yeah.
So we have kind of been agreeing with one another. I just am not saying it correctly.
Yeah, you've been using really bad language, yeah.
Okay.
When you say it's got nothing to do with it, You've been reading charts that show you it is most definitely got something to do with it, and then your little footnotes underneath as an amendum. But when you use a bubble sextant, you don't have to use the process cited above. You keep saying it's got nothing to do with it. There's a fucking chart.
Also, on the cover of my almanac, the guy's using a sextant with all the mirrors. He's not using a bubble sextant. That's what you need the almanac for, if you want to get somewhere accurately.
No, the almanac literally has a note saying if you're using a bubble sextant, you can still do it, and you don't need to use this half of the table. What it's really saying there is if you're using a bubble sextant, you don't have to make as many adjustments and corrections as you do with a mechanical one, or rather with a sextant that requires you to shoot a line to the actual horizon to figure out where you're starting. And I'm not saying that correctly. My words are off tonight. I blame it on a lack of alcohol. But the almanac does say specifically if you use a bubble sextant, ignore dip and use star corrections for the sun, planets, and stars. Those corrections, by the way, are just the refraction corrections.
Yeah, there are refraction tables in there. Of course they are.
Yes.
I've looked on every page in my book, and nowhere does it say use a bubble sextant.
This is from the nauticalalmanac.com.
Yeah, I'm using Almanac, the Nautical Almanac 2024. I think it's pretty accurate.
Yeah, go to the altitude correction tables for 10 to 90 degrees. Maybe maybe he's going to tell me that I'm using the wrong table or something. We'll see. And then there's the altitude correction table for 0 to 10 degrees, which is broken down a lot. Those 10 degrees are broken down a lot more because there's significant change in refraction within just those 10 degrees. Everything from 10 to 90 is pretty generalized.
Nowhere does it say use a bubble sextant. And all the other pictures that I'm looking at that are in there, the guy's using a regular mirror sextant. None of them are bubble sextants. You must have the bubble sextant book.
No, here I posted a link to it.
Anywhere in this book, I'm looking from page 1 all the way through. Nothing about bubble sextants. If you guys need me to photocopy or make a PDF of it, I guess I'll have to.
Doesn't matter because both reference horizontal.
They do, but that horizontal is an artificial horizontal plane that you make as a tangent to the surface. Even if it was flat.
Okay. So if a bubble sextant, how'd you get a tangent to the surface?
It's just an artificial it's an artificial plane that intersects the sphere at the point that you're standing. That's all it is.
Okay. So we have an intersection of your tangent to the horizon, which is at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No, not to the horizon, to where you're standing.
So this is where your tangent is. So, like I pointed out earlier, your tangent underneath your feet is only the surface of the Earth at the point that you're standing on, because it's projected horizontally away from this curved surface with distance in space.
That sounded perfect right up until about the last 6 words, but it's still yes. I'd still say yes to that.
Yet your horizontal line underneath your feet is now projected out into space, not the surface of the Earth any more than underneath your feet.
If you kept following it, it would go out into space. Yes.
Yeah. Cool. So this is going to be another hour conversation. All right. So with a marine sextant, how do we get down to the surface of the Earth? Because this is the thing that we're standing on, right? And this is where your horizon is. You're saying that at all altitudes, using a bubble sextant, this is a projected horizon, right? Horizontal plane from the observer out into space. Okay. So how do you get your feet back down on the Earth to make it this tangent point then?
How do you get your feet? I don't understand. You're already standing.
Your tangent line is from the surface of the Earth where your feet are if you're standing on the surface of the Earth. Let's say you're at altitude, right? Your tangent line comes out from your feet, dude. How'd you get it there?
Well, a bubble sextant is essentially just a level.
Yes, but it's not on the surface of the Earth, right? If you're at altitude, everyone keeps going up mountains and stuff tonight. You say it's not important to take your altitude away, but your tangent line comes off the surface of the Earth. So how the fuck do you get back down there then? Do you need to know your altitude?
I don't understand what you mean get back down there.
Your tangent line comes from the surface of the Earth. But your
from where you're standing. You don't have to then shove that line through the mountain down to sea level in order for this to work. It works from where you're standing.
Okay.
Is imprecise with his language, Jedi.
Yeah,
I'm confused too.
Trying to be. So all night we've been talking about not having to subtract via altitude using a bubble sextant. Right. So I'm asking you how you get your feet on the floor to draw your tangent from a sphere from if you're at altitude and not in contact with the floor.
I'm having difficulty articulating this to you, Jedi. Are you asking me a question that you already know the answer to? Because if you do, just go ahead and answer your own question. Because I'm clearly not wording it correctly.
Right. I don't know how to be any more clear with what I'm saying. I'm trying to run you through the process of you getting a reference to the surface of the Earth. Right, to get that sea level.
Can I take a crack at this? Could I try?
Yeah,
with a bubble sextant, same as with a plumb line like we discussed earlier, we're establishing a vertical for our location. And by subtracting 90 degrees, we are establishing a horizontal that is parallel to the tangent line at the location there, at the whatever reference point you want to use as 0 for the surface of the Earth. But because the vertical goes to the center of the Earth in the globe model, by establishing a vertical, you immediately get a tangent and all the parallel planes to that tangent, depending on your altitude, right?
Yeah, so
and that's all we need. What he's trying to say is, we just need a horizontal plane that's parallel to the tangent. It can be 1 meters above sea level, 10 meters, 100, 1,000, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I get it now. So what you're saying is with the bubble sextant, we don't need to take a height of eye correction. So we don't need to correct for a sea level reading. What we do is we just presume that the Earth is a sphere, and we have a projected horizontal out from the intersection of that tangent, like where you meet the surface of the Earth. But you don't need to correct the Earth.
No, it's even better than that. When we use a bubble sextant, we're essentially doing what I had you and I do in Africa. Instead of using a plumb bob, we're using a level, which uses the same mechanism to establish the vertical and therefore the horizontal. And this will work on a flat Earth and a globe Earth equally well because it establishes vertical and therefore the horizontal plane to that vertical. So it's a fantastic tool for flat Earth applications, as you know, because you believe the Earth is flat, but you also recognize that the bubble sextant negates the need for the dip correction. So you know it works on flat Earth, and I know that the Earth is a globe, and it also makes sense for me, which tells you that this vertical line established using the bubble sextant is a fantastic universal tool for doing this measurement on any kind of Earth.
What makes your bubble level then on a globe?
Relative density. Relative density. Yes.
Man, Radwin coming in from left field with that diversion. Just took us. We're cruising along on the highway on this topic.
Somehow assume that you live on a ball and everything points to the center. Am I correct?
Well, I was going to try and get.
Yes.
I was going to try and get off the bubble sextant since that seems to be a weird monkey wrench in all this.
Yeah,
I was going to go to. I had another way. I found a third way.
The center of balls.
I found a third way. I'm hoping, educated myself correctly on what an artificial horizon is.
Okay, there are several. Which one are you referring to?
And I love simplicity. It's the one where you do the reflective liquid in a pan out in front of you. Where you take the object that you're trying to you pick an object in the sky, and you put a pan of reflective material. You can use water, although this website says mercury is the best thing to use. And you find the position of the object in the sky. Then you look at the position of it right underneath that in the reflective material, and you find the point directly in between the two of them, and you've just made yourself an artificial horizon.
So you got to carry around mercury now when you go.
No, it says you can do water. It says you can do water.
Oh.
As long as you can use something to get a reflection of that object. I'm sure you could do it with a mirror too.
So you need a flat surface then. Congratulations on that flat surface once again.
Oh yeah, mirrors are flat. That means the Earth is flat.
It's lovely.
Whatever.
It's lovely every single time we measure an angle and we know what an angle is, and then the next step is but these angles are on a ball. That's elevation line that we're measuring up from is a curved line.
You're not getting it,
I got
Jedi.
this other way. You need a really smooth surface so that you get a reflection off of it. It needs to be really smooth. It needs to be curved.
I have a question about when you stand there and you're creating this artificial flat plane that you're standing on, and then there's a ground position of a star way far away from you. Does that artificial flat plane of that ground position intersect with yours somewhere? And what do you do with that angle where those two flat planes around the ball touch each other? How do you guys calculate for that?
What two planes? We're making one artificial plane.
Oh, each ground position is on a flat plane. Did you forget?
Well, yes. As you move around the Earth, that plane changes. That's the whole reason this
they
works.
intersect somewhere. So those planes intersect somewhere. Can you tell me where they intersect?
You're asking me where two projected planes on the surface intersect?
Yes.
It depends how far away they are. The further away they are, the further away the intersection.
And we're going to use Montreal. 45 degrees. Where do they intersect? And how do you use that?
Where's the other plane?
Listen, your ground position that you're going to walk to 3,112 miles is on the same plane that your feet are when you started. It's not you go on a plane a certain distance and fly off into the air, then you hook up with that other and then start going downhill towards the ground position of Polaris, because that's what you're trying to imagine and you want everybody to think that's happening.
Radwin, I have no idea what you're trying to say right now.
It's the best thing. We always hear that. I'm confused. I don't understand. I don't know what you're saying. That's your best thing that you guys can do.
But instead of being a dick about it, you could just hear me say that and explain yourself better or differently. I just didn't understand you.
If you were standing at Polaris and you were looking at Montreal, is it 90 degrees above you to Polaris?
Did I mishear him, or did you begin that with? If
you're standing at the ground position of Polaris and you're looking at Montreal, is Polaris 90 degrees? Is that 90 degrees when you look straight up?
Ground position of Polaris. So the point on
you're standing directly underneath Polaris. Is that 90 degrees when you look straight up?
Depends on what time of night it is, because that ground position changes throughout the night.
God.
It changes.
What the hell? You're looking at it. It's straight up above you. Is it 90 degrees above you?
For a moment, it is.
Oh, so, okay. For a moment, there's a plane. There's a plane underneath you, and then for a moment, then that moment's gone. You sound like Kansas, dust in the wind.
The fuck. I love the way you chucked in for a moment. It is. Oh, fuck me, dude.
Only for a moment, then the moment's gone.
He just wouldn't say.
Only been doing celestial navigation for thousands of years, and all of a sudden, it's different because it involves curvature.
He didn't want to
They've-
say it's 90 degrees because that implies it's 90 degrees under his feet pointing towards Montreal. And when I get to Montreal and I'm at that ground position looking at Polaris, and that's 45 degrees up in the air, straight down from that 90-degree mark where I said I was at before, that's one continuous plane between your feet. No difference.
It's not. I don't know why you
How do you
assume
get
that
the
it
angle
is.
if it's not, dude?
So it's not. So there's two horizontal planes. One underneath Polaris at 90 degrees and one underneath you for you to create your 45 degrees. So there's now two horizontal planes. Where do they intersect at? I'm going to ask you this until you spiral out of control.
But it's because your question doesn't make any sense.
Because it doesn't work in reality.
Yes, your question that doesn't make sense doesn't work in reality, Radwin. I agree with
So
you.
in my
That's what we're
reality,
trying to
they
tell
don't
you.
intersect. It's the same plane.
It's not the same plane.
What?
Then they must intersect somewhere. Where would that be?
It would be some. It'd
In
be
the
some
sky.
weird. It'd
We
be
need
some
to know it
random
because
location out in
I need to
space.
put it on paper so I can figure out where the hell I am so that I can get back. I need to be able to draw this out. It should be pretty easy. It should be done all the time, platypus.
Hey, I agree. It should be very easy to map it out and write it down if it's flat, and yet nobody does that. I'd love for you to do that, Plumb Bob.
Done like
Get
this
right to
all
it.
the time. Celestial navigation measures it flat, for crying out loud.
Yeah, you mentioned that they've been doing celestial navigation for thousands of years. They've also known that it's a sphere for thousands of years. That's how
Yeah,
this works.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
As
As a matter of fact, they figured out that it was a ball. They figured out it was a ball before they figured out that we orbit the sun.
Oh, dude. So you've made a knowledge
It's not
claim. You
wrong.
said we knew. How did we know?
Because people thousands of years ago figured it out and then wrote it down so that we could read about it.
Okay.
Is it true that we've been doing celestial nav for thousands of years? I don't think that's true.
No, it's true. Even peoples in different parts of the world figured out a way to do it.
Okay, so we're going to have to get down to this method, and I'm going to hold on to that word "no," put a pin in it, and come back to it. So, how did they do it? Don't tell me how they wrote it down. Don't tell me that they figured it out. Tell me the process of what they figured out. How?
Oh God, the whole. Come on, Jedi.
What? Are we going to be using elevation angles again? Are we going to be talking about ships going over the curvature of the Earth? Is this knowing? Is it?
Come on, you said that they know.
Hey, whatever, mate.
You said that they knew. So you must have something. What was the knowledge? What did they know? Come on, platypus. You said they've got knowledge. There is knowledge of this. What did they know? When did they know it? There goes another glober.
No, don't misinterpret my silence as not being able to answer your question. I went to the internet looking for a specific thing to talk to you about.
I thought you knew that they know. You don't know what they knew, what you knew, what you know. You know what I'm trying to say?
The internet
You
has the
knew
answer
what I know,
for you.
right?
Yeah, go to the internet, see if it's got the answer for you.
First link that it gives me is nasa.gov.
Ah, God. That's slightly not what you're looking for.
No. God, Jedi, the food that you're eating is hot micing you.
Oh, sorry, dude. Do apologise.
So what we're looking for is the first knowledge of the globe. Actual knowledge. Not a belief, not a thought, but the knowing.
Oh, just a cursory search here. Hold on. The earliest documented mention of the concept dates from around the 5th century BC, when it appears in the writings of Greek philosophers. 3rd century BC, Hellenistic astronomy established the roughly spherical shape of Earth as a physical fact and calculated their circumference. Country adopted Middle Ages.
Right, so the first one, right, that's just people coming up with an idea. So the second one, you said for a fact, established the Earth as a sphere as a fact.
As a physical fact, yes.
Yeah. Who was that?
Oh, goody.
Hope I'm pronouncing that word correctly. Hellenic.
Okay. What did they do?
The history of geodesy. Hold on. I'm going down the rabbit hole here.
Okay, man.
Hellenic's just Greek, man.
Hey, what's up, man? All right, Jedi. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. Cheers, Timbo.
Hey,
Hey, Timbo. Good to see you.
what's happening?
Apparently, according to Platypus, we've known that the Earth is a sphere for thousands of years.
Oh yeah, I heard
he's
him
looking.
say it was a fact. Like,
Yeah, he's looking up the knowledge right now.
oh, you've never looked it up before?
He never had time. He's been here 8 years. He's this is shit. You claimed Globers, you anti-flat earthers should have down. You should have the names, dates, how they did it, what they ate that day, what time they went to the bathroom, all that stuff.
You wouldn't take it anyway.
It should be indisputable, though, at this point, right?
I feel that it is. That's why this whole thing is perplexing to me.
If it's indisputable, if you feel it's indisputable, then why is it being disputed?
Because people are capable of disputing irrefutable things.
What's irrefutable, dude?
You and I can start a debate over whether 2 + 2 = 4
No,
if
what's
we really
irrefutable,
want
dude?
to.
Just give us the evidence. We don't need your fucking soliloquy here,
We're
man.
talking about the surface of the Earth here, not about your math problems.
Well, to bring it back to what we were originally talking about, celestial navigation, as we know it, would only work on a sphere.
Oh, Jesus. Fucking Mike.
Dude, we've been measuring stars for how long, man? And navigating over a flat Earth for how long, dude?
Sounds like a mantra.
Unreal.
Not only
Love
work
this one,
on a
platypus.
sphere. We've been
They're
talking about
toying
this.
with
Sorry, Peter even came in and said that flat globe, you can do this. Obviously, it's not only can only work on a sphere. What the fuck?
No, he said that you don't. No. That's not what he said.
You competing Globers.
He said
now,
you can.
one said it can only happen on a sphere. Peter said no, it can happen on both.
No, Jedi is completely misrepresenting what we were talking about.
Not at all. I was here.
He didn't say. He didn't say celestial.
Misrepresenting anything. You typed it in chat.
I said the angle measurement can be taken.
YouTube screen.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, the angle measurements can be taken from both. Yeah.
What platypus means is that it will only add up on a globe, which I totally agree with.
No, it won't.
How do you know what he means? Since when did you become like a fucking psychic?
Add up
because people who have common logical beliefs about the nature of the world reason in similar ways.
How is it that celestial navigation doesn't add up on a flat plane, but it only adds up on a globe? How does that happen? I'd like to know how the math works.
I'll tell you, it wouldn't be a linear relationship between distance, 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, linear. I get it. Linear. You just said it. Linear. Nautical miles are linear.
That's not what linear means in mathematics. I'm sorry, buddy.
They're not curved. I know that.
Doesn't
I know
mean
that
they're
for a
curved.
fact. It means
It means
that
linear, no
it means
slope.
it means there's no slope.
What a comedy of misunderstandings.
That was not the linear.
This is a comedy of misunderstandings.
Linear has multiple
drive.
meanings.
We
a
have
little bit
linear drives
confused.
and rails that we use on some of our machines. None of them are curved, or the fucking shit wouldn't work.
What's a linear relationship? What's a linear relationship, Plumb Bob? Does it have anything to do with a literal line? Just because it says linear? No.
Damn, he just shit on you.
We're talking about the surface of the Earth, and there's no freaking curve on the surface of the Earth. And when you're talking about nautical miles, linear, you're talking about them being straight miles. They're
No, that's not what linear means. That's not what we're using the word linear here for.
Wait, when you say linear,
Linear means linear as in uniform, not like literal fucking line. Are you kidding me?
Uniform.
We explained this before. But let us answer.
Uniform
Let us answer.
line, yeah.
Oh, the Glober said a word that remotely sounds.
Hang on. Can you hear me, platypus? Hello. So a linear relationship would be as you go in distance, then the relationship to that distance, yeah?
Hey, real quick, Timbo, did you and I get into like a heated argument in the past 3 weeks? Because I couldn't hear you, and for some reason that's because I had you turned down, which I never do.
I think so. I think it was on. It might have been on 24/7.
I had you turned down. I couldn't hear you.
I don't think it was heated though. I think I was maybe taking the piss out of you.
As usual.
I feel like I need to apologize for kind of muting you on my end. I don't know why I would have done
You don't
that.
need to derail.
We were going somewhere with science.
So a linear relationship would be a relationship to a distance, correct?
Yes,
So
for example,
a
y
distance-
equals x divided by 60. That's linear.
So
y
so
equals
is
x
that
divided
linear
by 60.
distance? Is that distance in a line?
Doesn't matter.
So it
The
is a
relationship
line then.
is function.
Is it not?
No, wait. No, why? Don't answer your own question. If you have a function, okay, here's a linear function. Y equals x divided by 60. It means for 1 unit of x, you get 1/60th of y. So if you move by 60 miles, you get 1 degree. That's a linear relationship.
Straight line, not in an arc.
In a line.
That's not, it's no line, that is not even, I'm explaining the meaning of linear function.
In a line, linear,
I am explaining what a linear function is outside of geometry. Outside of geometry.
Get the word? You get how that root of that is line?
Peter,
A linear relationship.
Peter, all they do is they hear the word line and they just start running with it regardless of context.
Explain how that 69 miles that you're using is not a line.
He's not
So
describing
now
a
you're
line.
asking me to go back to the. I'm first settling the terms.
Okay. You said every 69. You said every 69 miles it drops a degree. So in that 69 miles, is that not a line?
First of all, I didn't say 69 because I'm not a pervert. I said 60 nautical
You're the
miles.
only one with the. You're the only one. Yeah, but that equals 69 statute miles. So
Maybe, but we use nautical miles in to describe this
You're the only one
relationship.
with a perverted mind at the moment. So when people
Maybe I'm
defend
the only one
themselves
who
and say
actually
I'm not
did
a
69
pervert, it
within the
usually means
last
that they're a
24 hours.
pervert.
Okay, here. 60 miles gives you 1 degree. What he is saying,
Yep.
what
So is that
Platypus was
60
saying to
miles
us
in a
earlier.
line?
No.
It's not.
Because if it were in a line, it would not be like this. You cannot have a triangle for when you add 60 to the length of one side, you always get 1 degree different. You don't realize, imagine a triangle where you extend its base.
So you're not using a triangle then?
Brother, I know, and I'm telling you, you're not using a triangle either. Because if you had a triangle and you kept extending its base by 60 units, you wouldn't get 1 degree of angle change for the triangle because you'd eventually run out of degrees.
That's not how triangles work. Exactly.
In that
Didn't
equation,
somebody debunk the flat Earth nigga shit like 20 years?
Dude, if you get 1 degree of angle per 60 miles and you go 600,000 miles, what degree are you going to get in that triangle?
Thank you,
okay,
Radlin.
in that equation of 1 degree per 60 miles, are you taking into account the equation of perspective added in there as well, or no?
No, we're just telling you what happens. We move 1 degree in relation to Polaris, we get 60 miles on the surface. That's all we're telling you.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
And we're
Awesome.
telling you
So
that this relationship is linear.
For that 60 miles, are you using a line or not?
No, we're not using nothing. We close our eyes, we move 60
How do you
miles,
get
we measure
60
that
miles?
degree. How do we get 60 miles? We
Yeah.
measure the distance on the surface.
Yeah,
We
in a
don't know
line.
if it's a line or a curve. We don't know. We use odometer. Odometer is going to give you a reading on a curved surface and on a flat surface.
You're going to use an odometer in the water.
Timbo,
No,
60 miles
water.
of
Where did
movement.
water come into?
It
No,
doesn't
hold on.
matter. Okay.
Let me handle this. I got 5 minutes of a drive, okay? Where did water come into the picture?
Well, I want to
said
do
water.
it over water.
Well, then you worry about how you're going to measure distance. I'm doing this
If you
over
do
land.
it on land, land, are you always level?
Yes.
Always level.
Yes.
What if you're going down a hill?
Jedi and I covered it. Then I use a plumb bob.
You use a plumb bob
to establish a horizontal plane. Yes.
Okay, so
Very useful.
if you're on a boat, how do you get 69? How do you get 60 miles on a plumb bob? How do you get 60 miles?
I'm not on a boat.
How do you get
You are
60
on a boat.
miles on a boat?
I don't know. I don't do boats.
How do you know?
I
So
do this on land.
the only way you know that you've gone 60 miles on a boat is if it lowers it by 1 degree. Is that right?
If you tell me so, but on land I have an odometer.
I don't
Lucky
care
me.
about land. Because
But
we can
I
use
do.
water as a flat level surface.
Yeah, but I can do it anywhere on land as well, and I get 60 miles nautical per degree.
Have you done that?
You're not doing celestial navigation.
No, but I'm getting 1 degree in elevation angle per 60 nautical miles. Explain that. Why is it
Have
linear?
you done that?
Not
Have you
doing
done that?
celestial navigation.
I don't care what I'm doing. I'm telling you the relationship
Have you
between the
done it?
angle and distance is linear.
Have you done it?
No, I
Have you
haven't.
done it? You haven't done
No,
it.
my papa did. My father did.
As long as you're not doing celestial navigation. Thank you. It's been a great
we're not.
conversation.
We're
But
not talking
talk
about celestial
I don't
navigation.
think that.
We're
I don't
talking
think
about the
that's correct.
relationship between distance and
So
elevation.
do you always get 1 degree per 60 miles?
Yes,
Can you show that?
of course.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not able to do it right now.
So how do you know that you always get 60 miles per 1 degree?
It's common knowledge. Everybody on Earth knows that. Quite a few people.
No, that's not a good answer. How do
Timbo,
you know?
So, is there any like flat earther that's actually like,
just mute him?
Yes, you're a flat
fuck
earther.
off, you bitch.
Damn, that was a speed run right there.
That was still not the fastest I've ever seen.
It's good. It's like you. All you need to do is.
That's a hit and run, and they do that so that they can't get the 40-minute mute in every other channel.
Yeah, because all you need to do is you say Earth is a globe of this size. So every time I move 60 miles, this thing in the sky will change 1 degree.
Yeah, of course. That's the reason why it changes like that. Yeah.
Can you demonstrate that though? Have you demonstrated that, or it just works off the maths?
That the Earth is a globe of 6,371 kilometers in radius.
No,
Yes, I have.
I didn't ask you that. I asked, can you demonstrate that it does change 1 degree per 60 miles?
Of course, yes.
Okay. Where? Show me.
Unable to do so right now. I'm sorry. I'm driving
Baseless
at high
assertion
speed.
fallacy.
Yes, totally baseless assertion. Just now when I'm driving, baseless.
Yep. Baseless.
Yeah. Now, it's an interesting question why that relationship is linear. It's not a triangle.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm just asking if you can demonstrate the 1 degree per 60 miles.
I am
Because
unable
you
to
can
do so.
demonstrate it. You can demonstrate it mathematically.
Yeah, I'm unable to do so. But for the audience, it's an interesting
Well,
question, something to do your own research
has
about.
anyone done it? Has anyone done that?
My father.
I'm sure you can do one. What? How many miles did he do?
Oh, you've never traveled 120 miles?
Okay, did he keep going?
Oh yeah.
He kept going. How many degrees did he end up?
I think they did 5 degrees. Siberia is a large place, man.
Yeah, can you show this?
Unable to do so, sorry.
Okay. Cool.
But you should do your own research. Maybe there are some materials online that support this. I don't know. If I were you, I'd do my own research on this one. It's pretty fundamental.
Yeah, I know the claim. I know the claim because it works out if the Earth
go
is a
now.
ball of
I'll
that
see you guys
size.
later. Thank you for your
So,
time.
you know, like it does work on an equation. Yeah, but
Timbo, you're essentially arguing if latitude lines are equidistant from one another.
latitude lines are only based on your angle measurement to the stars.
Are latitude lines equidistant?
Are they imaginary lines?
Yeah, but are they equidistant?
Yeah, because they're based on the angle degree to the star.
So I'll finish getting you to where he was trying to get you.
Well, so far we've got a baseless assertion fallacy that someone did it over 5 degrees.
I would love you to tell me that latitude lines are not equidistant.
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
So you don't know. Even on your flat Earth, you don't know if latitude lines are equidistant.
Well, you don't. The problem is you don't know either.
That latitude lines are equidistant? Yes, they are.
Yeah, because you've never measured them. Correct?
What do you mean by measure them?
Well, the only way you can measure latitude lines is by an angle measurement to the star. Correct?
To Polaris, kind of, yes. But you're still going to have there's
so
still an error.
So, the only
it doesn't
way
set
that
it exactly
you can
90
get a
degrees.
latitude line is you don't travel across the Earth and then go, oh yeah, here's the other latitude line, do you? You got to look up. That's where latitude lines come from.
No, it's not.
Oh, latitude lines don't come from the stars.
No, latitude lines, just like longitude lines, are arbitrary. It's a way to break down the surface of the Earth into manageable pieces and figure out where you are.
We can put them anywhere we want.
Then.
There are lines in the sky you project onto the ground position. Again, that same fucking plane you want to say that has intersecting shit in space.
Yeah, man. I can't believe you didn't know that.
I don't say it has intersecting shit in space. You're the one who asked me where they would intersect.
You're the one with thousands of tangents going every which way.
Longitude and latitude are horizontal datums on the surface of the Earth, dude.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
How can that be the case if, first of all, the fact that latitude...
How do you get latitude lines?
I guess on a flat, as long as we agree that they're equidistant, I guess if it was a flat plane, the way that we do latitude lines would still work. But the longitude goes completely out the window for you, Jedi.
Alright, I'm just going to read this out. Sorry, Tim, but I'll be really, really quick.
You're alright, man. I'm just playing around anyway.
Please post it as well. Please post it as well so I can read along with you.
What I'll do is I'll post it. I don't read it from the... I read it from the page I'm posting on, because when I post it in the text, it starts scrolling upwards and it's hard to follow sometimes.
You could just DM it to me.
There you go, it's in the chat. It's nice, right? It's in the chat now. I did it whilst I was talking. Alright, so Horizontal datums measure positions, latitude and longitude on the surface of the Earth, while vertical datums are used to measure land elevations and water depths. So this is from the oceanservice.noaa.gov. So horizontal datums measure positions, latitude and longitude on the surface of the Earth, while vertical datums are used to measure land elevations and water depths. Like 50 feet below mean sea level, 5,000 feet when we look at a mountain above mean sea level, elevation profiles to anything. We talk about horizontal and vertical datums.
Googling like mad there, platypus, looking for something.
I'm just reading what he posted.
Yeah, keep reading. There's no curvature in it, that's for sure.
Horizontal datums measure positions on the surface of the Earth, while vertical datums are used to measure land elevations and water depth. Okay, what does this have to do with the Earth being flat? The language makes perfectly sense if it's a sphere, too. If it were a sphere, they would be horizontal datum measure points on the surface of the Earth.
The word's in there, horizontal. Horizontal. Did you miss that word? It's right in there. Horizontal.
Did you see the bit where it said measure?
Globe Earth platypus. My favorite platypus.
Elevation angles are defined as from the imaginary line of the observer to the sun or Polaris or a star above the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. A horizontal plane extends outwards from the foot position of the observer. Right, it's not a point on a curve and then the horizontal plane projects outwards, not in contact with the Earth. It's all measured from a plane.
I mean, completely forgetting that you're citing the NOAA website, which A, is run by the government, and B, if you asked anyone who works at this place what the shape of the Earth is,
that's lovely.
It's just cherry picking.
Dude, it's not cherry picking.
It's like you pulled the website up into Google and just typed in the word horizon and horizontal and looked for the sentences that use the word horizontal.
Yeah, because it's going to be specific to the subject matter that we're talking about. We're talking about longitude and latitude, so it's probably a good idea to understand what they are.
Well, I would love to understand what they are. For example, I would love to understand why, when you travel east to west at different longitudes, those don't line up with a flat Earth when you're below the southern hemisphere.
Okay,
when you're below the equator, not below, further south of the equator.
Go on. Are we still going to be now utilising other stars? Are we still going to be using angle measurements to those stars? Is that what we're going to be doing?
For latitude and longitude?
Yes.
How else are you going to know where you are?
Are we? I don't know. Can you? Yeah, you probably can.
Yeah, this is exactly what we do. So within celestial navigation, Polaris is a good place to start, but it's not all we do. We measure other elevations of other stars. So then, because of our prediction, we know where we are based on that prediction, how far we've travelled over a certain amount of time. Now we can
okay, Jedi. Okay, hold on. Riddle me this, Batman. If you stand on the equator and you walk due east or due west a set distance, let's just call it 100 miles because it's an easy number to crunch up. You can see with your celestial navigation what your position change was in longitude over 100 miles, right? And no matter where you are in the world, if you walk 100 miles while standing on the equator the entire time, due east or due west, your longitude's going to change the exact same amount, no matter where you are in the world, right?
Yeah, go on, man. You're finally getting something.
So if you move further north than the equator to a different latitude line, and you travel 100 miles, your longitude suddenly starts changing faster over the same distance, which would make sense on a flat Earth and a globe Earth because you're getting closer to the pole, and those latitude lines are, or those latitude rings, which they would be on both of our models, are getting smaller and smaller.
Still 60 miles per degree.
If 60 is an easier number for us to work with, I'll say 60 instead. I pulled it out of my ass arbitrarily. 100 sounded like a nice clean number, but we can do 60 if you want.
Still 60 miles per degree. So if you went to 100 miles, it's going to be just a little over 1.5 degrees that you move.
No. I'm not talking about walking 100 miles due north or due south. I'm talking about walking 100 miles due east or due west.
Okay, so in a circle. Okay, continue on.
Yes, and it would be a circle regardless of what model we're talking about, flat or globe. Now, the problem that I have is that makes sense in the northern hemisphere on my map, and it makes sense north of the equator on your map. The problem is on your model, when you go below the equator, they should continue to change your latitude less and less the further away you get from the equator when you walk due east or due west, because those circles should be getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Because they have to. You can't get smaller circles. That makes no sense. But that's not what we see. When you get south of the equator, the further away you get from the equator, i.e. change your latitude, when you start walking due east or due west, all of a sudden it starts doing the same thing that it does in the northern hemisphere. Or north of the equator on your map. You start changing your longitude quicker and quicker the further away you get from the equator. Why is that? You're still traveling the same distance. Why is your longitude changing so much? Those longitudes are supposed to just be straight line projections from the ground position of Polaris on your model. Do your longitude lines start curving randomly when they get below the equator? No, and you would never say that they do. So how do you rectify that? How do you make that make sense? Well, it makes sense if you're doing it on a spherical Earth. Because it's going to do the same thing north of the equator that you're doing south of the equator. And you don't have any way to rectify that. No celestial navigation, no anything is going to explain why those circles would be getting smaller and smaller south of the equator.
This voice chat is huge. What is going on, guys? Hello.
Most people are just listening. I would recommend doing the same.
We're just listening? My bad. I'm sorry. Well, what do we listen?
The only thing I have to say about that is I do know that there's a lot of issues with maps in the South, and that they've got things that you have to do to make compensations to your compass and stuff. So something different is going on in the South that doesn't go on in the North. That I can say. So yeah, I do think that it raises a question. I don't have an answer for you. Other
That's
than
an acceptable answer.
Goes on in the South.
I'll accept that. I'll accept I don't know as an answer, and I won't press you any further than that. Yeah, I would recommend trying to hash that one out for yourself, though, because it doesn't make sense.
I'm going to look into it more. Like, I know that there are these magnetic declination things that they do, and they seem weird, and maybe there's a reason for it, and but maybe there's more questions there that we need to dig into. But all I know is that does happen in the South. There's something weird that goes on where it's not just, can we say, smooth sailing by the sextant.
Well, you do get smooth sailing in the South if you're doing these things with like celestial navigation. If you're doing it with the understanding that you're standing on a sphere, then it works.
when you measure it flat with your angles. Okay, good. Okay.
You can say that you're measuring it flat with your angles, but it's a whole nother thing. If the rate
Well, look,
of
hang on. Here's the thing:
change.
if you're not measuring it flat, and you're going to use tangents, you're going to have GPs out in outer space. They're not going to be on the surface of the Earth. So the globe model is the one that has weird problems with celestial navigation, not the flat earthers that can say, well, here's the ground position of that star, and we can mark it with an X. You've got a ground position of a star that's out in space somewhere on your tangent. That's the
Plumb,
weird one.
I don't care about the ground position of that star. And I'm going to explain on.
If you want to go
ground
anywhere,
Listen to me.
You need
Listen
the
to me.
ground position of the star
I
because that's
don't
how you're
need
going
to know that. Hold on. I'm going to explain this to you.
You don't care about it. Also, at 58
you
minutes
can
after the
navigate
hour,
platypus.
58 minutes after the hour, which one represents what we're talking about? Left or right?
They're both true statements. One of them has a 90-degree angle. The other one doesn't have a 90-degree angle.
So we're going to imagine the one that you said does not. That green line is directly underneath Polaris. So looks like the bottom is not a 90-degree angle anymore on your ball. What happened? So that's a plane. Okay, we'll call it a plane. It's not 90. It's some weird angle to that plane. We'll shoot that plane out into space, and where the X is, where I'm standing on my plane, will shoot out. What will we call that intersection point? We'll call that like Hyper Middleton.
Jedi, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry, not Jedi. I'm so used to talking to Jedi. Radwin, can I ask you a question about your drawing here? Why do I need the red or green arrow to measure the elevation angle of this object?
X is me, and
yes.
We'll pretend that's 45. We'll pretend that's 45 degrees. Red is the arrow at the top is Polaris. The line going down is touching the ground position on the white line. X is my feet, and we've already done the math. And the yellow line is me looking at Polaris.
But no, so hang on. This drawing is not correct because that's not the ground position.
Yeah, ground position is
X,
star, and the intersection of red white is the ground. The ground position is the intersection of yellow white for me, and for Polaris it's red white. Yeah,
hold on.
That's a
Radwin. Hold on. Radwin. A minor correction you need to make to your drawing. The green arrow should be going from the star to the nearest point on the sphere.
Oh,
the arrow's in.
I got
it. The arrow's in.
I have it for you. Hold on.
Yes.
You'll feel better when I show you this one.
It was a minor thing.
You will say this is correct. That's correct, right?
That would be the way you would want to draw that green line. Yes.
Okay, so there now underneath me, we'll call it. It's raised up to my eyes. There's a plane. Now, where's the plane that goes underneath there? That should be hitting like my armpits or something, right? Where do they intersect at? Those two planes. Now, that's how we do it, or is it actually like this? In reality, what we do. In reality,
doesn't look right
in reality,
either.
I just posted reality. Blue is the actual ground position to the black line, and my feet are standing on the black line. Do you get it now? You think I don't have
this still doesn't
hold
look
on.
right.
Hold on, Radwin. I got to address something. Anderson, appreciate you. I got this under control, dude. I got this under control. You're jumping in the middle.
You got it. I'm done.
That line that you're drawing from the star to the surface, or the curve in that drawing, that line that you're drawing has nothing to do with measuring the angle to that star.
So that's,
you want me to show you how?
If I'm standing, yeah, that's the ground. That's represents the ground position of Polaris. So you're calling that's 90 degrees on the surface of a ball?
I'm telling you, A, it's not 90 degrees, which is what you want me to say. But B, that line has nothing to do with measuring the angle to the star. And I'll prove it to you. If I go out, and listen to me.
To the star is me looking up at the star. And then my pretend
that
horizontal
line you need.
plane that shoots. then my horizontal plane that shoots out into outer space.
Yes,
right?
those are the two you need.
Yeah.
The third one
So
means nothing.
I have two imaginary places that shoot out in our outer space. We've determined that already with your crazy thinking.
Crazy. Hold on. I explain this to you as simply as I can. If I go out in my backyard and I look at my city's water tower, okay, because I can see that in the distance. Do I need to know the ground position of that water tower to measure the elevation angle to the top of that tower?
Not to measure the elevation angle, but you would need to know it if you're going to measure the
full
distance.
stop.
Yeah,
Full
you need
stop
to
for
know
a moment.
how far away it is if you want to know how high it is.
I don't want to know how high. I'm not looking for how high it is, Radwin. I'm looking for its elevation angle.
Yeah, if you want to do water towers, we can go do this as a fun field trip. Let's go out to the water tower. We'll measure the distance. We'll walk away from it, and then we'll walk away till we get 45 degrees away from it. Then we'll know how high it is. That's the simplest thing you can do.
That would tell you how high the water tower is. Yes. Good job.
The end. Now, are you telling me that Polaris is 3,112 miles high now? What the fuck, dude?
No, I'm not telling you that. You're throwing this line, this third line in, and it has nothing to do with measuring the elevation angle.
I don't know where you're going to get to.
And Radwin, you're pretending I'm trying to measure the height to Polaris. I'm not. I'm measuring the angle of elevation to Polaris, not the height. Your third line is totally unused.
Yes, of course. You're only going to get off a horizontal plane. You're not going to get an angle from the top of a circle. You want me to prove that too?
Somebody, please save me from this.
And the co-angle that you get from the elevation angle will be your latitude. That's how you figure out your damn latitude. Then you'll know what latitude you're on from the elevation angle.
Yes, from the elevation angle. And you do not need that third line that Radwin is drawing to do that, correct?
It's done on a flat plane. You need a flat plane. You got to reference it to a flat plane.
Yes, you do.
The GP is going to have a 90-degree angle on the surface of the Earth. You can't have a 90-degree angle on the surface of the Earth unless it is horizontal.
Why the hell do I need a 90-degree angle underneath this object to figure out its elevation angle?
So I posted for you at 5 minutes after the hour the 3 stars you need to get, and notice they form 90 degrees at their ground position. How come on that drawing they form 90 degrees, but you say on a ball it's not 90 degrees? And all those are on the same plane too, but yet you told me those are 3 different planes pointing up in the air at different intersections. But look at that drawing. They all meet at the same plane. And they circle where you're actually at. With the little black dot, you're supposed to like circle that, do a little thing with your compass, say, this is X marks the spot. This is where we are today. Let's head that way. That's how you do it.
Oh, platypus, give it up.
Give that up? Give what up?
Give your globe up. It's been destroyed.
Stop. Stop it.
I'm sorry.
Dude, this isn't even. This isn't even about. Hold on. This isn't even about a flat earth.
We're going to wrap it up in some bubble wrap, so it'll be nice and bouncy for you. That's what we're going to do.
The only reason you can't give up the globe is you want space travel to be real.
No, I would like space travel to be real, but that's not the reason.
Time travel, that's what you're looking forward to.
No, I don't think time travel is possible either.
Time is an arrow.
Why not? If you were Superman and can spin the Earth backwards, you can travel back in time. You can make time go backward.
The dumbest explanation, or the dumbest way anybody ever came up in a movie or any other kind of medium for making time go backwards. I still can't wrap my head around that second Superman movie.
The sun goes a certain direction every day, and that's how we keep track of time. That's how we move forward in time. That's how we move forward in time. So why was it a bad concept?
If you make the Earth spin
backwards in time.
No, you don't go backwards in time, for the love of God.
It's ridiculous. You do.
It's a movie.
He unspun the Earth. He unspun the Earth backwards.
It was meant for children. That's all.
It was.
Oh, so it's okay. So if we tell children they live on a ball when they really don't, it's okay.
It was a stupid concept to illustrate something stupid for stupid children. That's all. Or is that proof of flat Earth or something?
Anyway,
That was Christopher Reeves, by the way. Christopher Reeves was a super quadriplegic.
Yeah, how'd he fly? Jeez.
He wasn't back then.
Yeah. I don't
But-
need to make fun of the guy for being handicapped. Come on.
So, Platypus, is that all you got for us today? You got nothing new, nothing good, nothing that's going to sink in for us?
Dead people are the best people to make fun of, first of all.
Hey, the
Thank you.
one, Plumb Bob, the one thing, because I am going to get out of here. It's midnight. That last thing that I was talking about with the longitudes, though, I would look into that if I were you. I would try to develop an answer that makes sense to a glober for that. I would like to hear it.
I already debunked all your shit tonight, so you don't have to give us any homework. Thank you.
Okay. And Radwin trying to explain to me Cooper, you missed it, dude. Radwin is hung up on trying to explain to me how you would measure the height to a star and saying that what he's actually doing is measuring your angle of elevation to that star.
No,
I
heard.
I did not say that at all.
That's what you get for arguing.
I
like
said the height of a
horizon
water
stuff. It's too
tower.
complicated. They're not
I
ready
said
for
at
it.
45 degrees. Then I said, oh, if we were in Montreal at 45 degrees, would that make that star that high or all the stars that high? I asked you a question. I never implied bullshit. So it's already on the live stream, fuckface.
Dude, if you're at 45 degrees north latitude, the North Star is going to be roughly 45 degree elevation angle.
Uh-huh.
And its ground position has absolutely
And when we walk to
nothing
its
to do
ground
with that.
position, right? And you said as we've shown in the 3-star, the celestial navigation, they're all on the same plane. So when I walk there 3,112 miles directly underneath Polaris, and we're going to say, oh, that must be 312,000 miles high, huh? Since it was 45 degrees away.
Hey,
You're not
Platypus.
going to get away from me.
I have a submarine question for you, real quick. Hypothetically, if I'm in a submarine, would I be able to target a shark with a torpedo? Is that something that you could do?
Before we do the submarine thing, just to put a pin into this, if you don't mind, Platypus.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I can't
So
stop
here's
you. That's how I'll answer that. I cannot stop you.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna post this paper again. You guys have seen this thing before if you watched any of my content. This is the actual. This is the actual mathematics for celestial navigation rather than the straw man that we kind of see all the time. And if you look at this, I want to take you guys to page 40 of this paper, okay? And you're going to see that the way that, so this is appendix 2, it's 2.3, 2.3.1, the navigational tetrahedron. You guys there? You see that?
As soon as you put a tetrahedron into it, you're adding mathematics to what you saw.
Yeah, you're adding mathematics. I know that's a problem for
Yeah, you're adding adding mathematics.
we want to work in reality.
You're making it
Yeah.
into a globe. That's not
Yeah.
reality, man. The
Well,
reality
no,
is that you're
that's the
looking at it on a
question.
flat plane. You're taking
That
the
is the very thing
and
in
now you're
dispute
trying to
is
turn
whether
it
or
into
not
a
it's a
freaking globe with your
right?
your mathematics. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to turn it into a globe with your mathematics. That's what that math does.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing is that you're trying to turn it
It's
into a
not
plane with
reality.
your mathematics,
Not
and my
reality.
mathematics
It's
foo is
not
better than your
reality.
mathematic
It's not
foo,
reality.
right? So it is reality, and
It's
here's the
not
thing about
reality.
this reality: it
No,
is reality.
it's
Ground
reality. We
position.
don't have to turn things
Ground
into a globe
position.
so that we can
Yeah.
take a walk around the block for crying out loud.
Ground position is
Here's
not
the thing.
mathematics. It's the fucking piece of dirt under your feet. When you look directly up
Oh.
at a star that's 90 degrees above you, yeah, that's the ground position of the star.
Here's the reality of it, guys, is that the 90 degrees above you thing is sort of true, but it's not what you're using to make the right triangles, right? The right triangles, and you can see if you look at A, you can see the little squared off
I love when
portions.
Globers conflict with themselves. This is good. Now, who are you going to debunk, Peter or Platypus?
Debunking you, man. So Platypus is, I mean, he can speak for himself, but I have a feeling he's going to agree with me, right? The thing is with spherical trigonometry is that you're not making a right triangle and using simple,
done in reality.
what's a Euclidean geometry to determine
anything you do, you're going to be measuring angles. That's all you're going to be doing. You're not measuring curves. The curves come afterwards when you apply. Yes,
that's not right.
You cannot look
you
through
are
your
drawing curves.
theodolite.
You know what you're drawing?
You
You
don't
want
see
to know what you're
curvature
drawing?
through your theodolite.
You
yeah,
are
you
drawing
got,
curves.
you got a horizontal crosshair as your reference, dude. What the fuck?
That's just crap, man. This is
Dude, in your link, you've got fucking triangles all over the place. What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah, there's triangles everywhere, and then all of a sudden on page 40, we're going to turn it into a sphere. But the whole 39 pages before that are about how you're going to measure it by angles on a flat plane. Yeah, flat plane now, and then we're going to curve it.
I just wanted to go. I just want to go on the record as saying no other globe earther who comes in here is necessarily speaking for me. Okay.
You guys are going to make sure that you get out of it. That's good. That's good to have disclaimers. You guys should all have separate disclaimers. It would be best.
You would be pissed if we started citing the Flat Earth Society at you, so don't pretend like it's some weird double standard.
It's
Never
true.
met a Flat Earth Society person. I don't think they exist.
I've never met one. No, because the site was made by Globers, so how would you ever meet somebody from the Flat Earth Society unless you're a Glober pretending to be a Flat Earther? Flat Earthers look stupid.
Just the mention of their name triggers the fuck out of them.
Well, show us one. Go get a Flat Earth Society member, dumbass.
Hey, D-Mock.
Bring him in here. Bring him in here.
D-Mock, you know, if we started talking about Bob and Globebusters stuff, that would stir the pot into like crazy.
If you talk about a guy that's passed away that played with cat toys, that ain't no skin off my back, brother. You shouldn't do that. That's kind of weird. Listen, if you think a cat toy is out as smarter than you and every fucking human and everything on this planet, be my guest, stupid.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean passed away? Who on the Globebusters passed away?
Bob Nodell.
Bob Nodell died?
Yeah, the very guy you're speaking of.
When the fuck did that happen?
You didn't know that?
No, I don't really pay attention to the. I didn't really pay attention to
unless I'm
Globebusters.
retarded, like he actually. I mean, I'm not mistaken, am I, young people? I mean, like.
No, I just checked. No, he
that
did.
happened.
Bob Newell died.
Yes, he's been gone for like what, 5 months, 6 months, something like that. At least.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm sorry to bring it up.
No, I'm sorry.
That happened after Rob Skiba. Another one.
I knew Rob Skiba died. I was on 24/7 the night that he died, and you guys talked about him.
When are you Globers going to start dying off?
Yeah, they don't do that. They only take out freaking. They only take out flatheads, you know.
Radlin, you don't need to be. Come on, you don't need to be mean.
The Skiba thing was.
We're gathered here today to say our condolences to Platypus.
No famous Globers die off.
Yeah, the Skiba thing was suspect as heck.
Well, yeah, didn't they try to chalk? They tried to chalk the Skiba death up to COVID, right? They said he died from COVID because he didn't get the vaccine or something like that.
So you're going to try to get us shut down, or do I mute you?
Yeah, let's not talk about that. But
which is it? Which is it? Do you keep talking about it, or do we stop talking about it?
Oh, we can stop talking about it. Although it does kind of prove Cooper's point. If we talk about the wrong flat Earth stuff, it gets people mad.
Dude, you'll get us shut down if you want to talk about dumb shit from 2020. Go ahead, I dare you to do it.
Hey, all you had to do was ask. I won't talk about it.
This has been the same rule in every server you ever go into. Oh, except the ones that got shut down.
What's the thing you're without getting in trouble? What's this thing you're not supposed to talk about?
The misinformation stuff.
Him or his cause of death, without saying either one of the words.
Dude, VC verification. You shouldn't talk about VC verification if you
How
could
about
get
all
the
of it?
drift.
How about we just drop the whole subject? Just leave it at that, okay?
Dropping it. Firmly dropping it. Done with it.
Problem solved.
So we've learned tonight to do celestial navigation. You need to make triangles with 90 degrees under each ground position, or the ground position of the star that you're looking at. Of course, you'll be 90 degrees to whatever you're standing on because you're standing on the same plane. Unless you guys think they're different. There's an infinite amount of planes you can stand on.
All I've learned tonight is that Radwin conflates measuring the height of something.
Yeah, everybody holding hands in a square mile are all standing on different planes.
It's interesting that you say that the ground position has got nothing to do with it with regards to celestial navigation, but that's the thing that you're kind of interested in, because on your chart you're going to want to get a compass, stick the needle in that ground position, and draw a circle around it.
You're not drawing the circle around its ground position. You're drawing the circle around its angle of elevation.
Yeah, you are.
Yes, you are. That's why you're interested in its elevation angle, so you can plot its ground position.
That's not what the circle represents. The circle represents all of the places in the world that you could be standing and get that angle of elevation to that object.
You need to know the ground position of the thing that you took the elevation angle to in the first place. And you need to mark it on your map. And you're going to take a compass and you're going to put a pencil in the other side of your compass. And you're going to draw a circle around that point, that GP, the ground position. And if it's 600 miles, it'll be a 600-mile circle that you're going to draw around there.
It's crazy. We've spent ages talking about Polaris and getting our latitude, which is a circle around the GP of fucking Polaris. It's average, remember, because it wiggles about. That's what we draw our first circle around. Our other circles come from the ground positions of other stars we've measured with elevation angles up to. This is our fucking prediction. We predict the elevation angle to these things because what we want next is that ground position to draw circles round. Because where those circles intersect, there you are.
Boom.
Like, there's a reason why we do this. We're trying to find
Kind of like
ourselves.
what I posted. Where those circles intersect, there you are.
Exactly.
All on the same plane. All on the same plane, aren't they, platypus?
What the fuck do you think is at the middle of that circle? Platypus?
Not a humpy arc. No.
Maybe moon rock.
Hold on, Radwin, do you have a version of that drawing that blows up a little bit bigger when you click on it in Discord?
Oh.
Take a screenshot of it and blow it up yourself.
No, that's what I just had to do.
Whoever made this one did a bad job.
Platypus, click if you're on.
I already got it.
I
already got it. I got it. I blew it up. I got it.
Yeah.
Enhance.
Look at all those horizontals, perpendicular and parallel to each other.
And the other one in there is as a muffle angle as well. Can't forget about that. That one.
Where's this taken from?
That one's definitely taken from the surface of the Earth, the azimuthal angle. Definitely.
Where does this drawing come from, though?
Pardon?
Where does this drawing come from, though?
Hold on, let me get it up.
Where does it need to come from? Where do you need it to come from?
I don't need it to come from anywhere. I just want to know where it came from.
Make it smaller. Where did it come from?
If you move those circles,
come from a place where it shows that it's being done on a globe. That's what he really
you want me
needs
to blow your mind, platypus? I'm going to blow your mind. Imagine moving those circles up with that 90 degree to the top where the S is. They all still touch. How come the stars are the same height?
You keep saying a lot of things have got nothing to do with celestial navigation, but every single time it's very much got something to do with celestial navigation. It's the whole fucking point.
Everything about the globe requires celestial navigation. They need flat Earth more than we need flat Earth. They need it to make sure that their globe works.
Actually, they only use flat Earth, and they just pretend they're on a globe in reality.
Exactly.
You guys made me break my fidget spinner.
That sounds like a personal problem. You're going to need a replacement for that.
I got this one at some robot show. I think it's made out of what it's made out of. It's pretty heavy. It's made out of stainless. A bearing just went on it. Knew it was cheap. Fuckers.
Wait, do you like those little sound makers too? For like New Year's Eve to go like
No,
they rattle kind of
No.
like ratchets. You can just use your
Nope.
ratchet. It's a good replacement.
I got a whole drum set, guitar, recording studio shit. Practices tomorrow night. I make enough noise. I don't need things going all the time.
Wait, what's a fidget spinner? Is that dude, did you ever have those balls that made noises? They're like two balls and you'd spin, they go woo woo. They were like, what were they called?
Those are, I'm a fellow nerd, those are called fushigis.
All right, what about these? If anybody remembers, damn it, what were they called? They were called not knuckle busters. They go clack, 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 clack. They were outlawed. There were two strings, two balls.
They would shatter and fucking get in people's eyes. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't just that. They were called click clack balls, and you would these are back in like the 70s or something. And they go clack, 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 and people would hit their heads. They would knock people out.
I remember those.
I think they shattered.
We called them clunkers or something. And yeah,
they
you
were
used to get
dangerous.
Smack. Yeah, they were glass. The balls on the end of the ropes were glass, and you smack the knuckles
They
with
could have been glass because they were shattering, but then I think they made them out of some hard plastic. They were still lighting people up. They were.
Oh, my favorite toy.
They were more dangerous.
Nobody can beat the best toy from the 70s and 60s.
Jarts. Lawn darts.
That's
I
it.
still have a set of those. One of them's
nothing can beat that. Especially the best way to play it is with two people on each side of your house at night, and you throw them over your house and hope for the best.
Okay, can I tell you a funny lawn dart story? The way my dad and my uncles played with them.
Straight up, and whoever ran first lost.
Straight up, and whoever ran out of the circle is a fucking pussy.
You never did.
The 70s were truly a different time.
If you never did that with a bow and arrow, you're a
time
pussy.
when it was just survival of the fittest. Now it's everybody. We have to put foam on corners of tables.
Survival of the luckiest, maybe.
Some of us have to do that because one of our children may or may not be a little different.
Dude, I literally
even back then we let the little different children play with us, and they got to run too.
I literally ran with scissors on purpose back in the 70s.
Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm dating myself with this one, and I don't know if kids still do this, but did you ever play that game where you and another guy, you would put your fist down on a desk and you would take turns flicking a quarter into your knuckles as hard as you could? Dude, quarters. Quarters was wild, man.
Yeah.
I lost good money on that.
Hold on. Quarters is a beer game, first of all. Whatever you're talking about
This
has
is
to have a
elementary
different name.
school.
Quarters is bouncing quarters off a table and landing in alcohol.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm talking about Bloody Knuckles. I'm sorry, wrong name.
Oh, I've never even heard of that. What? All right, I'm coming, baby.
90s classic.
No, it's not Bloody Knuckles either. Hold on, I'm gonna figure it out.
No, it's something else. But I used to play it, and yeah, I used to get Bloody Knuckles, but that's not what it was called. It was something to do with quarters or coins or something. The other thing we used to do when you were allowed to smoke in the restaurants, we used to take a napkin and put a napkin over top of a coffee cup, and you'd put like a nickel or a dime on it, and then you would burn holes through the napkin to see who had dropped the whoever dropped the dime or the nickel or whatever it was, they had to pay the bill. That was a good game too.
I played a similar game with where you keep adding water to a glass, and the first one to get overflow it loses.
You could smoke in our high school.
I mean, I can't do that shit anymore.
Did any of you guys ever play?
God, that shit is over with.
Did any of you guys ever play the penis game?
Okay, weirdos again.
Afraid to ask what it is.
But okay, so you determine a group of people. You determine a random order.
Oh.
And what happens is the first person.
You don't mean the penis showing game? Like,
no.
Waiting?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
No. The penis game. It's like okay, imagine me, two of my friends. I go first. I say the word penis. Then the next person has to say it, but they have to say it at least a little bit louder than the last person who said it. And you keep going until somebody eventually says the word loud enough that they get in trouble over it.
No,
and that person loses.
Never played
Instant
that.
classic.
Preferred smear the
Sounds like
clear.
something you and your two other friends decided you want to do.
No, I did that too in the 90s. It was a great time. Classic elementary school hijinks.
Elementary school, we were doing that shit in fucking senior year.
Oh, my elementary school hijinks were in the 70s.
How old are you?
So, like doing LSD or?
All right, mine was in the 70s too. All right, let me give you an example.
Me, I'm 35.
On the balloon launch day, the day we did balloon launch, you know, where you'd launch balloons until they found out that they were killing like sea creatures and stuff. The balloons would like strangle stuff, right? So we would all have we would make like little pin stick pins your mom would like for sewing with the little ball things on it, and we'd roll some like clay up on the end and then have them like with our long like really hard straws and we'd be lighting up balloons, and my buddy got in trouble for hitting somebody in the head, and it's didn't hit anybody in the eye, but it stuck somebody in the head. I was like, holy crap, dude, you dumbass.
Did anybody ever used to snap the writing end off of a mechanical pencil, and then you take a rubber band and you put it around the clip and the eraser bit and turn it into a BB launcher? Got a lot of people in trouble with that one. But
best one is a rubber band and a paper clip and a V, and shoot that at somebody. They'll leave you alone. I'm gonna punch you in the face.
My favorite was I would take the electric igniter off a grill and then just spark the back of the metal of a chair of the kid in front of me, and the bolt sitting with him, and he would jump his fucking ass off the chair and have no clue what happened to him.
That's the kind of devious shit I'm talking about. Gentlemen, it is 12:30. I've got to go to bed. I'll catch you all another night.
Yeah, you got to roll out your curves. Got to get rid of the globe.
Good night.
Okay, he's gone. Let's talk about him. I'm just kidding.
Larry, are you still in here?
I don't see him in there.
Nope, never mind.
I just got here, so I don't know what you guys are on about. You guys sounds like you were doing some devious shit when you were younger.
We're rebels.
No, just normal shit.
Just normal stuff.
BB gun wars, and you're allowed to use bows and arrows. Just make sure you wear 2 coats.
Lawn darts.
No, that's real. We would have groups of 8 in the woods, bows and arrows and BB guns. Good luck,
dude. Did you ever do like pipe? Like you take like like the right size pipe and then just have bottle rocket wars.
Yeah,
that was the shit. That was the shit. Roman candle wars were good too.
Roman candles was more fun because you could aim those things.
Yeah.
What's
Crazy,
real cool
man.
is if you save up some of those Roman candles and then wait for winter and then you shoot them over the snow, then it's like Star Wars.
It's like Star Wars.
You know what I mean? Like what was it, part 2?
Yeah, the
and
light
it was in the
reflects
snow, the
off of it,
lasers.
yeah.
Oh, dude, it's
All
awesome.
right, here's one. All right, me and Q were talking about the other night. A couple people knew what I was talking about. Riding trees. Does anybody know about riding trees?
I was there. Yeah.
You were there. Do you remember riding trees?
Fuck yeah! I thought I was the only one.
Ah, that's killer. Yeah, I used to ride trees in the woods. Little green I don't know, they're not
Skinny
saplings. They're, anything about 25 feet-ish tall, maybe sometimes smaller. Depends on how old you were. And you'd climb to the top carefully until you got to the top. And then you'd kind of lean your weight one way, and depending on how suddenly you'd lean your weight, you'd ride the tree down. And sometimes you'd bounce back up a little bit. And sometimes it would break and you'd freaking bust your ass. Yeah, riding trees, dude. Yeah, he was like, I thought I was the only one that did that. And I was like, no, freaking poor white trash in the suburbs. Didn't have a lot of money. Yeah, that's what you did.
Our poor parents did put so much effort into keeping us alive, and we just spit on them.
Dude, we survived. No helmets, no pads, freaking no maps. We just went and we drank out of the hose.
Drank out of the hose. I even had a Honda 253 wheeler, man.
Still do, baby.
We had mini bikes, go-karts, all that shit right down the middle of the street. Fuck everybody.
Yep.
Over lawns, making jumps right on the street. Boom, you hit.
Well,
you go flying.
We had 2 kids. There used to be the over at Catonsville Community College. There was what do you call it? A runner's trail, right? But it had stations you could stop and do.
Fitness
Different
trail,
things.
called.
Right. Yeah. So it was that, and it went around the woods, and it kind of backed up to our house on Glenray, but these kids were driving I forget, was it go-karts? I think it was 3-wheelers, and one of them died, and the other one cracked his head really bad. So then nobody had freaking 3-wheelers after that. It was like off what like no, like everybody's parents were like crazy about it. And then I got to drive my dad's moped though. I'd fly that thing around. Push mopeds weren't very fast. I had the one that it kind of looked like a motorcycle. That was about the coolest thing I had.
You had the gay one. Yeah, I had a Pook moped. I had a Pook that was made by BMW.
Isn't it called Poosh? I think that's what it is. A Poosh.
Peugeot.
No, Push.
Push.
Whatever. You had to pedal it to start it.
Yeah, I had one.
Yeah, you had to get going, hit the button, start right up. You get that to like 33 at the max in its heyday.
Downhill.
Well, everybody, they were always like around 25, and then some guys figured out a way to get them a little faster. Move the governor.
The one I had, the one that Dad had, wasn't the little tiny thin one. It looked more like a freaking motorcycle. It had a bigger tank. It went a little faster. I think the top was 40. That was around that.
Take the governor off or whatever.
That had to be 85.
Yeah, we were. There was like 6 of us in our group. We all had mopeds.
Yeah. It was like great way to have
McDonald's on Friday night football games. Yeah, Friday night football games before we could drive.
You said smoking in school. There was a smoking area when I first started junior high, and then like by the time I got expelled, everybody was smoking at the balloon factory. It was like right across the street where they made these big freaking like balloons. And yeah, dude, all the freaking stoners would be hanging out over there. And every time I talk to my buddy that I knew from back then, I'm like, dude, you been at the balloon factory lately? I used to make fun of him because he'd always be hanging out there. He was the guy that had failed like 4 times. He was the tallest. You know, he was like really big, and like I'm like, dude, what the hell were you even doing, dude? Like you were like a foot taller than everybody. You'd be smoking there, hanging out with guys 6 years younger than you. Like they were always like the best at fighting because they were the biggest guys that got held back. It's hilarious, dude.
Well, I live in a track house, and it's pretty affluent around here. But all these kids, man, there's like hundreds of them. They all have fucking these little electric little motorcycles, bro. They're like little gangs. They ride around together, 10, 12 of them at a time. Looking crazy, bro. Never seen anything like it.
Electric motorcycles. They're real badass. They can't get far from their plugs.
Yeah, some of them are pretty fucking, they're made for kids. They're not like fucking like some
Those
of the
electric motors are torquey, man. They're pretty fun.
But they look, they're bicycles basically, because you can pedal them too as well. That's why they can zip around all over town. Some of the kids don't wear helmets or nothing. I'm like,
helmets. They didn't even have helmets for us.
Right.
I mean, they did, but that was like, what the fuck? Skateboarding? There was no such things as helmets and pads. I was skateboarding on a brick road. Imagine how good you get when you're skateboarding on that kind of surface. And I moved away from the city when I was little, and then it was gravel roads, so we had to find places to go.
Right.
Have you guys seen that video? This dude who got off his e-bike, unplugged his battery, got in an elevator.
Yes.
Immediately.
Lights on fire.
Yeah, as soon as the elevator doors shut, that fucking battery ignited. He rose to the top, and he was a crispy critter when the elevator opened, but he lived.
Oh, he did. Good for him.
Oh man.
Burns
I don't know
are the
how
worst. Oh man, burns are just the worst fucking.
Dude, I've seen
injury.
like apartments, balconies, kitchens. People got their bikes in their kitchen, and it starts going up, and they're like, oh shit, it's over.
Even those e-cars, man, they're like, Dad, don't park them in your garage. Don't fully charge them. Don't let them fully discharge. It's like, what the fuck? They're warning you left and right. The shit's gonna blow up.
Yeah. Not a big fan of the.
Those will go away. Don't worry. Batteries are too fucked up. there'll be collectors, millions of electric cars that won't be running in about 10 years. You're just going to have junkyards of electric cars that you can't do shit with unless you make your own battery.
I did see a guy put like a 350 engine in a fucking Tesla. Thought that was great, man. I'm like, yeah, there you go.
What? They
put like a fucking V8 in their fucking Tesla.
Freaking
You have to put
Hellcat
a
Tesla.
whole fucking drive shaft and transmission. You have to like gut the whole thing.
Yeah,
It wouldn't even.
there's
You
motor.
just put.
Yeah, he fucking took it down to the frame and fucking rebuilt it. Yeah,
I don't
awesome.
think Teslas even have frames. I think sure they're unibodies
or whatever. He took it down and fucking put a motor in it. Took that shit out of there. It's smart. I did see a guy who built a generator in the back window of a Tesla, on the, like the trunk area in the window. Sealed it all off, you know, and ran the generator plugged into the electric car. And he had some problems with his first model, but he did go like hundreds of miles. But it was
I saw photos of a guy who had a generator strapped to a trailer behind a Tesla, running constantly.
Kind of like a Mr. Fusion on the back of a DeLorean.
I want a Mr. Fusion. Fuck.
Yeah, those Teslas are fucking made of nothing.
Right?
It's just plastic. It's just like the thinnest fucking plastic you could imagine everywhere on it.
The worst thing about them is they make them so that they're like absolutely a crazy computer world inside, just using more electricity. You would want to minimize as much shit as possible if you actually wanted to use that to go and use it utility, go driving somewhere all the time.
It's like the cost
You
to
don't
repair
need
them
all
is
that shit. You can carry a
insane.
phone with you.
Like, just to replace the bumper on it, it requires like 3 different like calibrations that these Tesla dealerships and repair places will charge like up to like $500 a pop each for.
Oh, easy 500. I have a customer. He says his warranty's pretty good. He's had like 3 things go wrong with it, and the way he does it is he goes on his app and he's like, "Oh, this is wrong and this is wrong," and then they schedule it, and you don't even have to be home. You can just leave the fucking car out, and then once they get there, they text you, and you open up the car, and then they can work on it.
Yeah, the app
They
is
come
kind of
right to your
cool.
house. I go, that's pretty cool. I mean, so there's some advantages to that, but you know, I would never own one. I think they're ugly, man. I don't know about you.
I would just send a message coming to work on your car, and they're like, okay, and they unlock it, I get in there and take off.
It don't work like that.
I know.
It works like that. But
if I only ever had to drive like in one town, I would consider getting an electric car. But
right,
like if my daily commute was like 15 miles, and that's basically all I did was like drive to town and back, like it would make
you
can
tell
make
your
an
friend
argument for it.
calls you up and goes, "Hey man, I'm stuck in fucking middle of the desert. Come get me." And he's like, "Well, it's gonna take me like 12 hours. I'll get there eventually."
I got to bring my generator.
My generator.
Couple buckets of gas.
Couple 5-gallon things of gas.
Don't Teslas have solar panels? So when they're driving, they're charging.
No, they don't.
Oh no, that's no. The truck has a glass roof that you can just shatter that thing.
The Skyview lights are actually pretty common on new SUVs and trucks, where they have the whole where like 3/4 of the roof is
I
just a
hate
glass
that.
panel.
I'm like, where's my fucking sun visor? Where the fuck?
Yeah, you end up closing it because the sun that comes in is too fucking bright.
Mm-hmm. Might be nice for the passengers. I've never actually ridden in one as a passenger in the back, but
every vehicle I've ever had with a moonroof, I just shut that bitch.
Yeah.
You know,
Keep it shut.
Really?
Keep the sun out. Hell yeah. Keep the sun out.
never.
It's annoying.
I
It
used to
gets in your
love
eyes.
All my
riding with
cars
the
have that.
sunroof open.
All my
Like,
cars have that. Yep, I never ever use that. I
The
want to keep the heat
solar.
out.
don't
I
you
want
guys
the
like to
heat
feel the
in my
wind in your
car.
hair?
Yeah.
The
No.
Tesla. The
I turn the
Tesla,
air
dude. It should
conditioning
have.
on high if I want wind in my hair.
If they want the Tesla to be green, they should have. They've got bendy freaking solar panels. They should have the whole top surface a solar panel, right? Because then you could tout.
Make the roof
Oh,
out
look!
of it.
As you drive, it's charging. Like you could literally extend your mileage by on a really sunny day. Like it should be able to kick freaking ass. Like
Yeah, and then
you could
when
put
you're not using it,
three solar panels worth of solar panels up there. I could bet you could get at least two 450s, and that's not bad. Like just sitting there, it would charge pretty good while you're driving and just sitting there. And
How
that's the
much does
thing;
a
they don't give a
solar
crap
panel
about
weigh?
that. If not a lot, but if they made all charging stations solar charging stations, then they could tout green shit. But they don't care about any of that crap. They could make all of them solar. You know, like all solar panels charge.
I got a 160 kilowatt on the top of my car, and it charges my second and third battery for my fridge and stuff.
Cool. Yeah.
Just sits there. They're
A
cheap as fuck.
160.
They're like $100.
Yeah, a 160's cheap. Yeah, 160s are cheap. I'm thinking about getting like 6 new ones. I can't go above 450 total DC volts coming in. So I can go up to like 20 240s. So it's 2,000, like right under 5,000 basically. So I can do, whatever, like 10 450s is 4,500. So I can go that route for one string. For one of my inverters. You got to run them all together though, and you can't mix and match. It's like a no, complete no to mix and match in a string. Like some people will put like 240s and like 350s, and like literally the 350s are not. They're no better than the 240s. Then like your string's only as good as your lowest panel, from what I understand. I'm not freaking no solar expert, so solar's pretty badass. In Arizona, dude, we run everything off it. Very rarely on a cloudy day we have to use the generator. Or if I do way too much crimping with my crimper for coffee, because that's real. Takes a lot of voltage to melt things.
The hair crimper there, Bear Pelagia. Back in the 80s.
Well, yeah, that too,
Crimping
dude.
your
I still
hair.
have my curling iron, dude. I have to freaking do my hair too, dude.
Funny.
Got some parachute pants too. Hair
Parachute.
crimpers and parachute pants.
Holy crap.
Dude, I had a pair of pants in like 3rd grade that had 13 zipper pockets. I thought I was the shit. I'm like, I got 13 zipper pockets, got my kangaroos with more zipper pockets. I'm like, man, I can put candy in here. I can put pea shooters. I can put this. I can put that.
Do you mean you had some zips with some material attached?
Yeah. Mostly zipper. Dude, what kind of nonsense? Dude, that thing's hurt too. If you like slam on a bike or something, dude, zippers ain't good.
Yeah, especially if you're not wearing undies either. You're fucked.
Oh shit! No, don't even talk about that. Holy moly! Good lord!
All right, we got any Globers in here, man? What do we got?
Hi.
Conversation not going anywhere.
All right.
Globies. Present your globe model.
Present your flat Earth model first.
I was in 24/7 over there for a minute today. A couple people showed up, and
yeah,
I'd never heard this one that was playing. It was QE,
Nick West.
Indio, and Nick West, and I was just like, I was laughing. I was just like, never heard this, and just like this one guy, like, it's so funny to hear people that don't know who QE is, and then coming like, why are you yelling? Like, somebody mute him, please. And then QE's like, Indio, you got this? Like, Indio straight up's like, all right, man, anybody wants to talk shit, I'm just going to mute him. It's so funny just to see QE fucking bulldoze people. It's a little unfair at times, but it's too damn funny, man. It's too
so
damn
true.
funny.
That's so true. It's like, who is this guy? Somebody mute him.
What is that guy?
He's like, shut the fuck up.
He reminds me of somebody I know. Oh, that's me.
I was gonna say,
if he hasn't told you to shut the fuck up, you're kind of doing it wrong.
No shit, right? You're being a puss if QE hasn't told you to shut up once.
Oh, we got into it one time. We were talking about something how photons and protons, and I was like, I don't believe in photons, man. Fuck all that shit. Something. And he's like, something. I said, you're a fucking retard. Something. He said, I'm a what? And then I got booted out of the room forever.
He gone. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't believe in the photon thing. Because the particles, the waves, the photons, the quantum shit. I don't. Come on, man.
Can you hand me a photon? That'd be cool.
No, we went over this for a long time on Ponchos. Nobody could give us photons or waves or particles or atoms or electrons or neutrons. Can't give us a gas. Couldn't give us 100% gold. Fuck, everything's 99. Everything's like stepped on. Yeah, we want that good shit. We get the stepped on shit. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Poncho Pete. Flat Earth Poncho Pete. Flat Earth. Oh man. Did you ever see when he was on Globebusters, man? That was fucking legendary. I don't know. Might still be on Globebusters channel, but he was fantastic. Funny guy, man. Made me laugh every day.
We just kept asking for the curve every day.
Every day,
got any
bro.
bendy water?
You got any bendy water? That'd be great.
And then Numpty. And Mongo.
Mongo div. Don't be a div.
Yeah, that was the last. Yeah.
I still don't know what it means, man. But I should probably look it up.
Yeah, it just means
what is
not
it?
a numpty.
A div.
A div, D-I-V. Yeah, div.
Div.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, Poncho lived in a part of England, man, that it's pretty poor. They might have come up with their own language over there, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, it's pretty nasty where he lives, man.
Could be a lot of places in England.
Exactly. Birmingham? Is that Birmingham? That doesn't sound
Birmingham?
No, it was fucking. I'll remember it. Fuck.
Manchester?
No, it was fucking
Bristol?
It was fucking poor as fuck all, man.
Grimsby.
Grimsby. That's it. Thank you, Demarc. Yeah.
That memory code.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of it, and it's weird, man. I went to SeaWorld once. Took some kids, my wife's nephews, whatever. But they had these like Legos, all fucking like all these cities, but they had Grimsby in there, and I just thought that was fucking. What the fuck is that doing at SeaWorld, man? It was weird, man. Out of all the cities in the world, you think of Paris and Rome and all this shit. Okay.
Maybe somebody from Grimsby designed it.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know, but I just thought it was. Why the fuck did they?
It's weird, huh? Is there a certain weird fish in only Grimsby?
Yeah, like at London, like New York, and Paris, and Chicago, and L.A., and all this. Grimsby. I'm like, okay. Anyway, so what was the craziest thing you heard today? I told you guys yesterday that this one guy said, "Your head's round. That means the Earth is round." I thought that was pretty crazy. But has anybody heard anything that crazy? Maybe.
Yeah, this morning someone said the Earth is a globe because he thought it was.
Because he thought it was? Okay.
Yeah, because he used this magic. Said it was magic.
I've got one. I've got one.
What do you got?
If the Earth is flat, why are the bottoms of your feet arched? Boom.
Not
Globe
everybody's
proven. There you go.
They do have flat-footed person. If you're flat-footed in America, you can't join the army.
No military.
Yeah, but those are like genetically deficient.
They're flat-footed people, punk. Don't you behave.
My buddy
And those
had
people are deficient.
My buddy had flat feet and webbed toes, man. You ever seen somebody with webbed toes? Pretty crazy.
Yeah, they're flattered. Those people are flattered people by birth. Flat-foot.
Yeah, I was having some. I think I don't know. I did something to my heel. Yeah, I maybe cracked it or something. But I went to the super shoe store, man, and they're like, "Here, stand on this thing, man. We're gonna measure your arch." You know, yeah.
Were they selling the insoles?
Yeah, they scanned the bottom of my feet and figured out my arch, and then we got to put these in the shoe, and then you got to have this shoe. And it was like, I walked out. It was $500 later, man. I'm like, fuck. I got to have something. I'm on my feet,
It's a thing, man. They do that shit, and it's crazy.
It was like
You can get a pair of New Balances for $60, all right?
Well, I'm a fucking Skechers guy. I did start with New Balances when I was having back problems. That fixed my back problem, but this fucking cracked heel of mine was bitch, man. It was limping around for like 3 months, man. But I needed more support just to get around. It was brutal.
Never went to a podiatrist?
Nah, fuck that. What are they gonna do? Stay off your feet. Like no shit, Sherlock.
Get a shoe that would be comfy for you.
But anyway, I'm all good now. But
Design specific soles.
So it worked for you?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, I got around. I mean, I was still in pain, but and still kind of limping. But it was a little bit less than just my Skechers or whatever. But anyway, there's a bunch of crazy shoes out there now. Have you guys seen the crazy shit shoes they got, man? There's so many. And when I was growing up, man, we had like 3 or 4 different kinds of shoes. That was it, bro. You got like Converse, Kenny shoes, Kmart. There was
Kmart
a
tracks at Kmart.
It was the Nikes. I guess we had a little bit of Nikes, like in the 70s, and his shoes.
I heard they brought the Reebok pumps back.
What?
Yeah.
Did they ever make the shoes from Back to the Future too?
Yeah,
they
they
did
have
make them, right? With the self lacing, you just push the button and like, yeah,
they're expensive as shit.
I bet
They got them.
probably like $5,000 or some shit. Stupid.
Hey, D-Mock, have you ever seen Quantum Eraser's video about, here it is, quantum mechanics, the double slit in the quantum, delayed choice quantum eraser experiment? The delayed choice quantum eraser experiment is frickin' mind-blowing. If you actually follow it and listen to it, it'll blow your mind, man.
Yeah, so the light photons want to do some crazy shit, man. There's no, I mean, it has puzzled physicists for a long time. It still does to this day, as far as I know. But yeah, the predictability of what it should do and what it actually does is two different things, right? Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. That's my take on it. You know, simplistic take. It's not logical.
When I first heard it, I'm like, oh, it changes what it's doing when you're observing it.
Yeah.
I call bullshit immediately. Then I heard somebody say, well, when they observe it with blah blah blah, which is, I forget what it is. I don't observe it with a microscope. They observe it with a laser, a light. They observe it with something that isn't just, dude. They're fucking with. Cat, I'm sorry, I didn't need to use the F word.
No, it's a photo plate. Yeah.
Okay, so they kind of mess with it, right? So it's not like they just come in the room and they go, let's look at this, like start checking it out. And it's like, ooh, the people are watching us. Let's not hit the plate in the same manner. And that's what I thought at first. And I was like, that's crazy. But then, so they add something, right? Yeah. So doesn't that got a chance of that affecting it, right?
It's
I don't know enough about it.
You can actually call up any local or whatever university or any college, and they actually will let you go there, and when they do the same experiment, and they'll be happy to let you come there, and every single fucking time you get the same exact result every time.
Wait, say that again. What?
You can call up a local university, a college, or whatever the fuck. It doesn't have to be some big school, and they do it. They do the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, and they'll be happy to let you show up and see it and the results, and every single time it's the same.
So it's not like showing up and saying, I want to use the Hubble telescope. And they make you wait. They make you wait 6 months. You got to give them 6 months notice.
No,
then
they'll be happy.
You go
to let you
and you're like, oh, I'm gonna come and I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna skip behind the telescope, kind of look at it through this blah blah blah, and like obviously it's supposed to be in space. So, but you think you're gonna I would think you'd go in and do something, but no, you have to make an appointment. Then you tell them where you want to what you want to look at. Then 6 months later, they give you some pictures. Dude, yeah, that's great science. I'm supposed to just trust you, Mongos. Trust me. We pointed this from space. We turned it with this little whatever spinny thing because it doesn't have jetpacks or thrusters or anything. It's got this thing that spins and turns it. It's freaking laughable. But they can't turn it back at Earth and take a picture.
Well, that's
hilarious.
Different. The duration of the experiment is, I don't know. I mean, you can let it go for a very long time if you want. I just don't know what the minimum runtime is.
So, I've been saying this for probably at least 6 years, maybe 7, is that there are no live telescopes you can go, one of the big ones, whether it's Lucifer or, like you said, Hubble or whatever. There's hundreds of telescopes around all across the plane. Now, None of them go live. Not one of them will go live and say, and if you're like, oh, we're going to look at whatever tonight, Andromeda or whatever, Sirius, whatever. You can't just type in the chat and go, hey man, can you check out the moon for a couple minutes, bro? Looks pretty cool tonight. No, but there was a guy in Florida working out of an apartment that would do that with a bitchin' telescope, man. I mean, it's like a $12,000 telescope, You're like, fuck it. Hey, point it at the moon. Okay, point it at this crater or that crater, and he would go, okay, let's check it out, man. He'd zoom in on it. And then he would go to Saturn or whatever was in the sky that day. But there's none of the big astronomer telescopes, man. None of them ever go live and say, hey, man, we're live streaming now. We're going to be looking at this and that and this. And you know why? You know why? Because their shit ain't going to look any better than that guy's $12,000 telescope, dude. I guarantee it.
Well, not only that, actually, no, it might. They might add some fancy crap and some, I don't know. I guarantee, like, it's just garbage anyway. It's all just, it's what they want you to see. They make sure that you're not seeing something special, something goofy, something messed up that's going to mess up the whole narrative,
It's going to mess up the narrative. Because you say, hey, man, let's zoom in on Saturn tonight, and they'll zoom in on it, and it's not going to look anything like those fucking pictures they sent out from NASA, bro. It doesn't look I don't care if you got a 500 million fucking square mile fucking telescope. It ain't going to look anything like their pictures, bro. Zero.
Like, what happened? Matter. It doesn't even look like my science project that I made out of paper mache. It looks actually worse.
So that's why none of the big telescopes ever go live, and you can push that on some people and check it out and, prove me wrong. Because I've been asking for like 7 years. I'm like, where's the live telescopes, the big ones? Well, we're just busy. We're busy over here. We're doing some science.
We're busy.
Yeah.
Doing science. Doing science, man.
We're busy over here stacking pictures. You guys know about stacking? You guys know about that.
Strips. Yeah, you got to take everything in strips, because it's not far enough away to take. Dude, how come none of them turn around and take a picture of freaking Earth in its totality? For real?
Well, that's the outer space telescopes. I'm just talking about the ground-based ones here.
No. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, obviously. But yeah, even that, they're not gonna, because
they got enough satellites up there, man, to take a picture of the Earth every day, all day, every day.
Yeah, I wonder how that goes. Like, you grow up, like, I want to work at I want to work at one of these really big telescopes, and like, you go to school, whatever kind of nonsense. You finally get there, you're like, oh, I'm gonna get to do science, man. I'm gonna actually get to do some stuff, and then like, you get there and like, one day you make it high enough up, and they're like, come on, you need to go. We need to go in another room. We're gonna have a talk with you. Like, by the way, if you see something like this, you've got to sign an NDA. You can't tell anybody what you saw, and you got to bring it to us, and it goes to the review board before we put it out into the public. And like, what? Wait, I thought I was gonna, make a difference. And like, no, you're not. By the way, you think you're gonna make a difference? We're gonna kill you.
Well, surely they have to get to them before their grad school stuff is over, right?
Where's the Hubble? What is Webb observing now? So I got a link to Space Telescopes Live. I was talking about ground based, but where is the Hubble observing right now? And the other link is, what is Webb observing now? What is it observing right now? Live. And I click on it and ain't got shit.
Oh, the Hubble took a picture of the face on Mars. Freaked everybody out.
Dude, Where did
No,
they
wait a
get?
minute. That was taken back in the 70s. It was
Where did they
90s.
get all those?
No, it's in the 90s.
Dude, do you remember ancient aliens showing the face on the moon? Remember seeing that?
A face on the moon.
It was a baby. It was a baby head from pictures that they shot during the moon mission, and it was from the landfill where they shot it, where Armstrong's bouncing along, and you hear him say, "Coming up on the Lincoln, coming up on the Lincoln." He's bouncing by this freaking old Lincoln, rusted out Lincoln. Like, dude, if you look at these things, you can point, like, there's this one shot where you can see this, you can see, like, the rear end of, like, some freaking car. You know, it's clearly, like, a differential. And then, the baby face, that's where they got that from. It was a doll head in the freaking landfill. Like, they were like, oh, it's an alien head. Do you remember that shit?
I remember Globebusters doing a show about it. I think Bob, and he was presenting all that shit. I remember him going, dude, look at this landfill. At the, I was like, okay, fuck it. If it's that fucking obvious, man, what the hell's wrong with everybody, man?
Right.
I mean, but I think that shit got buried, man. I haven't seen that shit in years. So.
Yeah, it's interesting what the one that you remember the one where they're like, oh my gosh, there's giant 30-foot people in space, right next to the space shuttle when it launches a satellite. You know, you see the little satellite spin that's coming up top of that, and that guy he steps in. You can see his face. He's like, you know, it's clearly like a little toy, you know, that they're doing the old model thing before they had and stuff.
Somebody's hot micing, or I can't understand.
Angry Russian.
Is Nash talking to us, or is hot micing? Can you guys understand?
It sounds like gin, but really drunk from Japan. It's not him though. Kind of funny. All right.
Sounds
Not
like he's
sure who it
watching.
is.
Sounds like he's watching television, man.
Yeah, it's hot miking.
It's a hot mic, yeah.
Well, if you Google that Lincoln on the moon or Babyface or Dolph on the moon,
yeah,
you can't find it. So therefore, it never happened.
Never happened.
Never happened. It's
Yep.
not in Google.
It's not Google, man.
It's memory hold.
It's down the shithole. There we go. Flatman. That's a good
Didn't
one.
happen.
Meanwhile, in Australia, you're upside down, antipodal outer ponders.
I can't.
Anybody watch any of the Olympics, man? Anybody catch that? Anybody?
Little bits here and there.
Yeah. Right
Yeah,
on.
kind of fun. See the sports that nobody cares about once every 4 years.
Well, there's basketball and golf.
Yeah, I watched the basketball U.S. versus I think it was Serbia game, and that was pretty fun. LeBron
That was a good game.
fucking runs all over those guys.
It's like those poor white guys, man. You know.
How is that possible?
Never stood a chance.
How is that possible? Didn't they lose their what is it called, amateur status by being a fucking pro?
Dude, that pisses me off too. I'm with you there, bro.
No shit.
That used to drive me nuts, man. Back in '92 when they brought the fucking Dream Team on, I'm like, what the fuck, man? I mean, it's supposed to be like college guys, and you know.
Yeah, and if they even
Wait, are
took
the
a
Olympics?
bet, they lose their amateur status because they made money. They're supposed to be purely amateurs.
Yeah.
To be in the Olympics.
In the Olympics,
Then,
really?
yes.
Is that for basketball only, or is that all?
Like everything.
Pre '92,
Really?
I think. Before '92, it was all amateurs, 100%. The Olympics were always amateurs. You couldn't even like get somebody to buy you lunch. It was fucking stupid, man. I mean, the the hockey team that won in 1980 beat the fucking Russians. They were all like college guys, man, and it was just amazing. I was like, oh fuck yeah, man, and then yeah. Anyway, so yeah, the amateur thing went out the window, and now it's just a big giant sporting pro event. You know, everybody's making millions of dollars if you're winning. You know, it's crazy, man. I remember some guy, what the fuck, Bill. Fuck, what's his name? He won the downhill in American Downhill Ski Racer, man, which is like the big event for Winter Olympics back then. It was the shit, man. You win the downhill, you're the man, bro, because you're doing like 90 miles an hour down the hill. He won it, and they're like, "What do you think about you winning?" He goes, "I'm gonna make millions." Like, but he was an amateur.
Oh, gotta get that sponsorship deal, buddy.
You're gonna get that deal, man. Anyway, it didn't turn out that well for him. It didn't turn out.
Yeah, the Olympics made a lot of people. Like Shaun White was basically made his career off the Olympics.
Well, Shaun White made his career off of just fucking being like 100 times better than everybody else, dude. That guy got more height and fucking tricks than any. I mean, he was
dude,
like,
the Flying Tomato. The only person who's probably more well known than him, maybe Bucky Lasik and Hawk, and maybe the Bones
Tony
Brigade.
Hawk, yeah, Tony
like,
Hawk, for sure. But he was
Christian
just so
Hosoi, maybe Tony Alba.
It was Tony Alba. Yeah,
Nothing. I'm talking about skateboarding, baby. Sorry.
But yeah, I mean,
that's like
Shaun White was just when you watched his height and.
Oh my gosh, right? Dude, when he was snowboarding, I'm like, holy crap, he's going to go freaking snowboarding too. He's already killed everybody at skateboarding. You know? Flying Tomato.
Shaun was amazing.
That's actually I didn't actually know Shaun White was a skateboarder. I thought that I always knew him for snowboarding.
No, he started out like he won when he was like 14. I think he won some fucking half pipe like X game. I don't know if it was X Games or something. Man. It's one of those like competitions they have. But yeah, he just won the whole fucking thing. He won like 50 grand or something, man. He was like just poor kid, man. Grew up, he wasn't rich at all, and he was just like just went from there, man. But the guy was so good, man. I mean, even today, man, I don't think the half pipe guys are as good as Shaun was, man. And it hasn't gone to that next level. It's so crazy to go how high he went, man. He's getting 25 feet out of the fucking pipe, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some guy, Christian Hosoi, get high. There's certain people that get pretty high. He was pretty high. After Hawk pulled off the 900, there wasn't much like what else you gonna do? Like what are you gonna do? A 900 on top of with the little Mick twist. Little whatever.
McTwist. That's
the McTwist was crazy the first time you did that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Dude, he was so big and lanky. Who remembers him in Gleaming the Cube? I just remember me like Christian Slater. He's not even a skater. I can't even believe they have him in it. We would laugh. And freaking Tony Hawk with the Pizza Hut driver. Like, it was freaking hilarious. Does anybody remember Gleaming the Cube?
I don't remember that, man.
Yeah, skate movie. Kinda. If you want to call it that. Yeah. Gleaming the Cube. It makes me laugh. Anybody from my time that was like really into skating, they'd just be like, what? I remember Gleaming the Cube.
So yeah, I mean, sports pay. It's all professionals now. I mean, for the most part, I guess. I mean, it's hard to say, man.
I remember the basketball guys. I remember that when they first they were like the other countries were like, what? You're letting who? Dude, like I'd be like, okay, why? Well, why are we even in this? They're gonna freaking annihilate us.
Yeah,
like I don't care if you let like everybody join from like the European Basketball League. You can get some guys, but then you're doing the Globetrotters against whoever that team was they would tour with. And freaking Meadowlark Lemon would pull down the guy's pants, take the ball. Remember that shit? Oh my gosh, dude. Freaking.
Dude,
But
I
they were
remember that.
badass, man. The Globetrotters, dude.
Oh, yeah, I
Them
saw them
guys were
live, man.
badass.
I saw them
They
live.
weren't no joke, man. Even though they were playing scrubs,
Yeah.
dude, they wouldn't miss much, you know?
Yeah, they're amazing, bro.
They were amazing. Yeah, they really were.
I saw them live with a buddy once.
Yeah.
I think there's a girl on there now. She's like really good. Or if I'm not mistaken, I'm not.
So speaking of girls,
not sure.
Speaking of girls, there was a boxing match today in the Olympics. It was a girl versus a guy, and the girl lost. Yeah.
How can you do that? Wait. Transgender? Transgender, like transgender, or like a real?
Yeah, whatever, man.
Wait.
Whatever you wanna
No,
call it.
wait. Can you have? What are you saying? A girl versus a guy, like in men's boxing?
I mean, the guy registered as a girl, and he got in.
Oh, okay, that thing. Okay, gotcha. All right, that's. I just want to make it clear. I didn't know if you were really.
The girl said, "I've never been hit that hard in my life."
Holy crap!
She's a boxer, and she
Poor
had to
girl.
quit. Like 45 seconds in, she had to quit. Man, she had to quit.
Yeah, thanks. I just got hit by a man.
Right.
Appreciate. Thanks. Great. This is great. I've been busting my ass my whole life, you know, dude. It's just like the kid who busted his ass his whole life to play on the Olympic basketball team, and then you got to play Shaq. You got to play Shaq, dude. And you're like, you know, you're barely 6 foot nothing, and some guy's just like breaking backboards, making you look like a little bitch. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, the world's messed up,
Man.
man. The world's messed up. I'll say that.
I don't think. Wait, was it Shaq or was it? I remember it was like.
that dunks
It
on
was
Shaq
like.
right now.
It was so bad.
That dunks on Shaq, and Shaq paid him $1 million. He said, "If anybody can dunk on me, I'll give him $1 million cash." And the little dude jumped over top of him and dunked the ball, and he turned around and like ducked, like, "Oh shit!" And the dude's 13 to 6, he's like 13 years old, bigger than Shaq.
Really?
Big motherfucker, dude. Yeah.
Did he give him the $1 million? He better had.
Yeah. That was
Hell yeah.
He gave it to him.
That was the kid, the big kid that he was promoting. Basically, he gave him a sign-on bonus for the $1 million. He let him dunk on him, stood there and turned his back. Dude dunked on him, and that's his. So basically, it's in Shaq's commercial. You understand what I'm saying? Shaq's promoting the dude, so he's going to get his money back.
Do you remember when Shaq was in with like the whole Jackass freaking thing for a little while? That was wild.
Nah, get the fuck out of here.
Yes, he was messing with Jackass and them for a minute. Yes, he was. Look it up. I remember some shit.
Holy shit!
He went and did some. I mean, believe me, they ain't gonna let. I mean, Shaq ain't gonna be like, turn me upside down in a freaking outhouse or in, a porta potty. They're not gonna do that to him. But he was in on something silly. I remember it. Unless I was doing drugs or something. That's highly possible.
I'm looking it up, man.
Shaq and Jackass.
Shaq music video or Jackass. Does anyone know where I can get Shaq rap? People are asking questions, man.
Sorry, I'm doing dishes, guys. I can't believe I'm doing women's work. This is freaking terrible.
Flat Earth. That was a 2002 episode of Jackass.
Holy shit.
I knew it.
It was back when it was a TV series, not a movie.
And it was Flat Earth, wasn't it? Something about Flat Earth?
Still
I don't know
sucks
about
either
that.
way.
Huh? Or what? Maybe it wasn't Flat Earth. I don't know. I just remember people talking about Jackass.
Steve-O is a guinea pig for fucking sobriety. He can suck my cock.
What a quitter. No, I'm just kidding.
What a quitter.
Dude, I'm trying to quit smoking right now. I'm down to like 5 or 6 cigarettes a day, man. It's killing me.
Oh, that's good. Can you get those things you chew on?
I'm trying not to be a bitch. I'm trying to just wean.
Look, dude. Well, all right, no, that's cool. That's a great idea. What you need to do is get a freaking wicked freaking caffeine habit, man. I can take care of you, dude. I got you.
Oh, I hear you,
I
dude.
got you. It'll make you forget all about the cigarettes.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm down to 2 cups a day of coffee, man.
Weak ass 2-cupper a day. Yeah, come on. You can do better.
Dude. I just got some new Costa Rican Jaguar anaerobic, dude. This
I just
new
provided
shit
him
is
with
so
the
good.
best segue.
So good.
So what? Hey, let me ask you, Barry, man. What do you think of the monkey poop coffee?
Oh no! Don't do that! Don't do that to those little things. You know what I'm thinking? I thought, oh man, they're torturing those little things. I think they probably are. Now they have something called Black Ivory. They're freaking selling elephant poop.
Coffee in
They're selling
India.
elephant pooped coffee. Wait, ferret shit? Now this is Brazil. This is Brazil, and this is something called a civet. They call it cat's
it's
ass
literally
coffee.
ferret coffee.
It's not ferret. It's called a civet, and it's like a cat, like a raccoon looking creature. And I don't know, guys used to apparently like pick some beans out of their poop naturally. Which who the hell was like, oh, I'm gonna try these. I'm gonna try roasting them. Whatever. I don't know. Whoever did that, they're just retarded. But I was thinking,
so desperate.
I was thinking like they're getting like $300 a pound or something, right? It's something ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, man, what's more funny than people drinking cats, like stuff that a cat crapped out, is just people thinking they're drinking it and they're just selling them regular coffee.
Hey, Bear, listen to this.
You know? They wouldn't know.
Hey, Bear, like 4 or 5 years ago, I saw an article about a company. It was a startup, and they were gonna take the coffee beans and put them in a rocket and send them to space.
Oh no!
And they literally they were gonna do this, and they were gonna send the coffee beans to space and then bring them back. And then they're roast it up and charge you. It was like $500 a pound or some shit. But I don't
space coffee. It's out of this world,
bro. I am not shitting you. I swear to God,
it's out of this world.
I read this and I was like, "Get the
oh my gosh!"
I go, that company's never going to happen. But yeah, they were selling the beans and everything before they went to space, like they always like to do. They like to sell shit before they actually do it, and that was just like, I don't know.
That's the dumbest thing ever. Like, it's not going to change at all, especially since they're not really going to space anyway.
It's just
they might just take it up really high. It's just so stupid.
Think about the psychological idea. Like, I make $12 million a year,
space
and I'm
coffee.
like, want some coffee from space? Fuck it. How much is it? $500 a pound? Oh, okay. I'll take some of that.
Dude, you might as well be like David Chappelle and be like, I freaking
Baseballs. I just put my balls on the coffee ground.
I eat straight freaking I eat gold so that when I poop my poops, so when I go to the bathroom, my poops shiny or something. Remember that shit? Remember he's like, oh look, the dinosaur egg. He's like, oh my gosh, look. The dinosaur's hatching. He's like, oh, look at the film. And all of a sudden it hatches, his head comes out, and he chops it off with the scissors.
Oh, no.
he's like drinking dinosaur blood or something. He's like, yeah. Oh, that's a great episode, dude. Some of that Chappelle show was freaking great. Charlie Murphy.
You guys seen the movie The Right Stuff? And Gus Grissom allegedly was like, I'm going up in space with all these roll of dimes, and I'm going to sell them.
Oh,
as long as it's been from space.
It's been from space, Mongos. I got
big bucks.
Dude, and then some grabbler heard it and he's like, oh no. You're not getting away with that, dude.
Space dimes.
And then they freaking
space time, bro.
They cooked him. They cooked his little ass.
Space beans.
They're like, no. Only the grabblers can do that to the Goyim.
If we took
that's totally
cryptocurrency to space, like we took a Bitcoin to space.
Space
Should we
coin.
sell a Bitcoin for more money?
Space coin.
Probably they'd bounce it off a satellite.
Bill, just dude, think just even Bitcoin. Everybody like they got their reasons they like it, but dude, oh man, it's worth something because people will pay for it. It's the same thing as a damn dollar. It's not worth anything except that people trust it. As soon as you don't trust it, it's worth anything.
That's it.
It's
100% fair. If it all
Mhm.
comes down to trust, man. If you don't trust the dollar or the peso or the Bitcoin, it ain't worth fuck all, man. But if you trust it, it's all good. Just keep trusting, man. Because trust is a lot like belief, you got to believe in it.
Yeah, well, dude, I know guys that started playing. They were playing video games.
It's not like my currency is just gonna become like unusable.
He went to jail after he would play. He played all these games with Bitcoin. You needed a Bitcoin to start the games, and he was a gamer or something, and he ended up going to jail for like 5 years.
What?
And when he got out, he had no, for other stuff, dude. He was into some serious shit.
Okay.
So he gets out, and he still has he was buying them when Bitcoins are like $5.99 or something for this video game for something on, I don't know, was it Nintendo? I don't know what kind. It was something. So he had 25 of them sitting somewhere,
right?
And they had already went all the way up, and then I think they were back down to 45 when he got out.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, he had all this freaking cake. I was like, dang.
Hey, man,
and he didn't lose his freaking his wallet and all that crap. I was like, dang, that's freaking
Let me ask you guys,
awesome.
have any of you ever bought anything physical with Bitcoin, like a bicycle or toaster? Or...
I did something kind of sketchy that you had to get Bitcoin one time.
No, I buy things with real money.
Silk Roadish.
I always ask people, man, has anybody ever bought anything physical, like a motorcycle, house, car, fucking anything with Bitcoin? I've only met one guy that said he bought a motorcycle with Bitcoin.
Okay, but I know people that bought plenty of money with Bitcoin profits after they sold it.
What do you mean they bought?
But if you're talking about people that take you're talking about a place that takes Bitcoin as collateral, as currency.
Payment.
Yeah. I don't know. There are places that do take it.
Well, I want to see more evidence of it, and I'm just asking around. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just like, if any of you guys have ever done it, that'd be cool. I'd like to hear the story. That's all.
I know a guy that goes and buys a little bit out of some Bitcoin machine he was telling me about.
Yeah,
where you can actually go buy it at an ATM or something.
A Bitcoin at an ATM machine. I've got 3 of them around here.
Can you really? Does a Bitcoin fall out? I doubt it.
No, there's no Bitcoin.
That'd be interesting if something actually fell out. Then it'd actually be. I don't know. I don't know. I guess they couldn't do that, could they? Like a token, like an actual thing. Then it would actually be
Bitcoin as payment for something. Yeah, people do it, but the vast majority don't.
Exactly.
Drug dealers do it.
I'd say the mega vast majority don't do it. It's very, very obscure to most people. Digital currency, the whole thing, man, is absolutely way over most people's heads.
Oh, really?
I mean, if you're buying and selling, you're making money with it. Yeah, that's great. You're in your 20s, 30s, but the majority of
people just buy drugs with it, bro. Literally, they send people Ethereum. They send people Ethereum, and people give them drugs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's Ethereum at right now, man? I remember when it was $4.75.
Dude, it's at
I don't know. I don't even
2,300.
It's a
I
2,300.
can tell you.
That's about. I think it was like
I can tell you.
2,500.
I can tell you, dude. Like the Bitcoin was going back up for a
I was
minute.
I
gonna
Let me
buy
assume the
see.
reason they do it
Ethereum.
is because they got a lot of money
All
built up
right.
there already. Crazy transactions.
The
So they want to accumulate it in one place.
What
right,
the fuck is the
Ethereum's at
difference?
$3,157,
Oh shit!
$3,157.
Oh fuck!
Bitcoin's at 64. It was just at
70.
almost 70. Not too like let me see, about a month ago it got up to 70 again.
Yeah.
But it did get up to 73 about 4 or
Damn.
5 months ago, I think. Yeah, but dude, Solano was like a rocket, dude. I had bought just a little bit of that because I heard this guy on this one show, and I'm like, why is he pumping that? Why is he shilling for it so much? And I was like, I know why. He knows something I don't know. I went and bought like $600 of it, dude, at like $13, and it went up to dude, it went up to like 130, and I sold it. But then it went like it went all the way up to like 200, dude, and I was like, oh man, I freaking missed out. Blah blah blah.
So
Like,
let me ask you this, Bear. What's the difference between the stock market and investing in crypto? I mean,
not much.
Trust and
People will
faith.
tell you there's
Trust and faith.
actually that at least companies not during the what was that called? The
.com boom.
The .com boom, yeah, where people didn't have any. They didn't have any freaking. You had companies that had no. They had like no CEOs, not even a product,
not even a product.
They didn't make
bro.
anything. Yeah, they're just like
they had pictures.
I remember,
on a website, bro. They had pictures.
Right, I remember people.
Cryptocurrencies, does it not?
What's that? Say that again. What?
Said, it not kind of sounds like cryptocurrencies.
A little bit,
right? Yeah, very, dude. These are grabblers. These are grabbler moves, man. They're just grabblers.
I got the term, man.
grabbling.
Here it is. It's called the crypto crash. What do you guys think of that?
I mean, the thing is,
it'll happen.
I don't have an issue with crypto. I understand.
Don't say it,
that
though.
I understand that people can use it and they can make transactions and stuff. But the reality is it is very much so like the .com. What value does it actually have? What purpose does it actually offer? Because the only thing that is there, it's a computer program. That's all it is a computer program. And when you do mathematical equations, you get to unlock things. It's a game. It's a freaking game. And people are going crazy and they put money into it and bid the price up. Is it worth what it's worth? That's all I'm asking. Is it really worth what it is worth? I think there is value in blockchain because it has some security things that are great.
I don't know though, dude. But dude, have you read?
The reality is that if things go for shit, because that's what everybody's concerned about. Oh, when everything goes for a shit. Yeah, well, when everything goes for a shit, the first thing gone is going to be the internet. So how the hell are you going to do crypto?
Right. So the thing is, dude, like if you read stuff, you're like, okay, what makes them different from each other? Like all these altcoins, blah blah. And once you read enough of them, you're like, oh, it's a open source, blah blah blah. It attaches onto nodes and other nodes and this and that, and then you can vote on the blah blah blah. Dude, it's all similar crap. It's all stuff that nobody's doing on half of these things. There are a couple coins where they're actually like tied to like gaming and like NFTs and just weird stuff, but like most of them don't do anything. And they're not mined. They're not mined. Dude, NFTs are crazy. You got pictures. People are paying thousands of dollars for a picture. It's not even a painting. It's a photocopy of a painting. It's like me selling photocopies of paintings.
Yeah.
And saying this photocopy is worth this much.
Let's let Flat Earth
NFTs, artwork, digital currency. exchanging money for things. I mean, if I have a skill, man, if I can fix your fucking car, in a crisis, man, I'm gold, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna be. Crypto ain't gonna do shit, like you said, man, Bob. When the fucking system goes down, bro, it ain't fucking worth fuck all, man. It ain't.
You sound like you sound, first of all, a little bit high, but that's fine. I love to be, but
I love you
certainly you have to
too, man. I
understand.
totally love you.
You have to understand why crypto is a certain thing. I don't hold a lot of Bitcoin, right? But crypto is proven itself now through
No
all the
doubt.
downs and ups.
I get it.
Why does it work? Why
It's
does
no
it work?
different than the stock
Why
market.
does it
bro.
work?
No
Why
different.
does it work?
Trust and faith.
That wasn't the thing.
Trust
We weren't
and faith.
concerned about
That's why
how
it
it
works.
works. We
Oblivion.
know that it
I
works.
just joined. Sorry.
Can I
We
speak?
know that crypto works. We know that it works through mathematics. We know that. We understand that. That's not the thing here. The thing is why on earth does it have any value? Why is it bid up
Yeah,
to
you can't use it for anything. It
$62,000?
really, yeah,
But
it really is.
you know why it has value. You should know.
They'll
You
say
should
because
know.
there's a finite amount of it, and it can never be printed. And
Correct.
Michio,
No. Hang on. Let's go with this finite thing here. So let's
Can I
say
speak?
that tomorrow. No, you don't need to say anything. Tomorrow we're gonna turn it off. We're gonna turn it off, and the only thing left is what's been mined so far.
What do you
what
mean turn it off? You cannot do
Hang
that.
on, just go with me. Just go with me
But
on this.
you're speaking against how it works.
We're going to
You're
turn
like,
the internet off.
I
We're
know how
going
it
to turn the internet off, and therefore crypto's gone. Okay. The only thing that you have done is you have mined a bunch of bitcoins. You've solved the mathematical equations and unlocked a bunch of bitcoins. All you've done is unleashed a bunch of ones and zeros. You have done nothing. You've done no work. You have
but they did work. No, they did work. No, they did work. They
Can I
did
speak?
work.
Guys?
Yes.
Okay, guys.
Does that guy sound higher than me? I'm just curious, man.
I'm just saying, like, you're giving like bad essentials of crypto to the channel.
Guys,
wait, forget it.
I just want to talk a little bit, just a little bit, and then I'll let you guys talk.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so pretty much what I just wanted to say real quick is apparently, supposedly, they say that the fiat system is going to crash, right? Because this fiat system is printing infinite money source, right? So the government knows that once that system crashes, they want to move towards an electronic currency, like a digital currency. So so apparently Russia, right? Russia and China and whatnot, they're moving towards that age. Other countries are fighting for what's going to be the next new digital currency. And I think that's currently where we're moving right now. If you look at all these sci-fi movies, all the sci-fi movies are pretty much like.
You're right.
All the sci-fi movies are pretty much like.
Okay, but why? Why that? Why that though? Why that? Why does it have to be Bitcoin? Why can't it just be just digital? What we have now? We have bank accounts.
That's good. And that's the whole point. What are these things based on? What are these things based on?
Can I answer that question? Can I answer both of your questions?
See, like the US dollar has value because the US does business and their currency moves around and there's a flow to it, and people are able to dip into that stream of that currency flow, and that's why it works, because it has a certain value at the beginning and the end of the business cycle.
Well, let's just say something in 2 seconds. I got to say this real quick. Gold, like let's say you had gold-backed currency. Dude, everything's so inflated. Like you couldn't put gold on the market right now unless you made gold $500,000 an ounce wouldn't even be enough. It wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough to back all the freaking money that's been printed, even a little bit. So you'd have to hook it to like. An ounce represents $1 trillion, or it'd be something stupid. So you can't even do that. You'd have to start over, and like with like electronic crap. Like, let's say you wanted to do it with Bitcoin. There's only so many of them. Well, dude, then there's only so many of them. You need a bunch to go around. You need at least like 500 per person around the world to do any kind of trading, because you can't give everybody one and do it in fractions. Like, that's not going to work. Like, Bitcoin will go to freaking $2 million a Bitcoin by the time.
Yeah. And you know what, Bear?
Becomes whatever. It's just silly.
That creates another problem for them, because the thing about Bitcoin is they say that it has a limited supply. Ooh,
that's a lie. That's a lie.
Well, that's what they say, that there's a limited supply. There's only 21 million of them or something, and therefore that they can control the price. Well, the problem is that if the price let's imagine that one Bitcoin goes up to $1 million a Bitcoin. That'd be great for all the people that are holding Bitcoins, because they go, oh my God, I'm rich. But for the people that need to buy a Bitcoin, they can't afford to buy a Bitcoin. They're only going to be able to buy.
You're being stupid. You're being so dumb. You're being so dumb right now. Like,
you need.
No, you are. I promise you. You have a very poor understanding of monetary systems.
I've got a great understanding of it. You're going to need.
I know that. Do you?
We'll let you talk for a minute and explain to us how he's so wrong, really quick.
Go ahead.
Well, when we talk about monetary systems, when we talk about why is Bitcoin based on anything? Well, Bitcoin, the reason why Bitcoin has value and now is worth plus $70,000 per Bitcoin, it does have work.
64.
It does have work
64,000.
Okay. Well, I don't know what the current price is.
Hey, let me ask you guys real quick, man.
It does.
Hey, shut up. Listen.
I thought I was okay. You have to give me my 2 minutes after.
All right, we do give him a minute. Flat Earth dude just talks real quick.
Fuck, I'm gonna give you 10 minutes. Has anybody in here actually bought something physical with Bitcoin, like a car or a bicycle or fucking case of beer?
Absolutely.
What have you bought?
Drugs. Lots of drugs.
You bought drugs
with Bitcoin. That's right. That's physical assets.
What about
with Bitcoin?
Is that TOS? Is it the TOS problem?
Fuck, man. Like a car or fucking window. You got your fucking.
Oh, now you're changing. You're moving the goalposts. Okay, sorry,
you, man.
I'm telling you. I literally got physical shit.
Drugs, for fuck's sake.
Oh, yeah. Why not? Why is that not the same case? Why is that not okay?
I love drugs, man. Don't get me wrong, man. I love drugs. I'm into drugs. I can pay cash for drugs.
That's not
You're
buying
using Bitcoin for illegal operations.
Not the same as buying like a.
You're using Bitcoin for illegal operation to make everything happy in your life. Is that what you're using it for? Is that why you want Bitcoin to be good, so that you can use it for illegal operations?
That's why it kind of started, isn't it? For Silk Road, wasn't it kind of like that?
No, Bitcoin. Of course, people have bought physical assets with Bitcoin. I mean, they have, but not majorly, right? Of course not.
Everybody in this room right now has bought something physical with Bitcoin besides drugs. That would be great.
There are people that have bought cars, but I don't know them. You could Google it and find out, but nobody you know personally. I don't know anyone personally that's bought anything
yet. I've been asking for like 5 years. I'm like, who the fuck bought a car with Bitcoin?
Yeah, you're not in the network of the people who are in that, who did that. No, you're not. You're not talking to billionaires.
Any way you slice it, it's got to be turned back into dollars, because the person that receives the Bitcoins needs to make a purchase in the other system, and they need the dollar.
That's not okay. I mean, what do you mean? There you go. Well, of course, like there's a value for your Bitcoin. You can exchange it locally. You can put it on the market. But
so it needs to be exchanged for it to have value. Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Now we're getting there.
Well, okay, right? And then why are people exchanging it for the value? Because it has value.
I have no idea why they're doing it. It's a computer program, and that's
it does have
just
value.
The reality of it.
Nobody's denying that. It's just that how long before they just go. Like, and what are people going to say when they're like, Bitcoin's the only thing we're using, we're going to Bitcoin, or we're going to XRP, or we're only going to use Ethereum or Litecoin? Then all the other people that have billions in Doge,
you don't understand what you're talking
Solera,
about.
billions in
understand what you're talking
Avalanche,
about.
billions in Hexcoin, billions in Shiba, billions in whatever. You know, dude.
If you're gonna say yes, he knows what he's talking about. Yes, he
Oh,
knows
I
what
don't
he's
know
talking
a
about.
lot of what I'm
Yes,
talking
he knows
about.
what he's talking about. I know this other guy was interrupting me when I was saying he knows. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's like, yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So, do you know what the fuck you're talking about? Because I think you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, I'm just saying, like, there are all these other coins, dude. And what if they say we're only going to use one coin and all the rest of them
That's
are
not
shit?
how it works. That's not how it works. What if everyone in the world just said we're just going to use Chinese dollars? Fuck everything. Fuck the American military. Fuck all of the reasons.
Dude, right now, if they said we're going to use, we're going to use
I
one.
let you talk. I let you talk, dude. I let you talk. Let me respond, please.
What happens if the internet goes off?
Oh,
Yep.
then
What
it
happens if
doesn't
you
matter.
can't get
It doesn't matter. Your
Starlink anymore?
bank doesn't exist anymore. A gas station doesn't exist
Yeah,
anymore.
well then you're screwed.
Well, then
Then you're
everyone is
right?
screwed.
So you need,
Everyone is
so you
screwed.
need physical assets.
Even
If
your
you want wealth,
even your US dollars are screwed.
wealth, if you want wealth, you need
Yeah, you're not.
physical
No, you're
assets.
making nonsense.
You need
You're making
silver
nonsense.
and gold is what
No,
you
you're talking
need
about
if you
nonsense
want-
right now.
if
This
you
is
want
completely
assets.
off topic. We're so off topic.
You're talking about nonsense right now. Like,
I'm sorry.
if everything shuts down, I promise you, your gold and your silver will be worth dog shit. The only thing that is of value in the situation you're talking about, the only thing that is of value is water and bullets.
Silver can stop infections, so there you go. Sorry, pal. Silver has actual antimicrobial.
Oh,
it
that's
fights
great.
infections.
That's great.
It fights
You
infections.
hoard all your silver, and I'll just kill you and take it all. Because ammunition and water is the only thing that matters.
You
in the
don't
situation
even
guys are
even know
describing.
me.
If
you knew me,
I'm just saying. I'm not.
You
I'm
know
not,
that's
okay.
not going to happen.
Okay. You understand what I'm saying, though, right?
Yes.
If you're going to describe like, what happens if the internet goes out? Well, then nothing fucking matters, bro, because nothing works. Your banks don't work. Nothing works anymore if the internet goes out.
The best thing to have is a good set of chickens.
Somebody.
A good set of chickens that can lay eggs, like 40 of them, and you have a community that can, I don't know, defend some stuff, and you can still have some kind of a life.
But we're talking about the end times. We're talking about the end times. That's dumb.
Are we going to
nowhere near
gloss
that.
over what? Excuse me, gentlemen. Are we going to gloss over what you just said? No internet, nothing can happen. So before the internet, there was no way to do anything.
Okay. Blah blah. Yes. No, I'm not saying that we cannot do anything without the internet. I'm saying that
grow food,
modern society will collapse if the internet. If you're going to say, Bitcoin means nothing if we just delete the internet. Well, if you just delete the internet, motherfucker, all of our electrical grid collapses. So it doesn't make any sense.
And then I'm out in Arizona. I still got my freaking house running. I'm fine. I'm off grid.
No, that's fair. I'm not as off grid as you are.
We don't have a well. We don't have a well though, so we're just gonna die of thirst.
You will die.
I'm just saying it's a bad complaint to Bitcoin. Just to be like, what if we just have no energy?
All right.
Well, motherfucker, the whole society will collapse.
I have a book.
Everything will collapse if we have no energy.
I have a book on breatharianism. I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna read the book, and I'm gonna become a breatharian.
Hold on, Bear.
I won't need anything but
You're
air.
not a breatharian. I love you.
Damn it!
You're
Crap,
not.
I'm not. Damn it!
But just to reset.
I really want to be one though.
I want to be a moon dustian. I want to get moon dust caught in my craw.
If everyone becomes a breatharian, will there be any breath left?
I want to take
not if my fat ass becomes
5
one.
months, Democrats. Moon dust.
Moon dust.
I love it, man. Fuck
moon
yeah.
Dust in your
Holy crap.
What do you go to the moon? We go to the moon, we breathe moon dust.
It gets stuck all in your crawl.
Anyway, so back to reality. The fact is, man, we all work. We all accept a system that gives us dollars, euros, whatever.
Moonlight.
We all
Moonlight
accept
would
it,
be
man.
the worst.
We all accept
You know
it.
that.
And Demak, you go to work, you get paid in dollars, right? You get paid in American dollars. You get paid. So
Yeah.
we all agree that system does work, man. It fucking does. I can go buy a fucking car or whatever with cash, dude. I bought a car with cash last weekend, bro. Cash.
Man, I'd like to use Moonlight for money.
Can I give you a really quick
$100 bills, bro.
aside? Let me say this really quick aside.
It works.
The reason I promise it's 20 seconds. The reason why Bitcoin will work is because even if the bet is that even if any country falls, even if the United States itself falls, that the internet will still be there. That's the bet.
Okay, that's a good bet. Why not? Make a bet, dude. Hey, listen, I'm not against Bitcoin. I think it's a great idea. However, I don't like the fact that they can track every single transaction that you do instantaneously, bro. I find that a bit creepy. I like cash. I like cash. I'll tell you what. I like cash because ain't nobody gonna fucking follow my transaction. Bro.
Yeah, but Bitcoin is well known. You can tumble. You can get yourself out.
Drugs, man. I bought drugs with fucking lots of cash, bro. In fact, every single fucking transaction I ever made for drugs or marijuana or fucking whatever.
I bet a lot of drugs
all cash, dude.
With
there was
crypto.
never one fucking digital bit, fucking nothing. It was all cash, no credit card.
Allegedly. That's why eventually Monero will become number 2. Besides Ether, I think will fall in use over time. I think that a large part of crypto, in the way of doing like Ether's version of crypto, is to be like, well, we can do we're not just confirming transactions, we're confirming computing. Right, and that's why Ether is valuable.
I get it, man.
But
I get where you're going, man. I get it. I'm down with it. But at the end of the day, man, the systems today that we still live under still works. I mean,
of course it works. But
works.
So the bet that I made, the thing that I said earlier, I think is really important. Right, the bet is that the idea is that the internet will outlast any nation on Earth. And that's why the bet is on crypto.
That's a hell of a bet.
It's not that. It's actually a pretty rational bet.
Hold on, Plumb Bob, go ahead.
So you just need to make sure that somebody keeps it plugged in. Assuming that somebody keeps it plugged in and keeps it working, then it's going to be fine. But you don't know that. That's a big bet.
Think about what you're saying.
I think we all want it to not disappear. There's no question about that. But the fact that it's turned on means that it can also be turned off. And
that's not true. That's a very bad understanding of what the internet is.
It wouldn't take much. It wouldn't take much to stop
a government itself. If they wanted to execute at its highest level, they could cut data links on the ground lines. They could cut data links on the ground line. Holy shit! What are they going to do about Starlink that's floating above them? What can they do about that?
The Starlink has to get connected to a ground link somewhere, otherwise it's useless.
Correct.
So I'm just all I'm saying. Again, I'm not against Bitcoin. I think that Bitcoin is interesting. I think that the mechanics behind Bitcoin, I think, has value. Bitcoin itself, I don't believe has value, but the concept does, if that kind of makes sense. Now,
that's almost opposite of what I consider. I'm sorry, I want you to finish that. Sorry, you finish.
Blockchain is a good thing, and I think that we can do a lot with that. I just don't agree that Bitcoin, along with any of the other coins that are out there, there's lots of them. There's more than you can shake a stick at now. I just don't believe that any of them individually have any actual value. They do not do any work.
Okay, so Plumb.
So we get to use them
But the only way that we are using them at this point in time, and I'll take the example that I go to work and I get my US dollars from my work, and I go to my Bitcoin guy and I buy some Bitcoin with my US dollars, and I make a purchase with my Bitcoins to, we'll say the grocery store, because everybody eats. So I'm going to buy food. So I buy groceries with my Bitcoin. Now, the guy in the grocery store, he's very glad to accept my Bitcoin and sends me my bag of groceries. They get delivered to my house, and I'm very thankful.
Right.
Now, he needs to restock his shelves because I just bought all of his fucking broccoli.
Yep. You crushed
He
your
needs
broccoli.
to get the broccoli back. He needs
Yep.
to restock the shelf. He
Tomorrow.
needs to take the Bitcoin and turn it back into dollars
You're so dumb.
that
You're
he
so
can
dumb.
buy the broccoli.
You're so based. You're so behind where the market is at, right? You're so behind, right?
No, that's
no,
what's
no, no, no,
happening in
no. You're
reality.
correct. You're correct.
You're
A
assuming
technical
that
term.
the farmer is
But
taking.
you
You're
understand?
assuming that the farmer's collecting Bitcoin too for his broccoli.
Plumb Bob.
Plumb Bob's
Yeah.
technically correct. He's
Yeah,
technically
correct. He's technically correct. But you understand that there's a lot of businesses that operate right in the middle of this. So when you say I accept Bitcoin, the business itself, they just get US dollars, right? Because they accept the Bitcoin, they just push it right through the market and
That's what
sell
he
it.
just said. That's exactly what he said. It has to
No,
be confirmed.
Yeah, I think I just said that.
But that's not the hurdle. That's not a hurdle.
reality. No, this is reality, man. This
No,
is not.
But he's trying to. He's a, no. Here's
fucking around
here's.
here, man. He's right. He's dead balls right because everything works in dollars, man. You don't go buy a bunch of fucking broccoli from a guy farmer with fucking Bitcoin, bro. He wants dollars.
That's fine. Yeah, you guys
Right.
are like.
We're realistics, man. We're not.
No, I'm very realistic as fuck too. I'm more realistic. I'm more realistic.
If you run a grocery store right now, all of your transactions are in dollars.
When a business, what do you think when someone accepts Bitcoin to their business, like in a major retailer, if they were to accept Bitcoin, how do you think they're doing it? How do you think they're? No. Think about this for a second.
Right now, and will Walmart?
No, they won't. They don't want to. No, Walmart will not accept your Bitcoin.
Where can I go and use Bitcoin?
You're not listening to me. You're trying to talk over me.
Listen to me, bro. Listen to me.
Okay.
Where can I fucking go right today? What grocery store can I go to that accepts Bitcoin? Please tell me.
Very few.
Very few. Exactly. So I'm in a real world, not in some fantasy world like outer space. I'm in the real world. And the real world deals in not Bitcoin, most of it.
Okay. Thank you. Can I talk now?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. We're certainly not talking about fucking buying your groceries with Bitcoin. That's not the fucking question. Nothing.
So
no one is talking about that.
Good is it then?
The point is when a merchant accepts Bitcoin. No, I don't want you fucking interrupting me. I don't. Please, I will let you talk for 10 minutes. Let me fucking put my point, please.
No. What good is it when you can't use it for anything of reasonable, like, I mean, this is crazy. Anything that you got to use it for needs to be converted back into dollars. Any way you slice it.
Yeah, it's gone beyond.
It's just dumb.
It's gone beyond a commodity, like being used as a currency. That was the original model. I think now it's an asset. You know, that's like saying, what's the point in buying a house? I can't really go out to the grocery store and buy groceries with a portion of my house, you know, like with the door or something. You know what I mean? It's an asset. It's just like, so it's gone past, like, yes, some cryptos will push to try and be used as a currency, like as what, you know, the fiat thing.
Right.
The thing that makes it valuable is that you can't duplicate it. And it's not governed by people.
Well,
it's
and again,
governed by
that's
the
what
network.
I said. Like, there's value in the behind the scene thing, the computer program, the all of the ones and zeros behind it. There's a lot of value in that, and
The
we're learning a
blockchain.
lot
Yeah, yeah.
as
Of
far as
course.
security, the blockchain. So I don't have a
Yep.
problem with that. But then the question is, Bitcoin, why do they have value? You can give value to the blockchain, and we can decide what that is. And
Right.
maybe it's worth more. Okay, the market might think it's worth more, but the actual value in it, Bitcoin moves around in price. So we use the example of buying groceries, but the other guy there used an example about buying a car, because apparently you can buy a car with it. So the other day, last month, I went and put 70 grand into Bitcoin, and today I went to go buy my car because I had to order it and they delivered it. And when I go to get my Bitcoin today, I've only got 63,000.
Yeah.
How is that good?
Short, bro.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That's lousy, crappy
Yeah.
money.
That happens to houses too, like in real estate.
Or
People's
the stock
stocks go
market.
up and
What about the
down
stock
in
market?
value. Yeah. It's
Same thing, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but if I
look,
had my 70
Illusion,
grand,
man.
my 70 grand would still be
yeah.
70 grand when I
Hey,
went back into
Right.
the
Well, not
motor vehicle
necessarily,
place
man.
to buy my truck.
Not well, your fiat currencies, so Forex, the Forex market, all of our fiat currencies, the US dollar, Australian dollar, Great British pound, they all fluctuate in value. They don't hold a
Yeah,
set
I'm a
value. Yeah.
forex trader. I completely
Oh,
understand.
yeah.
So
So
you don't need
yeah,
to go
you
through.
get me.
Can I
Yeah, you get me.
lay a little? Let me just lay one little thing on you real quick. Is that, and guess what, man? When you guys die, there's no fucking U-Haul coming fucking check you guys out. Behind your casket, the fucking
I don't
hearse
mind what
is not
happens
calling a
after I die.
fucking U-Haul, bro. Just remember that. All right, that's
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
We
I
need to
don't
get
care
back
what
to
U-Haul,
happens
flat
after I
man.
Earth.
die.
That's the other thing we
U-Haul.
need to
There's
do.
a
We need to
company.
get back
There's a
to the
company
surface
that
of the Earth.
does a lot for you.
Yeah, there's a company you
U-Haul.
can set your watch to. Yeah.
They really help you out. You do
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
And we could get back to.
It's
I have something.
Oh,
A bit of,
Flatty!
what's up, Flutter, dude?
What's up, baby? Oh
I
shit!
I
The
watched
party
that
just started, gentlemen. Get ready.
I watched
What do you
I
got,
watched
Flat?
that behind
in the house. Go ahead,
Take us
Flatsy.
off of Bitcoin, please, for fuck's sake, man. I'm tired.
Yeah. I watched
What do you got?
hey, can I just quickly say I watched Behind the Curve for the first time. And have you guys talked to any of the people that are in that? Like
Yes,
what's his
I have.
name?
At least
Yeah.
4 or 5 people from that particular
Uh-huh.
mockumentary. The mockumentary.
What's her name? Patricia something or other?
Patricia Steers. I met
Patricia
her.
Steer. Yeah. And then the other guy, the main guy,
Jaronism. Jaron?
Nah.
Mark
The
Sargent.
guy
Mark
Mark
Sargent.
Sargent. Yeah, him.
Yeah, I know that. I met him
You
too.
had a chat with him?
Of course. Yeah, many times.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
up?
There you go. Ah, okay, cool. Oh,
What's
nothing's
wrong
up.
with
I
that,
was just no. I was just saying it was interesting to watch that documentary, and I've
Yeah,
never seen
well,
it before, so I got no idea.
I'm so glad you got to watch it, man. I met a lot of people that watched that and said, "Hey, man, I didn't even know Flat Earth was a thing until I watched that movie." And it was like, well,
There you
damn.
go. Yeah.
It's
And
not
then
a
there was
thing.
that dude that
Can we
was
just
like,
check and see what Flatsy needed? Hey, did you have something that you wanted
Yeah.
to say or join in here with?
Go ahead.
I was gonna let you guys know. I've been watching that show Dexter, and
hey,
there's a kind of mini series in it about the Doomsday Killer, who he becomes a serial killer, reenacting uh like sort of tableaus from his crime scenes are all set to things mentioned in Revelation. And I'm watching this one episode where one of the plots is the killer Geller wants to kill a professor or something. Either way, he put the 2 lot on one of his portraits that of the scene that they would reenact with the murder that they were going to commit, and it had 2 lot on the bottom. And the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Dexter's like, "What's 2 lot? What does that mean?" So he searches it up, and it's the second law of thermodynamics and it brings up a professor that says that the second law of thermodynamics, let's see, I'm trying to remember exactly what it said. It's like a Professor Trent Casey. His he wrote a book saying that the second law of thermodynamics would prove that the Earth is not, or the universe isn't God centric. Or does that make sense? Let me. I just thought it was pretty silly that you see two lot, and I thought about when two lot came up. I was like, second law of thermodynamics. And I was like, but that's not what it's going to be. And then it says that this Professor Trent Casey wrote a book called Two Lot's Tales, and he's a tireless crusader of the virtues of atheism.
Wow.
Isn't that silly? And this
Wow.
out in
That's
2011.
like to say killing. Wow.
Hey, we're living in some strange times, people.
Man, there's some variety out there, huh?
That's right,
A
isn't
lot
it?
of
When
variety.
they put stuff in plain view. It's right there for everybody
Right in
to
your
see
face, bro.
if you're willing to look.
Did you guys see the opening of the Olympics? Oh my God, right in your face. How dare you? That's
Now
great.
that's variety.
I just thought this was a bit more, like a little subtle nudge.
Little subtle
And
nudge, yeah.
yeah, in 2011.
They weren't
Uh,
subtle with the openings of the Olympics,
how
but
many
yeah.
flat earthers were there?
I was like,
How many flat earthers were there in 2011?
not me, for sure.
Oh, definitely not me. But I mean, some people have been out
Probably
here
not many.
10
Robert
years.
Johnson.
So we can say a few
Walt-
less than today is what we could comfortably say, I think.
In that Behind the Curve documentary, there was that angry dude who said that he was an artist for NASA or something, and he was like, "Oh, don't go to them, they're shills or something." And he was real pissed off. Like he was like, "I'm the father of flat Earth. It was my idea or something." Who's that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy? That's a good
Yeah, I
question.
don't know. Yeah, he was.
I don't know who the fuck he is.
Flat Earth
Yeah.
math?
No, it wasn't him.
Nah.
No.
No, not. I mean, I'm sorry, Matt Powerland. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Powerland.
Powerland. Yeah. He wouldn't. He was like being real precious. He wasn't like, I'm not going to show up to the Flat Earth
Dude,
conference.
he was
Because
great. He was great on stage, man. When he talked about it, it's funny as hell.
When he got on stage, he was perfect. It was like a stand-up routine comedy.
He still has an IG account. I watched him like 6 months ago.
Great.
Seems like he's really happy living life with his kids.
Yeah,
So.
good for him, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's
That's
got
cool.
kids and wife. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's living a good life. However, back in 2014 when he did his little stand-up thing, he just pointed out some really obvious things that you've never seen the Earth from outer space. Now, if anybody in here has ever seen the Earth from outer space, I would love to talk to you. And that's one thing he did point out, that you actually have never seen the Earth from
Did
outer
he smoke
space.
a cigarette while he was doing it? It kind of reminded me like Dennis
he did
Dennis
not.
Leary.
No.
What was the guy that would smoke the cigarette? Oh my gosh, dude! You know what I watched the other day? I tried to watch it, but it didn't record all the way. Demolition Man. I freaking think that movie's funny as hell, dude. And it's got like 2 stars, but Demolition Man was freaking hilarious, dude. I love watching old stupid freaking movies.
I found it funny in that documentary how that dude was saying, "Oh yeah, I used to do artwork for NASA, like touching up photos and whatever." Right. And he's like, one of the craziest ones I did was a picture of the Hubble telescope, which was taken by the Hubble telescope. Like it's like a picture of a camera taken by the camera. Like how the fuck? Anyway, I thought that was funny.
Isn't that hilarious? It's hilarious. Yeah. There's a bunch of them, man.
Taken by the Hubble.
The Hubble taken by the Hubble.
Yeah, maybe. What do they like?
know,
Send a mirror
I
up
know.
there or something, or what the fuck?
There is no cameras on the outside of Hubble telescope, man. Not one on the outside, looking at the telescope itself. I found that weird. That's very interesting. Anyway, just some little gem in there, little gem, little nugget.
So you guys are, what are you guys heading? Oh, you're early morning, aren't you? Friday
Late
morning,
night. There's
late
early
night.
mornings. We got
Yeah.
late night, early mornings. I got to go to bed. Just getting up. Give me a cup of coffee. We got everybody in here, bro. Hey, guess what? It's Earth, man. Earth. Guess people are waking up right now and going to work. There are people going to bed, like myself. There are people like
Yeah.
snoring and
Yeah, I just finished hauling a new compost box that I built for making compost, like making soil, earth, making
Oh,
earth.
nice.
There you go.
How
Yeah,
dare
putting into gardening and
you?
shit.
How
There are
dare
guys that spend way too much time roasting coffee during the day and then sleep in too long and then don't get a lot done the next day.
Oh, yeah.
Are you talking about yourself? Oh my god. You're projecting again. You're projecting. So speaking of projecting, man, they say that the closest star in our visual perspective is 26 fucking trillion miles away, bro. Closest. Wow. That light
It's
in the
kind of
sky
like
is 26 trillion miles away. The closest one, man. I mean,
it's kind of like they make it
great.
far enough to where it's like we don't have to bother about hoping to get there. You know, it's like, oh yeah, it's don't bother. We can't get
Don't
there
even
in
bother.
a lifetime.
I mean, I think Jeranism did some math on it. It's like if you were traveling at the fastest thing that we know that we've ever made in human history was like, let's say we got something that goes 17,500 miles an hour or 25,000 miles an hour. It would still take you like 40 years to get to the closest star or some shit, man. I'm like,
Yeah, usually like you'd be long dead before you even got anywhere useful. Apparently, yeah.
You'd be long dead.
Yeah.
Before you got to anywhere, and that's why I love the Bill Nye citation. And when he said, "Look, Earth, we're not going anywhere. We're not leaving this place. There's nowhere to go." I love that. Thank you, Bill Nye.
Where it's at anyway. Earth is pretty cool.
The Earth is great, man. I love Earth, man. I'm the biggest proponent of Earth, man. I love it. The mountains, the waterfalls, the oceans, all that, man. I love
Very
it.
convenient to love it when you're here. Yep.
Super easy.
It
Super
helps.
easy to love it. You just go out and hug a tree. I'm a tree hugger.
Yeah.
Okay. But get out there and check out Earth, man. It presents itself exactly what it is.
Yeah, I just got my passport, so I'm gonna do some travel. I want to come to the States.
All right, man.
I would love to see the Redwood State Forest. Ever since Star Wars: Return of the Jedi, I was like, hell yeah, that jungle looks incredible.
Dude, wait till you stand next. Dude, you got to stand next to a redwood and go, "Oh fuck,
hell
fuck
yeah!"
off." You just stand there and go, "Fuck off." There ain't no way in world the fucking tree can be that big, man. No
and what's that?
way.
What's that incredible like desert location? And it's used in a lot of westerns. Is it Monument Valley or something? Like with the crazy looking rock formation.
It's near St. George. It's not too far from St. It's halfway between St. George and Moab. Yeah, Monument Valley, dude. I don't know, dude. The whole story about just wind blew that stuff just perfectly.
Exactly.
My
right?
lunch break is talking about that. Like, dude, it just left these things just like this, just so. Like, oh man, damn, this guy's pointing out too much freaking obvious shit. It makes you feel really stupid for believing some shit over the years, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, you got a lot of beautiful places to see in the US.
Yep. Washington State's really pretty. If you want to go up, if you want to go up the top of Mount Rainier, That's pretty.
Oh yeah.
I don't know though. The redwoods. I'd see the redwoods before I go to Washington State, but those trees are huge. There's something up with those trees. They're not just trees. I think it's like one. I think it's like one huge. I think it's like Avatar. It's one huge living organism. I think Sigourney Weaver was talking about the redwoods.
Yeah.
When she was an Avatar, you know.
Yeah, that's cool.
Talking that crap about the trees all being one organism. I think that could be the case. Something like that, you know.
I saw an interesting Joe Rogan podcast with this dude who was like a mushroom expert, and he was like talking about how the mushrooms are a network, and it's like internet for nature. Like they all communicate through fungus, and trees will know when another tree is dying, and they will send apparently energy to it through the fungus. It's pretty cool.
Oh man.
Nearby trees will be like, hey,
I want to talk to a tree.
Yeah.
I want to send trees good thoughts. You probably could.
I am the big tree. Would you like to talk to me? Hey, yeah, the big trees are awesome, man. You got to get up there if you get a chance. It'd be great. Hey, I'd like to see
Geddy Lee sings about the trees.
I would like to see the great reef, man.
Oh man!
Oh, the Great Barrier Reef.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Have you seen that bad boy?
I want to go see the island. I want to see the island of plastic that's as big as like Manhattan.
I love you, bro. Dude, that one's in my heart, man. I want to see the big.
Dude, isn't there some place in Hawaii? Hawaii's beautiful, but there's one beach in Hawaii. I think it might not be Hawaii. But it's got nothing but toothbrushes and bottles and it's the worst beach. It's awful, and I think it all comes from China and Japan or something.
Damn.
Craziest place I've ever seen. I was like, oh my gosh, look at all that trash.
Look at the trash in the ocean. It's the size of like, a small country.
Dude, all the money they give the NASA, dude, give a month's worth of NASA's money to just build me a nice big machine that just kind of goes along and
sucks it all
just
up.
pulls out the plastic and it chops it up and then it makes and just make one of those little brick makers. There's this girl in Africa. She's figured out how to take old plastic bottles, old plastic bags.
She making a house out.
No, she makes paving bricks and construction bricks.
Yeah,
it's a combination between it might be tires and just plastic.
Yeah,
and they press it. They heat it up and press it. It's a special mix. And she can't make enough of it. She's doing like roads out of it. She's doing all this stuff. Man, you could do that. You could do that. You know how many freaking trees you'd save if you could build some houses out of that crap? And it'd be awesome. It'd be a nice, solid structure. I mean, I don't know if it caught on fire. Well, I don't know what that's going to be like, but,
Who knows, bro? might go quick.
Yeah.
It might be like the electric bike in the elevator kind of thing. Oh, shit. Yeah. Not good. So the world presents itself as flat and stationary, man. Last time I checked. I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know. Somebody there might be some Bitcoin, that could prove me wrong. Maybe. However, it definitely presents itself as flat and stationary. And by the way, every single aircraft that's ever been built in the entire world, every one of them, helicopters, fucking planes, jet airline, all of it. Not one fucking plane was ever built with curvature. in mind. You got to fly around the globe. I mean, you got to like dip your nose. You got to. No, none of it. Not
Yeah, dude.
one.
Wouldn't they just kind of build it into the wings to just make it naturally just stay
Natural. Yes.
along the or at least once you got up there, like some kind of fin. It's just like part of the
curvature fin.
and I guarantee people will be like, "Oh no, that's what they do. That's what autopilot is. It sets the
curvature fin.
Sets the rear rudder, the rear horizontal rudder. It sets it to down, facing down just enough to where it follows the curvature of the Earth.
Every year, follows the curve every day, all day, every day, from America to Australia to everywhere in the world. It's called the curvature fin. It's in the back of the tail, and it just magically, totally, without a doubt, proves that you're flying over a globe.
It's automatic.
These fucking Mongos. No, it's not in the manual. They don't get trained. They don't fucking build the planes.
Oh my gosh.
Over anything else than flat.
Yeah,
that's
it's just happening.
And
it's just working itself out. There was a guy talking about it on Flat Earth Awakenings. I went over there for a little while today. And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, that whole fight." I'm just like, dude, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that the Earth is velcroed. The Atmos is velcroed to the Earth,
right?
And it moves with it. It's stuck to it. I'm like, at the same time, you're arguing that there's like bullets are grabbed by Earth spin. I'm like, that's two separate reference frames. That you're saying there's one if it's all going with it. And I'm just like, dude, why you guys like? They're literally like arguing with themselves at that point. They believe that bullets are grabbed, but at the same time, the Earth is velcroed to the
they're arguing with
surface.
themselves.
I mean, I'm sorry, the Earth, the Atmos velcroed to the surface.
They're so screwed. They don't even know they're screwed. I always find it funny, man, that the clouds sometimes go against the spin. I'm like, what's going on here, bro? Yeah, that's always like an observation that most people can check out.
There's a meme out there that shows like one layer of clouds going one way and the other layer like right above it's going the opposite way.
Yeah,
really cool.
Where's your reference point there, bro? What do you got? I mean, it's a different reference frame. I mean, oh my God, you got to have reference frames every time you visualize something in reality. You got to have a reference frame. Oh, no shit, Sherlock. You're a fucking genius. Yeah, the reference frame is that they built the plane to fly on the flat Earth, and they fucking fly it on a flat Earth, and there's not a single pilot that's ever going to come in here and tell me different. Period. Not one. Bring them. Yeah, I've talked to pilots that are flat earthers, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's just flat. Yep. And if you got a pilot that disagrees with me or Bear, let us know, man. Let us know. Bring him in here. There's no pilot.
I've asked them. I've asked at least 20 different pilots.
Yep.
And some of them have ignored me.
Yeah,
because I'm on my way in.
Or they'll
because I'm getting wheeled in. I'm getting wheeled in on the aisle chair like a sack of potatoes. And other guys are just like, oh no, we don't dip the nose down. But I'm like, so it's flat, right? They're like, no, clearly not. I don't want to get fired. It's clearly not flat.
I don't want to get fired for telling you that there's.
I don't want to get sent to the psychiatrist like that one lady. That one lady that
fucking co-pilot. The lady
that just asked a couple questions. Yeah, she's the crazy lady. They sent her to the blah blah blah. But they gave her. What was cool is they gave her retirement, whatever. I think they put her on like what, like mental leave or some crap, and they gave her
mental.
pay
So,
or
yeah,
something?
something. I know her name's Claudia. I've actually talked to her in person, just like I'm talking to
She's
you, Bear.
awesome.
She's awesome.
She's got a bigger set of nuts than most freaking men, because she went against all them guys, man. She was just like, why? Just asked a few really good questions, and well, I guess her two flight buddies just narked her out. Oh, she's starting to talk crazy.
Well, what happened? I can tell you a little. I know a little bit more about it, but
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Her and Mark Sargent had a conversation.
Oh.
And he recorded it and ended up putting it on his channel, bro. And I was like, but
she put her name. She put her name, who she was.
Put her fucking name in there, right? And
so it wasn't her buddies. It was just her.
And
somebody word got around.
Somehow it got back to the company, and it became a thing after that. That's how I remember it. Dude, this was like 6-7 years ago, bro. It's not recent. It's not a recent thing. But she ended up
like 5-ish to me, but you're probably right. Been a long time.
She got called out, taken to the company.
Hey, you better go to the psychiatrist. We need you to just make sure you're not going crazy.
She was asking
for asking sane questions. You got to make sure you're not going insane.
So I don't know. I think it was a message that was sent in some ways that look. But you've seen all the videos of guys walking into the fucking cockpit and asking the pilots, man, is it flat or round? And they're all like, yeah, it's flat, 100%.
Really? I haven't seen those. That's cool.
Dude, man. There's like a bunch of them, bro.
Cool.
There's like at least like a dozen videos of pilots, people walking into the cockpit and going, hey, man, do you guys like account for the curvature? And they're like, no, fucking, we don't do that. Or do you?
Hell no.
Fucking, we don't account for shit, man. We're just flying over the flat plane, bro. Yeah, literally, that's what they'll say, man. And much more eloquent than myself, but they would just say, no, man, we don't account for the curvature. We just fly the plane flat. Yep, flat. Okay, yeah, flat. Yeah, that's what they do, man. Because planes are meant to fly over a flat plane, bro. Yeah, that's how. By the way, that's how they're built. They're not built to fly over a fucking globe. We know that for sure, 100%, without a doubt.
Yeah,
there's no getting around it. And guys,
there's no getting around it. That's literally true.
No getting around.
You're not getting around the globe, north or south.
Dude, see how they put that shit right there in your face, bro? See how they put it right in your right in your face, man. They stick their balls in your face. They love sticking balls in your face, bro.
Yeah, Cavendish's balls. This one's balls. That one's balls.
This is a ball. Everything's a ball. We're flying over
Neil
a ball.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's balls.
And
Neil Baumgartner's ball. Everybody, dude, what's up? They're obsessed with them.
They're obsessed with balls, and that's a whole nother fucking deep issue. But Democ can cover it as good as better than I can. I know that for sure. I mean,
hey, is it Democ that always has the kids? Does Democ have kids? I don't want to get all in his business, but is he the one that I always hear the kids? I'm just kind of, if he wants to tell me, that'd be not. I love kids. So just kind of wondered. But maybe it's none of my business.
Democ can have some background noise. Sounds like it might have been in the television. It might be kids.
No, I think he runs a daycare. I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty
I
sure
hear kids. I don't. It might be somebody else though. I don't know.
Democ, he's not running a daycare, but he might have.
Oh shit!
family members living. I don't know, man. I don't know Democ's situation for
It's
sure.
all good. It's all good.
Democ and I go
I hope
back.
he's got.
Probably,
I hope he's got kids. That'd be awesome.
Democ and I obviously go back to like Poncho Pete days, early.
Oh crap!
Yeah, we go way back, man. Anyway, love you, Democ. Dude, I was listening to Democ today. He was the only one speaking. Everybody else was muted. And he brought up some stuff that was. That guy brings up shit that makes you think about what the fuck reality is. He just has.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't know what he's talking about, and then later I'll be like, "Oh, that's what he was talking about."
It takes It takes a minute sometimes when he's speaking to kind of you got to soak it in. You got to digest.
As soon as you think about mocking Dimmock, then you realize, damn it, can't mock Dimmock. He's talking sense.
But yeah, you don't want to mock the Democ, but the man brings up stuff, man, that oh my God. I mean, people have kicked him out of every server that I've known, man, but he does bring some shit. Just don't threaten anybody, Democ. You'll be good, man. You'll be good. Just don't. But yeah, we'll all get along and move along in the Democian world, bro. I want to live in a Democian world. I don't know about y'all, but that's where I want to go. Fuck Disneyland, man. I want to go Democian land, bro. Can I go to Democian land?
If it has ramps, I'm good. As long as it has ramps, I'm good.
If we build it, they will come.
Hey, have you guys know the artist Banksy? You guys ever heard of the guy Banksy? He's like a street artist. He's a street artist that got famous through outrageous stunts. Outrageous.
But he doesn't have a freaking. He's not a dude though. It's not like I met him.
Nobody knows who he is. That's the thing, Bear. Nobody knows who this guy is. That's the secret, bro.
Could be Trump. There is a theory that Trump,
I could be Banks. I could be Banks.
Yeah.
You could be Banks. I've never been.
Actually, I couldn't be Banksy. I heard he's done some paintings like pretty high up on the wall. So
anyway, yeah, but is that him or is that his team? Is it set up? You know, I don't know. I don't know for sure.
Is it grabblers running freaking insurance scams to inflate the prices of art?
Art? Oh my God! How dare those fucking Mongos, bro? How dare those Mongos?
Banksy. It's Banksy.
It's Banksy, bro. The word
Banksy
bank in his name. Like, wait a minute, what? Oh shit, that's a psyop for sure, 100%. So I'm on the edge of Banksy's a psychological psyop that works with social media at the same time. It is in reality, bro.
But he's pointing out some obvious things though. So
he does point out very, very obvious things that are wrong with our culture. No question.
And he's clearly not like a doesn't seem like he's like a big like liberal or even a big like he's not a Trump fan. He makes really funny stuff about Trump.
Yeah. But he made a place in England called Dismal Land. And you can look it up. He made a whole amusement park called Dismal Land.
Wait, does it have like really like boring rides or something?
It's very dismal, bro. Think of.
Does it have a merry-go-round that doesn't work? It doesn't go around.
Yeah, it's got shit like that. It's like stupid.
It's got a merry-go nowhere.
Oh
no.
Yeah. I mean, you got to check it out. It's called Dismal Land. And I always, I'm an anti-Disney motherfucker from all hell. You have no idea. I could tell you my whole story, but I'm not going to go into it. But without a doubt, Disney's like the fucking worst, man, of all
I
of them.
rode Space Mountain in Disneyland.
Yeah.
When I was
Me
a
too.
kid.
Yeah.
Did you? Cool.
What a great ride, man.
It's a small world, too. That's how young I was.
It's a small world after all, man. We used to have a flat Earth. It was called a meetup.org. Meetup. Do you remember that place called meetup.org? We had a forum in there called It's a Flat World After All. It was called It's a Flat World After All. And that was the name of our meeting group. It's called a meetup group. You guys remember me? No, you guys. Anyway. And we had like 500 people in that fucking thing, man. And we would meet up every weekend. Somebody was getting together. Some flat earther was hanging out at a bar, dude. It was blowing up, dude. It died.
Huh.
Died.
Wow.
I don't know. Somebody else took
Well,
over.
somebody
destroyed it,
put
bro.
Put it to rest or something.
Yeah.
That's a
It kind
bummer.
of got destroyed, man. But literally, there was meetups every weekend in Los Angeles somewhere where flat earthers were hanging out. And with meetups.org, we destroyed that, but that was the coolest name. And it's a flat world after all, man. But you said you went on It's a Small World after all, but
Yeah. I got something that I thought was hilarious. I was listening. Remember that song called "Lump" from frickin' the Presidents of the United States of America? You could do the peep. She's lump. She's lump. She's lump. She's in my head. Do you remember that? The people that did "Peaches for You," "Peaches," millions of peaches. Presidents of the United States of America. They played with like 3 strings on a freaking guitar. They were really weird.
Yeah.
Don't you remember the Presidents of the United States of America?
I do remember the name.
Move into the country.
Yeah, they had a couple hits. Yeah, they had a couple hits. Couple one hit wonders. But the Peaches song, and then they had Lump. Is she lump out of my head? I think so. She's lump. She's lump. She's lump. She's in my. I was thinking they could freaking use that for a Trump. Dude, it's freaking. It would go so good if somebody. Yeah, if you like Trunk. But
hey,
yeah.
You just put it out there, so it'll probably happen.
Yeah, it'll probably. Yeah, it will.
Probably happen, man.
Yeah.
You just relax, man. It'll happen. Yeah, I've been putting shit out in my head, but it just keeps happening, man. They just keep pushing the pedal, man. I'm like, oh fuck, Mongo. We got to come up with a really cool anti-serum to their cockiness, man. They're
super cock.
What's that? This aggression won't stand, man.
I don't stand for crappy coffee. I don't stand for crappy coffee. The aggression, we won't stand for it.
We won't stand.
Dude, get all the paraplegics to back you up. We will not stand for this aggression.
We're not standing for this cock shit, bro. Hey, welcome to. Do you guys know the word cock is an actual political term? Yeah, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. I don't know. But the cock will be the cock in the whatever.
You guys are going to go to all the blind people and say, "Look me in my eyes when I'm talking to you."
And be like, "Don't ask me my stance on abortion because I don't."
Hey, all right, here's my prediction. I want you guys to all predict as well, since we kind of got a slow evening here, but I want you guys to chime in, really. Do you think Kamala Harris is going to be like they're going to ride her all the way through to the end, or are they going to come up with something on her that it's going to destroy her and she's going to have to bow out, man? I think they're going to find.
I don't know. Afterward, they're going to destroy she's not. They're not allowed to just pass on the money. I do know that. So
right.
They might not be able to get that taken care of before the election, but afterwards they're going to be like, that was completely unethical. It's not even allowed, apparently, from what some guy said on the news. It's the first time I've watched the news in a long time, but it was like some campaign lawyer, blah blah blah. Who knows? I don't even know if he's right, but it seems that they're not supposed to be able to just, if you put money in for Biden, you can't just be like, oh, Biden, he's a freaking old goat. He doesn't even know where he's at, so we're going to give all the money you gave to Kamala. Like, dude, it's It's not like that. You can't do that.
All right. So my theory, my speculation still to this day has been they're going to run Gavin Newsom up there. And anyway, I got a really good source that told me this is what's going to happen. And for some reason, I think they're going to find something on Kamala like they did. You guys don't remember. Bear, you're old enough. You remember when Joe Biden was running for president and they busted him for plagiarism in his college thesis.
Holy crap.
You remember that?
That's funny you remember that, because I barely remember it until you just said it.
Dude, and they had to boot his ass out, bro. They had to boot his ass out. He was, even my wife, my fucking lovely wife at the time was like, he's so amazing. He's great. He's the best. He's so cute. I mean, he was,
dude, no way. No way. Back then? Holy crap,
I
dude.
remember this to this day.
Wow, you're freaking, dude, you are old. That makes me feel like you're old.
Yeah,
but I'm old. I know I'm that old. I'm old too. I know that. But it's just funny.
But I remember that back in the like this. My wife was so convinced that Joe Biden was the man. I mean, he had.
Oh gosh, that's so funny. Yeah, dude, she'll never live that one down.
They busted him on some plagiarism he did in college. Like, dude, you plagiarized this shit, and he had to drop out. It's like, oh shit. So I think the same thing's gonna happen with Kamala. Something's gonna happen. She's gonna be like busted for something, bro. I guarantee. And they're gonna flip it and say, well, she's out. Well, let's give all the money to fucking Gavin Newsom or something like that.
It's our fridge, Cat. I'm gonna shut it, baby. It's my fridge beeping. Cat's like, what are you doing? Hold on, honey. I'm gonna shut it. I can't reach the button. I can't reach the button to stop it. I'm not freaking
telling. What is your fridge beep, man?
I'm coming, baby. I'm coming right now.
Why do you have a fridge that beeps?
Yeah, what the
dude, isn't that weird? Yeah.
Weird.
Dude, I'm just gonna tape that thing. I'm gonna tape that stupid button.
I'm open.
I'm open.
What do you mean? Doesn't your fridge beep when you leave the door open?
Yeah.
Like a seatbelt signal. I'll be like, what the fuck? Be like, beep, beep, beep.
Yeah, my girlfriend's like, hey, can you plug that in behind me? Cat's like, I'm not wearing.
Hey, my really good best man used to tell me, man, hey man, this world's turned into a beeping world, man. Everything beeps. So you go to the gas station, you get the gas, beeps, everything beeps.
What you can do?
Beep, beep, beep. You know, you fucking don't have your seatbelt on. Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What's up with the beeps in this world, bro? Why the beeps, man? That's my question.
Beep boo, beep boo, beep bop.
Pavlov. That
Pavlov. Oh my gosh.
Go into a restaurant, everything beeps.
Flatsy said something. Why is it a beeping world?
Pavlov. Well, the dogs basically got conditioned to salivate to a bell eventually. He rung the bell when every time he gave them meat, but then he stopped giving them the meat and they would still salivate by hearing the bell. I think that's the gist of it. It's funny he said restaurants. The fries are done. Beep, beep, beep. Something's done in the oven. Beep, beep, beep. You left the walk-in door open. Actually, the walk-in door usually shuts by itself. I worked at a restaurant for 8 years.
Flatsy, what do you got?
Yeah.
Beep, beep, beep. Give us some.
Bring some fun stuff in here.
Yeah, I said Pavlov, and he just kind of gave you the rundown, the gist of it.
Yeah, dang, I actually know something. How about that? I usually don't know stuff. I mean, not about like science stuff,
Yeah, I'm with you, Bear.
I know completely useless stuff.
Yeah, you and I.
Well, I couldn't be the only one to think that. If you're going to bring up something like that, I'm sure that somebody else thought about it.
I'm sure somebody did. But at the end of the day, we're living in a jaded reality at best. I mean, is that a fair term to use? A jaded reality at best. I mean, it could be completely flipped, but what do I know? I'm just a regular guy over here that wants to do the right thing. But at the end of the day, man, jaded reality has been the norm for what? I don't know, 200-300 years. I don't know. I can't tell for sure because I wasn't there 300 years ago. You weren't there. We don't know for sure. 100%, without a doubt, we weren't there. Now, if you ask me about, Montana, fucking Yosemite National Park, I could tell you a lot of reality things about that place, man. I could tell you all kinds of shit about it. You guys want to go to Joshua Tree? I got you covered. I know a shitload about Joshua Tree. But how much do you know about the moon or Mars? Oh, well, we've been there. We know it's like red. It's dark. It's no cloud. So it's cold, hot. It's all kinds of cool. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, we've been to Mars. No, have you been to Mars? No. Well, no, you haven't.
Why does it matter?
It's reality, man. It's just absolute objective reality of the situation that none of us have ever been to Mars or seen the globe from outer space. I mean, none of us.
Why does it matter?
Well, it matters in your own consciousness, trying to deal with what is real and what have you been programmed to believe that is real. And
I don't see how that makes a difference.
Well,
why does it matter? Why does it matter whether or not I go somewhere?
Well, that's because you're delusional, Brenda.
No, it wasn't the question.
Objective reality is if a car's coming towards you, you step out of the way. I'm pretty sure you've done that.
Yeah, that wasn't the question.
That's objective reality. The objective reality is that you're going to move out of the way. And those are real things that we can check out.
Yeah, that wasn't the question, though.
I don't give a fuck what your question was. The reality is objective reality
Why do you get
real.
upset? Why you get upset,
man?
About a simple? It's a simple question.
Not a simple question.
You're sounding a little bit croaky there, Brenda.
Little croaky.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what that means. Why does it matter Why does it matter whether or not I go somewhere?
Because then you can
really stupid.
Then
question.
You can see reality.
You can see reality, and for its reality.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Reality for its reality.
Okay, so that doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, we can't help you. We can't help you here then.
Can't help you.
So you don't have any good reason for why you have to go somewhere.
Well, can you go to Mars?
There isn't. I didn't have to go there to get my groceries or go there to get my gas or
Yeah, that wasn't the question, though.
go there.
Can you go to Mars?
Can we
No,
go to
I
Mars?
can't.
Of course
No.
not.
You
Thank
know
you.
it's
Thank you
real?
for being honest.
You know
Thank
that
you
you
for
can
being
go
honest.
there? How do you know that?
How do I know what?
How do you know you can go to this place?
Well, I can't go to Mars.
Okay.
I appreciate the
Welcome.
honesty. I like
Welcome
that.
to the channel.
Welcome. Welcome.
That doesn't
Welcome
make
to
any
the
sense.
channel, man, of reality that we can objectively agree upon, which is, hey, none of us have ever been to Mars. No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, but why does that matter?
Well, it
Why
matters a
doesn't it?
lot
Why
because
doesn't that matter?
it's an objective
Well, no,
reality.
I asked the question first.
Yeah,
Well,
but why doesn't it matter?
But I asked first.
I asked you first.
No.
I asked you second, third, or fourth. Which way are we going to go here, man?
Yeah.
Which way are we going to go, man? I love going in these deep
So-
conversations. But go
Hey
ahead.
Brenda, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a rotating, spinning ball of water in a vacuum of outer space?
So do you think that Mars is real or not real, whether or not I've actually been there?
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
I asked you a question, Brenda. So, do you have any evidence that you live on a spinning
can
space
mute
ball in
me.
the vacuum of outer space?
I deftly ignored it because it's changing the topic.
Sorry, the answer isn't. I definitely ignored it. The answer should be, do you have any evidence that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Hey,
Well, if you don't want to engage with the question, that's fine. Just tell me no, I don't want to answer.
That is not the answer to the question.
Brenda, you got muted.
The question again is,
darn it.
Do you have any evidence that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? No? I'll take that as a no. I think he's gone.
Brenda had to leave today. Brenda can't handle the fucking tough questions, man. That's what I love about Brenda.
Yo, I just joined. I'm not about to start arguing, so I don't want to go deep. But
what's up, Smog, man? Hey,
what's up? What's up? I want to say, do you have any evidence you don't? I'm just like lighthearted, like I'm trying to ask back, you know.
What evidence do I don't have? Is that what you asked?
No, what evidence do you have that you don't live on a sphere?
Oh my goodness! Oh, my water is level, 100%. Water, without a doubt, will always seek its level.
Well, it's kind of a weird question because do you experience a ball?
The way that I understand my reality, I wouldn't be able to if it was too big.
Too big?
Yeah, so you don't. So
they got you right there, man. They got you. You're done, man. Right there. It's too big.
See, that's the problem. You're going in with this like I got you mindset. I haven't even been like against your viewpoint. I'm just asking, dude.
He's only mucking around, mate.
Yeah. Okay, I get you.
All right. So, do you experience living on a ball?
Of course.
Yeah. So how do you prove a negative of you not experiencing living on a ball?
Exactly.
Are you? I mean, but like, do you have evidence it's flat? I'm just curious.
No, you can't flip it. This is on you, bro.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to have a like Socratic seminar where I'm like trying to prove you wrong.
We're not. Believe me, we're not either. We're just.
Yeah. I'm just
water.
Leading from that to the next topic. Do you have any?
Let's go.
Because I'd be interested to see it if you have any proof that it's flat.
Water.
Okay.
Yep.
Bendy water.
Bendy water.
Yeah.
All right. Prove to me that water is curving.
Well, if gravity's real, it's all getting
sucked
into the center. No,
we're not going into ifs. You just said, okay. So you asked me for a proof that the Earth was flat. I said water.
Yeah.
Now, can you prove to me that water is not flat?
I don't have a definite proof, but you know, the way I've always understood it my whole life is that if gravity's real, it's all getting sucked towards the center equally. That's how it's
a big if. It's a big if, though.
Fair enough.
It is a big if, but that's how it is. You know.
Can you demonstrate to us that gravity makes things into balls?
Not really.
Good answer.
I'm just trying to hear your takes. I'm not trying to prove you wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go this way then. So, so you've never experienced a ball. You've never experienced living at a ball. You've never seen curvature. Yeah.
You know, it's hard to say. It's hard to say because if we really are living on a massive ball,
how big is it?
I don't know. It's hard to say that we're not. It's hard to say that we're not if we are. If it's so huge that you can't feel the curve, right?
Hey, listen.
Yeah. Well, so then you'd have to know how big it was. So how big is it?
Right. I don't know.
Okay.
You don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the exact mileage of the Earth. No.
Not too big.
Pretty huge.
It's pretty huge, bro.
pretty huge.
So what curvature would you expect? What drop over distance would you expect after 10 miles? You think?
Oh shit. I'd say like less than 1%.
Would you believe that it's 66 feet?
I can believe that. Because if the entire thing is the entire thing is so gargantuan that 66 feet is infinitesimal.
Okay, and then 100 miles? What would you think it was after 100 miles?
After doing the calculations, you would say that you're wrong.
What?
Well, I'm just saying after the calculations, you would say that you're wrong.
What 66 feet at 10 miles, we're wrong? Are you saying that?
Yeah. It wouldn't reach that length. It wouldn't reach that length.
Okay. Can you show your math for that then?
Well, no, you made the claim, so the burden of proof is on you.
No, it's not.
I'll show you. I'll do it.
Whoa.
No, because I'm simply responding to the claim you made. If I'm responding to the claim you made, that means you have the burden of proof on you.
Yeah, okay, I'd agree before we get into it, shut up, everyone. Before we get into it,
all right, that's pretty narcissistic.
What made you say that it's wrong?
So you're just digressing. You're not actually.
No, I'm not. Because if you're okay, so I said something. I'll prove it to you. But I said something, right? And then you said, "Well, that's incorrect." So what evidence have you got that it's incorrect?
What evidence do you have that what you're saying is true?
Well, I said something.
Post your proofs at the same time.
I said something, and you said that's incorrect. So what information have you got that it's incorrect?
Sure. So just to make an analogous of what's happening right now, if I were to make the claim that 2 + 2 = 5, and then you responded that it's incorrect.
Yeah, but that's retarded.
No, but would it be my fault? Would it be
Malik,
yeah,
totally off
you could
reservation here. Come on, get back on topic here.
Would it be my responsibility to prove that I'm right?
Okay. If you're going to be retarded, we're not going to have this conversation. I'm about to post for you the drop rate over that distance. All right, and then we're going to talk about why. And then we're going to talk about why it's wrong. Okay.
Oh, so you do have some sense in your head.
Yeah, more than you probably.
Way more.
Oh no, not really, because it took you that long to actually make your claim to be proven.
Yeah, because I was trying to show you that the claim that you made was retarded.
In your reasoning.
Yeah.
Incoherent in your reasoning.
Now,
you're incoherent in your reasoning. Do you understand?
That's the second sensible thing you said.
What?
That's the second sensible thing you said.
Okay, great.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, welcome to the server.
And just for the record, by the way, you're Australian.
And that's supposed to be an insult or what?
Well, no, I'm just stating that you're Australian. You don't got to take offense to it. You don't got to be passive aggressive.
You don't have to be passive aggressive, man. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
So you're just making ad hominems.
Yep. We're just talking about reality of observational Earth that we can totally check out without a doubt.
You're an empiricist?
Yep. I know exactly what the Earth is because I live here, bro.
You can't rely on empiricism.
I can't rely on my own objective reality. Oh my God, what a weird thing to say.
You can't prove that your reality is
I
objective.
cannot prove. Oh, what are you a fucking?
You
Are
can
you
prove
a
it
brain
in-
in
you
a
can prove
jar?
it-
Are you a
prove it
brain in a jar? This guy's
You
a
can
brain
prove it
in a
in-
jar,
you can
bro.
You can prove it insofar as that you have sensory perception or receptions.
I have sensory
going through your
perceptions
empiricism.
of reality that
No,
produce.
and reception
My
is going
reality
through
is
your.
whatever the fuck
get
I
it.
want it to be.
I can percept reality. Oh my God, it's
So I'm in a
crazy.
VC full of people who don't know logic.
We don't know logic. We don't know anything. We don't know nothing. We're
You
just
can't debate
computers.
me.
And we're just a Google
so-
fucking retard.
Dude, I can't do it anymore. I fucking hate trolling sometimes.
You hate trolling. Why are you trolling?
So here we go. In the
Because
chat,
why are you
All
trolling?
right, so hang on one
I don't
sec.
like
So
the
this
server.
is in the
Oh
chat.
my God, there's no way
Hey,
he's taking it
okay.
serious.
In the chat, dude.
You're making this
In the
even more
chat,
fun.
this is from
Taking it
1
serious.
foot observer
No, you're
height.
wrong.
Hidden
Nope.
target.
Nope. You're wrong. No.
What?
If you still take me serious after that, you're a real fucking retard.
You're
Okay, see you later, dude.
Later,
Fuck off.
dude. Fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck off.
What an idiot.
What a mongo, bro. 100%. Yeah. That was. Yeah, he wasn't going anywhere. We knew that, but it was fun to just kind of play along. Say, hey, man, what do you got?
Yeah, I had a couple of minutes spare. So
Yeah, I appreciate it, Timbo. Appreciate
I'm
it,
doing
brother.
doing the gardening. So
Yeah.
floating around.
Flat? Are you flattening around?
Floating around. Yeah.
Wait, you're flattening around upside down. Oh my God.
Upside down, yeah. I'm anti-gravity.
You're anti-gravity to my total position.
Gravity. To your gravity.
To my gravity. You're anti-gravity to my gravity. I get it. Okay. That's crazy, man. Think about that.
I'm going to see if this guy's spurging out in the chat. Let's have a look.
He ain't spurging.
Yeah, there he goes. Fuck it.
I got a real question. I got a real question.
What's
if
the
gravity
question?
isn't real, how the fuck does rain work?
Wait, what's the question? What?
How does rain work if gravity's not real?
How do clouds
It
work?
It just falls.
Rain. You're talking about rain?
Yeah.
How does rain work without?
I know it's like a non sequitur came out of nowhere.
I like the question, but
yeah,
my bigger question is
just how would anyone here like define it working? Personally,
What do you mean working?
Well, yeah,
how does anything fall?
Well,
what is
okay? So if your gravity, so-called gravity, existed, you wouldn't have clouds to collect rain in the first place because all the moisture would be on the ground.
But it's so light that it floats.
Oh, so light, so it goes up and then it gets heavy and it falls back down.
Exactly.
Because it's more dense than the environment around it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're saying gravity doesn't coincide with density in that sense, and I can see what you're saying.
You could say that, but you know,
I
if
get
you
what you
want
mean.
yeah, if you want to talk about gravity, you'd have to prove that gravity existed. You know.
You're saying it's more of a density thing because you could like.
Well, I'm going to say I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. I respect that a lot.
But it seems to be once you change the medium, things change. They work themselves out into like equilibrium. Yeah. So
I love when I can come in here and someone is just fine to admit they don't know something instead of pulling out like a picture they saw on Facebook a year ago. That was,
I'm not
pulled
like
out of
that.
someone's. I hate that shit so much.
Yeah. Welcome. Welcome.
If you start having these respectful conversations, they actually go a long way.
That's true.
I tried a while ago and I forgot who it was in here, but I kept getting muted for just trying to like. I don't know. I was just trying to like talk normally, like a person. I kept getting muted.
It's probably me.
I doubt it.
It was.
It wasn't. It
wasn't.
wasn't.
It was probably Timbo.
It wasn't.
It definitely wasn't me, but It might have been
Radwin.
Gems. I remember Gems. I don't know who it was, but yeah, it could have been anybody. But hey, everybody gets a hair up their ass, and people get muted, and get over it, man. Dude, I've been banned from muted. Fucking.
No, I'm not. I'm not in a twist about it. It was just kind of
Don't
odd.
get in a twist. Yeah, exactly.
It was just kind of odd.
Well, welcome to the server. Let's talk about some cool shit, man. We can talk about the Earth in infinitum, man. We can go deep into the Earth and figure out where we live, and that's why I'm here. Where do we live, bro? You got all the answers? That'd be cool, man. That'd be great. But Scott Mackey has all the answers for sure, 100%. He knows exactly where we live. Smog, Smorg, I call you Smorg. And Smorg and I don't have all the answers for sure. I know I don't for sure, 100%. But other people do, man. Other people have all the answers. And we're just trying to figure out where we live. We fly planes over a flat stationary plane. All planes are built on a flat stationary plane. They're built to fly over the flat stationary plane. And if anybody can prove me wrong on that, it'd be great. I'd really be interested. Hope you guys are interested too. Because no airplane ever in all of human history has ever been designed to fly over a globe. That's impossible because it doesn't
Was it
happen.
impossible?
Yeah.
Why is it impossible?
Because I've looked at all the diagrams of the planes, and it says right there in the first paragraph of all the designs of the planes said, hey, right there in the first paragraph said, all your math has to be based off a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane, period.
It does. Prove me wrong. Where'd he go?
Probably bored him to death.
Coming from you.
I know, boring. That was boring.
I can be boring. So boring, I'm doing the gardening.
I got that beat. I'm doing the dishes, so I think I'm more boring than you.
To the gardening. Friday night, and I'm doing the gardening and the dishes, and then I'm going to clean the house. No. So who believes they live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
I do.
I know one person does in here. And that's a staunch belief too.
Oh
Not
yeah.
just a belief. It's a staunch, I am on a ball
Oh, it's
belief.
flat out. I know this. I would bet everything I own, including my children's lives, on it.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a cool bet, Scott. Don't bet what you can't afford.
Yeah.
Don't need to. I can't lose.
Yes, you can.
You already
It's
have
not
lost.
possible.
You never
It's
had
not
your car.
possible. Not possible to lose that bet.
I wouldn't do that.
But that's because you don't know what I know. If you knew what I know, you'd be, yeah, sure, why not?
Hello? Hello, is there anybody here?
Hello? Yes, someone's here.
So, do you think that the Earth is flat?
No, I know it's flat.
You know it's flat.
Yeah, man. Walk outside and have a
Alright,
look. You don't feel
so
it
tell
spinning.
me.
You don't see any curvature. So why would you believe something that's totally against your senses?
So, if you had an aunt and you had.
Don't put it on a basketball. It's not the first time we've heard it this week.
Okay. I didn't know. That was the first time that I thought that stuff. You know
Just
what I
taking
mean?
the piss, mate. You can put your ants wherever you like.
Alright. So, what do people say to you? I'm not really coming in here for an argument. You know what I mean? I'm not here to discuss whether it's flat or round. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Oh, well, if you're not here discussing whether it's flat or round, you're probably in the wrong room, my friend.
No, it's more like I'm not here to disagree with you.
So you're here to learn stuff. What would you like to know?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. So like, why do you think it's not round? Or no, let me rephrase the question. Why do you think it's not a sphere?
I don't see any curvature. I don't
But
feel
that's
any.
because
Oh, let me guess. It's so biggy, it's flatty.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What were you going to say?
I said, let me guess. It's so biggy, it's flatty.
No, before that, what were you going to say?
Like I said earlier, I don't see curvature. I don't feel any spinning. So why would I go against my own senses?
Yeah, that's true. I understand.
So anything beyond that is just a belief system. You get told at school you live on a ball. Did anyone prove it to you, or did you just accept what they said?
Well, at one point I did. And then like when I take off on a plane, I see it, or you know what I mean? Like when I'm on a plane, I see a little bit of curvature.
Are you sure about that, or is it just those lovely triple layered perspex windows that are bubbled?
Maybe.
Interesting stuff when you start looking into it.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not saying you're wrong. Everything's all fucked up. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, we get a bit of that around here.
Why don't those windows bend the wings of the plane?
And then sometimes when I get on the plane, I take like an edible. So sometimes things look differently.
Okay, what you do in airplanes, brother? That's up to you, man.
So I understand why people think that it's different. It's just, but doesn't that mean that all planets are flat?
Why would you instantly assume because I say the Earth is flat that everything is all of a sudden magically flat? How do you know? Have you been there?
So you're saying that Earth is flat, but everything else is round?
You don't even know what everything else is. Planets and stars are just lights in the sky, my friend. Until someone can verify otherwise for me, that's what they'll say.
But then, okay, so this is where it sounds like I'm disagreeing with you, but I'm not disagreeing with you, okay? Did you just leave?
Nope, I'm still here.
So I don't want it to sound like I'm starting an argument and we're yelling at each other, because I'm not going to do that. I'll just leave. Not that you care, but I want to have a
That's what it
conversation, you
sounds
know what
like.
I'm saying? So do you believe in space power and exploring and that shit? Do we have that capability or no?
Space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
So do we have that capability to explore or no?
Well, if space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, I'm guessing there's no space, so anything that follows that, i.e. exploration, and anything that you believe exists in the land of Narnia, we could probably cross it off.
Okay, so how is the Earth heated up?
Sun warms up ground, ground warms up air, air gets hot, rises, and I don't know where it goes after that because I'm not really that energetic and I'm not
Right.
chasing it around.
Yeah, I'm not either. So, but we're agreeing that it's coming from the sun, right?
Yep.
All right. So if it's coming from the sun and the Earth is flat, then wouldn't we? Wouldn't there be?
Before you hurt yourself thinking, don't try to imagine a flat frisbee pizza or whatever you want to call it flying through space. Because for some reason, when we say it's flat, everyone gets this image of a biscuit in space. Ain't no biscuit in space. Just get rid of the space bit.
All right. So what's in it?
Earth. That's it. Just us. Few stars sprinkled across. Lights in the
Two.
sky, whatever you want to call them.
Earth is not a star.
I didn't say Earth was a star.
You said there was 2 stars.
No, I did not. I said a few stars sprinkled across the top.
I don't know, buddy.
About what?
This guy's saying that there's a flat Earth somewhere.
You live on it.
I'm standing on it. I'm pretty sure he's correct. Where would we see the globe somewhere would be the question. While you're standing on it, could you prove you're on a globe without telling us about a religious belief or thought or something somebody told you? Could you
With the flat Earth, is there gravity?
was there gravity ever anyway?
Is there gravity? I'm asking you.
No, not on my flat Earth. No, stuff doesn't turn to balls.
So
Stuff
what's
doesn't
keeping
turn to
us?
balls. We've got no magic center. No, none of that dog shit. No, go ahead. What now?
So what's keeping us on the planet?
Well, you're not a fucking a bird, are you? What do you mean?
Huh?
You're not a bird.
No, but
Yeah,
if
the
there's a
rock's not a bird. The tree's not a bird. Everything that doesn't have wings usually fucking sits where it's at, right?
It's a
What are
bird
you
on
talking,
a
what are you
bird is a
talking about?
word,
That's the
right?
most
A bird is
dumbest
a
thing I've
word.
ever heard. What are you talking about, bro? Where do you got magic fucking rocks at, brother?
Well,
And you never heard of
you're asking me and you're not even letting me talk.
I never stopped you.
but
Well,
you have
if it's flat, then there has to
No,
be the
magic
end of it.
rocks. Where do we have flying rocks that just get up and go fly away and do shit?
No, man, I don't disagree with that. I'm saying
Okay.
if it's flat, then there has to be an
Oh, there ain't
end.
no if. Guaranteed. There's what now? In your model, what now?
There would have to be an end to the flat Earth.
In your model, there is? Show us where. Would it be anywhere near the end of the globe, the edge, the curve that we've been looking for I don't know how long now? The edge of the
No,
globe where you can stick your selfie stick past and look down and see no dirt and water? Shit, I've been looking for that for a long time. The edge of the globe?
that's what me and Matrix are trying to get to. We were
Oh,
talking
you
about this.
can't get to the edge of a globe? Weird. So there's must not be a globe, huh? Where does the globe stop? It's supposed to have a radius, a
Hey, man,
circumference.
I'm not trying to have a difficult conversation, bro. I was having a nice
Well, I'm
conversation
trying
with
to
this
see
guy.
where we can find the edge of a globe. You're looking for the edge of lands. It's a difficult conversation if you can't find the edge of your globe, but you expect someone to find the edge of something else. Isn't that weird?
So
Well,
what
that
we're
would be a
gonna
difficult conversation. Yeah, let's be two humans here. So on the dirt and water, we ain't found an edge yet, unless you can go point it out to me. Don't be difficult.
I'm not being difficult.
Okay, well, don't make random dumb shit up. Unless you as a human have saw a fucking edge, don't ask about a weird one. I've never seen an edge. I've never seen where there's no dirt and water right out in front of me. Have
But
you?
you're saying don't be difficult. You're the one that's talking about this.
Brother, you're saying you've seen a place where there's no dirt and water in front of you.
I didn't
What would
say
that even look
this,
like? What would that look like? I
but
don't
I
even know
didn't
what
say
that
this.
would look like.
I didn't say this.
I know, but what are you asking? What would that even look like? I want to
But
know what
if
an
you
edge of an
know,
earth
then
would look like.
I didn't even say this
It's your
statement.
model. You said you have a flat earth model you want to demonstrate that has an edge.
No, I did not say that.
Oh, what are you?
What just happened?
That's what happens when the moderators decide that someone's making too much noise, or it's audio chaos is a term they tend to use.
I did not say that stuff.
Okay, so let's get back to sensible questions, stuff that we can probably answer.
So, like, if you have a flat Earth, wouldn't things fall off?
Why would you assume that things fall off?
Because
Yeah, yeah.
there's no
Off to where?
there's no gravity.
Fall off, what do you mean fall off? Fall off to from
Hang,
where to where?
hang on one second. Matrix, it would just fall off into space, you know.
Remember earlier I said forget about space?
Where?
There is no space.
What
Well,
the
So
heck?
we're going to try a different method. This is not the space you're looking for. I'll just try me Jedi
so
mind trick and see if that shit works.
so then what's a asteroid? Meteor. The things
Nothing.
fall from space. They fall from space all the time.
Do you ever notice how they always seem to come down? They never go up.
What
You
did
ever
they
look
fall
across
off
at
of?
the horizon and see one go up? If they're
I can't.
flying through space, they could be going in any possible direction, but yet they only come down.
Well, yeah,
Why
because
is that?
it's gravity.
No, you're missing the whole point. See, your climate is that you're on a ball spinning through space. This is a three-dimensional object. So it's in the vastness of space. Meteorites are flying left, right, up, down, forwards, backwards, in any possible direction. But yet, when you see them, they only ever come down. Why is that? Why don't you ever see one? Why aren't you looking east one day and one goes zipping up from the horizon up into the sky because it went past your Earth? Why do you never see that?
Because it was caught too heavily by our gravity and it was pulling it down.
He's not getting it. He's not getting it.
Doesn't understand.
But tell me,
He's too far.
you asked why things don't fall off the flat Earth, right? Okay, so if things falling means they fell off something, where did the asteroids fall from? What did they fall off of?
Something bigger, a lot farther away.
So they fell off. They rolled off something and just fell.
No, it wasn't rolling off.
Good evening, gents.
Right, dude, what Matrix was trying to say to you, right, is that you only ever see them appear to fall like downwards, across like the sky, never going up.
Mic check 1 2.
Yep, loud and clear, Alpha.
Well, Matrix, it was nice to talk, bro.
Oh, don't run away. The good guy's just getting in here.
They are?
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah. Alpha's gonna run you through the mill, man. He's gonna run you through the mill. You're gonna come out all grounded up into flour.
All right. Well, I got half a joint left. After the joint, I'm going to bed.
Cool. Well, if you've got any curly questions that you'd like to ask anyone, Alpha's the one. He loves that kind of shit, man. Some of
All
us
right,
are just
ready?
happy to join here.
All right, ready? Do you think that the aliens have anything to do with this shit?
What aliens?
All right, there we go. We got that answered.
Okay. Glad I could help. Would you guys have a little chat here with MC or what? How you doing, T-Dub? Matrix.
Yeah, not too bad, thanks, mate. I think he's got a bit of a misconception about, like he's just sort of trying to replace like the globe with flat Earth in his paradigm.
Yeah, he's trying to sort out cosmology, as it were.
Nah, I'm always gonna think about flat Earth the way I think about it. I'm not gonna make fun of you guys, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's just, it's just like, it just doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean?
Well, I can understand because you're trying to think about it how you want to think about it, not how we're saying it is. So that's fine. You can always have an incorrect interpretation in your head. Not a problem.
Well, it's not like that. It's like I have an open mind. I would like to think that I have an open mind because, like,
All right. Well, let's see if you have an open mind. When I say flat Earth, what do you imagine? Just tell me what you imagine.
After they told me, or before they told me.
Like right now, what do you imagine when I say flat Earth? The cosmology.
A flat planet with water running off the sides, flying through space.
All right, and even after they told you, you still kind of think that way?
Kinda, but not really losing anything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So, do you think that's a correct interpretation to have when having a discussion with us, or would you rather hear us tell you?
I would rather. I'm trying to listen. It's just this crazy guy was talking, and then it
What
didn't
crazy
really.
guy?
I don't know. He got muted, and
Okay. So when we talk about cosmology, we always say that it's pretty basic from our vantage point. Outside of the things we can discover, we'd say that we would not know, or it's unknown. And it's okay to say that, because there's a lot of things in this world that we know, and there's a lot of things we don't know.
Right.
And when people say that they know something, and I ask them a line of questions, and it turns out they don't know something, what do you think that means, MC?
well, it could just be excitement. You know what I mean?
Well, let's just kind of test it out. Meanwhile, you're doing what you're doing right now, because I think I have a little bit of time. So, If I ask you any questions about the Earth, would you say you know or you believe? Would you be honest with yourself?
I'd probably believe because I don't know mathematics.
Oh, outside of that, like anything about the Earth being a globe, would you know or just believe?
If I'm not an astronaut, so I don't know.
So everything would be relied upon as a belief for you right now, for the Earth being a
Yeah.
globe. Okay, fair enough. And if you ask us if we know or we believe that the Earth is flat, what do you think we would say?
Whatever you believe.
Right, but I mean between the two, if you think we would say we know or we believe, what do you think we would say? Just you. Like I'm not
You
asking.
believe. That's what I just said. You
Oh,
believe.
you think we would say belief, not no.
Right.
MC,
Okay, so
remember what I asked you earlier?
let me just ask the room here. For any of the flat earthers here, do you know or believe that you live on a flat earth?
I know it's flat.
Anybody else? If you're a flat earth in this channel.
It's flat.
I know it's flat.
I know. And 3 people. Anybody else? Okay. So just to demonstrate to you, MC, people in here don't claim that they believe that the earth is flat. We know that it's flat.
Well, that's like saying people know that it's round. You know what I mean?
Well, no, this is what I'm saying to you. When I asked you the question, you said you believe because you're not an astronaut. Is that not true?
Well, I'm also not. You know,
What?
I don't want to say it because it sounds like an asshole. You know what I mean?
You can do whatever you want. Say whatever you want.
I'm not full of myself. You know what I mean?
Okay,
I
so
was also having that conversation with what's his name prior. You know what I mean?
that's okay. I know you say you're not full of yourself, but that doesn't negate the fact that you just said you believe that the earth is a globe and you don't know. And
Well,
everybody here,
we could talk about we're not talking about it, but we could talk about God. You know what I mean? One person could say, "I know He exists," and one person could say, "I think He exists." You know what I mean?
as far as
Or
the creator,
I believe
yeah.
He exists. You know,
As far as you're making an analogy to the earth and the creator, would we say we can see the creator?
one person can because of their tripping on whatever.
No, we're not talking about taking any type of hallucinogen. I'm talking
Well,
about just normal, sober-minded people. Do you think we could visibly see the creator?
if they get into an accident,
And that's not what I'm asking, sir. Let's be reasonable here with each other, okay?
well,
Intellectually honest.
well,
If you're go on.
I have epilepsy and I saw him.
Right. But when people say they witness the creator, do you think most people are saying they see him everywhere? Like
No,
okay, so that's the real reasonable answer, right? We don't see him. Like as a visual, we don't see him like doing something.
every day. No,
Right. Okay. So when we talk about the earth, do we see the earth beneath our feet?
I mean, what do you want me to say?
It's not a gotcha question.
The truth.
Yes.
Okay. So when the analogy for a creator that you brought up, do you think it would be analogous to say it would be the same as the earth?
Yes. It would be analogous. Is that bad?
Let's see if it was analogous. On the one
What does
hand,
that mean?
if it was truly comparative. So if we say that we don't see the creator like a reasonable person every day, we don't see him everywhere, but we see the earth everywhere. Everywhere we go, the earth is beneath our feet. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, we visibly see the earth. We don't visibly see the creator. Is this true?
Well,
There's no
it's all
It's either true or false.
it's all how you look at it.
No, it's not. This is you being intellectually honest. Whether or not you be a good faith interlocutor will be based on what your answer is. And I'm only asking you. I'm not forcing you to say anything. It's up to you. Are you going to be reasonable?
This is kind of what I meant earlier.
What did you mean earlier? I don't that's not really the answer to the question though, is it? Are you going to be able
Well,
to be honest
I
in the
don't want to
conversation?
have like an annoying conversation with
Oh,
you
this isn't
because
annoying. This is not annoying to me. For you anyway, it might be because you're
it's
getting to be.
not. That's what I
It's starting
mean.
to
Like,
it's starting to itch you a little bit because you maybe don't like to be truthful, and I think that's probably the reason why you don't like to answer these questions because it's getting you to be honest. Isn't that
well,
true?
I've had these conversations with people like you, not like people like you, but like say we met in real life and we've had this conversation. I've had this kind of conversation with people in real life. And and they're cool, they're really cool. We were smoking, we were blazing, talking about girls, whatever. You know what I mean? And that conversation came up. He really wanted to talk about it, and it just
Okay,
it
so you
just
still haven't like I. It's a huge diversion to what I was asking you, isn't it?
exactly
Why? Why are you diverting from answering
because
the truthful question?
I honestly believe that the Earth and some sort of superpower is all one.
It's not. It's not. Because on the
Well,
one hand, you just talked about a creator and people struggling with the fact that they can think about a creator as a belief system. And the other hand, the earth, you made it to be analogous like the creator, and it's not. Because we can visibly see the earth. We cannot visibly see the creator. And you know this, but you don't want to answer the question. You don't want to be honest. Isn't that true?
Well, no, it's not true
Okay, so
because,
then be honest in this conversation and say you can see the earth, but you cannot see the creator. So it's not analogous.
but the
Or what?
creator is everything.
No, the creator is
Yeah.
not everything. In this particular case, when we speak of the creator, we talk about the one who created everything. So if you're going to be
Are you
honest,
like super religious?
no, I want you to be honest in the question to make an analogy as far as like when we talk about the earth, we say that we can visibly see the earth. Can you visibly see the creator?
Well, yes.
Where?
When a baby is born, um,
Okay. So in the persona of the creator, like when people say that's God over there, what do they mean?
um, they mean no, they can mean different things to different
Okay, so
people.
when we talk about the earth, is it different things or just the earth?
Oh my god.
It's it it really matters, man.
I
It's
know.
different
Why don't you
things.
answer the question? No, it's not. It's the earth beneath your feet. It doesn't change. If I say, look, this is the earth beneath your feet, is it going to be something different to someone else?
Nope.
Be honest, MC.
I really
Yeah.
like
Well,
talking to
if you
the other
can't
guy.
Oh,
answer
wait a
that
minute.
question, then
So
you're not
so
going to be
now
honest in this
so now
conversation, are you?
so now that you're avoiding being honest in this conversation, which I do want to have with you, but for some reason you're reluctant to give these answers. I'm wondering now if you are doing this just to maybe just be a troll or sabotage
No,
any way of thinking that could be reasonable.
no troll.
Yeah, it sounds like it to me. Unless you're able to be forthcoming with truth, then why are you sitting here and
I
trying to
keep
say that
on.
you? Yeah, but you're trying to divert. You're trying to do the best you can not to be truthful. You're doing the best effort to not be truthful, MC, and you know this. You know that I'm right.
No, I believe
Yes, you do.
in what I think.
It doesn't matter what you believe, sir. When we talk about the earth, which is visible, and the creator, which is not, we are not, you can't make an analogy to that and say it's the same. Yeah. Yeah. Have a good life. C'est la vie, mon ami.
Hard questions, you get no answers. uh,
Done with your gardening, Timbo?
yeah, man. Yeah, I had a lot to do. We got a open inspection tomorrow, so
Are you guys selling your
moving
home?
to a bigger place. Yeah.
Good on you, man. Looks like we're both doing the same thing. We're in transition
Yeah.
mode.
Yeah, all the boxes are packed.
Oh, so you're doing the whole? Okay, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, man, we're gonna move a bit further out of the city. So I'm at the moment I'm like pretty close to the city. I'm like 5 k's away from the city.
Cool,
It's
cool.
perfect, yeah, but we need a bigger house. So we're gonna move maybe 10 minutes down the road. So
Nice big
out a bit
house.
further. Yeah, yep. An extra bedroom and an extra living room. So it's a bit cramped sometimes. The garden too. We got 2 dogs and we got a small garden here. We've got a
Oh,
big
so
garden there.
you're tidying up. Oh, is it in the new place? You're gardening in the new place?
No, this
Garden.
is the old place. We've got a inspection open for what's it called? Open house or whatever.
Nice.
All right, if you want to have a laugh, what you do, set your computer up, put a screensaver on it. No, have got this. Put your screensaver on and just have it so when it locks, it just says research flat earth. When I had to move out of my old house, it's funny, man. When I had to move out of my old house, I had to have, because they were selling it, I had to have inspection. So over a week and a half, I probably had about 100, 150 people come strolling through my house. Now, I fucking hate people with a passion. So what do? Right, let's play this game. Research Flat Earth is my screensaver, and I've locked it. And so every single one of those bastards that walked into my computer room saw this 29-inch monitor with Research Flat Earth sprawled across it.
That's good.
That is pretty good, actually. The looks on their faces as they pass by, like, oh, and this is the bedroom. We don't know what that's on their computer, but keep moving.
yeah. Well, we think the current tenant is a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. You'd have really thrown them off if you got like a cork board with the red string with little pins all over it. And you'd have like, just for kicks and shits and giggles, put like the lizard people on one end of the string and like the Vatican and shit like that.
Yeah, Illuminati, the pyramid in the middle.
Yeah, with the eye. Yeah.
It would be funny.
And the other
we
one's
gotta sell it though. So I don't want them to think that there's crazy people living in their house.
No, you got to get top dollar, man.
I want top dollar.
Yeah. Let them think you're a Glober for a while, and then.
Yeah, I've got a globe. I'm gonna put that on the
in the study, like where.
Yeah, on my desk.
Oh shit!
You can't do it. You know you can't do it.
No, I can't do it. I don't own one, mate. I got plenty of atlases though.
Use it for a piñata. Just take a bunch of candy and then let the kids whack it with the stick.
Please. Speaking of whacking things with a stick, hey Matt.
That's funny.
He left his TV on.
Sounds like he's watching like Mork and Mindy or something.
Is he arguing with his folks or what?
It's got to be a TV, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Matt, have you done your homework?
Did you eat all your dinner, Matt?
Yes, that's really good spaghetti.
It sounds like he just woke up. He's all groggy and shit.
Oh, a few hours ago.
Isn't that true? Was he? Is he talking to somebody else?
I don't know.
Anybody interesting come through here? I've been chilling.
I haven't been in here much today.
Been watching movies, just hanging out.
You on holidays, are you?
Anybody interesting come through here? Anybody from academia?
Scott Mackey.
Oh shit.
Wrong answer.
I'm glad for whatever reason he left this chat.
He said I was boring.
Oh, really?
I don't know if he said meant that I was, but I said, "Oh, that guy left," and he said, "Yeah, I would have too."
That's because you
The
weren't asking the
conversation was
real.
boring.
That's because you weren't asking the real interesting questions. Like, I mean, come on, tell me the real reason why you think it's a globe. Like, you should have
No, Brenda.
did the
Brenda
old.
came in. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'll tell you the real reason why he thinks it's a globe. He might lose his last 2 friends if he suggests otherwise.
Probably,
I'm sure he's
dude.
a very sociable person.
No, his cubicle doesn't allow for that over there at Adobe. He's. Have you ever seen the movie Office Space? He's that guy that they put in the basement looking for a stapler. I need my stapler. We're gonna need you to go to the basement. Yeah.
We're writing programs here, Scott.
Now he's like one of those like when you see those movies that the guy lives a really, really dull life. Like he gets up in the morning, he makes his Keurig, pops in his Keurig, makes his cup of coffee, gets in the car, turns on his radio station, drives to work, thinking about his work day. As soon as he gets there, he starts typing in his computer. At 7:30, everybody like gets their memos of what they're supposed to do. He's like everything's the same. It's cookie cutter. It's the same thing day in and out. So
Well, that's scary because it
yeah.
reminds me of Michael Douglas in Falling Down.
Yeah. Exactly. That's just what I'm talking about. And one day he stumbles upon this chat, and it just like lights him up like a Christmas tree because he finds his purpose. You know what I mean? So he thinks
Pretend he doesn't care, but he's obsessed with it.
Exactly. And to all of us, I mean, we just like speaking truth and seeing how people struggle when they can't speak truth. But he doesn't have a purpose. For his purpose is just to be against it. That's with every fiber of his being. So yeah, pretty much him in a nutshell. But he loves he's a comfort creature. He likes to have his nice home, his comfortable carpeted room, and probably his study or something. But
Bookcase, I would say a bookcase on the wall.
Nice recliner, got his iPad going with his cup of tea, just sitting there, chatting away.
Fireplace.
Yeah. He's just an old guy, yeah. He's found a spark and is like, dude, he was talking to us on his vacation. Come on, that's got to tell you something. If that's not an indication.
You know what? I know you guys are going to go, oh yeah, whatever, but he actually sounds like a nice guy.
Yeah. He's not like some people say, he must be a paid agent.
No.
He's not that dude. Trust me.
No.
Fuck, even if he was, man, like, he's doing a bad job at it. Like,
because his answer is, "Come on, guys, you know that." Yeah, it's not fun.
No, but
on,
okay,
guys.
so, and I said this before, dude. He does like the cunning linguistics. There's a lot of things that you study the power of suggestion. You're able to there's books that you read on how to get under somebody's skin, like that one thing that you say that somebody's like, it doesn't matter what you say, man. You're not gonna affect me, and he's like, you're fat. Yeah, that doesn't hurt. That doesn't hurt. And then at night when you're lying down all by yourself, you're like, dude, comment. Am I really fat? Like you know what I mean? Like that's the kind of he learned how to do that. He finds the one insecurity thing that you have about yourself, and he picks at it. He's trying to, anyways. He doesn't know that people can understand how to dissect that type of archetype. Like I know that's what he does. He'll try to say something to you that'll get you to think about, like, if he's really angry at you, like your insecurities, like something that you have, until you start doubting yourself. Because he was doing it to a couple of people that I've heard in here. I listened to him, dude. So just saying.
I was talking about earlier. Well, I don't want to go off subject. I feel like you guys are already
tell us now.
You guys are kind of already off subject. This is sort of on the subject of flat Earth, but I was watching Dexter, and it's like season 6, episode 9, the Get Geller episode. At the beginning, they're
Spoiler
following.
alert.
They're oh yeah, sorry if you haven't seen it. I'm still gonna spoil it. I don't care. At the beginning, right at this arc in the season or the show, it's a serial killer that's reenacting like the murders that he does. He sets up the murders to like portray a part of Revelation in the Bible,
Ooh,
and
interesting.
he's called the Doomsday Killer. Yeah, at the episode 9 of season 6, it shows Dexter see on one of his paintings before he commits the murder, like he put 2 lot on it, and he was like, 2 lot, what does this mean? And then the next day he looks it up and it's the second law of thermodynamics. Like, I already knew. I was like, is he talking about the second law of thermodynamics? And that's exactly what it was. And it showed a professor that was writing a book called Second Lot's Tales. And the professor was like, the whole plot of, or well, the novel that he wrote, or whatever, whatever professors write, his book was centered on the idea that the second law of thermodynamics proved that the universe wasn't God-centric or something. Like, it was leaning more towards a reason to be atheist with the second law of thermodynamics. I was like, what is this? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, they just try to rebrand something that they're trying to make it sound like in this particular case, that law was something that happened all by itself.
It's like
Order and
totally antithetical to the like reality though. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, why, how could they justify putting that on there when there's so many people that, I mean, even outside of flat earth, that use the second law of thermodynamics to prove an absolute beginning at a finite time ago, and that, because of the way the entropy works, that it had to have started at zero,
yeah, at
and it
zero.
has to end at
Remember,
maximum.
remember the conversation we had with this one guy a long time ago, where you were arguing with him about the answer to like why he was an atheist. I think he was talking about give me a reason to believe or something, and I think you said I got one word for you: entropy. You remember that? You were
Yeah, a while
That's the
back.
guy. You remember the guy that I said, well, let's just get a whole bunch of atheists and throw them in the middle of the ocean and see if they grow gills. Do you think that's going to happen? Like, it's not an evolution, like how it chooses, like random selection. Like, it's going to choose that someone from that group to grow gills so they can adapt to living in the ocean. That's not going to
Well,
happen.
right.
They're going to fucking
Yeah,
die.
that's
Like,
one thing, but also it doesn't work like that with mutations. It would normally be something that wouldn't benefit you. A
yeah,
mutation would
it's
be
the opposite.
something, yeah, the opposite of a
It'll
benefit.
hinder you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, there's just no way that entropy could ever reverse. There's no evidence of it reversing in nature
Yeah.
whatsoever. So there wouldn't be any reason to think that it had in the past, when you can't go and into the past with your time machine and see it happening. Like, that's just not happening. And it's a
Yeah, there
wild
is.
claim anyways. To make that claim is wild.
Well, there's
It takes
more. It takes more
it takes,
belief. More
yes,
belief.
exactly. It takes more belief and faith in something like that than it does with
I'm
things
not
that are right
sure
in
who
front of
wrote
your eyes.
this, but there's somebody that wrote a book called "It Takes More Faith to Be an Atheist." I think is what I'm not sure that there's
Well, it's
something about
true.
the title. You might want to look it up.
Yeah, the
But yeah,
sentiment, the title is true.
yeah, it does. But that strikes a chord because it's all kind of intertwined with their non-belief in like a creator, and they try to mask it by saying, "Well, it's an intellectual reason why we don't believe." No, it's not. It's always a moral one. You reject a creator because you don't want to be held accountable. That's the base root of the reason why. You don't try to put lipstick on a pig and say that it's because you thought about it intellectually, and it makes more sense with evolution and you know it's versus a creation story.
Right, and
Well, it makes more sense with evolution if you've never looked into evolution. You
Wait,
know
say
what I
that.
mean? Like,
Yeah, if you've never done the research and somebody just told you the story of
yeah,
how, because most of these guys, they don't, like, when they speak of evolution, they haven't been like at a position to say they understand it in a way that's like, because even the evolutionists argue with each other, like, of how it all came about.
yeah,
I don't know if
and
you know
most
that.
people when they talk about evolution, they just go, well, they don't actually know anything about it. They just say, well, we evolved this way. So they just think evolution is coming from something and turning into something else and slowly adapting into other things. You know,
Yeah.
It just can't
so,
be true because of the specified complexity at many different levels of creation. But I would like to say, for the sake of pattern recognition and not the sake of necessarily appealing to character, but only for the sake of pattern recognition, okay? The people that have progressed this, what we would call a belief system, all of the people that have progressed it have been sick weirdos.
yes, I agree with you there.
Yeah, because I mean,
Einstein, the
in what
weirdo.
world, in what world that a sound-minded, logical thinking person would come up with that, or at least
A lot of
adhere
them
to it.
have been amoral and wanted,
Adhere to it or propagate it. I think at the like you'd
well,
have
just
to. It's for whatever reason, propagating it forward and saying that it's the true way, without substantiating it. It's.
it's
I'm
just
telling
trying
you.
to
Like
make it
religion.
societal
Oh yeah, of
norm,
course.
something
Yeah.
that's amoral, a societal norm, and usually there's some sort of agenda behind it because of their own amoral lifestyles that they want to have justified to the public.
Yep.
That it's so they don't have justice.
It goes
So
back to what I said
If
before,
we
Flats.
are bound
It's
to the depths
always.
of hell, then everyone else will come with me.
Yeah, it's what I said. It's always when you strip everything down and you peel back the layers of onion of like whatever it is for the knowledge of that, it always goes back to if you go like really get them to be honest, they would say I reject the creator straight up. I don't want there to be the creator that I have to be held accountable for, because if that's the case and at some point that all things are being held into account, I don't want that. That's not the life I want. I want to live how I want, and do the things I want to do. Pretty simple. I want to
Yep.
be
And if
held
there's no
down by any
creator,
creator.
there's no consequences for
Yep.
my actions, and we just die and turn into dust. Therefore, I have no one to answer to.
Yep.
well, they also want to make sense of the evil in the world too. They'll appeal to, well, if there's a God,
Can't
then
possibly be a creator.
why
Yeah.
would he let this happen? And it
Yeah,
can't
but they
possibly.
think about this. Everything is based on a moral basis, a humanistic moral basis. And what transcends that is the idea that there's a bigger timeline than your little vapor of life that you have for whatever a good 100 years if you're lucky. A good 100 years if you're lucky. But if not, the small short time span that you have, everybody's putting so much stock into that they fail to realize that we're both spiritual and you know physical creatures. So we're intertwined in that way, because there's something that's greater than us and we all know it. Like we can't
hmm
kid ourselves when it comes to that. You cannot tell me that there's a serious person that thinks about it that will like that's honestly, even if they come out and say no, I know that there isn't nothing more than just a material biological chemical systems. That's bullshit, dude. You know it. That's garbage. Nobody like then what is love? It isn't chemicals that are like just bouncing off signals in your brain, because that comes from somewhere else. How do you have a measure of it and to give it to someone?
Well, there's a
What is
difference between human love and um, the love of God. That's different when you have like it's something that's another pattern recognition. People that are God fearing have a different type of love for everyone around them and themselves because they want to love their neighbor as themselves because they know that the love of God is greater than their own love.
It's weird. It's because it's kind of funny that we come back to these conversations when it comes to flat Earth, and then the people that are in here that we've been doing this for quite some time. But it always comes back to the real reason. Like, if we were to ask God, like, tell me the real reason why you believe in a globe, that would be it. Because they don't want to be held. It's another excuse. It's just another excuse to not be held accountable for a cosmology that you live in that was made by a creator. That's bottom line. That's the bottom line right there. You want to believe in a globe because it gives you the ability to believe in a big bang, in something that was a natural process that had nothing to do with the creator, that it just created itself all by itself without any particular reason, randomly. Like, that's what you want. You want that because you need it. You need it so that you can be godless. You need it so that you can do whatever you feel like. So it's your excuse. That's what you're using the globe belief for. You're using it as an excuse to do what you want. And that's the truth. You don't want to admit to everybody else because you think that this is all intellectual, because you believe in a globe and you know that man went to space already and all this other kind of thing. But the real reason is you don't want to be held accountable for the things you're doing right now. The secret sins that you're holding, that's the real reason why you need the globe to exist. Bottom line.
I agree. Yeah, especially like I was saying, just for the sake of pattern recognition, the entire paradigm, even outside of it, that's kind of connected at the hip, like evolution and all of that, even psychology with Sigmund Freud and all of that, that's all connected to the
I was going to
same.
mention that before. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it's all
interesting.
connected to the same paradigm.
Yeah.
It's like it's adjacent to it, so it's not giving itself that kind of uh, I guess that label on it, but it's still connected to it because all of these people are who we prop up as the giants that we're standing on their shoulders, and they're all a bunch of weird, sick people.
Well, and the belief that the Earth is a globe is only propagated forward because you have those who adhere to the dogma, because they will cast out any reasonable conversation for the sake of holding on to this,
Not a dogma. It's
ridiculous
scientific.
belief.
What do you think ad nauseum? What do you think about what we're
It's
talking about?
It's scientific. It's not a dogma.
Oh, it's
Scientific.
science.
Because the
There
thing
has,
is, right, we will happily let go of globe Earth if there's a better theory. Do you understand that?
yeah. What does globe Earth mean to you?
Oh my god. It's a scientific claim.
Okay,
What?
what science has been done to discover this?
The fact that we've launched satellites and taken images of the Earth, like,
What type of science is satellites?
what do you mean, what type of science?
You made a claim. You're making these like false claims about science
Wait, are you
being
saying globe Earth
satellites.
is not a? Are you saying globe Earth is not a scientific
No,
claim?
Google Earth is not science.
you said it was science, and I'm following the logic path that you're taking me on. And where are you going to
Okay.
take me? I have no idea. But so far we're at satellites, and I'm asking you for the science behind satellites. So I'm following the logic path, asking you the questions.
Yeah, it's just basically it's a bunch of different disciplines. So
Like
you have like
Go on.
you have like a bunch of different disciplines. You got
Go on.
Like what?
what is it called?
Oh, I don't know what it's called. I'm asking you.
It's something. It's an astro something. I forgot what it's called.
Come on, we want the science of the
Like
globe.
astro
I
engineering
mean,
and like things like that. Space
astro
engineering.
engineering, really?
Space engineering.
Space engineering. So it's engineering, not science.
No, but do you know what engineering is?
Yeah, I
Is
think
it
you're talking about
Hold on a
aerospace
second.
engineering,
Is
but
it
that's
engineering? Is it
Engineering
engineering
is.
or science?
Do you want me to explain, or are you gonna interrupt me?
I want you to be clear. Is it engineering or science?
All right, I'm going to explain. You have to let me
No,
explain.
I need you to give me the answer to the
Yes,
question
it
that
is
I'm
science.
asking.
Yes, it's
Okay, so
science.
go ahead and tell me how engineering is science.
All
Go
right,
on.
fantastic. It's the application of science.
what? You
Sound
still haven't
off
said
like you got a
anything.
pair because you just like faded into the background when you said that.
I said it's the application of science.
Go
In
on.
what way?
In that this engineering is essentially applying scientific principles that we've discovered scientifically through experimentation, like gravity, like globe Earth, like the radius of the Earth.
Stop. Let's do one at a time. So what science?
Oh my god.
So don't belch like a pig on the mic. Can you mute your mic when you're gonna belch? We don't like to hear you be belching. If you're looking for a reason to leave, that would be one.
I'm gonna
But
destroy
if you're serious, you're not really gonna destroy. You couldn't destroy your way out of a wet paper sack, dude.
Okay, that's just add on.
Okay, so let's go into how you said there's science behind gravity. What's the science behind that?
Yeah, I don't think about it. So the science behind gravity is Newton's law of universal gravitation. You have Einstein's theory of general relativity.
You don't know what
you
you're
have
saying.
Space-time gravity.
You're
You have
just,
gravitational
you need to slow
waves.
down.
You have quantum gravity.
What's Newtonian gravity? Go on, tell me.
Yeah, so basically, it's the law of universal gravity. It's the universal law of gravitation.
What's that?
What's that? Basically, it states that every particle of matter in the universe attracts every other particle.
Really?
Of course, that is directly
Scientific demonstration for that, please.
Yeah, sure thing, man. The scientific demonstration for Newton's law of universal gravitation involves something called. Have you heard of the Cavendish experiment?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so there you go. That's the experiment. That
No, it's not. There you go. It's not. There you go. I'm sorry. Yeah, you said you were going to destroy me, so I need you. I
just did.
Unpack it. No, you did. No, you didn't. You're dropping words that you don't know. What's the observation?
I don't know them, guys. I don't know them, guys. I don't know them.
Listen, yeah, let's see if you do.
Yeah,
right?
we know you don't.
So, what is a naturally observed
Oh,
phenomenon?
I don't know, even though I've answered every question.
Would you shut up so I can
far.
ask you? You're not destroying anything until you finish the line of questioning of the logic path that we're walking.
All right, yeah, go on.
What is the naturally observed phenomena for the Cavendish?
Gravity. So basically, the key concepts that were the key concepts.
Key concepts are not the naturally observed phenomena. That's what I'm
Right.
asking you. What's the naturally observed phenomena?
Are you going to keep interrupting me?
I'm going to keep asking until you give me the answer. What's a naturally observed phenomenon for the Cavendish?
This guy keeps on interrupting me.
What's the naturally observed phenomena for the Cavendish?
Guys, he keeps muting.
What's the naturally observed phenomena for the Cavendish?
You're a child, bro.
No, I'm not a child. I'm asking you to demonstrate what is the naturally observed phenomena for the Cavendish. Everybody's waiting. You're stalling.
He's a child.
You're stalling. Answer.
Child. I can answer, but I want to talk to an adult.
No, you're going to talk to me, and you're going to give me the answer for the naturally observed phenomena for Cavendish. Go ahead and tell me.
I'm not going to answer your question until you...
All right, then. You don't know. So, what did you destroy? Absolutely nothing. Except for your ability to speak. Didn't you? That was rhetorical. Because every time I unmuted you, I can count like 5 times. You didn't answer the question, which would have been a destruction if you would have told me what naturally observed phenomena we witnessed. Didn't give me that, did you?
You're an immature child. You're a crybaby. You can't let people talk. You're pathetic.
So what? So what? You didn't destroy anything.
Child.
You self-destructed.
You are a child.
You're still doing it. You're still self-destructing.
Shut up and let me
no intellectual conversation from you?
Stop and let me talk.
No.
That's funny when children call other people child. Sounds really weird.
So Mr. Ad nauseum had no answer to the naturally observed phenomena for the Cavendish.
Because there isn't
Would
one.
anybody else like to answer for him? I think just like you do, Timbo.
I couldn't help myself. I had to mute me, and I was like, shut up.
I usually bring that out of people when I'm talking to somebody. Because you can feel just like want to play whack-a-mole. Answer, damn it.
Like, all right. Mute.
What did he say? Did he give you one? Was it what was it? Because the usual response I get.
I was trying to respond, and
No, you're not trying to respond. Let's see if we can do it one more time. What's the naturally observed phenomena for Cavendish? I'm gonna unmute him. He can quit stalling and then tell me.
I'm not responding to it.
See, told you.
No, that's not
That's
the
up to
answer.
him. That wasn't the answer.
The
though.
naturally observed phenomenon
Dang.
is won't answer.
Why do I get muted? I don't understand. Why do I get muted?
I think he might be happy that you're muting him because he doesn't have to answer. Is that the trick? Because I reckon he doesn't know anyway.
Yeah, he
What
doesn't
do you
know.
say ad nauseum? Do you know the naturally observed phenomenon for the Cavendish?
I only speak to adults.
All right, let's unmute him. Go ahead.
I'm not responding to
I want to speak to my lawyer. I am the law.
I don't answer questions.
He was destroying you though, so you know you had to mute him.
I said it was true. He couldn't destroy his way out of a wet paper sack. It's true. He couldn't.
And Fletchy said it's soup sandwich.
I thought you'd like that.
Look at paraplegic. Wet paper sack. Yeah, he couldn't do it.
And there's no other people. There's no one else who wants to like have a whack.
Oh man, we need the Achilles meme for that one. I'll do it.
You know, I thought he was actually going to have a go with Cavendish, but anyways.
Nah. His science just went up in smoke. Dost thou leave me so unsatisfied? I saw they put the movie Romeo and Juliet when we were in high school. They rolled it into the classroom. It would show us that. I like that one, Flatsy. Are we cross? He said that famous line there in that scene. He's like, well, Ed, now if we couldn't be friends, I don't think I could bear it.
Why, Ed, if we could not be friends, I don't think I could bear it no longer.
Yeah. And he puts his guns on the table. He's like, there, we can be friends again. Oh, I got to save that. I'm saving that one. I didn't have that one in my collection. I thought you were my friend. I think I could bear it. What's up, AJ? AJ's in the house.
Sorry, man. Not much. Just cooking some food, listening in. Was really interested to hear about the Cavendish experiment. I don't really know much about it. I was hoping that this guy was going to explain it to me.
Yeah, you were cooking.
I was disappointed,
you were cooking in your kitchen. AJ? Is that what you said?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Just cooking dinner.
I was cooking up some Glovers. Look at my.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, boy.
The guy is a child. He's a grown child, adult man, and he's behaving like this.
Oh, can you cope harder
Well-
somewhere else?
Well, look, I don't know about that because I did ask him. I did hear him ask you, what the naturally observed phenomenon was, and then you just didn't answer. Yeah, so obviously he was muting you, waiting for an actual answer. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm asking you, if you had a conversation with someone in real life and they constantly muted you every time you responded, are you just gonna get up and leave? Because this is just childish.
Well, you're not gone yet.
This is
You're
not
still
how
here.
adults behave. This is not how adults behave.
Maybe you can explain to us then what that naturally observed phenomenon
I will
was, so
I
that
will
we can further the conversation. Yeah, and we don't have to have people muted and nice back and forth would be great.
I will happily give you my responses, but I need to talk to adults. I don't want to be talking to children. Okay.
I'd disagree. I think that, if someone puts forward something, they need to show the evidence. And if they can't, we're not going to go off track into the weeds on something else and avoid that. We're going to stick to the subject and we're going to hold people to their claims. So if the Cavendish is what gravity is, we need to know what the naturally observed phenomenon was for that experiment. I mean, that's the path of the conversation, yeah?
I've responded to every single question, okay? And I got him, and now he started muting me every time I talk.
Bullshit.
And I...
Hang on, no. We asked about, I think Alpha asked about gravity, and you said that it was the Cavendish experiment. So
Yes.
he asked you a simple question of what was the naturally observed phenomenon in that experiment, and I still haven't heard an answer. I've been here half an hour.
All right.
What is it?
First of all, I'll happily tell you, but I demand an apology first, and I'll happily tell you.
He's a ninja with cardboard stars.
Well, you're not going to get an apology. How about we all just, man up and move on and not get offended? It's all good. We're just, we just want people to be held to their claims rather than just move on.
If you mute me one more time, I'll happily say that you guys conceded, because you guys are a bunch of children. You can't debate.
Well, the problem is that this is all recorded, yeah? So everyone can make their own decision on who conceded and what occurred here.
Right. Okay, so you want me to answer your question? I'll happily answer.
I'd like you to answer Alpha's question. I was quite enjoying the discussion, but it all just went pear-shaped, yeah, when that question came up.
No, it didn't, because he constantly muted me. That's where pear-shaped.
Yeah, because you didn't answer the question and you wanted to talk about other subjects, yeah? So let's get on to it. What is it? What's the naturally observed phenomenon for the Cavendish?
You can see the recording. That did not happen. You guys are lying. Okay?
I know. Well, let's just move on, yeah? Let's just move on.
To apologize. We can move
Drum
on.
roll.
I'm not apologizing for anything that I haven't done.
All right. Okay. Fantastic. You're a coward.
So
I'm
someone's a
coward for not
coward.
apologizing for something I didn't do.
Why is he a coward? That's weird. Hey, we got
This
Char-
dude is a fresh level of stupid, man. Like, holy shit.
We got Charva in the chat. What's up, Charva?
Oh man, we're all waiting. We're
How are
on
ya?
our edge of our seat. Come on. The observed natural phenomenon in the Cavendish experiment is...
Yes, so it's basically gravitational attraction. Okay.
Okay, he's muted. Anyway, gravitational attraction. What's that? We got Charva in the chat. What's up, Charva?
Hi, how you doing?
Pretty good. So, what brings you by this room? 24/7 flat Earth.
Background noise while I play Company of Heroes 2.
Is that a good game?
It's an alright game.
Alrighty. So you just want to listen in?
Yep.
Cool. All right. Who else is new in here? We got Eyebrow. Eyebrow, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, what brings you by this room?
I'm just curious about the flat Earth debate.
Cool. And do you think the Earth's a globe or flat?
Yeah, I'm a glober. You'd say.
All right. So, it being a globe, what evidence do you think would lead us to know that it's a globe?
I think Claudius Ptolemy's proof of the circular Earth is pretty solid.
Okay, so is it in math form or is that?
Yeah, it's a math thing. It's a math thing.
So when you take your math, is there any way to do a comparison to the math to verify that it is a globe in any way? Can we do that?
Yeah, it's like a really let me Google it. It's like a really old. I'm not like an expert.
Sure. No, go ahead.
Yeah,
Take your time.
Claudius Ptolemy. Earth. Okay. My Wi-Fi is really slow too.
Need to upgrade.
Yeah. Okay, so he took.
Need some time?
Yeah, I need some time. Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself 1 second. Let me
Sure.
find this thing.
We're here 24/7, man. Just unmute when you have the answer, and we can talk about it.
Yep. Here, the sun never sets.
So I know Migo's in the chat. You still with us, Migo? Migo.
Yeah, I'm here. Just listening.
Cool. Mick, are you with us? Mick's probably asleep. How do people stay in the chat without getting booted to the AFK channel? Try doing that. I get booted to the AFK channel.
In this corner. Scott, why would you type that, bro? Like seeing your like nice white older gentleman face and you typing that is so funny. I got a screenshot. That is so good. And you're annoying as fuck, always whining about being muted. Oh my god.
Dart's silly. I've seen you around here, man. So
Yeah, I love you, Alpha Veritas. You know why I like you? You sound just like this Christian scholar I talked to. His name is Lind. You guys sound so similar. Gotta get you guys together.
What's his name?
His name is Lind, Lind on the server. He's kind of newer, but he's a scholar. He's a PhD in theology. He's really smart. You guys sound so similar.
I haven't seen you around. Like, have you been listening to this channel? And
Oh, you haven't seen me around? Have you been looking out for me? I appreciate that. So kind of you.
Well, I try to keep in mind all the people that come through here that actually stand out versus.
I appreciate that. No, I've been focusing on life. You know, I got a girlfriend, so I don't come in here too often anymore. But I stop by sometimes. Yeah.
Appreciate you being here. Everybody that contributes is like a boon to the room because
nice.
It's just I don't know. The numbers aren't fake. I mean, if you type in, you know, what we have for our numbers, like the reason we're number one is because we have the participation of the individuals such as yourself who kind of lurk around and stuff. So
absolutely, yeah.
Anywho, are you just in for the discussion or just listen or?
I'm just listening. Yeah, I'm about to go to bed. I just want to see if any conversations are going. I'm tired.
Well, we had Eyebrow in here. Was going to give us Ptolemy's theory behind the Earth being a globe. So.
Oh no, yeah, I just joined to listen too, but then you're like, oh. Why do you? And then I'm like, oh, well, let me Google this stuff 1 second.
I'm just trying to get some participants to the dance floor, you know, because everybody's standing on the wall like they're Poindexter, as it said in the '80s song. You know the what's his name? Did that one rap song? She's dressed in yellow. She says hello. Come sit next to me, you fine fellow. You run over there without a second to lose. Oh, bust a move. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, bust a move.
Comes next. Bust a move. Anyway, I'm showing my age, by the way.
Well, it was better than Timbo's example last time. He gave me Tiffany. I think we're alone now, and I ended up bloody getting it stuck in my head for months.
But isn't Tiffany's song, I Think We're Alone Now, a remake from the Beatles?
And you're annoying. Dude, I cannot get
I think
over
all those old songs were.
I cannot
But that's weird. I hear that song. I've been hearing that song a lot everywhere I go, in the supermarket, in the car, on the radio, like it's fucking everywhere.
I cannot. How old is Scott, bro?
Who's Scott? Yeah.
Yeah.
Scott Mackey.
He's 60.
Yeah, Scott, you saying that with your profile picture at your age is the fun. That's the highlight of my night. That is so funny.
Glad I could be here for you.
It's just a picture of him smiling, holding a peace sign. Like the message says, like you're annoying as fuck.
I'm not holding a peace sign. Just waving.
Yeah. Sorry, like you holding up a high five, and it's like, oh, you're annoying, and you're annoying as fuck. Always whining about.
See, the thing is, he's waving goodbye to his globe when he's in here, so you had to put a avatar that kind of shows everybody.
Oh, it's just so funny that he commented that. That was so funny.
All right, then. Let's see if anybody else here knows that the Earth is a globe. If you're brand new to the channel, go ahead and just give the best evidence you can, or try to justify the Earth being a globe. I personally, for one, would like to hear it. Or if you just want to have a conversation, ask us some questions.
Do you believe the Earth is a globe or flat?
No, the Earth is flat, my friend.
The Earth is. So you believe the Earth is flat?
Well, it's not a belief. The Earth is.
I mean, you can believe, like, I believe the sky is blue. You can believe something.
Well,
that's true.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but there's objective truth, right? We're not all subjectivists in here, unless you subscribe to like perspectivism. But I'm not a niche faggot. Oh shit, sorry.
Oh, dude, you can't say that.
I'm sorry.
You cannot say that. Sorry. Now I have to do this. Can't let that slip, bro. This room is very strict on these types of words. Sorry, Darth.
I was supposed to hide behind Darth. Now I can't hide behind him. I don't know.
But you were trying. You can't hide behind nobody, dude. I was really just calling anybody out that wants to. I only put people in the hot seat when I feel the energy is right.
Okay.
Other
I
than
mean,
that,
I can just read out the argument, and then you can
Yeah,
tell
sure.
me
You
what you think
want.
about it. Okay. So, the summer solstice, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So on this place called Zayin, which is on the Tropic of Cancer, during the summer solstice, there is no shadow, right? And you can Google pictures too. I think, like in Hawaii, this also happens, where during certain times there'll be no shadows, like appearing when the sun's at its peak. Okay. But during that same day, there will be a shadow in places that are not on specific lines of their, like, specific places. Right? And so what this guy did, his name is actually Eratosthenes. Is an old Greek name. I'm gonna call him Eratosthenes.
Sure.
He came before Claudius, right? And he took 2 big poles, stuck them in the ground on the same day when there was the summer solstice and there was no shadow in one spot. And then he took another pole and he knew the distance between the 2 places. And he stuck the pole in, he measured the shadow, and he's like, okay, if a circle is 360 degrees, and this is, 7 to the power of 12 out of 60 degrees south overhead, casting a shadow, then I don't know, he does all this math and it shows that this distance is 1/50th of a circle, and so the circumference of the Earth is this big. There you go. And that's the argument.
Very good.
And yeah, I know it's like a
Yeah,
it's like a
not too
bunch of
bad.
math. It's like a bunch of math I can't read out. So
That's okay, but you're saying based on that is the reason why you think that the
no,
Earth
yeah,
is
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, out of it's like a very old. Like, how old is this? Let me see, 276 BC. So, I mean, that's pretty convincing
Older
to me
than-
that if this guy can figure this out, 2,000 something years
The
ago.
watches back then, did they? Like, how did they
Older than
is it
Christ.
the exact same time?
That's older than Jesus. All right, so if we're saying that this is the way that people can test, I would assume. Can I say that word, bro?
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any way that you can verify that this test is actually measuring the Earth to be a globe?
Well, I can replicate it. I can go.
Mhm.
Okay, no, because now we have watches and cell phones too, so it should be easier to time, like,
Okay.
the exact timing, right? And I can go to Sain, and I can have a friend in Alexandria on Discord or something. I don't know, and say, hey, it's the summer solstice. Let's measure it out, right? Measure the degree of the shadow, like where it's cast.
You'd be like, what does your shadow say? Dude, what does mine say? Sweet.
Yeah.
And then you can. But what does yours say, dude? No, but what is yours? Sorry, we're just having fun, bro. We've heard this being told to us many times. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but I'm assuming, yeah, probably, because it's like the first thing that comes to mind, you know.
That's all right. Could you be honest in the question that I'm going to ask? If the Earth was a horizontal plane that extended out, do you think that the shadow would fall the same?
I think the Earth was a horizontal plane that shot.
That the shadow would fall the same as it did, just exactly the way it did.
I think maybe it could, right? But it would be really difficult to like have this, like have a. If it was flat, it would be really difficult to.
What?
Like, no, it would be really difficult to prove that it was flat, you know, because.
Well, not really. Let's have a look at an image that's in text chat right now. Matrix just put it in there.
Oh, we have a text chat. So shit.
Yeah.
I forgot that's a thing now.
It's yeah, with the channel. Just click on the channel. It's a little chat bubble. It's 34 minutes after the hour. Once you get scroll a little bit up. Yeah.
$34 minutes after the hour.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the Matrix.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you see those cans?
Yeah.
Right now, the proximity to the light source that those cans are demonstrates the divergent shadows. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, you know the floor that thing's on is flat surface, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, do you think with Eratosthenes that this could happen on a horizontal plane that extends out?
Thank you for saying his name right, by the way.
Yeah.
Could this happen on the horizontal plane?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it could happen, but then it depends on the proximity to the source of light.
Sure.
So then, if the Earth was flat, the light source would be dependent, you know.
Okay.
Like
so it could be the case, right?
Yeah, but then I don't know, the sun doesn't seem like a variable like light source. Like it doesn't seem like it
but that's
gets farther and closer away. You know.
No, that's not the point. Is with the sun being the way that a light source would react to the divergent shadows, do you think it's possible that it could happen on a horizontal surface?
Yeah, it could, but for it to happen on the horizontal surface, the sun would have to be like closer or further away from different points.
But it's not about distance right now. The only thing we're saying is, because in that picture, the image that you see, could you tell where the light is? Like how far away the light is?
Yeah. Or like how far away it is? No, I can say I can tell the position of the light. I can't tell how far away it is.
Okay, that's right. That's the same thing for the sun. Got it?
But the position of the light is related to the distance, isn't it?
No, because you can't give me distance by looking at that picture, can you?
Okay, but
can you?
So you're saying that isn't the position of the light?
Yeah, but answer my question.
No. I said that. Yeah, it could be possible on a flat surface. Yeah.
Yeah. It all makes sense now. So we'd say this: you have two competing ideas, and it just depends whatever you think it is. But is it conclusive?
No, it's not conclusive. It's not like for certain, like that. This one thing. You know?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, is what conclusive? Sorry, repeat that.
Yeah, is it conclusive that the Earth is a globe?
This one thing, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That was all.
Okay. I don't know. I just read out the thing online, so.
I know, and I gave you some room to look at a position where it could be on a horizontal surface.
Yeah.
That's it. Can you guys barely hear me?
No, I can hear you fine. I don't know what he's talking about. That
Reckon saying you can barely. Can you guys? Anybody else except for the guy I'm speaking to, Eyebrow, can barely hear me?
I can hear you pretty clear.
We can hear you.
Okay.
You're fine.
I can hear you guys. Yeah.
Other guys are loud, and I'm not. You might have me turned down, Reckoner. I don't know what to say, bro. I'm half of those guys. Well,
Did you turn him down? Like if
I think
you
I'm
go to
turned down
user
probably.
volume, like right click his profile and the user volume, and you can turn him up or down.
It's all good.
Crikey, reckoner. If you want to call us fat, just say it. You don't have to say Miggy's half the guy.
Yeah. At any rate, yeah, if you have any more ways to say that, I'm looking for some way that you can think that the Earth is conclusively a globe, like without a doubt, shadow of a doubt. That's the one thing you would say. I know the Earth's a globe with this, and now I'll give you the room to just like think about it in any way, but it has to come from you, eyebrow.
Okay, I mean, like pictures of the glow Earth, but then I wonder what you're gonna say to that. Actually, that's a good one.
Somebody jumped in when you started talking.
Oh no, you go ahead. Go ahead. Who's the other person? Go ahead.
I don't know. I think Paraplegic jumped in. Try again, man. I think Paraplegic didn't know he has his mic on. Go ahead, eyebrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like pictures of the Earth from space are pretty, like damning. I think.
Damning, he says. Okay.
Yeah, those are yeah.
Which do you know which one? Is there one that you would like to put in the text chat? Let me see what.
Here.
Oh, you're
I mean, I
politics
can.
journeyman. You're a journeyman. I don't think you can post things.
I don't think I can post things. I can Google. Here, 1 second. Let me.
Can you post
use
links?
this wonderful invention. Can I post links? I don't know.
I have no idea. We're gonna find out.
Yeah. Let me find a good one.
Please. Doesn't work if it's not a good one.
Oh, there's a website where you can see the Japanese real time like Earth. Whatever.
Guess
Even
who's
better.
back?
Let's see.
The guy who didn't want to answer my questions and left the chat because he was dishonest. That's who's back.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
I know. But at the moment we're talking to eyebrow, so. Oh my, the Himawari.
Is this a game? 1 second. Is this a game?
I
Am I just trolling myself?
I hope not, dude.
Real-time web application via big
click on a
data
video game?
technologies developed.
Your data has been logged on a server. What did you send me?
No, this.
You want to recant that? You can do a lot of things with this Earth. You gonna try a different one, or you gonna stick with that one?
No, I'm gonna try a different one because that one look.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, this
All right.
like it looks shitty too. It's like all yellow outlines and stuff. I don't know.
He's like, am I being pranked? What's going on?
Very cartoonish, one could say.
Here we go. From this guy's blog where he compiled images of a
TW
satellite.
sneaky. I almost clicked
There
on
we go.
yours because he said, "Here you go." At the same time, you put your link.
What is that one?
I don't know. I didn't.
Oh, that's in the full of Japanese. There we go. This is just from this guy's blog and you can scroll down and you can see him.
Bislin.
Walter, it's like not secure either.
Oh,
I don't know.
dude, not secure.
I'm finding, yeah.
That shit's not secure one bit. Are you talking about the image at the top of his webpage?
No, if you scroll down, if you scroll down and you see images from RGB raw data, and you can see he has like a.
My, I see it.
Just set it to like 0 FPS.
Tis the blue marble. Yes.
It's the weather satellite from 2016. Let's see.
Weather satellite from 2016. Cool. Earth looking pretty circular right here in this photo.
You can actually play with the
Cool.
slider, and you can see the different. Like you can see the sun, its reflection on the Earth.
Yeah.
It's shining. Yeah.
So okay, is that the image you like put all your chips in to say this is the one right here?
Yeah, this one looks
Final,
pretty. It looks pretty circular in this picture right here. Yeah.
final answer.
It's final. This is my
No,
final answer for the
no
picture.
take backsies.
No take backsies.
Okay, well, we're just gonna have to. You're gonna own this image, right? It belongs to you now. So if we're gonna talk about it, you can't say no. I didn't mean to put that one in because I was waiting for you to just like say this is
No,
the
no,
one.
no,
This
no,
is the
no.
one.
No, this is
Okay.
the one. There you go. I'm
Okay.
not gonna sneak out.
Okay. So now I'm gonna ask you a question. Whether or not you know, it's up to you. But
Okay.
so my question to you would be: can you compare this image to anything in your reality? Your primary experience that you go and see the Earth. Could you compare that to anything?
Like, can I compare this image to anything?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could compare it to something. Yeah.
Like what?
Well, if I believe it's a ball, what I
Yeah.
could do is I could get like a really big dark room because also space is dark. You know, because if you look up at the night sky, it's dark. You get a really big dark room. I could get a ball, right? And I could take my like math measurements for the distance of the ball from the distance of the camera and the distance of the light source in the back, and I can compare to see like how the light reflects to see if everything matches up.
Yeah, but did you? Okay. No, maybe I don't think you understood what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, maybe I misunderstood what you're saying. Okay, what do you
not
mean to
as
say?
not as in a project. I meant where do you witness this when you walk outside and you look upon the Earth? Where can you see that image that you just put in? In the text channel.
Oh, where can I see this image? Like this specific? Like if I wanted to see this?
If you wanted to see that, yeah.
No, I could never see this. I would have to go out into space to be able to see this. Like
That's honest. That's honest. So you're saying that in no way could you verify this image for yourself?
Like with my own eyes? No. Well, I
Okay.
could get the data from them.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
but
fine.
I couldn't like go out and like look at this. You know.
Okay. So would you have to believe that this is what the Earth looks like?
Yeah, I mean, on good authority, I believe it. Yeah.
Okay. So in no way could you verify the curvature of the Earth via any method. You'd have to go the only way you'd know is to go outside of the Earth and view it from a distance.
The fuck?
No, no, no. I'm not saying that that's the only way you could do it. I'm saying for this image, if I wanted to like verify that this image was true, then I could go. Then I would have to go out to space. But if I wanted to verify the Earth was like curvy,
a globe like the image.
like yeah, a globe like the
Okay.
image,
Yeah. What could you do?
then I could probably math again. Probably that's what I have to do.
Remember the thing that happened with Eratosthenes.
Well, yeah, but that's
it was inconclusive.
Well, yeah, it's inconclusive if it's but if it was flat, then that implies. I mean, this is what I was trying to say earlier.
Yeah, but we're not looking for flat Earth at the moment. We're looking to a way to solidify the fact that the Earth is a globe, like that image. So, in order to do that, I'm asking what method can be done so that we can verify the image to be true.
Verify this image?
Yeah, either visually or measurably.
I to verify this image. Let me think. What would I have to like? How could I verify this?
Right now. You don't have to answer right now. If you want to think about it, you can put yourself on mute and just have a think. Maybe come back later or whatever. You have to answer right now if you don't want. It's not a gotcha. I'm wanting you to think about. If you want to think about it, man, I can.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, you can think. I'm thinking about it. Like.
All right. So if anybody else wants to jump into the conversation, we're just talking with this guy, Eyebrow. But what's up, man? 3:51 in the AM over here. Everybody's night going.
Oh, I know.
You know?
I do know. I do know.
Lay it on me, man.
Okay, so you see how there's clouds in the photo?
Mhm.
You probably heard this one before too. There's clouds in the photo, and then I could see if like the clouds in the photo match up with the clouds, like you can see from like with your eyes, you know.
Okay.
Like if the positions of the clouds are the same, because the clouds are moved. Like obviously the land doesn't move, but the clouds move, and then you can see clouds in real life too. You know, it's not on a computer screen.
Right, but
So
looking at
if you can
clouds,
verify,
yep, looking at clouds and the data that you're getting from this particular data set, is it telling you
Yep.
that the Earth is curving or that there's clouds in a particular region?
Well, I mean, it's not telling me either of those things. It's telling me that the image is accurate.
No, the image is not accurate based on clouds. That's incorrect.
Why?
Because the data you're receiving is of weather, not of the rotundity of the Earth. If you want to figure out if the Earth has that particular geometric shape, it's a very different thing you're looking for, not clouds.
But if you can see the clouds, right? So imagine we see a cloud go from one point all the way to like another point, right? And we can track it across.
Yeah, clouds they don't do that. They often change and even dissipate. Just depends on the cloud. So they're not something you
But
can
you know what?
say is static.
You know what it does? You know what it does? Like kind of stay and doesn't dissipate for a long time.
What's up?
Like typhoons. You know typhoons?
Yeah.
Like you can track those systems. Those travel thousands of kilometers, right?
Sure.
And so I bet you I could find like a really big like storm system, well documented, and the path it's taken, and I can find corresponding satellite images, right? That show its path in real time. And I could be like, hey, look, this shows that the satellites
Yeah,
are.
I was gonna actually say the same thing that Reconor said in the
What do you say in
text
chat?
channel.
What do you say?
So I was basically gonna say the same thing, but if you can read what he says, I'll read it out.
Satellites give real-time data, then they can be transferred to a sphere model, which is what happens, data in CGI.
Oh.
Yeah, but shouldn't it be possible to show a storm moving in a path that
That's basically what he's stating. It's the same thing.
but a storm moving in a path that is not possible on flat Earth?
No, it's not. Okay. So we're not talking about flat Earth. Number one. Number two.
Okay.
We're trying to identify if this spheroid is there. So the spheroid that you think exists can't be verified through weather. That's not how you do it. You want to verify geometry, not whether or not there's a specific storm in that region or not. Does that make sense? Or no?
No, it makes sense, but I just feel like you're presupposing the Earth is like you're
We're not
presupposing
talking
a
about
position.
flat Earth. We're not talking about flat Earth.
No, we're not talking about flat Earth at all.
Right. So we're talking about whether or not the Earth is a globe via weather systems. And do you think that you can figure out that the Earth is a geometric shape through the weather?
I mean, yeah, no.
Really?
Yeah, because
So go ahead and tell me when you find out whatever storm you're looking at, and tell me how geometry would follow from that storm. I need to know the connection. Make the correlation for me.
Okay, so it's like geometry on a non-Euclidean surface doesn't follow the same, like angles don't follow the same rules as geometry on a Euclidean surface, right?
But you're presupposing, aren't you?
No, I'm not. But we can just see.
Yes, eyebrow.
How we can
Let's
see,
let's be reasonable with each other. You're presupposing, sir. that the Earth is already a globe in order for those angles to work as you say. Correct?
Well, no, wait. Let me finish my argument. And then you can say the same thing. No, it's okay. You can
Go
say the
ahead.
same thing.
Go
Let me
ahead.
finish the argument. Okay. So angles on a non-Euclidean surface are different from angles on a operate differently than angles on the Euclidean surface. Yes or no?
I don't know. You tell me. It's your evidence.
Okay. Angles on a non-Euclidean surface you operate differently than angles on the Euclidean surface, right? Like lines. Like certain shapes on
I didn't
the.
cut you off. I don't know if you're
Okay.
taking a long pause or not.
No.
Are you done?
Or did I cut out?
No, you had a long pause. I don't know if you're done or I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I was done, right? I'm just saying that like straight
So-
out, right?
Are you gonna continue? Sorry, I don't want to cut you off again. Just go ahead and finish.
No,
I'll wait.
no, talk.
All right. So, are you presupposing the geometry of the Earth? Yes or no?
This isn't about the geometry of the Earth. This
yeah,
is
but
just.
can you answer my question? I feel like you skirt what I'm asking, and it's either yes or no. It's a closed-ended question.
Okay, no,
Are
I'm
you
not. I'm not.
Go
I'm
ahead.
presupposing. I'm not presupposing the geometry of the Earth.
Okay, so then why are you talking about Euclidean and non-Euclidean?
Because I'm trying to figure out if the Earth is a spheroid or not, like any other shape, right?
Via weather, right? Via weather.
Via geometry.
No. Geometry is not. You're looking at weather patterns. That's what you told me
Yes.
you're looking at.
Yes, I'm looking at weather patterns.
So weather patterns equal globe. Yes.
The lines weather patterns takes equals globe.
The lines weather patterns take. Now,
Yes,
what
the
lines
path.
are the path? What path is that? Make this correlation for me.
Okay, so imagine we have a flat Earth.
No flat Earth.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, I can't presuppose we have a flat Earth.
No, you have to presuppose either you're gonna have a globe presupposing, or you're stating that because you see weather patterns, you know how geometry is extracted from that. If you can't tell me how geometry is extracted from weather patterns, then you don't have evidence to justify.
Give me one moment here. Let me
Sure.
draw something.
Take your time. You got Mirage in the chat. What's up, Mirage?
He's not here. He's just a figment of your imagination.
He's a mirage. After all.
Mirage.
I was binge watching some shows. That's why I wasn't here. Eating popcorn and watching some shows.
Yeah.
They're all reruns in here anyways. Oh shit.
Still funny.
Yeah, it is. I'm like, nah, I've already seen that before.
But I just love this bit. Just wait for it.
Yeah, this is the best part right here. This one's definitely a thigh slapper.
Wait, what movie are you guys watching?
No, it's an inside joke.
Okay, 1 second. Okay.
Not too lively sometimes when we're on Aussie time, huh? Usually, because I'm on your guys' schedule actually. The work nights.
Yeah, it's usually quieter.
Most of the time. Sometimes it is kind of. Every now and again, you get it jumping around this time.
Most of the time, I'm just listening. At this time, I'm usually cooking or doing other things, people getting home from work and etc.
I might go back to binge watching my shows.
Nathan in a few hours.
Oh, Nathan's coming today? All right. Sounds great.
I think so, yeah, Friday.
Yeah, he was witnessing one time when I was talking to a globe head that came through here and kind of deconstructing his arguments, and he was here listening. He was like, "Nah, you go ahead, man. Like, I'm just making my morning cup and listening to you." It was because I didn't
Yeah,
notice he
yeah.
was here when I was doing it.
Yeah, I was here that day.
And it sounds
But yeah,
like
I like the way you
ding
do it.
dong, like it's when he's in here
Yeah.
because it's that um. What app is he working with, AJ? That it sounds that way.
He uses Skype.
Skype, yeah. He gives it like a little doorbell, ding dong, whatever.
Yeah, that's from people in the Skype room putting their hand up, asking permission to speak.
I was thinking, man, I wish we could do this where we have a stadium where people raise their hands like they wanted to speak, so we know when people are interested to getting on stage. That'd be kind of cool. I still,
Yeah, I think you can do that in the staged events. That's the only way to sort of do it, I think.
want to do the FaceTime thing, where I'm gonna be doing FaceTime. Gonna kind of brand out Alpha Veritas and with that, see where that goes.
We're trying to attract people in here, not scare them away.
Yeah. Well, everybody has their little show and whatnot. I just wanted to do something, little something on Rumble.
Oh,
That
right,
is.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm committed enough. I think you got to be pretty committed, yeah, to this stuff.
Yeah.
And I want to travel and go on holidays and do all these other things that I haven't been able to do because I've been working like a dog for so long. And yeah, I just can't commit to anything like that at the moment.
Yeah, sounds like you're very ambitious, AJ. You want to get out there and go get it, man. So good on you.
Oh well, man, I've been doing it. I've worked pretty hard for years. Yeah, I've owned my own businesses and employed a lot of staff, and my wife offices with us, and my kids are all just turning 18 or over 18, and we've got no more businesses, and it's time to travel and enjoy our lives a bit.
Yeah, go get it, man. Eat some good food, huh?
Yeah,
Make some friends, eat some food.
that's the plan.
Come in here and flat smack.
Yeah, get in between. Can.
Every conversation for me is like an adventure. I want to know how they come up with these arguments. It's crazy. Like I want them to do the best they can to like construct something new that I've never heard of before. See if I can take it apart. The harder it gets for me, the more interested I am. You know what I mean?
Veritas. Veritas.
That's the way I look at it, man. So it's more I look at how they say what they say and how they articulate their point. It's very important to me. Huh? Oh, yeah, go
No,
ahead,
I've
Ibra.
learned a lot from you about that stuff. Yeah, just listening to you speak, especially just in the afternoons. You're in here for a bit, and the way that
Yeah.
you deconstruct and question, and it's a very good way of dealing with it. And I don't hear anyone else dealing with the conversation like that.
Yeah, even if it's a conversation I heard before, it's almost to me like I want to hear how they unpack it. I mean, it might sound cookie cutter, right? But it's not so much when you kind of like listen to how they want to present it. It's always different. I want them to get it out and
Yeah,
say it the way.
yeah, 100%. I like listening to Jedi too. Jedi's a gun.
Yeah, he's got a few citations on his phone ready to go.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Eyebrow, did you find it?
Oh yeah, okay. So I scrapped the storm thing because
Okay.
storms like don't move in straight lines really.
Okay.
You know, they curve a lot. It's really annoying, and then they're also like not controlled. You know, so it's hard to.
Sure.
But I thought, okay, what do go in straight lines, right?
Mhm.
You know, so and then it came to my head, airplanes go in straight lines, you know, to be fuel efficient, right? Go in straight lines, and then to save money. Okay. And then if you look at flight paths, right, and then goes back to the argument about like the straightest line on a non-Euclidean surface versus a straight line on Euclidean surface, right? And how a straight line on a non-Euclidean surface curves, quote unquote, right, with the shape of the curvature of the surface, right? And if you look at the paths planes take, they all take curved, uh, like flight paths, right? Like one direction flights, like point to point, fastest possible route. It's a curved route. Right?
Is that it?
And I feel like that's like pretty solid
Pretty solid?
evidence and support. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Yeah.
So you said flight path. Yes.
Flight paths, like flight of planes. Yes.
Okay. Is a flight path the flight distance traveled? Are they the same? Like when you actually get in a plane, look at a flight path and say, okay, I'm going from here to there. Now, when a pilot takes that flight path, when he actually does the path, does he know that he's doing an arc over the curvature of the Earth? Is he able to realize he's going to negotiate over any distance amount of curvature over his flight path?
What do you mean? Are you asking like if he accounts for the the curvature of the Earth when he
Yeah.
flies the plane?
Yes.
Like, so that he doesn't like fly off into space, or are you asking like,
Yes.
does he account for the curvature
No,
of the
you're
Earth?
right. Yeah, you got what I was putting down.
Okay.
Does he do that?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't account for like going up more.
Okay.
No. Or well, I mean, he does. Does he account for going up more? Let me think.
Oh, you might want to look it up.
Well, yeah, he probably does account for like.
Does he?
Not
Are you
going up
sure?
more. Yeah.
Are you positive?
I don't know. I don't fly planes. I know it like for going side to side. You know, like point to point.
So right, but you're kind of going into this point not being very sure about it. Is that true?
No, I'm like sure about the paths they take. I'm not sure about the altitude they fly at.
Right.
Here,
So
let
you're
me
not
see. Since
sure,
Earth is
like
told is a fear. Okay, one second. Let me
right.
Matrix posted
Go
something.
ahead.
Is it
Go
is it
ahead.
okay if I read it? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since Earth is, as we're told, a sphere 25,000 miles in circumference, with a radius of 39,000 miles, then pilots traveling for 1 hour at typical speed of fire simply maintain altitude, constantly adjust their altitude downwards to compensate for the curvature of the Earth, descend an average of 2,789 per minute. Let me do the math. 1 second.
Go ahead.
So, let me see what my all-knowing master Google says about the
All-knowing
circumference of the
master.
Earth.
That's funny.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir.
You mean your oracle?
My oracle, yes.
We
Alright,
must consult the
24,000
oracle.
miles. Alright, copy. Okay.
Best of luck there, Eyebrow. I'll catch you guys later. I'll come back when Nathan's in here.
Yeah, Matrix.
See you, man.
Oh, yeah, they probably do have to account for the curvature of the Earth.
Really?
Yeah. Like, well, I mean, to an extent, right? Because
To an extent, do
like,
they or don't
yeah,
they?
because the let me think. Because wouldn't it be self-correcting though? Like with gravity, wasn't it? Because they can't. Because
I
to
don't know. I
go
just
up
want
more,
I want you
it
to land on
requires
it.
acceleration. Okay.
Right
To go
now,
up
you're
more
moving.
requires
You're moving.
acceleration. Okay, wait.
Eyebrow,
Okay.
you're a moving target right now. I need you to be still. Either choose which.
Okay,
What you're
I'm
gonna.
being still. They don't have to account for it because
Okay.
they would to go up more requires acceleration, which is meters per second squared. So when you're traveling at a certain speed, right? Speed is not acceleration, right? So they're maintaining a certain point. Yeah.
So they don't account for the curvature as a flying
No,
plane.
because
Okay.
they're just
All right.
they're accelerating.
So the pilots don't negotiate over any amount of curvature over any distance. So that much is confirmed. Yes.
Well, no, but to go in like a line.
Yeah, but
they're accounting for the curvature of the Earth,
the
right?
statement that I said, is that true or false? You want me to say it again?
Okay, you say it again. Let me write it. Or can you write it down? Sorry.
I mean,
No, because I feel like you're moving
I
too a little
no, I'm
bit.
not.
You know.
I'm not. I haven't moved
Okay,
at all.
then
So
yeah,
I'm
then can you
asking
write it down so it's like
actually
easier for
asking
me
the
to
question.
read? You know.
So, is English your first language? I'm not sure
No,
if
English
it
is my
is.
first language. Yeah, it's
Oh.
actually just 2 a.m. So I'm like
Oh.
inspired.
Well, no. I'm just asking. Does a pilot that pilots a plane,
Pilot who flies the plane.
does he account for any negotiation of curvature throughout his flight path?
Okay. And the answer is okay. So my whole argument is that yes, he does account for the curvature because
No.
he has to.
No. Does he account
Yeah,
when
no,
he's
yeah.
flying his plane? Not on the flight.
He's flying his plane. Yeah.
So when he flies the plane, he has to account for the negotiating over the curvature of the Earth. I
Yeah,
want you to
in
be
the
sure.
way I said yes, in the way I said.
Okay. Now that being said, in what way?
Find like the most efficient route.
No, it's not at the flight. It's not. You can't appeal to the flight path. You have to appeal to how he negotiates over the curvature. I need you to tell me in what way does he demonstrate that he's using some sort of device that he knows he's negotiating over that amount of curvature for whatever distance he's traveling. I need you to demonstrate that because now it seems like I'm going to hold you to the claim that he is negotiating over a specific amount of curvature that he's flying over. I need the proof of that.
Okay, then I misspoke, right?
Okay.
Because here negotiating like up and down, like up and like
Yeah,
does he have
I'm asking.
account
That's
for
what
like
I'm.
not falling into the ground
Yeah,
or
that's what I'm
flying off
asking.
into
Very
space? Okay,
specifically. Yeah.
there we go. That's good. So I thought you were trying to like say.
Oh no.
I thought it was like I thought you were trying to get me on like gotcha. Like
No, I'm
you
not.
didn't say curvature, so like,
No, I'm not. There's no gotcha here. I'm just asking
okay.
for.
No, yeah. Then he doesn't. He does not.
Okay.
There you go. Right. He does not
So
account for.
he does not account for it. So what
No.
we learned so far, that he does not negotiate over any amount of curvature over the distance that he flies over. Yes?
No, he does not negotiate. No.
Okay. So knowing that we're using planes flying from point A to point B on any distance that they fly, and in what way can we extrapolate that they are flying over curvature? Because first of all, let me just say we talked about flight plans, right? That's what you mentioned.
Yeah,
And
the
then we
flight
went
plan.
from,
Yes.
Yeah, the plan, and then we went into the action, where he actually took the plan and flew over the Earth. So my thing is, you have the plan. Now you're gonna go do the action. So how does he know that the plan is the actual like representation of the action? Like he's gonna do the thing that like the plan looks like it's a parabolic arc. Obviously, a parabolic arc is obvious when you're taking off because you're actually flying up into the altitude that you need to fly in, and then from the altitude you actually fly straight path, and then from the descent you actually do that arc again. So it's kind of like a parabolic arc, but not really. Like not in the sense of saying that you're doing it over a curvature of the Earth. So what I'm saying specifically is the point where they reach their cruising altitude. Up until that point, from that point
Yeah.
to the point where they're going to descend, right before the descent, those 2 points right there, from that point where they reach cruising altitude to the point right before the descent, those 2 points, is there any curvature in between them?
Is there any curvature between those 2 points?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. How do we
Because it's
know
like
that?
because it's like a parabolic arc, right? You know, like you
Well,
said.
not the when he's taking off or descending, but I'm saying from the point where they reach cruising altitude to the point where they're about to descend from cruising altitude. You get what I'm saying?
But really, okay, I would appreciate a drawing. Actually, no, we cannot do this.
Yeah,
Okay,
just do it like this. Just make an arc on a piece of paper, and once it hits
1
a
sec.
specific altitude, then draw a straight line across, and then stop at a particular point, and then do another descent parabolic arc down. You get me? Pretty simple. If you think about it.
Yeah. The simple explanation is from the point they ask you to turn your seatbelt sign off, where you can move around, to the point where they turn it on.
Yeah, yeah,
In
that'd be a good
between.
way to do it. In between there, yeah.
Okay. See.
Pretty basic. I mean, it's not something complicated. What I'm talking about.
Oh. Yeah.
You really don't have to draw it out, eyebrow, but you can.
No,
If you want to.
I want to dry it out though. I want to dry it out. Okay, let's see. It's loading. So I'm gonna do like a shared whiteboard so that you can draw and I can draw. Right. I swear English is my first language. That's like really embarrassing. Oh my god. Okay.
Maybe it's just 2 a.m. like you said. Yeah, I've heard of that argumentation before, Reckoner.
I have to log in? No, I don't. What the fuck? Fuck. I don't want to sign up for anything though. That's the problem. So there we go. Okay, I'll post it in the chat. There we go. Boom, boom, boom.
You got a whiteboard?
Yeah, so you can click. Okay, right. You see there? I don't know what you're on the computer with the mouse. You can just. Okay. This is quickly gonna be okay, right?
I'm just quick making.
So you mean like, let's say that we have a point here and a point here, and like this, right?
No.
Like, okay, like, are you saying that this is
No.
accounting for because it's going
I'm
down,
gonna,
right?
Look, undo
down.
your stuff. Undo your stuff.
Okay, undo my stuff. I think I can just erase it.
It'd be easier just to undo it. Bottom left, there's an undo button.
I'm slow. Holy shit. Where the fuck? Oh, there it is. Undo,
Maybe it is 2 a.m.
Undo. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
All right, so from this point where it's making its when it's ascending, to the point where it's cruising altitude. Cruising altitude is a specific altitude.
I'm drawing this.
And once
I'm
it's
drawing
about
this.
to make its and once it's about to make its descent. Oops, shit. What happened? Oh, hold on.
I'm gonna do mine.
Oh my god. Hold on. Let me do it again. Oh, what happened? Okay. So it's ascending to cruising altitude,
Mhm.
and then once it hits its descent back down to the ground. So it does this.
Okay.
That's what it's doing.
Yeah.
So as it goes up, it's
Uh-huh.
ascending. So this is the parabolic arc right here. This right here is parabolic because it makes this
Yeah.
and then it descends back down.
Yeah.
That's how it's parabolic. But once it hits cruising altitude, which is this
Mhm.
point right here, see this point?
Mhm.
And this point right here.
Yeah.
These 2 points right here are the
Mhm.
points that I'm talking about. It flies on a straight cruising altitude path.
Mhm.
You get it now, or?
Yeah. And like for reference, this like you're saying like this is the ground, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. And you're saying that this doesn't work if the ground is here. I'm gonna undo. One second, let me undo. If the ground is like this.
I'll do the ground.
Because
Watch this.
Okay.
That'd be the. But you get the idea. The ground would be like this.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna do my lines. I'll do it. This is exaggerated, obviously.
Yeah.
That would be the way if the Earth was a globe.
Uh-huh.
But you erase this, you do this. Obviously, that's not a straight line either. But you get what I'm saying, because like
Yeah, no, I guess what you're saying.
my
Yeah.
mouse is. Yeah,
We can just draw two. We can just zoom out and draw two different things. So, for side by side comparison.
I know. But this, yeah, but like just for argument's sake, this is what I was drawing or thinking about. Undo all my. And that's it. It's not really difficult. So, how would a pilot know if they're going from up and then straight across, down? How do they know that the Earth is like this underneath? Go ahead.
Well, okay. So the answer is the pilot doesn't know, right?
There you
that
go.
The Earth is like that underneath, right? It's
Thank
not
you.
because it's not about the. Wait.
No,
It's
you're
'cause
good.
that's not
You're good.
the-
That's all. That's
Okay.
it for the argument of whether the pilot knows or not. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, but the flight plan. I'm talking about the flight plan from like a city. Like this is a city to
Yeah, but
this
the
city.
plan. Remember two
Uh-huh.
things. There's a plan and then there's the action. So he gets a plan and then he's going to do the action, which is flying the
But you're
plane.
talking about something different because I'm talking about like this is like 30. It's like 3,000 miles distance. You're talking about going up.
Yeah, but you're being honest though, and so now you know, like I know, he doesn't account for that when he's flying the plane.
But he doesn't have to account for it.
I know.
I feel like we both. I feel like we both came to very different conclusions from the same argument. So
No, I think we've arrived at the same place. We've arrived at the same place because practicality at the end of the day wins. So it's
yes,
the
practicality wins. Yes.
So practical, like the pilots are practically utilizing the Earth as if it were a flat stationary plane. Obviously, whether or not that's what you understand, that is how it's done. Because it's not me that's saying this; it's them. They say it. They don't like. If you ask a pilot that doesn't, you've never had this conversation before. Most of the time,
I just came back from Istanbul.
Yeah, I know.
So
but most of the time,
I talked to the pilot.
Most of let me just get to the end. Most
Okay,
of the time, the pilot doesn't say that the Earth is flat. They don't say that. No, I don't think like most pilots will say that. They'll say, "No, I treat it like it's flat and stationary, but obviously it's a globe." This is what they do say. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so knowing that, the pilot does say that he treats it like it's flat and stationary, but they're actually flying over a globe. So in their mind, they're not thinking that the Earth is flat. They're just saying, for practical purposes, I fly my plane like it's flat, according to like the standard of like how I'm going to use my altitude and all these things.
No, but they also fly it like it's curved for practical purposes.
No,
they
that's
do.
antithetical. That's antithetical to what you responded. You're basically going back on what you said earlier.
So let's
and now you just doubled back and said, no, the pilot doesn't treat the Earth as a globe. Now you're saying he does.
Oh, you see, so this was a gotcha moment. This was
No,
a
no,
gotcha
this
moment.
wasn't
Because
a
remember
gotcha. This
earlier? Wait.
practical. Listen,
I should have clipped
practically
it.
using the Earth, practically using the Earth as they should use it would be flat and stationary. Every pilot understands the practical use of a flying a plane is this way. They don't practically use the Earth as a globe because it's not practical. It just isn't. So to think about it, flat and stationary Earth, that's how they fly the plane.
Is that your?
It. No, that's it.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
we've talked to many pilots about this. This was.
I thought that was it. 1 second. Let me just say something.
Yeah.
I heard because I already heard you talk about how you talk to pilots. So I know you really want to emphasize it. I know you really want to emphasize it, but you kind of missed my point. I'm sorry. Like you really missed my point, like very badly. Because you're talking about a flight path up, across, down, right?
No.
Correct? Yes or no? Is that not what you just talked about? You just not talking about going up and across and down?
The flight path is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the action. The action that's taken.
Okay, you're talking about the action of going up, across, and down, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so this is up and down. This is the X, or this is wait. Let me see.
I'm not looking at your.
Okay, you're not looking. Okay. Up and down is one plane, right? And forward, backwards, another plane, right? And so when you're talking about up and down, no, they do not treat the Earth like it's curved. When they're
That's
talking
what
about
I've been saying. See,
we're in agreement,
are we?
But when we're talking about front and back, they do okay.
Front and back.
Yeah, when we're talking about like you live in I live in California. Let me see. Right. So if I wanted to drive from where I live to LA, I would go in like a straight line, right?
Drive or fly?
And even drive. If I wanted to drive, okay, this is I'm talking about driving. Okay, to make this more
drive
simple.
in a straight line. That never happens.
Okay. If I live in my house, if I wanted to walk, okay.
You got to use practical means of being able to have demonstration. Like when you speak in a hypothetical, it has to adhere to practicality. If it doesn't adhere to practicality, then it's a far-fetched demonstration of you trying to use a hypothetical. Like if you said, if we could fly around the Earth with an unlimited amount of fuel, like that's far-fetched. That's not practical hypothetical. The hypothetical that you use has to be something we could use practically.
Okay. Then okay, I mean I feel like that's like a non sequitur because driving in a straight line isn't like something you can completely out of your
Can you ever drive in a straight line, eyebrow? Like in any good a good amount of distance.
In the parking lot you can drive in a straight line.
No. A good amount of distance. And that's not parking lot is not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's like driving from California to like Nevada or something like that. You have to be
hundreds of miles or like more than like a few miles.
You got to be using it in a more practical way to say because we were on the subject of plane travel.
Yeah.
So in plane travel, it's usually a good amount of distance.
Okay, so let's say fly then. Let's say fly.
Yeah. I think that would have been better, but you went to vehicles, so or to a car or something.
If I wanted to fly to Las Vegas from LA, that's a certain number of miles, right? In one direction. Right? That's one way they're going. Right? And then if I wanted to fly to Las Vegas, I also have to pass over the San Gabriel mountain range. Right? And so I have to go up a certain amount and down a certain amount, right? Obviously. Like that's how flying works. You go up and then you go down. So in regards to accounting for the curvature of the Earth, like this is what I was trying to talk about earlier, right? This is why I felt like it was going to be a gotcha moment, because when they go up and down, they do not account for the curvature of the Earth. But when they go from one straight line to another straight line, they do account for the curvature of the Earth.
I don't know what that means.
Straight line, because, okay.
Are you talking about
So
when
you
they
don't know, you
reach
don't know what a
cruising?
straight line is?
Are you talking about when they
you're
reach
talking?
cruising altitude?
Uh,
Is that the point? You remember the point
no,
that I
no,
was
no, no, no.
drawing?
I'm not talking. I am not talking about cruising altitude.
Then when are they like? Okay, so if they're
Okay.
not reaching cruising altitude to the point they make their descent, that's what I was talking about. So you're taking my example and using your, I don't know what you're trying to do right now. You don't make any. You're multiplying words, but you're not making any sense. So I need to know what you mean. What do you
Okay.
mean?
When a plane flies from one city to another, it accounts for the curvature of the Earth because.
Incorrect.
Okay. Why? Why is this incorrect?
Because you haven't demonstrated how they do it. I'm asking for how.
Well,
do
okay,
they,
okay, okay.
What's
Well,
the
then you're not letting
demonstration?
me finish my sentence. You're not letting me finish my sentence.
No, you're not demonstrating how you know this. And you just finished saying that they don't
Okay,
account for the
okay.
curvature.
So then you want me to. So this is then I have to explain lines in geometry, and
lines in geometry. No, I'm talking
Yes.
about the action. When a
well,
pilot
I'm
gets in a
talking.
plane,
I'm talking. Okay.
you're not doing the thing that needs to be done. Lines of geometry on, let's say, a flight plan is not the same as the person taking action, going into a plane and flying over the globe that you think is happening. I'm asking for the action part, not the flight plan. You're getting confused. I'm not
Right.
talking
So
about the flight plan.
when a pilot physically gets in the plane and physically flies the plane,
Yes.
right? They account for the curvature of the Earth.
Where?
From city to city.
How?
Okay. Because they're flying in a straight line, right? To save fuel for a variety of reasons. We can assume that they fly in a straight line. And when they fly in that straight line, because of the curvature of the Earth,
That's an
the
assumption.
the line curves, right?
What line curves?
The straight line curves.
Which straight line?
Straight line they're taking when they're taking the action of
On
flying
the
the plane.
flight
The straight
plan?
line they take, yes.
Okay, so
No,
you're
not on the
saying.
flight plan. They're taking a physical action of flying a plane.
Okay,
They're
all right.
physically flying the plane.
So
Yes
they're
or no?
flying are they flying a curved line?
Yes, they're flying they're flying a straight line, and the
No,
straight
it's
line
not straight.
curves.
That's no. A
They're
straight line.
flying a straight line.
No.
A straight line doesn't curve. Is that what you're gonna tell me?
Yes. Look it up.
Okay, prove to me a straight line can't curve.
I'm gonna show you.
Okay.
It's so simple because a straight line and a curved line are two different things. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Are
What
you
do I mean?
serious?
This is
Are you
no.
being serious right now?
I'm
Are
serious.
you
Yes, I'm
trolling me?
serious. What? I am
You
not
must
trolling
be trolling me, dude.
Oh my god. Okay.
You must know what a straight line
Do you
is
have a
and a
ball?
curved line.
Do you have a ball? You have a ball
Yes.
somewhere.
Yes.
Okay. Grab a ball. Right? And then draw a straight line on the ball all the way around it.
Is the line gonna curve?
Yes, the line curves.
Then it's not straight.
What do you mean it's not straight?
Oh my
Okay, then
god, dude.
what
Hold
does a
on
straight line on the
second.
ball look like? What does a
Wait.
straight line on the ball
I
look
think
like?
what we need here is a little bit of clarity.
Okay.
You don't have
nice,
that right
waiting.
now.
You're not making sense. You're just denying that how balls work. What?
Let's see what we got. Images are always better.
A straight line on a ball would have to be just an intersecting point of a tangent, which is then not a straight line on a ball.
Hold on a second. Need a little clarity, that's all. All right. Look in text chat. Can't believe I'm doing this. I mean, I can because it's the argument, but at the same time, it sounds weird. Here we go. Take a look.
Okay. Let's see.
Where is that line curving?
This line doesn't curve.
What is that called?
This is a straight line.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I feel like we're in the twilight zone because you said they curve.
No, a straight line can curve. Yes.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Look at the image Benji sent.
Jesus, dude.
Right? Look at no 1 second. Look at the image Benji sent. Okay. Which one's a straight line?
It must look like the one that I have.
Okay. So the one that you have
Because
It's a straight line.
talking.
Is that what you're saying? Correct?
Yeah, because
right?
aren't you talking about a straight line?
Yes, I'm talking about a straight line. Yes.
Okay. Is the line underneath curving or straight?
The line underneath
There's
is,
two
is
images
curving.
that Benji
Okay,
has.
the line underneath is curving. Yes.
Yes.
But on a globe, the line is straight.
No, sorry.
Does that make sense?
No, we're not talking
No, sorry,
about.
no.
At the moment, we're not talking about a globe. We're talking about
No,
what
we are
line.
talking about the globe. You
No,
can't.
we're
Okay, we
talking
can't
about
say that we're
curved
not
lines
talking
and
about
straight.
this.
No,
We
we're
are
talking about
about
curved
this.
lines and straight lines right now.
Okay, yes,
And
we're
you
talking
don't know
about
what
curved
a
lines and
curved
straight
line
lines.
is,
And I
and you
said,
don't know what a straight line is.
on a non-Euclidean. Do you know what non-Euclidean is?
No,
Because
you
know
don't
Euclidean
understand
geometry
what a
and
straight
non-Euclidean
line
geometry.
is.
You
I
know
just showed
Euclidean
you what a
geometry
straight.
and non-Euclidean. You can't just speak louder and say that you're right.
It's
No,
not
okay,
about
that's not
being
how it
right. It's
works.
about you understanding whether or not you're talking about the same thing I am.
Okay,
And you're
and
not.
I'm telling you, yes, I am.
You're thinking a curved
Yes, I
line
am.
is a straight line. In what world does
I'm
that
saying
exist?
that you can have a curved
What?
line, a line that appears
Yes.
to be curved on a non-Euclidean surface. Yes,
What?
because the plane itself is curved. The plane is curved.
What? Dude, you are all over the. You're a hot mess right now. You know that?
No, I'm not.
You're a
I'm
hot
not a hot
mess.
mess. The
You are.
plane is curved. Do you understand? Okay.
You obviously don't know what a straight line is. I just showed
Have you ever
what it
used like
looks like.
SolidWorks? Have you ever used SolidWorks or something?
SolidWorks.
Do you not?
I just
Yes.
demonstrated to you what a straight line is. And of course, Benji helped us out because now you see a curved line and now you see a straight line. You see both, don't you?
So I see a straight line and a curved line, right?
Yes.
And then
Yes, you
if
do.
I were to bend the image, right? Let's say we bend the image, we bend it.
Oh, we're not bending images, sir.
Okay.
We're not doing that. You're not being honest right now. And that's why
You're
you're
right, you're
getting
right.
tongue twisted and tied up and all kinds
I'm not
of
getting
stuff.
tongue twisted because you're just going backwards and like saying,
Backwards?
oh. Yes,
I'm
you're
not the
going
one who
backwards.
said
Yes.
a curved line is a straight line. You did.
Okay, because you don't understand this concept.
I don't understand a concept, or I don't understand.
Yes, you don't understand.
plain
You
English.
do not understand the concept. You do not understand the concept of a straight line in a non-Euclidean plane.
So you're talking about an assumption, and
No,
also
no.
you're misinterpreting.
You can have a
once again
non-Euclidean planes are real. Non-Euclidean
Yeah,
planes are
so
real.
once again,
this is not an
you're drawing-
assumption.
You're drawing
This
curved
is
lines
apparent.
on
This is apparent.
Yeah, once again, you're drawing curved lines on the flight plan that I told you is not the whole argument has to be based on the action the pilot takes,
Yes, because they take the action of following the flight plan. Okay,
which is a curved line or straight line.
Yes, it's a straight line on a curved surface.
No, no,
right? It's
no.
on a non-Euclidean surface.
Then it's going to be what it is. If you're saying that's the case, then it's a tangent.
Are you a non-Euclidean plane? Yes. If you grab any sphere,
tangent,
right? Okay. Sorry.
Hold on a second. No, a tangent is a straight line on a curved surface. And if that's what he's flying, then he's going straight out to space.
I was reading what Benji said. 1 second. Say that one more time.
A straight line on a curved surface, he would be flying straight out into space.
Oh, what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No, because that doesn't account for. Okay, so when you're going.
Account for? No, we're just talking about curved lines.
Because okay, no, this. See, you're talking about up and down, right? And I'm talking about going front and back. Yes, yes.
Wow.
If you're flying
I've been
out
listening
into
on
space,
YouTube, and this conversation whacked.
I'm talking about what you're saying a straight line is versus what I'm telling you, because you're doing everything you can possible to talk about the flight plan, and I'm not talking about the flight plan. I'm talking about
do
the
they not follow
action
the flight
pilot
plan?
takes.
Do they just go in circles? What do you think they do?
So do you think that he's gonna fly at cruising altitude from point A to point B before he makes his descent? It's gonna curve anywhere in between there.
Yes, it does. Yes.
Okay, so I need the demonstration of.
'cause-
Hold on a second. Now I need the demonstration of the pilot actually negotiating over the specific amount of curvature that he's flying over, because he's flying in a curved path. I need to know how he's curving around the globe too, and he's not flying on a tangent. See, a tangent would be a straight line on a globe on a curved surface. So it's not a straight line like a tangent would be. He's actually flying a curved path, which is a curved line. Very simple. Now, if he's doing that, I need to know how, because you, in our earlier conversation, said that he's not accounting for it. Now it sounds like you're very solid on that.
Because earlier we were trying to talk about altitude, right?
Okay, let's stop the gish galloping
okay.
and the
no.
Go right to
What
the
do you mean?
meat.
Just hemming, hawing.
You're hemming and hawing right. Just tell me how he's flying over the curved path.
It appears curved.
Nope.
Okay.
No. How is he flying over the curved path?
I mean, how is he flying? What do you want me to say? In the plane?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
He's flying in the
Yeah.
curved path.
How?
Follow.
How?
You want to keep saying how?
Yeah.
Let me speak, man. Okay.
Well, you haven't demonstrated how.
What happened to the hospitality, man? You were so nicer there. Right?
AT, I don't got too much time for this. You just tell me how he's doing it.
What do you mean you don't have too much time? You've been in this call for like an hour.
Yeah, you haven't demonstrated AT how he's doing
No.
it.
Oh my god. Okay. So.
I knew who you were.
He's following.
Show the curved path.
Who's AT?
Show the
Who's
curved
AT?
path.
You. I know that's you behind that many different accounts, sock accounts you have. But besides
Who's
that,
AT?
I knew that you before you came in with the eyebrow. I heard your voice. I already knew who you were. I just wanted to play along because
Bro,
everybody needs
do you think you have gang stalkers or something? Okay, look at my account. Look how old I am. Look,
just tell me how the pilot is flying over a curved path, will you?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Pilot in the plane, right, is following. If I say he's following the flight plan, are you gonna say that? Oh, that's not how it works because he's not. That's not
I'm
an
not
action.
talking about the plan. I'm talking about
Okay,
his
you see, there we
actions
go.
flying
So
over the curve.
yes, when he follows the plan.
Listen, how does he know he's negotiating over any amount of curvature when he's flying over the surface of the Earth? How does he negotiate that curvature?
Okay, we're back where we were in the beginning.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, when I
Because
said,
you,
he
you
doesn't
already
know,
admitted,
right?
you already
Yeah.
admitted that they
You already
don't
admitted.
know that they're flying over a curve. Now, how do you know they're flying over a curve?
Yeah.
At this point, you're just begging the question, and he's trying to get you to not beg the question.
Who are you talking to? Me or him?
Yeah, because your answer is just because they follow the flight plan. Like you say, they fly over a curve because they follow the flight plan. That's what your answer is.
Yep. Keep going back to it, over and over and over.
Okay, so do you want me to explain the flight plan?
Nope.
No.
So you don't want me to explain the flight plan? Okay.
No.
The action
of him actually flying over the curved path.
Okay, then we're stuck. Then I'm sorry, we're stuck
Well,
because
no, we're
if
not
I can't
stuck.
explain the
Actually,
no.
You're stuck.
Okay,
We're not.
we are stuck because if you
No,
don't want to
we're
continue
not
the
stuck.
conversation
You're stuck.
with me explaining the flight plan, then
It's not about
I can't
the
help you.
flight plan. It never listen. It's not about
What do
making.
you mean it was never about the
drawings
flight plan?
Yeah, it's never about it. Because when people do things on a plan, there's a very different thing for the person actually taking action for the plan. So when he takes action for the plan, then he's gonna have to negotiate.
Can you
demonstrate?
Can you demonstrate that though?
I'm asking you. What are you asking me for?
Oh, because I'm saying that he's following the plan, and you're saying, oh, it's different for him to follow the plan and
if he
what he's
follows the
actually
plan,
doing.
if
And
he's
then when
following
I'm
the
talking
plan,
about what he's okay.
Are you gonna stop? If he's
continue.
he's following the plan, then he has to know that how much amount of curvature in between point A to point B he's gonna negotiate. And so when he gets in the plane, he's gonna have to negotiate over that much amount of curvature when he flies to make sure that he's not gonna flying straight on a curved surface. He would be doing a tangent. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to fly straight off into space. So what I'm asking for is that if he knows he's not flying on a tangent, straight line, which is what you said he was doing, how is he negotiating over that amount of curvature if he knows he's flying over like a curved surface doing a curved line? The curved line is what I'm asking. How do you know he's doing that? And you said he doesn't know.
Right. You say because you say something right, really specific.
Yes.
You say fly off into space, right?
On a tangent, yes, he would do that.
No. Yeah,
If
you
it was on a
would
curved
fly
on a
off
curved
into space, right?
On a curved
Okay,
surface,
and that
he would go straight off into space.
and
So you're saying
space
that?
is
Yeah, 'cause you were talking about a
Eyebrow.
straight.
Yeah.
Go ahead. AJ.
See if I can make it simple for you, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
For example, there's a 43 kilometer bulge or 27-mile bulge at the equator due to the Earth's apparent rotation, etc. Right? So when this plane's flying, how is he accounting in his flight for that 43 kilometers of extra bulge at the equator. Or the way that Alpha's putting it to you is we know that there's a drop over distance. We know the further we fly, we're going to fly off into space unless we account for that drop over distance of the globe to keep us at that altitude. So how are they accounting for that curvature? Now, what you're talking about is flight paths, where they're given a path that they follow from point to point. Now, whether that's taking a great circle route or whatever it's doing, which is what I think you're trying to explain, it's still not taking into account that actual curvature, drop over distance, that you said didn't or wasn't accounted for in reality in the first instance by the pilot.
See, both of
So
you guys.
just saying the path that they take from point to point, a pre-designated route, doesn't show how they're accounting for that actual drop over distance.
Okay.
That's it.
You guys both made this very interesting assertion, right? That it would just fly up into space. No, yeah. If it was really truly flying in a straight path, it would just fly up into space, right?
No,
not up, but out. We'd eventually
out into space. It would leave the globe, right?
Correct. As you flew straight and level, the Earth would be falling away from you, and eventually, yes, you're going to fly straight out into space. Yeah.
If a straight line is a straight like a tangent on a curved surface, then you would respectfully understand what we're saying. If you don't understand that a tangent on a curved surface would be that they would have to account for that negotiation of curvature, then you're saying that the pilot is accounting for curvature.
Yeah, but both of you guys are wrong about flying off into space because that's not how planes work.
Okay,
so your point. So your point that it would fly off into space.
Wrong. Now talk about how you know the pilot is either accounting
how
for
I know
or
that
not
planes don't work like that?
No. Okay. We need to know from the point that you're saying that the pilot's taking action. How does he know he's accounting for this amount of curvature from the specific points that he's flying from and to? And if you don't know, just say, I don't think he's doing it, or I don't know.
Remember earlier I said he doesn't account for it because he doesn't have to.
The argument ended there.
Yes, but then you're saying that he would fly off into space, but that's not what would happen. He would not fly off into space.
No, my whole thing was that he didn't account for.
So he wouldn't. So okay,
himself.
but
he doesn't take that into account.
So you're saying that he would not fly off into space?
No, dude. I was saying that
if it was straight, it wouldn't fly off into space.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm just asking you. No, Matt, this is okay.
If the Earth was a globe,
I'm agreeing with everything you say. I'm agreeing with everything you're saying.
Listen,
are you saying that it would not fly off into space?
I'm telling you what I'm saying. Okay. I'm telling you what I'm saying. If the Earth was a globe, and he was flying in a straight line, it would be a tangent line on a globe. On a curved surface, a tangent line is a straight line. Yes. Yes.
Yes, yeah, and on a curved surface, a curved line is a straight line. Yeah, a tangent.
No. I think. See, that's where you're. No, a tangent line.
Okay,
on a
I'm going to drop a picture for you.
Go ahead, AJ. Yeah, go ahead.
You're missing the point.
In the chat.
There you go. That's it.
50 minutes after the hour, we have a tangent line.
In a globe, this is a tangent line.
That's a tangent. That's a straight line. That line is straight.
Yeah. So if we were to take off from P, the dot, and to fly in a straight line, we would eventually have the Earth falling away, where we would be flying off into space, where the end of one of those arrows is.
Do you
That's
get it
what
now?
Elf is trying to explain.
No,
do you get it now?
So.
Do you get it now?
This is.
Do you get it?
I understand what you're saying now. Yes, I understand what you're trying to say now.
Okay.
I also understand why you're wrong and like what your mindset is right now. Okay, so this makes a lot more sense because right.
Oh, we got a young psychologist here.
No, it's not psychology. It's just like a misunderstanding. You know, you guys just do not understand this concept, and this is
concept.
Are you going to say? Oh, now you're going to say gravity fixes everything and brings
no, it's not gravity. It's not even gravity.
I don't know where you're actually going to go. Where you're going to go from here, but I'm kind of interested where you think you're going to head from this position we're at right now.
Okay, so first of all, both of you guys made the claim that they would just fly off into space if it was on a
No,
tangent.
you didn't finish.
No, they
Wait a
didn't.
minute.
No,
Time
both of
out.
you guys
They
made
didn't
the
make that
okay.
claim.
Time out, dude. Time out.
Okay.
We were saying on the Earth being a globe, a spherical shape, it would be that circle, right? If the Earth was a globe, that spherical
was,
or
yeah.
that circle that you see there, where the the image that AJ put in, a straight line would be a tangent line, just like it shows where that point P is. That straight line that's right there that intersects where the curvature is, it's sitting on top of that circle, right? If the Earth was a globe, always say that in the beginning of your sentence.
Okay.
I didn't say that you're trying to make it seem like we're misunderstanding. No. The Earth being a sphere, it would be a straight line, would be a tangent line on a curved surface, just like that circle you see. Same thing. Yes? Are we in agreement? Yes or no?
No. We're not in agreement.
Why?
Okay. Because this line is on a Euclidean plane. Okay. Does this make sense? Okay. I feel like you guys lost this. You guys lost here.
I want you to know where you're going with this argument, because it doesn't sound like
No.
anything to do with pilots taking action, because like at the moment right now.
Okay. Because you're talking about taking. Okay.
If somebody's
Is
flying
taking
a straight line, it's a
okay,
tangent line. It's not a curved line. So what are you talking about?
No. Okay. This is a tangent line. This is a tangent. This is on a Euclidean plane. I'm talking about on a non-Euclidean plane. The plane is the Earth. I'm talking about the plane, the Earth being the plane. Right? The path has been
So
taken
then you're
on.
confused because a plane doesn't curve either, by definition.
A plane can't
So
curve.
a plane is a horizontal surface. A flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would lie on the horizontal plane. A horizontal line or a horizontal plane is a line that does not deviate from zero. A curved line does.
I don't think he has a point. He's just stalling for time.
No, wait. I'm not stalling for what time? For what?
I don't
For it
know.
to be 3 a.m.? It's 3 a.m. now.
Yeah, you
Oh,
just keep kicking the can down the road, so you don't have to answer the question specifically.
okay. No, because you
you're
guys are denying that
You're
you guys
multiplying
are
words
denying.
without. It's basically just saying nothing.
Is that your catchphrase, man? What?
Because that's all
Dude.
you're doing. You keep just saying
No, but-
things. You're not giving us demonstrations. You're not telling us how it's wrong. You're not doing any of that.
Oh, I said to grab a ball, and you said, "Oh yeah, I'll grab a ball." And then you said I said to draw a straight line on the ball, and then you said, "Oh, this would be a tangent." But
It's
that's
a
not a line
curved
on the
line.
ball. Is that a line on the ball? If you draw a straight line on the ball?
It's a curved line. Stop saying straight. A straight line is a tangent. It's not a straight line. It's curving.
Yeah, if you had to listen to what I said earlier, I said if you're invoking a straight line, then you would need to be invoking a tangent. A straight line does not curve. However, you're trying to wrap it around a ball and say because it's taking a straight path around the equator that makes it a straight line. However, that straight path is still curving, so it's not a straight line.
It's a straight path, not a straight line.
If you were a two-dimensional creature on
Oh,
that,
Jesus, dude.
it would.
Like,
What?
you don't know how to argue this, and I think you're trying to go on to like where you're making it more about your argument, and it doesn't stand to practical reality. Eyebrow. This is where you're
And
failing.
where's the ball in
very
the first
boring.
place to wrap the straight line around anyway? Like you've jumped 2 steps ahead. You're wrapping a line around a ball, and you don't even have one yet. You're saying flights work and they go around in a great circle route because we live on a ball. You haven't even given us a ball yet.
Yep. And also, he already said pilots don't account for curvature. You've already said that many times over. I
Yeah,
don't
no,
know
yes,
why he's
because
still...
they do not have to account for curvature of the Earth in
There
the
you
where you're
go.
saying
Then
where they would fly off into
are
space,
why are
because they
you?
would never
Yeah,
fly
but
off into space.
why do you keep on?
Because they
saying
would never fly
they
off into
wouldn't.
space.
They wouldn't. You know why they wouldn't fly off into space? Because the Earth is not a sphere.
No, because they stopped going up.
They stopped going up.
Yes, because to go up out into space, you have to accelerate out.
That's
No one said they will fly off into space.
You're making
guys
your
both
own
said
argument.
They
multiple
were
times you've
talking
been
about a
flat in the
straight line, which is a tangent. You're
very
talking about
confused.
a curved line on a
I think it's really
ball.
funny
You
that
don't
you're
have
actually.
one.
You are
They're
very
saying
confused,
if there was a straight line, it would be a tangent. But
Yeah, this is
you're
so
saying the
simple,
straight
man.
line. Yeah, I don't understand where your
Have you got a
confusion is.
basketball?
This is
Have you got a
18. He's
basketball there?
always
All right.
confused.
You know what? You know what, guys?
Stick a ruler on your basketball. Don't curve
it's
it.
no use.
Put the ruler as a tangent on your basketball, and one end of that ruler is going to be off into what you would call space, just like the tangent line in the picture.
Okay, you know what? You know what, guys? You know what, guys? Okay, I actually have something to say. Right? This is really. You guys' arguments have been really compelling, right? And I don't know what the Earth is like. So if you guys could propose an alternate
No.
hypothesis, I'm open to hearing it.
Yeah, we don't need to replace your ball, mate.
No, why not?
As simple as this because no curvature has been demonstrated to be true. So
Because
in
they
option,
can't do the flat Earth.
all right, hang on, Benji. I know you're an executive mod, but still,
Yeah.
I would like to talk to you if you don't mind. I don't know your arguments, but I would like to hear.
I don't
it.
have any arguments. I don't
Not
have any
you.
arguments. I'm asking.
Not
Oh,
you.
not me?
The
Okay.
executive mod that's in here, Benji.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe
I
let
don't
him have a
need an
chat with
argument
Benji,
because
and
you
you
can't
can.
prove anything either.
So you're telling me that in order for you to
Can
claim
you prove the Earth is flat?
all right, so now you're just gonna make up your
Can
own
you
point?
prove it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
No, the burden of proof isn't on my shoulders; it's on you.
You just said you can prove it.
Yeah, but I don't need to.
So
'Cause at
what's
the
the point in
moment-
you talking then?
At the
Why are you
moment,
here?
at the because we're asking people the question, Benji.
No, Veritas, I need your
No,
help
'cause you
though,
can't
because
prove it.
now.
Eyebrow.
Veritas, I need your help to prove it, to prove something, because I have a void now, like an empty void.
Yeah,
No,
prove
you
it
don't-
to this guy. I'll listen. Go ahead, prove it to him.
No, I need to know why you jumped into the conversation if you don't know if the Earth is a globe or not.
I'm asking you. I'm here to learn.
Well, in order to learn, you have to realize that your position is a bankrupt, and you don't have one.
What's
at
my
the moment.
position?
That the Earth is a globe.
No, my position is you can't prove the Earth is flat.
See, why do you run away from that question?
I'm asking you.
wondering.
Ask me. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Well, I'm asking you to give me the demonstration how it's a globe, and you don't want to do that.
I never said it was a globe. You said it was flat. So prove
Yeah.
it.
Well, we're here asking the question, and for people such as
So you
yourself,
just said you can prove it.
all right, so you're not going to answer the question then.
I never
How
made
this
a
works?
claim. You did.
So, as an executive mod, you're not going to answer the question.
What's the question? Did I make a claim? No, I didn't. Did you make a claim? Yes, you
So,
did.
do you live
Prove
on the
your
Earth
claim.
that's a globe, Benji?
I don't know. Prove it.
You don't know? Well, then that's.
I don't
good.
know. Last time I'm here, I'm asking you. You're the guy telling us it's flat.
We're gonna talk to people that want to make the claim that the Earth is a globe. If that's not
Oh,
you,
because
that's fine.
you can't actually prove it's actually
we
flat.
can. We
So
can, but
you want to
we
sit here
can.
and confuse people, and then when you get
No,
confronted,
we
you get
can.
upset and say you're not going
No,
to actually prove
we-
it. So there
we
you go. You
can.
prove the point. Thank you.
No, we can, but you can't. And that's the thing that we're asking you. We can prove that the Earth is flat, stationary, but you can't prove it's a globe, and that's why you can't do it. You don't have an answer to it. You don't know why it's a globe. You just said it yourself. I don't know how it's a globe. That's good. We like that. For people not to give us the answer. I've been searching for somebody to give me the answer for that question for years, Benji. And I've talked to people, astrophysicists, cosmologists, PhDs. Not about you, but nobody can come forward and actually tell me how it's a globe. Ask the question, demonstrate curvature, axial rotation, the vacuum of space. And if you think you want to dip your toe in this, go ahead. Just because you're an executive mod doesn't mean you can't answer the question either. Right?
Come on, Benji, it's time.
That's what I thought, Benji.
I mean, I'm just waiting for you to prove to this guy that the Earth is flat. What's the problem?
No, I don't need to talk to him about if the Earth is flat. You chirped in here
You-
when I
you-
was talking to him.
You made a claim which you can't back up,
Are
and
you
now you're
kidding me?
coping.
No, I'm not coping. I'm
Because
waiting for
I called
everybody
you out
else.
for making a positive claim which you can't
Yeah.
prove.
No, I don't mind proving it to you.
Well, go
But
ahead
I don't
then.
think.
Why
Yeah,
are you gulping?
I think
Stop,
because I
stop
think you're
gulping and
bluffing.
just
I
say
think
it.
you're
Come
holding.
on.
I think you're holding the 7 deuce offsuit. You don't got nothing. You don't have
That's
any
what I'm
information
asking
how the
you.
Earth.
I never said I
Well,
had anything. You
yeah,
did.
I got 3 things for you, Benji. The Earth is observed flat, it's measured flat, and it's practically used as flat. 3 things for you. Now, my claim is that yes, you can go and observe the Earth as a horizontal plane that's got land topography. Now, I'm going to ask you, do you see an Earth as a globe when you go outside? Your primary experience, Benji?
Well, no, because my sight isn't high up enough to be able to see it
Okay.
properly.
Number
And
1
also, I live in a
observation.
very hilly area, so it's
That's
mostly
fine.
curved anyway from where I am. But
But we're talking
obviously,
about
I know that from that small perspective, I can't really see the horizon.
Yeah, but we're talking about the curvature of the Earth, not hills and valleys.
Yeah.
Live on a
All
globe
right,
then,
so
Benji.
observation, number 1, observation.
Well, I mean, if you're only
is
go off what I can see, it would mean the Earth is like an up fucking hill because my horizon is
Benji.
raised because I live in the
So
middle
you've
of the
never
valley.
left your
So
suburb? Is
yeah,
that what you're
so
saying?
so
No,
hold on.
actually, I live
Guys.
in a
Hold on.
place
Let me
called
just talk to Benji.
Yorkshire, which is really hilly, by the way.
Oh,
Nice
So
hill.
okay,
Benji,
yeah.
Benji.
So you've never
So
left Yorkshire?
Yeah, I've never left Yorkshire. I've gone
that's
to Berlin
fine.
once.
Listen.
It's okay.
All right.
It's
So
okay.
hold
He
on.
gave us
Let
the
me just talk
answer,
to him.
which was he said no. He said no.
So
He doesn't observe it as a globe.
Observation, 1 for the flat Earth, 0 for the globe. Number 2, measured. So we say that the Earth.
Okay, wait. Before we
I'm
continue,
going to each
do
point.
you want
I
me
don't
to
know why
just
you
say
don't want to.
the
Now
Earth is
you're
a globe
obfuscating
so
for
you
me
got
telling
something
you.
to argue
You
against?
wanted to hear my claim, and now you're obstructing what I'm
Because
saying.
now you're saying I said it's a globe.
So
I
you're
never
just
did.
steamrolling me.
I
You
never
don't
said
want
it
me.
was a globe.
So you don't want me to tell you how it's flat.
I do, but don't put
He
a
never
question
said you
mark.
said it was a globe.
He is. He's saying globe
No,
zero,
you
which
said.
is I never said it
Hang
was a
on,
globe.
because this is a
Yeah.
discussion here between flat Earth and globe Earth. So now he's made a comparison. You want to know how we can prove it's flat, or how he knows
And not a
it's
globe.
flat. He's given you an observation. Yeah, now he's going to give you a measurement. And he's making the comparison. Our observation is that we observe the Earth not to be curving. We observe to be a stationary plane every day when we walk
Horizontal
outside.
plane.
So 1
So
for
number
the
1,
flat
that's
Earth,
1
0 for
one
the
for the
globe.
flat Earth, 0 for the globe. So let's go to measurement. Now, is the Earth measured to be a globe in any way? Any drop over distance measurement, any left to right curvature being measured? And the thing is, when you do a line of sight test, there is 0 curvature to be taken into account, which means the numeric value for the measurement of the Earth's curvature is 0. So no curvature means if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it, Benji?
Honestly, I'm bored.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's all you got?
And
We
you're
didn't
very
even get to the
boring.
3rd one yet, which is practical use. You wanted to hear this. Now you're backing away? Why?
I'm bored because I've never left Yorkshire.
No,
Because
but
I don't
here's the
actually really
thing.
give a fuck.
Okay, so then if you don't give a fuck,
Yeah,
then
you
why are
do.
you here? Then why are you coming in here and steamrolling the
Because
other
it's
conversation I had
interesting
with?
to see the way you operate.
Well, you're seeing it, and now you know.
Yeah,
I
I know how you
deconstruct.
operate.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Well,
add a
that's
note
good.
to your name so I know for next time.
That's
Yeah, the
good to know.
amount of words that you're putting in for not giving a fuck, bro, it doesn't add up. Sorry. Nice try.
See, I don't care who I stomp. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that there is no evidence for the globe, Benji. And people can come into this chat and demonstrate that they can. They can do whatever they can. They never can prove it. So yeah, we have the upper hand always.
Yeah, of
And
course
you know
do.
this is the number 1 room because of that.
Because you have like 20 AFKs in here.
Doesn't matter, Benji. People
Crackhead.
still come in here curious. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that other people don't.
Oh no, I love this channel. This is like my favorite source of lolcows.
Doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't negate the fact that we can demolish the globe in an instance, which is what we
If
do.
they're all
We're good at it. We're
AFKs in
damn
here,
good at
then
it,
why did
Benji.
you start the AFK channel? Wouldn't they all be in there? Or
Yeah, they would be. He's
your
still
programming
coping.
doesn't work then? Not very good at it.
He hasn't
So
gotten over the fact that his globe is the biggest meltdown of the
yeah, but
century yet.
check
He
him
still
out
thinks
here.
they're just AFK accounts. They're just
He,
losers like you, Benji, that can't get over it.
he acts like a king or something. I'm bored with this guy. Take him
Oh yeah,
away.
you are. You're
Who do you
quite
think you
boring.
are, dude? The fuck do you
Comes in
think you
hot,
are?
demanding the evidence, gets the evidence, and then runs away. Says I'm bored.
Yeah, can you have it like pinned in chat next time so I can just look?
Yeah, if you don't wanna have a chat with us, then just fuck off. Why are we talking
No, I'm
to
good.
you?
I'm gonna sit in here.
Well, then sit in here, but
Is
clam up while we talk to other people.
Can I? So, is it possible to? You were talking about these bends on the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but we're talking to Benji right now, Mountain.
Okay.
I think
Benji, I was
I'll
going through.
concede to him. Go ahead.
Well, that was easy. All right. So
This
Mountain,
conversation
go ahead.
So, wouldn't it be possible to measure these bends by, for example, using GPS?
Bends? What do you mean
Yes.
by bends?
Like these angles from one point to another point. If you were to register one point in the Earth and another point in the Earth by a global positioning system, you could also it would give you, the GPS would give you an angle between these 2 points.
All right. So I'll ask you just like I ask everybody else. Do you have any claim to the Earth being a globe, Mountain? Before we start, because I don't want you like Benji not having a stance or a position.
I think.
So
yeah.
Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, if that's true, I need you to justify or show me some evidence that it is a globe in any way, and you could use that same specific evidence that you were just talking about. So
Yeah,
you
you
want to
could
say that the Earth is a globe via this information that you're about to tell me with GPS satellites? Is that right?
Yeah, GPS, geodetic surveying. You could use satellites. Do you believe that satellites exist, or?
Well, that's irrelevant at the moment. I want to know how
Yeah,
you're
okay.
gonna make the connection from satellites to geometry. So I need to know how, with satellites, do we know that the Earth has a geometric shape?
So the satellites can register distances from a known point, and it's very similar to the GPS system, where you just register multiple points and easily calculate the curvature between these points.
Have you done it?
No, I've done it on my GPS, yes, but
Well,
I've
this
not done.
method that you're talking about to verify the curvature from this specific satellite.
I don't know what you mean.
So you're talking
Could
about
you
a
re-ask the question?
Yeah, well, you're talking about a method by which you can know that the Earth's geometry can be extrapolated by some form of GPS knowledge. Okay, so what did you do?
No, not
to know-
knowledge. I mean practically. You could get a GPS.
Very well.
Yes.
From practically using GPS, how did you extrapolate geometry? I need to know the method, and you can tell me because you've done it. Yes.
So do you want to know the mechanism, or do you
No,
want me to?
It doesn't matter. Listen, it
I'm
doesn't
pushing
matter
buttons.
if you.
I'm pushing
yeah,
buttons.
It doesn't matter if you tell me a method by which somebody else has done it or you've done it. It doesn't matter. I need to know the method by which somebody extrapolated geometry from a satellite. I need you to tell me that method.
Okay, I'll try to explain that. I think you're after the mechanism. So if there are bends in the Earth, right? I'm not saying there is, but if there are, I'm telling you that if you would send a electrical signal or a optical or whatever signal towards a place, a certain point on Earth, and you would send another trajectory to another point on the Earth, these points will not be on the same level. Okay, some of the points will be higher than others. Do you agree?
Honestly, dude, I still, it's not about me agreeing or disagreeing with you. I want you to tell me the method by which you can extrapolate geometry from a GPS satellite. I need to know. I need to know the method, Mountain.
I've just given you the method.
But me agreeing or disagreeing with you is not going to help the point. I need you to kind of like teach the class how you can use a method so that we can know that the Earth's geometry is solidified by a satellite. I need to know the way that you're doing it so that we can all know.
So the way I'm doing it.
Mountain. So far, you've asked the question. Wouldn't it be possible that if we had this satellite. Now, I understand what you're trying to say. Then if we took some type of measurement using light, etc., from that satellite to different points, then these aren't going to come out the same point. But the point is, you haven't been able to prove that that's what happens. You're actually asking us the question, wouldn't this be possible? And then
you want me
asking
to?
Alpha's opinion on whether
Oh,
it's possible. We want to know what it is.
okay, I understand. I
How did
understand.
you show this?
Yep.
So you want me to show you, like, in a demonstration, how this is possible through Discord? Is this what you're asking?
No.
Well,
in reality, when has this been done?
When has
You
it
know,
been done?
how did you show that this is what GPS does and how it is utilized this way?
I mean, 1 second. I'll see
Just
if
say
I
you don't
can
listen,
find that.
Mountain. It's easy
I
enough
can.
to say you don't know, and we
No,
could
no.
move the conversation along.
I mean, I've done it myself. I just told you.
Oh, you've done it yourself.
Yes,
Okay.
but I cannot show you it being
Why
done
not?
through Discord because I need to stream my GPS for you guys. Wait, let me see if there is an online GPS. Maybe I can. Would you believe
Online
that?
GPS. No, it's not a. We're not. Listen, the problem that we're having right now is that even if you try to, you can't even articulate how it's possible in a method. So you have to demonstrate in a program or something that's already pre-assuming that the Earth is a globe already. We don't need that. We need to know how you got it was curved in the first instance. How did you get the fact that geometry is already understood? Because you forgetting something too, Mountain, that before a satellite goes up, it has to already like account for our value, right? You're going to send a rocket out into space and deploy the satellite, right? The payload that the rocket has before it's deployed, it has to be deployed in such a way that it's going to take an orbital trajectory. So it's got orbital mechanics designed on it so that it has to take a path around the Earth that's already presupposed as the Earth as a globe, right? So according to all of this, before those satellites go up, before you get GPS up there, you have to already think of the Earth as a globe. Yes? Mountain.
I'm listening. I'm just trying to figure out a way.
Yeah, but confirmation to what I just said. Before a rocket goes up with a payload of a satellite, it has to already have presupposed that the Earth is a globe prior to its launch. Yes?
Of course, yes.
Okay. I'm asking you, before all of that, how do you know it's a globe before you get the rocket up?
Wouldn't that be observations?
No, I'm just talking to Mountain.
Well,
It's a
Mountain did
one-on-one with
mention
Mountain.
two different things, yeah? He did
So
mention
I'm
two things,
getting
if you can remember.
we're boiling it down. We're boiling it down to the very base root.
So you wanted a geometrical or geometry explanation?
So
of what?
here's what happened, right?
I don't know what
So-
what explanation
So
will
listen,
give you
Mountain,
satisfaction.
just focus. The satisfaction of a demonstration of measured curvature. So when we're talking about, or you did, that sending satellites up are going to prove that the Earth is a globe, I asked
Yeah.
for a method. It was a bit hard for you to do because you had to show some kind of video representation or something other than you being able to articulate your point on a call like right now, telling us how. So what I'm asking for right now is for you to go back to like before the rocket gets deployed. How do they know it's a globe and how did they figure it out? I'm asking you. Do you know how? They figured out it was a globe before they sent the GPS satellite up.
Mathematically, I mean, there is this what is he called, the Greek mathematician or whatever he was called. Didn't he make a
don't ask me.
where he looked at the sun and he would draw. Let me see if I can find.
Hold on, Mountain.
name.
But we got a problem here. The
Yeah,
problem
go ahead.
is
I don't know why this is relevant.
Mountain, because it is important. You don't send rockets up without knowing if the Earth is a globe to have this orbital mechanics working on the satellite that you're about to send up. You're taking you're doing too many things.
I'm telling you, Alpha. By the time we built rockets, sent them to sky, or to the universe or whatever, we already knew that the Earth was a globe. And how did we know that?
Excellent. That's the thing that I'm asking for right now.
And how did we know that?
Yes.
Well, we knew it through horizon, for example. You know the horizon and line of sight, where you could see the ships disappear.
Okay.
You have
now we're
the
getting somewhere. Yeah, now we're getting
you
somewhere.
have you
So
have
Mountain, I get what
shadow
you're saying. I know where you're going. Hold on. I know where you're going.
and
So
light.
ships. Hold on, Mountain. Relax. Ships disappearing over the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yes.
That what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the drop over distance between an observation being made on a beach and where the ship disappears? What is the distance for drop over that distance from an observation to where the ship disappears from the bottom up?
I don't remember now, but it was a
This is
certain
important.
number. Yes.
Well, this is important because if you're able to demonstrate that you know that, it could be verified by somebody like, anyone else in this room. We can go to the beach and see where ships disappear,
Yes.
and
Correct.
every single time the ship will disappear at a specific predicted distance. At the distance where the ship disappears behind the curvature, every single time you tell anybody else in here, hey, look, go out to the beach at 3 miles, the ship will start to disappear from the bottom up. And everybody in this call will be able to replicate the method that you just said, because you showed us how to demonstrate that the Earth is curving at a specific predicted distance. You understand
Yes.
this? Okay.
Yes.
So what is the distance where the ship disappears bottom up from an observation being made?
It can easily be calculated.
Well, you don't have that, do you?
I do.
What is it?
Let me look up the formula.
You're looking it up. Why are you looking it up? Stop looking it up. Do not look it up right now. The answer you should give me is I
so the
don't
distance
know.
equals
No,
I
stop.
know.
No, you don't. Stop. That's why you're muted. You don't presuppose that you know something that you don't know. The answer is I don't know. Let me look it up. And then I know you're forthcoming with truth, that you don't have the answer. But you sounded like you already did, and I asked you and you said, let me look it up. You understand the problem is that you think the Earth's a globe by this method, and you don't even know the method or the distance. I've unmuted you.
So the distance equals the square root of 2 times the radius of Earth times the height.
Great.
Plus
Mountain.
the height squared.
You said radius of Earth. How did we get radius prior to measuring the curvature?
The radius of Earth could easily be calculated through various methods. For example, you could use the Eratosthenes. That's the guy's name. Eratosthenes experiment.
It's not an experiment.
Where he would look at shadow lengths.
Oh my god.
And
dude, he didn't do anything to extrapolate the R value. He presupposed that the Earth was already curving.
Yes, exactly. But if you presuppose that, listen, this is how physics work. This is how physics
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. So we're all basing everything that we're doing here based on an assumption, essentially. So I don't want to assume anything. I want to know. So how do we know that the Earth is curving? Drop over distance, ships disappearing behind the curvature. How do we know that?
So just like I told you, in physics and in mathematics, physics specifically, what we do is we, just like you said, we assume things and are.
Then you need to stop, because we're not assuming anything. If there's no demonstration of measured curvature, then we're not going to proceed forward and let you have the floor to tell us how you're assuming and go on a long diatribe of how this is the way that you know that the Earth is curving. No, it's not built on an assumption. It's either built on a measurement or it's not. So if it's not measured,
and the calculations aren't measurements, man. All you're doing is presupposing the ball, measuring a shadow angle, and then making calculations to suit your presupposition.
Yeah, I agree. But if
that's it. So then if you don't have a way that we could measure the curvature of the Earth via drop over distance, then there's nothing more to say. And for you to say, I don't know. Simple.
Yeah,
we're not going to let you keep going on and on and on. If you don't have the information how it's been measured, then there's no reason to assume.
I agree. But what I meant was that it's not really an assumption. It's even stronger.
No, it's not. It is an assumption. You've already said that. Why are you going now back on what you said? This is what you guys do. Do not go back on what you said because that only shows that you're bad faith. I want to know why you said that you
I'm really
assumed.
not bad faith. I'm really not bad faith.
Okay, so did you say that you assumed, yes or no?
Yes, I assumed, but
Okay, so then we need to stop there. Reflect on that. Now, when we're going to move forward, you can't say that you didn't say I didn't assume. Because you did.
I wanted to continue my explanation, but you muted
No.
me.
Yes, you can't continue when you assume because we're not looking for assumptions, we're looking for measurements.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is this.
distance.
What
What?
I'm telling you is this, Alpha Veritas. Please let me finish. So if this equation happens to, let's say it's a pure assumption.
And then we're not going to use it. Pure assumptions are not what we need. This forum is designed for people to bring forth measurements, and if they don't have that, then we move on to the next. And if any individual says, I have the way to measure it and the method is this, then we will give them the floor. But it's not going to be designed or built on assumptions to listen to you talk about this for an hour. That is a fruitless endeavor for any one of us to indulge that for as long as it has already. So if you have the measurement of the curvature of the Earth via drop over distance, you will have the floor. If you do not, say, I do not know.
I mean, you
just answer the question, sir. Do you have the measurement of the curvature of the Earth via drop over distance or not? Yes or no?
I do, but you're not allowing me to.
Okay, so go ahead and proceed to tell me how you have that. Go ahead.
I cannot because you're not allowed.
Okay, so then you can't. That didn't stop you. You simply said I cannot.
No, you're stopping me.
Now I am. Before I wasn't. You said
because
you
you're
had
not
the
staying
answer.
on topic and answering the questions, man.
You had the answer.
I'm trying to answer the question, but he's not allowing me to answer.
Really? Then answer it.
Yeah. So this equation is in all scenarios correct. You cannot find a scenario where this equation.
I'm not talking about equations being correct or incorrect. How did you verify that the equation was a measurement and not a calculation?
It is a
Based off a
measurement.
pre-assumption of no evidence.
It is a measurement.
So when did you measure the curvature of the Earth via drop over distance? Now I need you to tell me when this was done.
It is done through a presupposition.
No, it's not done through a presupposition. It's either done by a method by which everybody can do, or you can't just pre-assume that the Earth is already. You're still assuming things, which you said you were not going to do.
You know, in medicine, for example.
No, we're not talking about medicine. Stop it. We're talking specifically about measuring. Now, if you can't do it, just say you don't know. Have the courtesy to let others speak if they want to. If not, don't keep going on about something that's not analogous.
Okay, others can speak.
Thank you. How kind of you. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. What's up, heretic? I saw you throwing them bows. I think Nathan should be in here pretty soon. Finish him. Anyways, if you guys have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, please step forward. Like to hear it. How's it going, guys?
Pretty
I
good.
know I was about to log off, man. It got interesting here just a while ago. So
Yeah.
got Waz in the chat. Kiko. What's up, Kiko?
Yeah. When does Nathan getting on?
Probably a few hours.
Yeah. Alright.
Got Olang to just join. What's up, Olang? Another executive mod.
I just found out an important piece of information, if I may share it.
Please.
So the method used by the Greek in Egypt, apparently he did not assume that the Earth was a globe.
He did, dude. He did assume.
Could you show me that?
What do you want me to show you a poster of it? Like, it's information that you just look for. Just look up Eratosthenes. It tells you the whole spiel about him. It goes over. We've been doing this for so long, dude. Like, I mean, you don't have to take.
If
Like,
you
it's
actually
just
read,
it's just what it says on the, like, when you type in his name, it'll tell you the whole. There's wiki articles about him. Like,
yeah, I read it.
yeah,
I
if you
just
actually read the article, he wasn't trying to establish whether the Earth was a sphere. He was trying to establish a radius or circumference if the Earth was a sphere. So the pre-assumption there.
as you said earlier. Oh. We're all good.
So he was what? Sorry, he was trying to establish the radius of the Earth, of a sphere.
He was trying to calculate what the circumference of the Earth would be, based on on the belief that he had that the Earth was already a sphere. So he wasn't trying to prove it. He was trying to calculate a circumference.
Yep, all good.
Wasn't it? But wasn't it inferred through his geometrical reasoning when he watched?
Reasoning. No, we don't need to talk about Eratosthenes. Just go look him up. There's no evidence that the Earth is a globe conclusively either way. You could assume that it's a spheroid or whatever you want with math. And you can also assume that it's on a horizontal plane as well. Makes no difference. Not evidence that the Earth is conclusively a globe.
No, I wasn't given that as an evidence that the Earth was a globe, but
yeah, okay.
A hint towards
a hint.
Yes.
What's that mean?
Can you have a look in the chat, Mountain? And from Tactical Droid, 28 minutes past the hour.
If you're gonna say hint, what hints that the Earth is a horizontal plane too? There you go.
No, but
No,
the
but-
angle between the two shadows that he measured, they were they had a slight angle, right?
Not on both. One of them was in the well all the way down 90 degrees, which there was no.
No, there were no at 90 degrees.
Yeah, there was. What are you talking about, dude? Go look at the. Just go look at the. Read up on Eratosthenes, will you?
Yeah, I'm looking at the picture right now.
All right, there you go.
It says because both hypotheses are based on assumptions, one has to conduct more observations, experiments to determine the shape of Earth. The
I
observations
just think that you can't believe how this wasn't the way to figure out if the Earth is a globe, and I think you're just reeling right now to figure it out in your mind.
I'm really not reeling. I'm really here to learn.
It is. Well,
I'm here to learn.
The thing that you're going to learn about it is that it's not conclusive that the Earth is a globe. So there's that. You can't use it as something that lean towards the Earth as a globe, because you could do it for the flat Earth. Say it leans
Listen,
towards the horizontal plane.
I am open, Alpha Veritas. I'm open.
Well, that's good. That's good. At least that much, right? And for the rest, I mean, if you have any questions, go and ask. There's ad nauseum again. Chat skanking. I actually have it blocked, so I can't see his messages until I open them up. But now he said We were waiting on his demonstration of Cavendish, the naturally observed phenomena for Cavendish, and he didn't give it to us. So he's back again. I think he might have it. Let's ask him again. Ad nauseum, what's the demonstration of the naturally observed phenomenon for Cavendish? Go on. You're unmuted.
Are you gonna apologize?
What?
Are you gonna apologize?
Naturally observed phenomena for Cavendish. You have it?
Are you gonna apologize?
Do you have the naturally observed phenomena for Cavendish, sir?
You have to first apologize.
Ah, then sit on mute. We're not gonna play these games.
So nothing was even naturally observed first?
Yeah, we're going around in circles with ad nauseum.
They have
No,
no
what
natural
happens is
phenomenon that they're
he
testing the
started.
cause of? What's wrong with these melon heads?
Well, no, he
Let's go.
started out really nice, having a conversation until it started getting pulled apart, and then he just spiraled like everyone else and
Had a little
started
tantrum,
projecting, and yeah,
Kind of like
pretended to
Benji.
What-
be an adult, and then he had a little tantrum, meltdown.
Kind of like Benji.
and
Same
then
thing.
wants us to apologise to him for his spiral.
Kind of like Benji.
Comes in here wearing an admin tag. He's supposed to be balanced and rational and reasonable. Should actually take a pretty neutral stance and just be a bit of a moderator, but no. Comes in, melts down, gets salty. How dare you take my ball from me?
You need to explain how you have the proof. I don't. Because I'm an executive mod. I don't need to explain shit.
Yeah, my executive mod tag just enables me to believe whatever I want. Well, okay, have fun with your little ball that you don't experience when you're out there. Nobody really cares what you think you live on. We're just asking for evidence. I mean, there's plenty of evidence that water's flat. Just pour a glass of it, pour a bucket of it, pour a bathtub of it, pour a pool of it, go to a lake, check it out anywhere. You'll never observe it curving, and you'll tell us that yourself. You'll be like, oh, too big, derf too big, can't see it. That's what you'll tell us. So we're just asking for the evidence to the contrary of what you yourself admit to experience, and we just can't get it from you. So
Ad nauseum's just a troll. He was trolling earlier, but got him under control, so to speak. I was shouting you out earlier, Heretic. Like, what's up, bro? I haven't seen you in a while.
yeah, I've just been. I've been having a summer, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's one of
Lots
those.
of ups and downs. I'm busy as hell.
All right, man.
It's not all good either. It's just it's a mixed bag.
I get you. I get you.
Yep.
I got these globers in a vice over here, man. They can't get away.
I'm glad you're holding it down.
Every now and again, I went on a Netflix binge. I'll just Netflix and chill, dude. I was actually on I was binge watching this show. I don't want to say it because there might be some spoiler alerts. So
Breaking Bad.
Nah, it's another.
I stopped watching TV after Breaking Bad. I was like, nothing else is ever going to compare. I'm done. I'm out. See ya.
You went and watched Vampire Diaries after my discussion the other night with.
I'm still kind of questioning your love for that too, man. And not unless I see it. If I join the Vampire Diaries group, I don't know. I'll be too ashamed or something. I'll probably tell you in DMs, dude.
I have to start writing your letters and stuff.
I'll be like, psst, AJ, I secretly like that Vampire Diaries. I just don't want to say it out loud. Nah, I haven't seen it, so I don't know what it's about. We got Jordan Blacks in here. What's up, Jordan?
أمتي قد لاح فجرا فارقب النصر المبين.
The hell? What the hell?
We got somebody looking to be unmuted. We've been warned that we need to be ready, so looks like fun.
Oh, you're gonna mute ad nauseum? I'll do it.
Okay, I haven't heard him.
Go ahead. ad nauseum.
Yo, what's up, bro?
What's the naturally observed phenomenon for Cavendish?
No, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to somebody else.
Why,
Oh.
dude?
Okay, you can talk to me.
Yeah,
what's
because
the
this guy
naturally
did not
observed?
apologize for behaving like a child
Okay,
earlier, so I don't want to
put
engage with him.
that aside. Yeah, put that aside. So, what's the naturally observed phenomenon for Cavendish?
Yeah, sure thing. So there's plenty. There's multiple. You have the gravitational attraction. You have the torsion balance movement. You have the effects of large masses.
Yeah. So,
You
what's
have
naturally observed?
measurement
Yeah, in
forces.
nature.
You have the
Yeah, so in nature. Yeah. So, what's first observed in nature that this experiment's going to be based upon?
Yeah, I just told you. We're observing gravitational attraction.
Where specifically? In what way? What happens?
Every time he speaks, he backs out. It's really
The
gravitation.
angular displacement of the bar.
In nature? You went outside and you saw an angular displacement of a bar? And you're conflating your IV with your DV with that too, by the way. You don't know that masses were attracting. That would be your supposed cause, so you need to figure out how experiments go.
He was talking about a deviation coming from a bar, not the.
I'm
Hey, went out
talking
and saw
about
the deviation of a bar in nature. This guy's amazing.
I'm talking about the torsion balance apparatus.
Oh, where did you see
And
that
if
in
you look
nature?
at the angular displacement of the torsion balance apparatus,
Where
you
in
have a
nature?
horizontal bar. What do you mean where in nature?
Just start over. Okay, all right. Pay
Hold on. What do you
attention.
mean
Okay,
where in
let's just
nature?
reset. Let's reset. So the question was natural observed phenomenon. What would that be? Do you think it involves a torsion bar?
Do you understand how scientific experiments work?
Okay, so again,
Look what I'm asking
maybe
you.
you
Do you
don't
understand how they
understand
work?
because it was a pretty simple question, natural observed phenomenon, and so it should be really easy to just shoot off an
How do
answer.
we naturally observe subatomic particles?
Subatomic
I don't know.
particles.
That's not my problem. It's really not my problem.
You have to create a controlled environment.
Okay, all right.
With
Let's start over.
specialized machinery,
You're going
and
off
you
another
then
tangent.
be
I just
able
want to
to
stop
then
you.
look
I just
into
want to
that.
stop you. I just want to stop you before you get too far into this
Oh
tangent
my
because it has
God.
nothing to do with what we're
God.
talking about. Yeah, it's nothing to do with what we're talking about. So you
That's
said
what
Cavendish.
science. Oh
It's
my
supposed to be an experiment, right? You're going to construct a hypothesis based upon something that was naturally observed. I'm just trying to find out from you what was observed in nature that you are going to base a hypothesis on.
Yeah, we're talking about the Cavendish experiment. Do you understand
Yeah,
that?
I know. Experiments start with a natural observed phenomenon. I do understand that. So I'm just trying to find out from you what that phenomenon was.
Oh yeah, it goes back to Newton and his observations.
Which was what?
Mass attracting mass.
Okay, so that would be the supposed cause, not the observed phenomenon, not the dependent variables. Try again.
So why don't you just ask for the dependent variables? Why
No,
are
I'll
you
ask for the
having to go through
dependent
all
because
these
that's the
problems?
first. Because the first one's the dependent. It's going to be the observed phenomenon, and that's the one that you're going to base it all on. So what is that? What was observed?
The apple falling down on his head. That's what was
Okay,
observed.
all right. We got a natural phenomenon. Okay, so apple fell down. All right, so where does an apple fall down in Cavendish?
Where does a what?
In Cavendish, where does an apple fall down?
Cavendish is an experiment.
Well, this is the phenomenon you want to test the cause for with the experiment, right? So I'm just wondering where the apple falls down.
Oh my God, this is so dumb.
Oopsie.
Well, maybe you
No,
don't have a phenomenon.
We observe the apple falling down.
In the
We
Cavendish?
create a hypothesis. We say, okay, looks like mass is attracting mass. Do you understand that? So how do we
apple on a torsion bar?
How do we know that mass is how do we know mass is attracting mass?
You don't. We're still trying. Yeah, we're still trying to get an experiment where we can actually validate that. We don't.
We conduct the Cavendish experiment, which demonstrates mass attracting mass. Do you understand that?
No, I understand. You're making an assertion. You don't have an experiment. Do you understand that? Yeah. Do you understand that you're just asserting a cause for an observed phenomenon that you actually haven't tested a cause for? With yes, you are. Do you understand that?
I'm not.
No, you don't understand that. So your answer tells me you don't understand that.
Oh my God, my brain hurts.
Yeah, you don't use it very well. So when you actually put to the test, it doesn't
So
work.
what do you think Cavendish is demonstrating?
What are you asking him for?
Yeah, it's your
What do you think
claim.
is
asking him
damage
for it.
thing?
Wait.
What do you think?
Why'd you ask him, though?
Because I've already given you my response.
Yeah, well, your response was the apple falls down, but that's a vertical attraction, not horizontal, which would happen. What you're seeing in the Cavendish,
Oh my
right?
god, this is so dumb. This is
No, it's
so
not dumb,
stupid.
but
Yeah,
you're
you are.
saying one thing. And
Oh my lord.
You didn't think this through at all, and you're
yeah,
bricked now.
really didn't,
This
dude.
guy, guys. This guy thinks that gravity doesn't apply horizontally.
I
So
never said any.
dumb. So stupid,
I
bro.
never
Does
said
it?
any of that.
Oh.
Does it apply?
So you're
Oh.
saying that if
Go ahead,
I
tell
see
me.
something fall down and I want to know
Sure.
the cause, I've then got to go and
All right,
test
check this
whether
out. Yeah,
it
This
moves
is so
horizontally?
stupid. I
ad
don't know if I
nauseum.
want to continue with this.
Yeah,
This
just
is so
continue.
dumb.
Just real quick, just one more. If the apple's falling down and there is such a thing as horizontal attraction, can I put two apples near each other and they'll be attracted to each other? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that gravity is fundamentally a vertical
Answer the
force.
question. Do apples
But what I'm
horizontally
saying
attract
is
to each other?
what I'm
Why are you deflecting or diverting? You're not telling me if
what do you
apples
mean? I'm answering the question.
are apples horizontally attracted to each other?
Of course not. What the hell?
Oh.
That's
Those are
not
the
the point.
questions, Your
You're
Honor.
not listening. This is the problem with you. You behave like a
Yeah,
child
I just said no
because you're
further
behaving
questions,
like a
Your Honor.
child.
Go ahead.
Because you're behaving like a
Now you're
child. You're
talking
not
about him.
listening. You're not.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute you if you talk about him because we just want your claim and the evidence for it and nothing else. Like, I mean, if you resort to like pouting and tantruming about alpha, then that means basically that you've already proven yourself worthless for the cause here. So I'll give you one more chance. Go ahead.
Listen, buddy. You just want to listen to what you want to hear. This is an echo.
Yeah, you did it again. You just started talking about me. I told you not to talk about the personalities. Please just stick to your claim and the evidence for it. It's all we care about, literally. I don't care how upset you are with me or Alpha. I just want the evidence for your claim that mass is attracting is the cause of shit falling down. Go ahead.
All right. So you're gonna shut up. All right. Fantastic. So gravity is fundamentally a vertical force. However, gravity effects manifests horizontally, okay, due to the orientation of systems that are involved in it. Okay, do you understand that?
That was a word salad.
So just because
Great assertion. Wonderful assertion.
just because Cavendish has a horizontal setup, just because the apparatus design involves the horizontal setup, a horizontal bar, doesn't mean that gravity is no longer being acted upon it.
Let me ask you
You're mentally deficient. I understand that.
Let me ask
The
you this.
reality is this: when you put it's not you're distracted by the horizontal bar and you're not focusing on
You're
the torsion
distracted by the
balance.
horizontal bar.
You're not
That's
focused.
a great argument.
You're not focused on the effects that are
Okay.
occurring.
Simple question. A simple question.
You're
How do
just
you know that
mentally
the
deficient.
effect? How do you know that the effect observed within the Cavendish is caused by the same forces of nature that causes an apple to fall to the ground?
I'm getting there.
Just
So
answer it now. Just get there now.
the vertical force, which is gravity, the vertical force creates a horizontal effect through the torque that it produces. And you can then think of it as gravity acting vertically.
Okay, you're just asserting it
He
again.
doesn't know what he's
Forces
talking
that are
about.
involved in the experiment
Yeah.
are resolved in such a way that the horizontal bar experiences a
You're just
twisting effect.
asserting your cause again. I'm asking you how you know that's the cause. The cause of the Cavendish effect. How do you know it's the same thing that caused an apple to go to the ground?
Oh my god, my brain.
Yeah, it doesn't work very well. I know.
My
It's a
brain,
problem.
You're trying to use it and it doesn't work. You're trying to
Yeah,
jumpstart something that's got dust and shit on it, cobwebs.
Yeah. Yeah, you thought you could fake it till you made it, but it didn't. It didn't work this time.
Listen,
Maybe
I'll
later.
explain it one more time so you can understand.
Hell no. Fuck
We
off.
don't need you to explain.
Or are you just like...
Yeah,
We
just sit
already
there and
understand your
bro.
claim. We're asking for evidence, and that's the part where you seem to get lost.
Okay,
We want the
are
actual
you done?
evidence.
Yeah, just clam the
Are
fuck
you
up,
done?
dude.
So in
You're done.
the experimental set,
Shush. Dude, what the fuck, dude?
You don't know what an experiment is.
I think he's like, in the experimental sense.
Yeah, you don't even know what that is. You need a natural observed phenomenon first. You failed that with flying colors. We kind of gave you a pass for your horizontal attraction shit, even though you didn't have the natural observed phenomenon to base the so-called experiment on in the first place. And you also failed with flying colors to tell us in any way how you know that what's causing the thing that happens in the Cavendish is the same thing that causes an apple to go to the ground. I mean, you don't know shit. But
He said in the text chat, "I cooked him."
yeah, it's a cope. It's just a clear cope.
He's cooking something, but it ain't you.
His brain didn't work anytime he got asked a straightforward question about the method that he's claiming.
That guy's a hot mess. I said that earlier. Dude, you're a hot mess.
Nothing falls in Cavendish, bro. You didn't test the cause of things going down.
I'm gonna mute Jordan Blacks before he starts playing his weird music that he's got going on.
He tested, he says. You wouldn't be able to get this guy to define dependent independent variables.
No. Yeah, you can pull him around by his short hair some more, man. Kind of cool. What?
Let's just start here. We need to get really remedial with you because you clearly don't know what you're talking about and you thought you did. What's a dependent variable?
We're using ad homs. You cried about me using ad homs.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, anyway, so the question was, what's a dependent variable, Mr. Ad nauseum? Go ahead.
You first apologize for using.
Yeah, no. What's a dependent variable, ad nauseum?
He won't apologize for using ad hoc.
Okay, anyway, next. He doesn't know, and that was his out, and he knows it. Anyway, at least I called it out for the audience. He doesn't know what a dependent variable is, but he's in here waffling on about experiments. Thinks he's going to get off the hook by complaining about being berated and ad homed, and yeah. Anyhow, who's up next? He's an idiot.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he knows what they are. He didn't want to prove it, though, by just telling us, you know? He wanted to complain about how he was insulted. Anyway, I said next, so I'll stick to that.
We got Ego Slave in here. What's up, bruh?
Yeah, really chat.
You're having fun with those gifts? Got Jojo in the chat. What's up, Jojo?
Hey man, I got a question for you, Alpha. Well, it's more of a toast, but yeah.
Okay.
No, so you're talking about like evidence, right? So how about like honestly, how about this? How about the Globers and the Flat Earthers? We can all chip in. It wouldn't cost that much. We'll build a rocket, we'll duct tape a GoPro, and we'll shoot it into space. And no,
I've seen one of those.
How
Hold
about
on, Jojo. I've seen one of those. What was it? Doesn't NASA put one of those on the moon? It looks like a tweaker shelter. I've seen one of those. Exactly how you described it is what one of those looks like. Looks like aluminum foil and like curtain rods and shit.
my flat Earth friend, he sent me a bit shoot where someone did that, and apparently the rocket hits the dome. But Alpha, here's the plan, right? Here's the plan. We all chip in. We shoot it into space. If the Earth is round, we have a party at Alpha's house, and if the Earth is flat, we have a party at Alpha's house, and then I can give my toast, and we all win. You see?
Fucking,
How
why
about
is it
that?
my house, dude? I'd rather be doing it like fucking Eagle's house or something.
Well,
He's
you
got
were the
bigger-
silly goose that said my name, so it has to be at your house now.
Oh,
You know?
well, fuck. All right. But it's BYOB. Fuck it, dude. I ain't gonna buy beer for everybody.
Would that be sufficient evidence, in all seriousness, if we chip in and we shoot a rocket?
Fucking, there's no way you're gonna afford a rocket, dude. Come on, let's get real. Even the amateur rockets that are used for like the go fast rocket and shit that they use, it took a fucking team to get that shit up there.
To shoot a rocket in the sky, it takes the team.
Yeah. Fuck yeah,
Oh,
dude.
God.
What do you mean, like a bottle rocket, like a firework? Fuck, you can do that shit.
Oh yeah, just bigger,
Nah,
with duct
bigger.
taped GoPros.
Nah, that's bullshit. That ain't real. If you're gonna be serious about it, then it would take quite a bit of money. You'd have to put a team of people together to do that.
Yeah.
But that's been done already. Anyway, we got Burgle in the chat. What's up, Burgle?
Yo, dude. How's it going?
What's going on?
Nothing much. Just want to listen to some Flat Earth.
Really?
Yeah. Are you a Flat
Oh,
Earther?
yeah, sure am.
What? Why do you believe in Flat Earth?
It's not a belief. It's a demonstration of reality. So we see it, observe it, we measure it, and we practically use it as a flat station.
Yeah, I heard the measurement one. I don't get. What do you guys mean by measure? Like, what are you measuring?
Well, it's a line of sight, really. So a distance between point A and point B on the surface of Earth would always be concluded as a horizontal plane. So any distance that you measure, you could measure it from 2 points, and it'd be a horizontal plane, depending on if you're on land or on water. I'd say it would be better done on water because there's no land topography to interfere with the line of sight. You understand what I mean?
No, I don't. I don't get the measurement part. You're saying point A to
So
point B is always a straight
yeah.
line,
So
horizontal line.
think
But
about
you
it like
think,
this.
like,
They're
yeah,
saying that the Earth is a globe via curvature and drop over distance. So any point from point A to point B would have basically an arc between those 2 points. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
So if there was no arc there, so if the Earth is not curving, then what is it?
But isn't that because the Earth's really big? So
Yeah, but let
it's
me see
like
if Burgo can answer
insignificant.
my question.
What was your
I
question
wanted to
again? Say it
find the
again.
logic path. If the Earth is not curving anywhere from a line of sight test, from point A to point B on a given distance on the Earth, if it's not curving like they are telling you as the Earth being a globe, then what is it?
Justice. Oh, that's what you mean by straight line.
Yeah, horizontal plane. I mean, we're saying
Mhm.
that the land has topography, so it would be a topographical horizontal plane. It's
So
an
you're saying like
obstruction.
all the photos from space are fake?
No, we're not saying that it's fake. What I would tell you is that if you point to any photo from space, what can you compare that to, Burgle? In your primary experience of the Earth being a globe, can you go outside and compare that photo from space to anything that you see in your reality outside?
Do you mean like as in the shape of it,
Mm-hmm.
the spherical shape?
Mm-hmm.
I can compare that to other planets. So if you think the Earth's flat, do you think all the other planets are flat?
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question. What do you have
What
to
is your
compare?
question?
What do you have to compare that photo from space that looks like a globe to anything in reality?
Yeah, I can compare it to other planets because other planets look like
Well,
the
no, no,
same,
no.
just
We're
different colors.
talking about the Earth that you're standing on.
Yeah.
What do you have the picture from space to compare this Earth to that they're showing
So
you
you're
in the
saying because there's no
picture?
other photo of Earth, you can't say that
No,
it's.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you, when you go outside and you take your little picture from space,
Mm-hmm.
when you look at the picture, what do you look into reality and compare it to? What are you comparing that globe that you see in the picture to what?
Where I am, like
Yeah, that's great. Do you see a globe anywhere where you are?
the Earth's massive, so like why would I see a globe?
Okay, so then you don't have nothing to compare it to. So how do you know it looks like that?
Compared to other planets, I guess, like
No,
they look
not
spherical.
other planets, because you're only talking about the Earth. I want to
So
know
is
how
the
you
Earth not
know
a
the.
planet?
I want
The
to know
Earth's a
how you.
planet.
Yeah, that's an assumption. We haven't got there yet. So you haven't demonstrated that it is by a picture. So you're talking about a picture that looks like the Earth as a sphere. Now, I ask again, when can you see the Earth in that way so you can compare it to the picture?
You can't, I guess.
That's the answer. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what you think, but like
No, I
I'm
didn't think you said. I didn't think you said.
because from that point of view,
I
like
didn't think
obviously,
Burgle, I didn't think you said.
getting angry.
Okay. There you go.
Nah, Earth's not flat.
And the
Oh, yeah, but
spiral
we haven't
begins.
got there. We haven't got there yet. You just demonstrated that there's nothing to compare that image to. So you can't
I
say
just
that
said
it
other
looks like.
planets, but you're saying the Earth's not a planet either way.
All
Like
right,
what? The Earth
let's
is a,
talk about that.
yeah.
What planet or do you want to point to specifically?
Let's say Jupiter.
Jupiter. Now take a picture of that photo that looks like the Earth. Compare it to Jupiter. Does it look the same?
Different colors, different size, but
Different
same.
colors and different size. Okay, so what is it? How does it compare to Jupiter?
Because it's a planet.
How
It's
do
like
you know that?
you and me. Look, it's like you and me. We're both
Okay,
humans.
what
I'm
is a
white. You
planet?
could be black.
Virgo,
You're taller than
Virgo,
me. I'm shorter. Who
Virgo,
knows?
Virgo, Virgo. What is a planet?
Yeah, a planet. I don't know the definition of a planet. Let's search it up.
You're asking
Planet.
me to search. You're asking me to search up something you should already know because you're saying that it's
I'm
like a
checking.
planet,
A
and I'm
celestial
asking.
body distinguished from the fixed stars by having an apparent motion of its own, including the moon and sun, especially with reference to its supposed influence on people and events.
Okay, so it's moving around, and they're saying it's a planet. But what else can we know about this planet that you said Jupiter? What else can we know about it?
What do you mean?
Well, it's a planet. What else do we know about it?
We know that it's a planet and it's spherical. Like it's
Uh-huh.
not flat. We know that.
Okay. What else?
It's a gas giant
How do you know that?
because it's primarily gas.
How do you know that?
Because the scientists said so.
Is that a good answer for how you know something? Because the scientist said so?
I trust the scientists. They're
Okay,
experts.
so is knowing something saying that you trust someone? That's the same thing as knowing something by trusting someone.
If let's say 10,000 scientists say the same
I'm
thing,
not
I'm
worried
gonna
about
trust
that.
them.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about your low standard of evidence. Is trusting somebody. You trust someone that says something.
Yeah,
Isn't that true?
trust someone that said something. Yeah, makes sense. And
It doesn't make sense because you didn't verify the information, did you, Burgle?
do you verify everything now? If a scientist
Let's
has done
not
his
go
research,
there.
given the
We're not
evidence,
going there.
I'm
We're
gonna
not
trust
going there.
him.
Yeah, we're not going there. We're only going to the specific claim that Jupiter is a gas giant. I asked you if you can verify that the scientists are able to demonstrate that in some way, and you can't do that, can you?
Do you want me to like pull out like resources or something that say
No,
that scientists can't?
I want you to be forthcoming with the truth. If you don't know, say I don't know. See that how easy
Yeah, I
that
don't
is?
know. I don't
Okay.
know. I'm just
That's
gonna check, obviously.
that's the correct answer. So if you're saying that
There's
you
no
know what it,
correct answer.
so yeah, it is. That was it.
That was not it.
So if you're telling me that the Earth is like that thing that you don't know what it is, so how is the Earth like that thing that you don't know what it is? Go on.
How was like I don't know what your question is.
Because you lose the plot. All globers lose the plot. Let me refresh your memory. You started off with photos from space looking at the Earth as a globe, and I asked you, what can you compare that to? Because you don't see that in reality. And you're like, wow, it's not. I don't see that. Fine. What can you compare it to? Well, other planets. So I said, okay, which one? You said Jupiter. Now we went down the path of saying what Jupiter is and what it's made of. And you're like, well, Jupiter's spherical. We know that, of course. And Jupiter also is a gas giant. And I asked you how you know that. And you were basically telling me you trust the science, and now you came to realize you don't really know. That's where we're at right now. And so how does that compare to the Earth being a globe, Virgo? Now that you don't know what Jupiter is. Fresh your memory? We
Um,
good?
I
All
actually
caught up now?
literally don't understand your argument. Like I'm saying, like you can
My
see that it's a
argument,
globe, or you're saying
no.
it's not a globe. What?
The Earth. The Earth.
Yes.
How do you know it's a globe?
Let's think. The
Well, you
curvature
think. I don't
observation,
need to think.
maybe
Yeah?
because
Go ahead
the
and tell me how you do
observation
that.
that it's curved,
How you do
like
that?
visually, like when you take a flight, yeah, like from
Yeah.
point A to point B, let's say, and
Sure.
everyone like if you think about it logically, you think, oh, the fastest point is in a straight line, yeah. But no, because the Earth is curved, yeah. You have to take an arched, like a curved route to get to that point the fastest.
Okay.
If you go
All
straight,
right.
yeah, you're not
All
gonna
right,
make it the
Virgo.
fastest.
Before you get too excited about this, have you ever taken a flight anywhere?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you know how much curvature is being negotiated from point A to point B from your flight? How
No,
much curvature? Okay, so you didn't know that you were flying over a curved surface. Okay.
no, I did know.
Uh,
I did know. You're asking how much.
really,
I don't know how
you
much.
did know. How did you know that you were flying over a curved surface, Virgo?
Because I can see the observations on the, like in the small screen, it literally shows all the statistics.
Small screen statistics?
Yeah,
No.
it shows
That's not
literally
good enough.
statistics. Have you been on a flight before? I don't know
Yeah,
if you have.
we're not talking about statistics. I'm talking about your primary experience flying on a plane. How do you know you're going over curvature?
Because, like, you can see it, I guess. Like, I just said
No.
on the small screen, the
No. You're
statistics.
not looking at cartoons on a small screen. I want to know how your primary experience being inside of a plane, how do you know you're flying over a curved surface?
Because, like, scientifically, like, I don't see a curved
Scientifically,
thing.
you don't
I
see a
don't.
curved thing.
Yeah, I don't. Obviously, I don't. Because I'm not going
Okay.
that fast. I'll just get curved.
All right. So obviously you don't realize that you're flying over a curved surface.
No, I do realize that. I just don't think about it
Really?
that much.
Okay, so tell me how you realize that you're flying over a curved surface, Burgle.
Because
Tell
I'm
me.
told I'm flying over a curved surface.
No. Not you're told. It's not about being told. I want you to know. I want you to tell us how you experience being on a plane flying over a curve. Do you experience that?
Bro, I think you're genuinely retarded. Do you not understand the Earth is a globe?
I don't
Like, I
care
don't get
about
flat
you.
earthers.
Yeah, you stop claiming it, and I want you to prove to me that it's
Okay,
an
so no,
actual globe.
everyone
Stop talking about
says
everyone.
it's.
Let's
Oh
not
my
spiral.
god, yeah,
Focus.
this is why they're autistic. This is why flat
Yeah,
earthers
go
don't
ahead.
understand.
You
No
can keep
offense to
saying
you,
what you
but
want.
like,
You
I
can
can say
keep
what I
saying what
want.
you want.
Yeah, I can say what I want.
But you're not going to say for too long because now you're muted. I don't want to listen to you bloviate. I want the answers to the question specifically. This forum is only interested in those answers, not into your bloviations. You can sit on mute for that and talk to the
Appeal to
wind.
the ad populum.
Talk to the wall if all I care. I only care about the answers to the questions. That's it. If you ain't got them, then sit on mute. Go ahead and put yourself on mute. Otherwise, you'll get a red mic. Simple as that. Got it? Good. All right. Do we have anybody else that thinks that the Earth is a globe?
Me,
No, you've already tried and failed.
no, because your claims aren't substantiated
My
by proper
claims?
evidence. Your claims are
I'm
substantiated by
sorry.
your
When did I
own, like
claim?
your own consciousness. You just think that it's not flat. Like, you
Okay,
just
so
think
we're
that it's
just going to
flat.
listen to you bloviate. Once again, we're not going to do it. Put yourself with the white mic or sit with the red one. You got a choice. But we're not going to sit and listen to you bloviate on what this forum is doing. Simple. I give you the choice.
Fine, you give me half an hour, I'll come back to you and I'll prove to you the Earth is
Let's go. I
round.
await you. Dude, come. I'll be ready with bells on.
Like, I don't get how a flat Earth is.
Just go away and do what you're gonna do, and come back and destroy us if you're gonna do it.
Yeah, just give me a half an hour to prove the globe, said every flat earther when they first
Don't get
heard
me
about flat Earth.
don't get me excited, and you're not gonna come back because I'm gonna be utterly disappointed. Because actually, I got shit to do. I want to see a show on Netflix. But I mean, hell, if you're gonna make it worth my while, I'll stick around. So go ahead and put yourself on a white mic there, Virgil.
Okay, I'll be back. In
Let's
half an hour
go.
exactly. I'll wait for you here. You wait for me, actually.
With bells on.
Oh, don't worry. I'll win. I'll win this. I'll be back. Bye.
I can't wait.
So, if I actually like convince you, will you like switch teams and become a Glover, or like nah?
Well, I mean,
We'll
we'll have to
chat
see.
long enough for Nathan too. That'll be fun.
I'll be
We'll
back, guys.
Come
Love
up
you
in
I
guys.
2
can't
hours.
wait. I can't wait.
Let's have Benji there for Nathan too, and that other retard we were speaking to just before that.
Now Benji's just gonna use his executive mouth powers. I don't have to answer you guys. I'm gonna dip out of the conversation. Fine, fuck it, do whatever you want.
No, we're gonna mute him if he tries to do any of that anyway. I don't care what
Cause
tag he's wearing.
it's like he comes in here, he interrupts the conversation I was having, and then he goes on about like he wants me to give him the claim. I say, fine, fuck it, let's go. I'm gonna give you the claim, observation, measurement, and practical use case. And he didn't get through the second one. So how the fuck are we gonna have a conversation with him about it at all? He says he doesn't even claim that the Earth is a globe. That's his stance. His position is he doesn't claim the Earth's a globe. Well, good. We like it when Globers say that.
Yeah, you gave up.
That's right. Come out with your hands up.
Not even willing to stand by it anymore. You dropped
So
the
much
gold.
better when you don't fight. So much better.
Yeah. It's like a bag of rotten potatoes. You just dropped it. Stand by that.
It is, dude.
I'm going to give you flat earthers an ultimatum. If you mute me, I'll leave. Bye, bitch.
Oh no, I value your presence here so much. You can't leave. I'm begging. I'll do
Still
whatever
number
you
one,
say.
baby. Rent free. Are you kidding me, dude? I didn't even know who you were until I saw you only like a while ago. Fucking rent free.
Yeah, I was
Get a
kind of
little.
surprised. I've talked to Benji before, and it seemed to be pretty positive, but maybe it was like
Well,
flat Earth adjacent stuff instead of flat Earth
nah, he's
directly.
getting triggered because the way I do what I do when I do what I do, and
Oh
so
yeah.
he come in here just like doing his whole like throwing his body into gears and shit. So I got him on blast, and he's like, "I need you to prove to me you're the one with the claim. I'm not claiming the Earth's anything." I was like, "Fine, fuck it. What are you on? Observation, measurement, practical use? No." Then he couldn't get through the second one, dude. He's just steamrolling what I was saying. Fuck it, dude. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I heard him getting worked up, and he didn't want to listen to anything, and he just kept talking through anything you'd say. He's in
Bad
that
form for
frantic
executive
state,
mods, isn't it?
panic state. Yeah, I mean, as an executive admin or whatever he is, like you'd think like you come in maybe a bit neutral, even if you do have your personal bias, kind of set it aside and take the position of moderator, like your status on the server says. Like,
Weird.
figure it out, boy.
Very weird.
I was looking. The guy just posted the asteroid meme. I didn't see who did it. Here, maybe these two links will help him out.
That guy said he's gonna come back with evidence. Highly doubt it.
Oh yeah, it was like a feint or a
Stop the
bot.
cap.
Yeah.
Great, you should have said that, man. It would have been better coming from.
Hey, I mean, maybe he's going to be the first.
I sure hope so, dude. I sure hope so.
I didn't hear the whole conversation, so I wasn't sure exactly where to go with it because sometimes I'll just be like, run away.
No, I'm just like, we're here 24/7, man. Go get your shit together and come back in. How about that?
The yeah, with the mods and stuff, I think they can be like they wear different hats. Like sometimes they just want to be a user or the member. I've noticed that too. Like in the joined, you'll click to join your own channel, and there'll be sometimes like special interest conversations or like one on one, and like a mod will join, and people be like, "Oh, there's a mod here." Like, "Oh, no, not a mod. I know I'm a server mod, but when we're in this channel, we're just a user, just like everyone else. Like nothing you say can or will be used against you. This is like, if I don't like what I hear, I'm just gonna leave, or
Kurt,
whatever."
we gotta raise a toast to your presence in the server, dude. You got first place voice activity, fucking 647 hours, dude. What the fuck?
Oh
You
yeah,
live
yeah.
here, dude. And yeah, we're number one again.
Well, because it was interesting
Another
because
one.
I was like lower. I was like 17th or something, like 500 hours, which is still a lot. But that they were just these people kept tagging me like, "You're a loser, get a life, you freak, you're like perpetually online." And I'm like, dude, I just connect. Yeah, I have Discord and I can go AFK as long as I type something or whatever once an hour. It keeps, I could be at my computer and not do anything. It won't DM me. It won't. You have to have it muted. And then I'm like, I go, okay, finally go, how are you guys this freaked out over something that has nothing to do with you whatsoever? No, okay, what I do with Discord as zero relevance in your life. Why you? And then I'm 17th. Do you do the same thing for 16, 15, 14, 13, 12? Do you do the same thing for them? And they're like, well, no. I go, yeah. So you don't like I'm a flat earther, and you can't attack that position. So you come up with some random shit that I'm perpetually online. And both of them shouldn't cause anything for you. You should be okay with things that don't affect you or have nothing to do with you. From a starting point, they have nothing to do with you. Why do you care? And then eventually, like one of the other people in the conversation said that Ega, the one who's number 3, however you say that, agnostic one, whatever. He used to run that theist helpline, or maybe he still does. I'm not sure anymore. But they had said he's number 1, and he's been number 1 for like a year. Like he's always online. And I'm like, well, there you go. How have you ever talked to them? And they're like, well, no, because he's like an atheist. He's anti Darth Dawkins, and he believes all the same shit we believe, or whatever. I'm like, well, there you go. See, you don't really care how much people are online, or how much they type, or what they do. What you do care is that somebody disagrees with you. That's what really triggers you. There's some hot miking. Okay. I go, that's what's the problem here. You've got a globalist worldview, and you've got an anti-theist worldview. And when somebody holds those positions, you do not like it. That's the problem. And they still didn't change. They still freak the fuck out, like get help, take meds, like touch grass, all the same shit. I'm like, I wonder what would happen if I just set it up so I could get number 1. And then be like, well, now egotistical or agnostic, or whatever, how you pronounce it, he's lower than me. Are you going to go through that process first before you get to number 1? Because you started at 17 and then went 16, 15, 14, 13 before it never got to number 1. Now I just wanted to see it, but it hasn't happened yet. I think they just sort of fucked off after that. They had like a channel. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I know I was kind of long-winded.
No, I agree with that. Brett, like,
yeah, it was like
Who's that,
I
Branch?
can't
Branch,
I can't remember what the
bro?
channel was, but it was like Crit Get a Life or something along those lines. Like Loser Crit is on Discord, or Crit won't talk to us.
No, that was Branch.
No, I'm talking about
it's like,
the channel they made. They made a channel that they're so upset that I'm on.
We got Rick 2.0. What's up, Rick?
Tell them.
Yeah, Branch. I knew you were good. You kept telling me I'm banned. No, you're not.
I'm just finishing up at work.
Make sure you give them all the news that they need, Crit. I think that's what they need. They need a little bit of news in their life.
Yeah, but we had Benji.
That's what I did. I started sending them the news, and they just blocked me.
We had Benji in here. He didn't take a stance for the Earth being a globe. I don't know if he wants to just mention how he doesn't think the Earth's a globe, and then, perhaps, I don't know. Maybe he wants to tell
dude,
us.
I've heard Crit talk to like.
Yeah, but did you hear what I just said, Branch? I don't know. You just rolled over what I just said.
I did.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Branch is getting a nuisance to the channel, given a chance. But everybody knows that.
I'm just saying though, I've heard Crit talk to like an enormous grasp of people and just tell them why he thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that was back on the chatterbox or the chessboard.
Right.
I was in the Branch brings this story up a lot, especially the gems, where they say, Crit, you never leave the flat earth spaces. And Branch is like, I was on a server that had nothing to do with flat earth, and Crit was doing a flat earth AMA, and there was like 600 people on the call.
I just want to say real quick that the guy that was in here earlier should be coming back later on with this globe evidence, because he got destroyed a while ago and he hated that feeling. So he's gonna come back later. He said
Right
30
on cue
minutes.
for Nathan.
Yeah, he said 30 minutes. So I don't know if he
Like,
would be back or not. So
Crit really is a full blown flat earther, bro. Like,
Well, Crit will go anywhere and talk about it. Yeah, like you said.
So yeah, I think it's a little early for Nathan. So maybe hopefully he's a little bit late, like his.
he's
30
here
minutes.
now. He's here
Oh
now.
shit! I always swore it's supposed to be the okay. Never mind. I didn't know this. I thought it was like another 40 minutes
No,
or
he's here.
something.
Well, fuck
Hi,
it. Let's start
Nathan.
the event now. I mean, it doesn't have to officially start.
I
I guess you won't even be streaming it till it's time, but yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
I
but, like-
remember No Foul Mouth Friday, and I already dropped the S word, and I was like, that's why I love today. I love today because I really focus on not swearing at all. Like every time I
Hopefully,
talk.
But I never
hopefully
thought,
we can get
like,
a Matt Mooney versus Nathan Oakley here.
like
soon.
why do we even talking about Crit? Crit's the most devout flat earther I've ever fucking known.
Okay, so you're on his jock. We got it.
Yeah, I get okay, Branch, because you're making me blush now. Okay.
I know, bro.
He's fanboying
Trying to make
over
an
here.
inroad with Crit for some reason. He wants Crit for an ally. I don't know.
Kind of
No, it's
bromance is
not
happening.
that. It's not that. It's not that.
Yeah, right.
It's just that I've known Crit in other servers and just I've experienced how he like I'm not necessarily always a
You've studied the guy,
global or
man?
flat earther, but like I've been in other servers when he's talked as a flat earther.
We kept this room kind of jiving right now, so there should be a couple of
Right.
ballers that might be coming back in here, but we're gonna see if we can open it up to some conversation, so maybe Nathan can walk into a room full of discussions. We got some people coming in here like Classy Sass.
JoJo, it was a modern day
let me-
debate. Oh, okay,
let me
go
just
ahead, sorry.
let me just
Yeah,
get through
yeah.
this. All right, so we got Classy Sass that's in here right now. Classy, if you're in here, if you want to have a discussion, you can ask us some questions. If that, or we got some new people in here. Rick 2.0 is always good for a discussion, and there's a few